Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 2 of the series. Chapter 79 Departure. But, where is Sakura Region Academy located at? Lin Xiu asked curiously. Lin Xiu had tried to look it up previously, but did not obtain any information regarding the general location of Sakura Region Academy. And now, the admission notice only wrote a few words, but did not mention the location at all. Just walk to the end of the path of death and there will be someone there to receive you. Mr. Yi stroked his beard and replied indifferently. Path of Death. Liu Li's face changed when he heard that name. Path of Death did not indicate a real path, but a region. It was located in the south that led to the sea. It used to have many zombies and the strongest beast. A rank 10 evolved beast. It used to be hailed as the most dangerous location on the planet. It posed a huge threat to the survival of the human race, but ultimately became safer after the rank 10 evolved beast as well as many high-rank evolved beasts were killed by the top 10 warriors of the world rankings. Although the danger level had dropped, it still remained one of the most dangerous locations due to a large number of zombies. Why? You don't dare to, mister? You looked at Lin Xiu's quiet response and chuckled. No. Lin Xiu shook his head and smiled, revealing a set of white teeth. I am just slightly excited. Path of Death. What was there to be afraid of? The more the zombies and evolved beasts, the more the experience points for him. It was simply a source of profit that had been sent to his doorstep. Very good, mister. He nodded his head and continued. As you have now become a special student of Sacred Region Academy, you no longer need to attend classes in Xingyao Academy. What do you plan to do next? Qualify and get the warrior qualifications before reporting to school. Lin Xiu looked straight at Mr. Yi and replied. Mr. Yi was very powerful, and Lin Xiu was clearly able to sense that his aura seemed to be completely reserved, and made him feel like an ordinary person. But ever since he revealed his ability to use sphere, a source strength skill, he was definitely a powerful high-rank warrior. Indeed, gaining the warrior certificate will do you well in the future. Mr. Yi nodded his head. He looked at the time and bade farewell to them. Lin Xiu. Congratulations. Liu Li looked at Lin Xiu and said. He could not help but feel emotionally moved. Lin Xiu have had a heaven-toppling transformation within 2 short months. Ever since he became a teacher, he had never heard of someone from Xingyao Academy being enrolled into Sacred Region Academy. Thank you, teacher, for taking care of me all this time. Lin Xiu looked at Liu Li and thanked him earnestly. In fact, teacher Liu Li had treated Lin Xiu well even before he had transmigrated. He was considered a truly good teacher. Liu Li laughed, patted Lin Xiu on the shoulders, and did not say a word. It was still early and the warrior certificate tests were about to begin, so Lin Xiu decided to head over. He returned to his room, packed a few things into a black bag, and prepared to leave. He stood outside the gates of Xingyao Academy and felt slightly reluctant. After all, he had made a life and lived here for a while. He was somewhat melancholic. Lin Xiu. Just then, voices could be heard from behind. Lin Xiu turned and saw Yang Tian, as well as Zhang Yi, running over. Gosh, that was tiring. Yang Tian seemed to have run all the way here and was gasping for breath. He wiped away the perspiration and punched Lin Xiu on the shoulders. You lack the spirit of loyalty, man. How can you leave without saying a word? Lin Xiu laughed but did not reply. Heard that you are going to some Sacred Region Academy. Dang, Yi was still wrapped in bandages around some parts of his body. He was severely injured and had yet to fully recover even after staying inside the pod. Lin Xiu nodded his head. This stupid school. Such a fraud. It was Tang Tan that exploded himself that day and it even affected you. Yang Tan ground his teeth. The news of Lin Xiu being expelled had spread across the school and shocked many people, but the students did not dare say anything since the biggest sponsor of the school was the Tang family. It's alright. It's good this way as well. I'm heading to get my warrior qualifications. Lin Xiu laughed. So what if he was expelled, since there would be nothing to do if he stayed another year? It was good for him as well. You're already a rank 2 warrior, although Zhang Yi had guessed it. Getting the confirmation from Lin Xiu still surprised him. Lin Xiu had grown so fast that it surprised him. Lin Xiu did not refute. His strength was not only at rank 2 now. After unlocking the Gene lock, just his pure body strength had reached the rank 3 standard. But as he had yet to gain cultivation techniques, his overall combat strength was not at the rank 3 standard yet. Him heading off. Take care. Lin Xiu took a deep breath and bade farewell to Yang Tan and Zhang Yi. Take care. Yang Yi and Yang Tan looked at each other before replying to Lin Xiu solemnly. Lin Xiu nodded his head and activated the android wolf. He carried his bag and jumped up onto its back. Crack crack. After a series of sour metal clanks, the android wolf's gears started to move. They both looked ahead and charged away. To the south. The android wolf was extremely fast, and its maximum speed was not inferior to an average car. People who saw the android wolf on the road were shocked. After an hour, Lin Xiu arrived at the edge of Xingyao City. Upon leaving the edge, the scenery would be completely different from Xingyao's flourishing life. It quickly became the countryside, and the trees and vegetation changed. The entire scenery changed and turned to a forest. Everyone that left Xingyao City to other cities would never choose to move in this direction. No one knew what powerful evolved beast might attack inside the forest. 1-star metal HMPH. Even Xingyao City's master cannot save you. At this moment, Tang Yubai looked at the report from his subordinate pertaining to Lin Xiu's departure and revealed a sinister smile. He had pinned all of Tang Tan's death onto Lin Xiu. When he saw that Lin Xiu did not take a plane out, but chose to leave Xingyao City by himself, he became ecstatic. Even heaven is helping me. No one will ever know if he dies in the wild. Chapter 80 Battling Tang Yubai. Chapter 80 Battling Tang Yubai. Lin Xiu rode on the android wolf and left Xingyao City. As he moved along, he discovered that there were extremely large and tall trees everywhere with only a road in the center. Lin Xiu's ears were perked up as he heard rustling noises. Although it was very faint, Lin Xiu was able to hear it clearly. There were experienced people approaching. Lin Xiu smirked, and in the next second, he pushed himself forward and his right hand formed a fist as he struck down into some dense trees without hesitation. Bang! A groan was heard as a guy was sent flying by Lin Xiu's punch. Kill him! All of the people no longer bothered about concealing themselves, seeing how Lin Xiu had struck at their location, and came out in a swarm. Lin Xiu looked at the people that came from all over the place, but did not panic. He snorted and quickly dodged an incoming blade and punched the man in the chest. The man's eyes constricted from the punch. He felt as though all of his organs had exploded as he spat out blood. Congratulations, Master, for killing a rank 1 warrior. Experience points earned. The experience points notification rang out in his head, but Lin Xiu did not bother about it. He continued to launch his fists at the people around. The ambushers were shocked at the sight of him. They clearly sensed that his aura was weak. How could his strength be so terrifying? Just when they were in shock, Lin Xiu killed another few warriors with his bare hands. The horrifying power of rupturing fist came from its ability to break through the defense. Although a warrior's skin and muscle might be extremely thick, their organs were weak. He was able to destroy them from within with just one punch. In the short span of a few minutes, the ambushers were all lying on the ground. The disguise was truly a good skill. Everyone thought that his aura was weak and had lowered their guard. Time for you to come out. Lin Xiu looked on top of a tree in front of him and sneered. Just as he said that, a figure jumped down and stared at Lin Xiu with killing intent. Who would have thought that you would come this far? Tang Yubai held a sword in hand as he looked at Lin Xiu. He wanted to hack Lin Xiu into pieces. You talk a lot of nonsense. Lin Xiu snorted as he used his right foot to step onto a dead warrior's silver spear end. The spear shot up into the air. Lin Xiu extended his right hand and caught the spear. Although the spear could not be compared to silver immortal soul spear, it was sufficient. Courting death, Tang Yubai moved. His legs barely touched the floor like how a dragonfly grazes the water surface and charged towards Lin Xiu. He was fast. But Lin Xiu was not slow either. Bang bang bang. The two used their weapons at the same time. Every time their weapons collided, a large number of sparks would be produced. Tang Mubai finally realized how terrifying Lin Xiu truly was from this exchange. Every attack of his wielded powerful strength that was comparable to that of a rank 3 warrior. Lin Xiu felt some pressure. Tang Yubai's strength was close to that of a rank 4 warrior, and he had to struggle somewhat. Additionally, Fury's cooldown would only be cleared the following day. Faced against Tang Mubai's vicious attacks, Lin Xiu could not dodge and had to unleash his spear to counterattack. In that split second, multiple cold auras flashed out. Torrential storm of rose flowers. Tang Yubai's pupils constricted as he dodged it subconsciously. Tang Yubai's strikes struck the tree ahead of him, and with a loud bang, the tree was instantly torn apart. Tang Mubai raised his sword after dodging the attack and swung it at Lin Xiu. A powerful sword Kai shot out in the shape of a crescent straight towards him. This crescent was extremely strong and caused ripples in the air while producing a static sound that could make the scalp go numb. Lin Xiu was shocked and immediately bent his back to dodge. The crescent sword Kai instantly cut a few large trees that stood in a straight line. "I'm not done yet," Tang Mubai roared when he saw Lin Xiu's successful dodge and continued to swing his sword like a maniac. Silver sword skill crescent slash. Multiple crescent swords Kai shot out from Tang Mubai's sword. Upon colliding into a tree, they would all tear apart. Lin Xiu struck the ground with the spear and relied on the momentum to fly into the air. Of the phoenix. Lin Xiu roared out loud as the spear in hand unleashed clang sounds as though it was wailing. A minute flame that started from the spear end blossomed and surged up to the spear tip. Lin Xiu held onto the spear tightly and swept it upwards to produce a gigantic phoenix. It flew upwards and clashed right into Tang Mubai's crescent sword Kai. Bang! The phoenix collided with the crescent sword Kai as though a meteor and struck the ground and exploded. The humongous explosion immediately formed a powerful gale that swept all the leaves to the ground. It was as though a small earthquake had occurred. As the first collision between the phoenix and crescent sword Kai disappeared, a second phoenix erupted from Lin Xiu's spear. One after another, multiple phoenixes appeared. It was an extremely majestic sight. "I'm not afraid of you no matter how many phoenixes you have." Tang Mubai's face became sinister as the veins in his hands bulged. He unleashed a powerful swing as many crescent sword Kai flew out and collided into Lin Xiu's phoenixes. In theory, he was a peak rank 3 warrior that should suppress Lin Xiu's skills. Who would have thought that it would turn out as a draw? Tang Mubai gradually calmed down and took a deep breath. He held the sword with both hands and raised his sword high. Gold skill 9th Heaven Phoenix Dance. Chapter 81 9th Heaven Phoenix Dance. Chapter 81 9th Heaven Phoenix Dance. Gold skill. Lin Xiu was stunned at this moment. A powerful source strength surged out of Tang Mubai's body and went directly into the sword in his hand. The whole ground seemed to be trembling due to this powerful source strength, and the ground around him began to sink in. This gold skill is so terrifying. Lin Xiu was astonished. He looked at Tang Mubai, who appeared like he was accumulating force, and waved his spear as a phoenix pounded against Tang Mubai. But to Lin Xiu's surprise, not only did nothing happen when the phoenix struck against Tang Mubai's body, but it seemed like the fluctuation of the source strength also became stronger. How did this happen? Go to hell, Tang Mubai hollered ferociously. In the next second, his whole body seemed to be covered by a huge flame, and the shape of the flame was like a phoenix born out of fire. The whole scene was spectacular. Then, that huge fiery phoenix instantly flew toward Lin Xiu. Tang Mubai, who was in the center of the flames, held his sword and stabbed Lin Xiu. His momentum was amazing. A fierce wind was blowing, and all the dust and dirt on the ground rose up. Lin Xiu turned his body to dodge, but he found that this fiery phoenix actually followed him and kept attacking. "You think you can run?" Tang Mubai chuckled. Lin Xiu didn't dare to use the awe of the phoenix at this moment. It also had the same flaming property, and not only would it not cause Tang Mubai any harm, but it would also increase his strength. Lin Xiu's eyes turned icy, just as Tang Mubai was about to attack him. Lin Xiu gritted his teeth. There's no other way. He had to go all out. Adjudicate. Lin Xiu's spear drew a special arc, and Tang Mubai, who was about to hit Lin Xiu, had a change of expression because he sensed an aura coming from Lin Xiu that was similar to his own. When Tang Mubai looked carefully, he found that a gigantic fiery phoenix illusion appeared on Lin Xiu's body, and it was exactly the same as his ninth heaven phoenix dance. How was that possible? Tang Mubai was shocked. And in the next moment, the two fiery phoenixes collided, letting out a deafening explosion. The thick dust on the ground rose up. In the dust, Lin Xiu's spear and Tang Mubai's sword collided. In the next second, there was a sweet taste in Lin Xiu's throat and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He was sent flying like a broken kite and knocked against the trunk of one of the huge trees a distance away. Sure enough, the gold skill was much stronger than his skill. Even if he used Adjudicate to make an illusion of the same skill to fight back, it was definitely not comparable to Tang Mubai's. Hahaha, so it's just a bluff. I thought you could use the same skill as me. Tang Mubai laughed. Then without any hesitation, he tapped on the ground with his heel and flew over to Lin Xiu. He was like a dragonfly moving across the water, floating body skill. So fast. Although Lin Xiu felt the sharp pain throughout his body and his chest was still a little stiff, he quickly grabbed his spear at this moment, ready to face an attack. Attack is the best defense. Courting death, Tang Mubai saw that Lin Xiu not only refused to dodge, but he even wanted to face the attack directly. Tang Mubai was enraged and thrust his sword toward Lin Xiu. Dang dang dang. A series of weapons knocking against one another resounded, and there were already many cracks on Lin Xiu's spear at this moment. Tang Mubai knitted his brows. Lin Xiu wasn't a rank 3 warrior at all and didn't know any body skills. So, how could he move so quickly also? Lin Xiu was moving almost at the same speed as Tang Mubai. It doesn't matter. I don't believe that you can continue this way. Tang Mubai roared in his heart and his attacks became more aggressive. Lin Xiu thought that he was doomed. He could sense Tang Mubai becoming stronger. Also, Lin Xiu had just suffered internal injuries, and it was very hard for him to continue blocking Tang Mubai's attacks. And most importantly, Tang Mubai's weapon wasn't any ordinary weapon while Lin Xiu's spear was indeed an ordinary long spear. Go to hell. Tang Mubai also obviously noticed this situation and slashed with a powerful force. Lin Xiu was taken aback, and as he instinctively blocked the attack with his spear, there was a loud dang. The sword had chopped the head of the spear off and the spear was broken. Dang. As the spearhead fell to the ground, Tang Mubai's pupils constricted and his sword stabbed into Lin Xiu's shoulder. The second Lin Xiu was stabbed, he immediately thrust his spear toward Tang Mubai and attacked his chest. You've lost your spearhead and you're still trying to kill me, Tang Mubai laughed. Soon, however, his smile froze because he felt the spear piercing through his chest. Have you forgotten the sword strength? Lin Xiu sneered. With the sword strength imbued, any blunt weapon could become sharp with the sword strength covering it. And at this instant, a small flame revolving around the body of the spear was transmitted to Tang Mubai's body. You are dead, Lin Xiu roared, and the flames from the spear entered Tang Mubai's chest. The phoenix from the awe of the phoenix might not deal a lot of damage when it directly hit Tang Mubai's body. However, it was now targeting the most vulnerable part of his body, his chest. Tang Mubai's face appeared to be cramping up due to the severe pain. Bang! As warm blood splattered all over his chest, Tang Mubai's eyes were wide open as his body went limp and he fell to the ground as if he died with a grievance. Just like in Stephen Chow's movie. Lin Xiu really wanted to say, "Who said you can't kill without a spearhead?" But by this time, he had no more strength left and was on the ground at the next second too. Congratulations, Master, on killing a rank 3 warrior and gaining 547,821 experience points. More than 500,000 experience points. Lin Xiu was a little surprised at the moment. But of course, this chap was close to a rank 4 warrior. After all, huff, huff. After panting for quite some time, Lin Xiu resisted the pain on his shoulder and pulled out the sword forcefully from his shoulder. Chapter 82 Crazy Lottery. Chapter 82 Crazy Lottery. The backpack contained some medicinal powder to stop bleeding. Lin Xiu poured the medicinal powder over his wound. In just a short moment, the place where the sword went through stopped bleeding. Whew! Lin Xiu took a deep breath. In the next second, he took Tang Mubai's sword. carried his backpack, and continued to sit on top of the android wolf and advanced forward. The android wolf's body was very wide, and as Lin Ziyu was too tired, he simply laid on it and let the android wolf bring him forward. Oh right, he hadn't looked at his current stats yet. At this moment, he went into the system in his head. Host Lin Ziyu, level 15. Experience 695. 441 2. 990. 537 experience points required for the next level. Strength 251. Physique 100. Speed 75. Skill Analytic I. Rage. Disguise. Rage build-up to 1. Overall combat strength 1. 875. Potential point 0. Title rank 1 warrior. Seeing this image, Lin Ziyu gasped. He didn't expect that his stats actually went up so much within a short period of time. His strength was already 251. If his cultivation technique kept up, then his combat strength would have reached above 2. And he would break through to rank 3. By then, he would be able to cultivate body skills and his combat ability would reach another level. Oh wait, why did his title still show rank 1 warrior? Lin Ziyu went blank for a second, then opened the upside-down triangle next to his title. There was a rank 2 warrior title that could be selected. Lin Ziyu clicked into it and a system prompt appeared instantly. Do you want to change the title? Yes. As Lin Ziyu clicked to confirm, the title column suddenly changed to show rank 2 warrior. And at this moment, Lin Ziyu could clearly feel his strength increasing slightly. Taking a closer look, there was a note behind the title of rank 2 warrior increase in strength by 5. In other words, his strength had increased to 263. The decimal point behind should have been written off. Lin Ziyu looked at the system mail and just recalled that before the upgrade, he won many lottery chances. When he checked the lottery column, he realized that he had accumulated 4 chances. Lin Ziyu was delighted and quickly opened the lottery wheel. There were still 10 sections on the lottery wheel this time. But to Lin Ziyu's surprise, these sections didn't have the same rewards as before. They had all become and he couldn't see what they were at all. Question mark, what are they? Congratulations, Master, on receiving a chance on the lottery. There's a chance that your award would be multiplied for today's lottery. It was at this time that a system notification resounded in Lin Ziyu's mind. Multiplied. But these were all question marks and he couldn't tell what they were. Whatever. There are 4 chances anyway. He'll just give it a go. As Lin Ziyu clicked the button in the middle of the lottery wheel, it began to spin quickly. As they were all this time, Lin Ziyu wasn't very excited. What is going to happen? Congratulations, Master, on getting a large number of odd crystals. As the needle pointed to one of the sections, a system notification sounded in his mind. A large number of odd crystals. When Lin Ziyu was still in a daze, he saw a light in the air and suddenly the odd crystals fell down. Lin Ziyu was stunned by this scene. But as soon as he came back to his senses, he turned over and jumped off the android wolf. Then looked at the colorful odd crystals on the ground. From the size and color, it was very easy to tell that there were 3 rank 3, 5 rank 2, and 10 rank 1 odd crystals. This was indeed a large number of odd crystals. Lin Ziyu mumbled to himself and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These odd crystals could sell for a lot of money, but other than that, there was not much use. The high-ranking ones were not too bad. Lin Ziyu didn't think about it anymore and simply put them all in his backpack. Lin Ziyu thought about it and decided to continue the lottery. In the next second, the lottery wheel continued to spin and the sections were still. He had no clue what they were at all. Congratulations, Master, on getting the legendary weapon Red Moon. Gloves. Looking at the pair of black gloves in front of him, he was slightly taken aback but quickly took it. This pair of gloves was an open-fingered glove. It didn't seem to have any special characteristics, but after picking it up, Lin Ziyu felt a cold sensation. It seemed to be made of a special material. It wasn't hard yet it felt like it was made with black metal. Soft metal. Lin Ziyu was shocked. The concept of soft metal differed from the former world. It was a special metal collected from a foreign planet. Although it was malleable and not as hard as steel, it was actually very destructive. Lin Zi wore the gloves and realized that the fitting was just right. He put down the sword and waved his fists in the air a few times. He found that the black gloves seemed to change in color when he was moving. This surprised Lin Zi. Looking at a huge black iron tree in front of him, Lin Zi suddenly had an idea. Rupturing fist, he walked to the black iron tree and threw a punch. At this moment, Lin Zi clearly saw that the top of the gloves had turned red. It was as if his punches had become much stronger. The black iron tree was a tree whose branches and trunks were black and were as hard as steel. When Lin Zi threw a punch, his entire fist actually smashed into it. He actually made a hole. Also, there was a wisp of white smoke in the vandalized area, which seemed to be due to the friction between the fist and the trunk. It's the red moon indeed. Lin Zi was pleasantly surprised. With a source strength imbued in the movement of this punch, it actually turned scarlet red and its power seemed to have magnified. After all, his major was in spear arts and his secondary major was in fist techniques, so it was very beneficial for him. This was quite a surprise. Lin Zi still had 2 lottery chances and he didn't want to waste them. It was a rare opportunity to obtain good things now. As the lottery wheel turned again, the pointer pointed to a section. Congratulations, Master, on getting a large number of skill cards. Chapter 83 Gold Skill 9th Heaven Galaxy Fall. Chapter 83 Gold Skill 9th Heaven Galaxy Fall. The system notification sounded again. This time, many skill cards appeared as though it was raining cards. As expected of the many skill cards, Lin Zi kept all the cards while appreciating what had just happened. There were a total of 3 silver skill cards and 12 bronze skill cards. The 3 silver skill cards were all unorthodox weapon skills, while none of the bronze skill cards were enticing enough for Lin Zi. After all, an individual had limited focus. Learning more skills might not be the best. Lin Zi thought for a moment before taking 3 unorthodox bronze skill cards and activated the synthesis system. The 3 chosen bronze skill cards floated, converged together, and instantly released a bright light. Congratulations, Master, for successful synthesis. Lin Zi took a look. The 3 bronze skill cards actually formed a silver skill card. It can even do this. Lin Zi was startled but instantly became elated. So it has this function as well. He always thought that 3 same rank skill cards could only merge into the same rank skill card. Who would have thought that it could improve in rank? Oh right. He remembered that he had yet to pick what type of weapon he wanted. Is that it? As long as the weapon choice isn't determined, it can improve in rank. Lin Zi quickly took out the 9 remaining cards and merged them. He managed to merge into 2 silver skill cards twice, and the last try was a fail, resulting in the loss of 3 cards. This made Lin Zi curse the system. He thought he had a 100 success rate. I only have 6 cards left and they are saber or sword skills. They don't suit me. Lin Zi held onto the 6 silver cards and muttered to himself. He continued to merge them without hesitation. After activating the synthesis system, 3 silver skill cards floated towards each other and merged. In the next second, a white light blossomed. Lin Zi did not determine it to be a spear skill card. He wanted to see if it could merge into a gold skill card. As long as it was a gold skill card, he could sell it or exchange it if it was not a spear skill. Gold skill card, gold skill card. Lin Zi became excited. And in the next second, a notification sounded. Congratulations, Master. Synthesis failed. Damn it, Lin Zi opened his eyes wide. If the system was a tangible form standing in front of him, he would have given it a punch. Congratulating me for failing, aren't you mucking me? I don't believe that my luck is that bad. Lin Zi did not hesitate and activated the synthesis system with the last 3 silver cards. It went through the same process and a white light flashed as the 3 silver cards disappeared. Failed again. Congratulations, Master. Synthesis success. Lin Zi immediately heard the system notification in the next second. A card floated in the air, emitting a golden light aura. Spear. Spear skill. Lin Zi thought that it would have been a skill for other weapons. Who would have thought that it would be for the spear? My luck transcends the heavens. Lin Zi took the gold card. It was completely gold and looked extremely majestic. On the card was a figure that had leaped up high with a spear. He was extremely realistic, as though he was about to jump out of the card. Gold Scale Ninth Heaven Galaxy Fall. There was an old poem that wrote the waterfall cascade down from 3,000 feet above. Like the galaxy river falling from the highest heaven. The uniqueness of the skill could be described in one word. Fast. It was not only fast, but the power from it was extremely huge. To be able to amass the grandeur of a magnificent army consisting of thousands of men and horses from one person. Lin Zia's entire body trembled with excitement. He took a deep breath and placed the card into his pocket. With his rank 3 physique, he felt that he could learn a gold skill, but as his cultivation technique had yet to reach a set standard, he was not an official rank 3 and could not unleash the full potential of a gold skill, and he had another draw chance. The draws made Lin Ziu extremely happy, and he quickly activated the lottery wheel and sent it spinning. Very quickly, the needle stopped. Congratulations, Master! You have obtained Rapid Growth Pack 2nd Edition X1. Do you want to use it now? Lin Ziu heard another notification. Another Rapid Growth Pack. Lin Ziu was stunned. He thought about it for a while before hitting the confirm button. The Rapid Growth Gift Pack a month before had given him plenty of benefits. Although it was troublesome, it could increase his stats rapidly. Just like before, another pile of heavy gears came out. But this time, it was much heavier. The right and left bracers were 40 kg each. The legs were 45 kg each, while the back was the most terrifying. It had reached 80 kg. Bloody hell. Does it want to toy people to death? Lin Ziu cursed under his breath. But he stripped his clothes off and equipped the gears. But what surprised Lin Ziu was that he was not as out of breath as before. After adapting to it, he still felt rather free. His speed under the weight was roughly equal to his quasi-warrior standard. Equip complete. Quick growth system activated. Progress note 50 potential points upon completion. Once Lin Ziu equipped the gears, the notification rang out again. It's the same again. It will rise in number. But the 50 potential points made Lin Ziu excited. After finishing the draw, Lin Ziu sat on the android wolf and continued ahead. After traveling for about 2 kilometers, Lin Ziu suddenly heard a beast roar from a distance as well as combat. There are people. Lin Ziu frowned. He could even hear them calling for help. Ordinary people would never choose this path when traveling between cities and chose other means of transportation. Those who came here were not seeking wealth, but to temper themselves. Quick stop him! A man ahead saw a silverclaw black bear and trembled. Rank 2 silverclaw black bear was large with extremely sharp claws. Most importantly, it was fast. Extremely fast. Chapter 84 on the road. Chapter 84 on the road. The man closed his eyes when he saw the silverclaw black bear pouncing towards him. But the pain that he anticipated did not come. Instead, he heard a loud growl. The man opened his eyes to see a young man standing in front of him. His fist had landed on the silverclaw black bear's head. The silverclaw black bear that looked extremely ferocious seemed to be stuck. In the next second, as Lin Ziu removed his fist, the silverclaw black bear started falling. With a bang, the rank 2 evolved beast fell to the ground with its heavy body and produced a loud sound. Seems like I have enough strength to deal with a rank 2 evolved beast. Lin Ziu waved his fist and muttered to himself. Of course. Lin Ziu's attack was only successful because the evolved beast was aiming at the man. Thank you. The man heaved a sigh of relief and expressed his gratitude. Lin Ziu ignored him and looked on the ground. The silverclaw black bear's head had exploded apart. He found the odd crystal. Lin Ziu squatted down and took the odd crystal out. He shrugged the odd crystal and removed the blood from it. He then placed it into his bag. The man's eyes lit up when he saw the numerous odd crystals in Lin Ziu's bag. Hello. Lei Liang. The man took the initiative to talk to Lin Ziu. Lin Ziu looked at the man and nodded his head. Lin Ziu, brother, are you going to Black Sea City? Lei Liang smiled and asked. While saying that, he secretly sized Lin Ziu up. From the way Lin Ziu had killed the rank 2 silverclaw black bear with one punch, he should be a rank 1 warrior. No. The aura from his body seems weak. A quasi-warrior. You're heading there too? Lin Ziu raised his eyebrows and asked. That's right. Seems like you're going there for the warrior qualification test. Right, Lei Liang continued. Lin Xiu nodded his head. The man called Lei Liang in front of him should at least be a rank 1 warrior. Right at this time, footsteps sounded from the side. Lin Xiu turned to look and saw 3 men dressed in battle robes and carrying large bags. They also wielded sabers in their hands. Lei Liang, are you all right? One of them asked. I'm fine. Lei Liang shook his head and introduced them. This brother here is Lin Xiu. He is heading to Black Sea City as well. He just saved my life. When they heard Lei Liang's words, they immediately turned to look at Lin Xiu. Wow, they are Zhang Jimin, Young Lin, and Wu Xiu. Lei Liang introduced them to Lin Xiu. Z's. Lei Liang, how can you be beaten by a rank 2 evolved beast to this extent? The man at the side mocked him. Hey, if not for the fact that I became weaker after killing that evolved beast, I would have gotten rid of it. Lei Liang replied with indignance. Brett, since you're going to participate in the warrior test, let us go together. They turned and smiled at Lin Xiu. They seemed extremely cordial. Lin Xiu nodded his head. He did not mind moving with them since he was wearing the heavy weights. His fighting ability was weakened, and he might be in danger if he encountered an evolved beast stronger than him. But Lin Xiu remained cautious as he felt something wrong with the men. Crack, crack. Right then, the android wolf walked over to Lin Xiu. The group was stunned by the sight of the android wolf. Lin Xiu, where did you buy that? How cool. It's better than a maglev car. Zhang Jimin walked over with a smile as though they were very familiar. From the web. Lin Xiu replied indifferently and did not explain further. Alright, let's go. The test is in 5 days' time. If we don't move now, we might not make it. Lei Liang laughed and said. He walked ahead and picked up a double-bladed axe that he dropped before. Lin Xiu did not ride on the android wolf and walked slowly. He had kept Tang Yubai's sword in a special compartment inside the android wolf. Soon after, he saw the figure of a man standing beneath a tree and eating a red apple. Kid, time to go, Yonglin shouted to the figure. Upon hearing Yonglin's words, he turned over. He was a young man of similar age to Lin Xiu with long hair that reached up to his fair neck. He also had a unique aura from his body. Instead of a sword or an ordinary saber, he wielded a pair of long sabers that hung by his waist. A dual wielder. Oh. The young man nodded his head, then munched on the red apple while revealing a satisfied look. We also encountered him on the road. Everyone here is heading to Black Sea City, but we don't know his name. Lei Liang whispered to Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu nodded his head. The group were roughly rank 1 warriors, but the sudden appearance of the youth made Lin Xiu suspicious. He felt that the young man was extremely powerful. The group headed on and gradually discovered bones. They continued to move deeper, and as they did, more and more bones appeared. Here, it's strange. Wu Xiu was a slightly chubby man that wielded a large chopper. He frowned and commented as he looked around. Rank 2 main-eating birds. They are evolved beasts that live together. Carnivorous bird-type evolved beasts that attack humans. Lin Xiu replied indifferently while walking ahead. How do you know that? Maybe it's a carnivorous evolved beast that roams the land. Yang Lin was a skinny man and sneered while glancing at Lin Xiu. He tightened his grip on his weapon as though he was rather anxious. Chapter 85 Bailey Hayaling. Chapter 85 Bailey Hayaling. How stupid. There are marks of birds pecking on the bone. Right, the double-saber teenager glanced askance at Yang Lin at this point and said, Who are you calling stupid? Yang Lin heard his words and his face became extremely nasty. He stared at the double-saber teenager and said, Jai Jai Jai. It was then that a sound erupted from the depths of the forest. A very powerful aura came over and Lin Xiu knitted his brows. Here we go. Lei Liang and the others held their weapons and were very alert at this moment. Lin Xiu looked at the double-saber teenager. His arms were crossed, and he didn't appear nervous at all. He even had a smirk on his face like he found this interesting. Soon, a main-eating bird charged over. The main-eating bird's body was as big as that of a baby's. Its wings were black, but its head was bald and it looked exceptionally ugly. As it flew over, a foul smell suddenly wafted over. It was so strong that Lin Xiu frowned. Go to hell! Lei Liang and the others did not hesitate to wave their weapons to attack at this moment. That rank 2 main-eating bird was killed in the next second. HNG. So easy. Dang Jimin held his saber at this moment and cut open the body of that rank 2 mating bird. He then immediately took out an odd crystal from it. No. It is only the beginning. Lin Xiu shook his head and said. Sure enough. When Lin Xiu said that, the sun above him appeared to be completely blocked. A large number of mating birds rushed over at this moment. The foul smell was even more severe this time and made one a little breathless. This way. Lin Xiu's pupils constricted and he threw a punch over, rupturing fist. As Lin Xiu waved out his fist, the gloves turned red in the next second. He directly hit the body of a mating bird and it exploded instantly. Hey, you're pretty good, the double-saber teenager said. You don't look too bad either. Lin Xiu looked over to him and said. This man was so handsome that Lin Xiu, who thought he was not bad, felt very pressurized. What's your name? The double-saber teenager asked Lin Xiu with great interest. Lin Xiu. My name is Bailey Haoling. The double-saber teenager smiled. Bailey Haoling. Lin Xiu was taken aback and asked. Bailey Haoling was stunned. He gritted his teeth and stared at Lin Xiu, making sure to enunciate each word clearly. It's Bailey Haoling. You two little imps. Quickly come and help. It was at this moment that Lei Liang yelled as there were many mating birds rushing toward their side. These mating birds might not be very strong separately, but if there were too many of them, it would be fatal if someone accidentally got bitten. Really weak. Bailey Haoling narrowed his eyes. His feet tapped the ground and he instantly leaped up high. He's so fast. Lin Xiu's pupils constricted. And at this moment, Lin Xiu could sense the murderous intent from him. It was so thick, unlike what the average person could have. What kind of a person is this guy? Lin Xiu stared at him, and in the next second, Bailey Haoling, who leaped in the sky, moved his hands, and the double saber hanging on his waist were drawn as cold flashes of light appeared in the sky. They were like meteors across the sky. Hualala. In the next moment, a large number of dead mating birds fell from above. Lei Liang and the others, who were still on their guards, were completely dumbfounded. About 20 mating birds were all dismembered by the chap's double saber and their dead bodies all fell to the ground. Bailey Haoling then slowly descended from the sky. His double saber were placed back into the scabbard and it was as if they were never pulled out in the first place. Also, he was holding a large number of odd crystals in his hands. So strong. Lei Liang's jaw dropped and said subconsciously. Deng Jimin and Wu Zia's gaze had changed, especially Shang Jimin. His eyes were glistening as he looked at Bailey Haoling's double saber. How much did you buy this saber for? Yang Lin asked Bailey Haoling. To be able to cut those mating birds so easily and neatly, his saber must be extraordinary. This my mother made it. Bailey Haoling looked at the double saber hanging from his waist, smiled, and replied. Yan Lin nodded. HNG. What a silly boy. But this saber should be pretty good. Lin Xiu looked at them and chuckled. This Bailey Haoling wasn't strong because of his double saber, but it came from the strength in his body. Even if he used another saber, he would probably be able to have the same results. They are gone. They are gone. Lei Liang was relieved at this moment. Do you want it? Bailey Haoling handed a bunch of odd crystals to Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu was surprised and didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he replied. You want to give these odd crystals to me? These things are a hindrance. I find that you are more pleasing to the eye. Bailey Haoling thought about it and said. Lin Xiu was dumbfounded. Was this guy serious? There were almost 20 rank 2 odd crystals. He would be rich if he sold them. Yet he was simply giving them to Lin Xiu. He was either a fool or there was something wrong with his head. But Bailey Haoling didn't look like a fool. Forget it if you don't want them. Bailey Haoling pursed his lips. In the next second, those odd crystals began to dim slightly and soon became a pile of abandoned stones. How did he absorb it so fast? Even if one used the cultivation technique to absorb odd crystals, it would still take some time. This person had practiced the cultivation technique to this stage already. When Lei Liang and the others saw those odd crystals turn into stones, their hearts were aching and they thought, you could have given it to us if you didn't want them. Time flew by. They didn't encounter any more danger in the afternoon. Besides, The sky was turning dark, and everyone rested in front of a riverbank to prepare to continue on the road the next day. After all, the night is the most dangerous time. 1 in Chinese. Yin is Lewd. Chapter 86 Bloodied Lone Wolf. Chapter 86 Bloodied Lone Wolf. At this moment, everyone sat by the river bank and caught a lot of fish, then grilled them by the fire. Are you from the city, Lin Xiu asked Bailey Howling while grilling the fish. No. Bailey Howling shook his head and continued to grill the fish as if it was the first time he was grilling fish and seemed quite excited. Lin Xiu saw this and was somewhat speechless. However, Bailey Howling shouldn't be lying, as such a powerful person didn't seem to exist in Lion City. Lin Xiu could somewhat sense that this person's strength was comparable to Tang Yubai's. Roar! Just then, there was a sudden roar that came from the other side. It sounded like an animal, which surprised Lin Xiu and the others who were sitting around the fire. This area should not have any strong evolved beasts who were also not afraid of fire. If it came over at this moment, it would probably be a bloodied lone wolf. What the hell is that? Lei Liang and the others stood up. Ordinary evolved beasts wouldn't simply get close when they saw fire at night. How could there still be evolved beasts coming over now? And the howl sent chills down their spines. Sounds like a wolf. Zhang Jimin frowned. He looked over to the front of the riverbank and suddenly saw a pair of red eyes. The eyes were bloodthirsty and savage. It's a bloodied lone wolf. Lin Xiu also stood up at this moment and became alert. This rank 3 evolved beast wasn't an ordinary evolved beast. Its special characteristic was its bloodred eyes, and it was extremely fast. Also, it was good at being alone, and after it found a target, it would not let go of its prey. The analytic eye was activated, and what he saw was exactly the same as what he read in books. Roar! Lin Xiu hadn't made a move yet, and that bloodied lone wolf was already charging toward them. Under the light of the black moonlight, the bloodied lone wolf was like a silver shadow, rushing over in an instant. Damn! Lei Liang saw the scene and his pupils constricted. The double-bladed axe in his hands was just about to wave toward the bloodied lone wolf that was coming. However, that bloodied lone wolf swerved all of a sudden and dodged his attack. Then, it turned and was about to pounce on Lei Liang. Get out of here! Zhang Jimin and Yang Lin immediately rushed over and picked up their weapons, about to attack the bloodied lone wolf. Roar! The bloodied lone wolf sensed danger and dodged in a flash. What? Zhang Jimin and Yang Lin were both taken aback. This beast's IQ was too high. On the other side, Wu Xiu was trembling slightly. They were all rank 1 warriors and the bloodied lone wolf was a rank 3 evolved beast, which was equivalent to the strength of a rank 2 warrior. The bloodied lone wolf that jumped to the other side to dodge suddenly looked at Lin Xiu with its slitty pupils. It seemed to sense Lin Xiu's weak aura as its feet dug into the ground. And in the next second, it ran in Lin Xiu's direction. Zhang Jimin and the others were stunned when they saw this scene, but they didn't go over to help as they watched this bloodied lone wolf rushing to Lin Xiu's side. The claws of the bloodied lone wolf were very long, and under the moonlight, a cold light could be seen. Lin Xiu clenched his fists at this moment. He was not afraid but was a little excited. Fool! Go to hell! Zhang Jimin saw that Lin Xiu did not hide and wanted to attack. He couldn't help but scoff in his heart. Rupturing fist. Lin Xiu waved his fist and produced a loud explosion in the air as the gloves in his hands turned red. Bang! Lin Xiu's fist and the bloodied lone wolf's sharp claws collided, letting out a loud noise, and it even gave off a spark of fire. How? How could it be? Zhang Jimin was astonished when he saw this. This chap's punch was actually just as strong as the bloodied lone wolf's claw. The claws of the bloodied lone wolf were notoriously sharp. Oh right. The gloves. They must be extraordinary. Seeing this, a tinge of greed appeared in Zhang Jimin's eyes. These 2 little imps have so many precious things. Hey, you're pretty good. Bailey Howling gnawed on a grilled fish until only the fish bones were left. He rubbed his stomach, then stood up and saw Lin Xiu fighting the bloodied lone wolf. Bailey Howling was quite surprised. Quickly come and help! Lin Xiu gritted his teeth and called out. Although he was used to bearing the burden for the day, this weight was still quite suppressive for his strength and speed. His current strength was probably only the level of a rank 1 warrior. Tier. In the next second, Linzia's clothes were torn open by the bloodied lone wolf, leaving behind a stream of blood. Damn it. This beast was moving too fast. Lei Liang and the others were also afraid and didn't dare to step forward. After all, this was a rank 3 evolved beast. Bailey Hyaling pondered at this moment, then rushed over, just as that bloodied lone wolf was about to take the chance to bite down on Linzia's neck. Bailey Hyaling immediately pulled out the double saber from his waist. He pulled out the saber so swiftly that only 2 white rays of light could be seen. Roar! The bloodied lone wolf roared at this moment as its tail fell to the ground. What a pity! With a saber in each hand, Bailey Hyaling saw the bloodied lone wolf jumping to the other side in an instant. Almost got killed. Lin Xiu heaved a sigh of relief. Carrying a heavy burden would have this shortcoming. There was no way he could use his full strength. I thought you were strong. Bailey Hyaling looked at Lin Xiu for a while and said doubtfully. Lin Xiu's gaze changed. He used the disguise skill, yet he could still feel his original strength. Lin Xiu, are you alright? Just when Lin Xiu was wondering, Lei Liang and the others ran over and stood in front. I'm fine. Lin Xiu shook his head, but he was mocking in his heart. This group of people simply watched the show just now, and when they saw that there was no more danger, they quickly came forward. They were just a group of warriors he encountered in the wild, so he didn't expect much from them either. Roar! And that bloodied lone wolf over there had its hair standing on ends like it saw something horrifying. Chapter 87 Instant Kill. Chapter 87 Instant Kill. It stared at Bailey Hyaling with its bloodshot eyes. Its tail was cut off. Seems delicious. Bailey Hyaling held onto his dual sabers and approached slowly. Lin Xiu squinted his eyes and activated Analytic Eye as he looked at Bailey Hyaling's back. Unable to analyze. The notification in his head stunned him. Unable to analyze what's going on. Could he be above rank 3? Upon thinking about this, Lin Xiu could not help but inhale a breath of cold air. Impossible to actually encounter such a powerful person who is almost the same age as me. Upon coming out, at this moment, Bailey Hyaling seemed to have changed into a completely different person. He snorted and charged forward with his sabers. Autumn Frost Slice. Bailey Hyaling spoke up indifferently. In the next second, his entire being flickered like a shadow, and he unleashed multiple cold auras from the darkness. Roar! The bloodied lone wolf roared with the intent of attacking Bailey Hyaling, but it was unable to find his figure. Bailey Hyaling suddenly appeared behind the bloodied lone wolf with blood all over his sabers. Bang bang bang. Loud and clear sounds echoed as the bloodied lone wolf's body exploded. How boring. Bailey Hyaling swung his sabers as shrugged the blood off before sheathing them. An instant kill with a light chuckle. Lei Liang and the others had their mouths wide open as though they were fools. This was not any ordinary animal but a rank 3 evolved beast. The extremely ferocious bloodied lone wolf. Lin Xiu squinted his eyes. He knew why Bailey Hyaling was able to instantly kill the bloodied lone wolf. Bailey Hyaling seemed to have imbued a large amount of source strength into the sabers, and the remaining source strength into his feet. With the extreme speed and sharp sabers, he sliced the bloodied lone wolf as though it was tofu. A real expert. Brave. Little brother Lei Liang and the others laughed out loud as they sat by the fire and barbecued their fish. They looked at Lin Xiu, then back at Bailey Hyaling, and handed 2 fishes over as they sang praises. Come, have your fill. If not for you guys, we would have been finished. But Lin Xiu and Bailey Hyaling did not move an inch. What's wrong with you guys? Lei Liang looked at the duo and was slightly startled. Huh. You sensed it too? Bailey Hyaling looked at Lin Xiu curiously and asked. Lin Xiu nodded his head. What's up with the two of you? Why don't you guys take the fish? Are you afraid I put poison in them? Lei Liang asked in anger, as though he was being accused. Not you. Them. Lin Xiu pointed to Zhang Jimin and the others. Zhang Jimin and the others were stunned when they heard Lin Xiu's words and frowned. They stared at Lin Xiu. What do you mean by that? Dogs biting the hands of immortals. You guys can't even recognize kind intentions. Lei Liang snorted. You guys drugged the fishes. Lin Xiu replied indifferently, although they had attempted to cover it up. Lin Ziyu and Bailey Hyaoling did not loosen their guard even after facing the bloodied lone wolf. Excellent. A colorless and odorless liquid. With just a few drops, it can make a rank 3 warrior lose his strength. Bailey Hyaoling chuckled and explained. It's said that this can only be found in black markets and is rather expensive. Who would have thought that you guys have some capital? Upon hearing Bailey Hyaoling's words, their faces turned ugly. That's right. We did it. Shang Jimin stood up and held his weapon tightly. Although they were not strong, they always relied on this method to steal other warriors' weapons, crystals, union coins, and other things. Who would have thought that someone would see through this? Lei Liang and the others quickly picked up their weapons and became on guard against the two young men. No, they were more cautious of Bailey Hyaoling. He had just killed a rank 3 bloodied lone wolf, without breaking a sweat. To him, dealing with them was as easy as killing an ant. They still harbored wishful thinking to steal everything on Lin Ziyu and Bailey Hyaoling. But now, they were covered in cold sweats. If you want to kill us, we will risk our lives to fight it out with you. Shang Jimin gritted his teeth and said, No, I don't want to kill anyone today. Bailey Hyaoling shook his head and replied. They were stunned when they heard his reply. He'll give you 3 seconds. Disappear from my sight forever. Bailey Hyaoling added indifferently. His tone was filled with killing intent that sent shivers down their spines as though they had plunged into some ice chamber. But they were smart enough to turn and run. The hateful people have finally left. Bailey Hyaoling stretched and said. He was truly too good-looking. Along with his flawless skin and oval face, Lin Ziyu was even able to catch a whiff of fragrance from him. Hey, I'm not gay. Lin Ziyu immediately felt disgusted thinking about this and distanced himself. Hey, I thought your moves were good, but why is your aura so weak? Did you use some technique to suppress your aura? Bailey Hyaoling looked at Lin Ziyu curiously and asked. A drop of perspiration trickled down Lin Ziyu's forehead when he heard that. His observational skill is too good. It's fine if you don't want to say it. Bailey Hyaoling pouted and added. He then raised his head and tapped his lips with a finger as though he was thinking about something. You're a rank 3 warrior. Lin Ziyu thought for a moment before asking. What do you think? Bailey Hyaoling turned and returned a question with interest. He seemed extremely excited to know more about Lin Ziyu. Roughly 17 years old and holds powerful observation skills and insight. He also has a way of hiding his strength. But he is too weak now. Like a diamond in the rough that hasn't been completely revealed. You should be. Lin Ziyu trembled when he saw Bailey Hyaoling staring at him and gulped down secretly. Is he really gay? Chapter 88 I want to be your teacher. Chapter 88 I want to be your teacher. I've decided. Bailey Hyaoling suddenly looked at Lin Ziyu earnestly and said. What did you decide? Lin Ziyu became afraid as he wanted to distance himself even further. Now that he has chased everyone away. Is he going to do something to me since we're alone? Lin Ziyu immediately felt conflicted. I want to be your teacher. Bailey Hyaoling looked at Lin Ziyu seriously and said. Lin Ziyu was startled and blurted out subconsciously. Teacher? That's not bad. You're quick to learn. Bailey Hyaoling nodded his head in satisfaction. Pay, he's too shameless. I mean to say, I don't need you to be my teacher. Lin Ziyu was perspiring all over at this point. You already have a teacher? Bailey Hyaoling asked in surprise. No. You think you're as strong as me? No. Then that's that. Bailey Hyaoling was satisfied once again. I think you're younger than me. Lin Ziyu's mouth twitched. Not only did Bailey Hyaoling look younger than him, but he was even a head shorter. He actually dared to want to be his teacher. Bailey Hyaoling heard his words and was enlightened. He immediately replied. You think I'm younger than you? Let me tell you this. I'm much older than you. Bailey Hyaoling said mysteriously. How old? Age is a man's secret. When he heard Lin Ziyu's probe, he immediately snorted. Lin Ziyu frowned with black lines all over his body. How could a guy actually distort the saying? As though having thought about something, he chuckled again. Why don't we have a bout? If you lose, you'll be my disciple. No. Lin Ziyu shook his head. He knew that he could not fight Bailey Hyaoling in that state. I can suppress myself to a rank 1 warrior and fight you without weapons. Bailey Hyaling smirked and suggested. Lin Xiu squinted his eyes. If that was the case, he felt that he could spar with him. He decided to take the opportunity to teach the guy for wanting to be his teacher. Alright. Lin Xiu stood up and cracked his knuckles. Bailey Hyaling put his sabers down on the ground and looked over. Lin Xiu was able to sense Bailey Hyaling's aura turning weaker. Is this okay? Bailey Hyaling chuckled. Yes. Lin Xiu nodded his head. He proceeded to move into his battle stance. His gaze turned cold as well. Come. Bailey Hyaling hooked his finger provocatively towards Lin Xiu. The instant his words finished, Lin Xiu charged at him. Rupturing fist. He imbued source strength into the gloves and produced a whistling sound as his fist shuttled through the air. His gloves turned red like a red meteor. Bailey Hyaling did not attempt to dodge and actually sent a fist towards Lin Xiu as well. Seeking death. Lin Xiu's eyes constricted. He is really looking to die. I'm already wearing gloves and it is considered a weapon. He dropped his power to rank 1 and wants to fight fist against fist with me. What is he doing? But right at the instant when the fists collided, Lin Xiu felt a powerful force and he was immediately thrown into the air. With a loud bang, he fell headfirst into the river and was drenched. How was it? Bailey Hyaling looked at Lin Xiu inside the river and asked. Lin Xiu walked out of the river and wiped the water off his face. What did just happen? Their fists had just collided. But the one to fly was him. Don't you find it inconceivable? Bailey Hyaling asked as Lin Xiu slowly walked over with a pleased expression on his face. I didn't use power above rank 1. How did you do that? Lin Xiu could no longer resist asking. It was too miraculous. If he did not use power above rank 1, how in the world did he conjure such power? Call me master. Bailey Hyaling replied cheekily. Lin Xiu clenched his teeth. It had to be said. This arrogant person was the strongest warrior he had ever met. He did not even have such a feeling when fighting against Tang Mubai. Master. Lin Xiu deflated like a balloon and called out in the end. Ha ha ha. Not bad. Not bad. Bailey Hyaling laughed and raised his chin up as though he was flaunting himself. Lin Xiu was frowning with black lines all over his face. Is this guy really an expert? Alright. Do you know why your punch did not hit me? Bailey Hyaling turned serious again. Lin Xiu shook his head. It was what he was most suspicious of. His rupturing fist was not something anyone would dare to receive head-on. Not only did he take it on, but he even reversed the flow and flung Lin Xiu away. This was what made Lin Xiu flabbergasted. Source strength. Your method of using source strength is completely wrong. Bailey Hyaling sat down and replied indifferently. Method is completely wrong. Lin Xiu was startled. Take a look. Bailey Hyaling picked up a rock from the ground. This is a rock. If I put source strength in, it will become even tougher. He picked up the rock and smashed it onto a bigger rock on the ground. With a loud bang, the bigger rock cracked, but the rock in his hand also broke. After imbuing source strength, although the rock's hardness has increased, it is fundamentally still a rock. Even after you put source strength in, the hardness will increase by 0.5 times at most. Lin Xiu pondered on his words. In fact, all of his own training was done by himself without guidance. The words had opened up new thoughts for him. But if you imbue source strength onto the surface and wrap it like this. Bailey Hyaling picked up another rock and smirked. He then smashed it onto another bigger rock which crumbled into pieces. But the rock in his hand remained unscratched. Chapter 89 Practice. Young man. Chapter 89 Practice. Young man. Lin Xiu was stunned at this moment. That's not right. According to what he knew and the fantasy novels he had read before transmigrating, imbuing the source strength into the weapon would allow it to reach its greatest power. Do you know why warriors are strong? Bailey Hyaling seemed to know what Lin Xiu was thinking. Then he shook his head and said, Cultivation technique. That's right. Bailey Hyaling nodded with satisfaction. The better a person is with cultivation technique, the more air he can take in, which allows the energy from the universe to be absorbed in his body. Some are stored in the body, and some are used in improving the body's muscles, bones, organs, and even cells. Part of the strength stored in the body, which we call the source strength, can be released. Source strength is one of the strongest foundations of a warrior, Bailey Haoling explained, and then pulled out a long saber around his waist. Imbuing the source strength into the weapon would change the quality of the weapon. It would become harder and sharper. But like the stone just now, even if it became hard, it would not be able to detach from the substance itself. Using the source strength to cover the weapon. As your source strength got stronger, the more powerful the weapon would become. Lin Xiu thought about it for a moment and suddenly said, "You mean, our weapons are not the most important factor. They are only a medium for the use of skills and source strength. The true power lies in the source strength, so I should use a weapon as a medium then use source strength to fight." That's right. Seeing Lin Xiu understand it so easily, Bailey Haoling could not help but nod approvingly. And the weapon wrapped in source strength not only increases the sharpness, but also indirectly plays a protective role, so the damage to the weapon will be greatly reduced. Look, I bought this saber for only 100 Union coins at the weapon store. Bailey Haoling held the long saber and released the source strength. The aura of the saber suddenly became different. Focus the source strength on your eyes, Bailey Haoling suddenly exclaimed sharply. Lin Xiu instinctively activated his source strength. And with the source strength covering his eyes, Lin Xiu could see everything in the night. Like things were much brighter. The long saber in Bailey Haoling's hand was covered with a layer of faint blue light that looked like a gas. This is... Lin Xiu's jaw dropped. Yes. This is the source strength. This isn't the first time you found out that you could see source strength this way. Is it? Bailey Haoling nodded and said. He was also very surprised. This was the first time in 20 years he met someone so talented, and he just had to give a hint and the other party immediately understood. Horrifying. Too horrifying. Bailey Haoling appeared as if he saw a rock in his hand about to be carved into a beautiful jade. He couldn't help from getting excited. It's no exaggeration to say that at the level of my current source strength, this weapon that costs only 100 Union coins could become as sharp as those weapons in the market that costs tens of millions. But if I just imbued my source strength into the weapon directly, it may not be able to withstand the strength and may be easily damaged. But according to what you said, aren't high-ranking weapons meaningless? Then Lin Xiu couldn't help but ask. That's right. Based on what he said, why would those warriors want to use other weapons? What a fool. Weapons will shake when they collide, although the source strength can cover the surface of the weapon. It can't resist the vibration of the force. Of course. The more expensive the weapon is, the better it is. If you use a garbage weapon, although it will be very sharp with source strength over it, but when it collides with a high-ranking weapon, your weapon would be destroyed. Bailey Haoling said with a hint of pride at this moment. It's the same theory as your rupturing fist. Its defense is strong on the outside, but it would still hurt inside. Lin Xiu frowned and thought about it, then said, so you just covered your fist in source strength and focused it on your fist. Then relying on the strong source strength covering the fist, it allowed your fist to harden to a considerable level. That's right. Bailey Haoling nodded, then covered his mouth. Damn. I blurted it out. Isn't that cheating? Lin Xiu pointed at him and shouted. This guy's warrior ranking was very high, and so his source strength should have reached a certain level. He might have suppressed the strength in his body to rank 1, but his source strength couldn't be suppressed. Hee. Let's not talk about that. Let's practice. Bailey Haoling smiled and suddenly changed the topic. As soon as he said that, he tossed the saber in his hand directly to Lin Xiu. Try it. Envelop the whole saber with your source strength. Lin Xiu pursed his lips, but holding this saber and looking at it close up. It was really an ordinary saber. It was simply terrifying that this guy could turn an ordinary saber into such a sharp saber. Lin Xiu took a deep breath. At this moment, he slowly activated his source strength and began to wrap the saber with it. But the source strength had merely covered a third of the saber when Lin Xiu began panting. No. It's too tiring. If it was getting the source strength imbued into the weapon, Lin Xiu could easily do it. But to envelop the weapon was somehow extremely difficult. One really needed to have very good control of source strength. It's not that easy. Oh, it's even difficult for a warrior above rank 3 to cover the weapon evenly with source strength. At this moment, Bailey Haoling shook his finger and said, "No wonder. When he fought with Tang Mubai, he didn't sense that he was using this method, so he didn't learn it yet either." In fact, to see Lin Xiu covering a third of the saber on his first attempt so evenly, Bailey Haoling was quite surprised. This method was one of the advanced techniques of using the source strength. Although it was still too early for Lin Xiu, if he started learning now, it would be very beneficial when he learned other source strength methods in the future. Go on. Chapter 90 A Wild Sprint. Chapter 90 A Wild Sprint. Lin Xiu wasn't sure how long he practiced that night, but when he woke up the next morning, he noticed a figure standing in front of him. Lin Xiu slowly opened his eyes and saw a very handsome face. "What are you doing?" Lin Xiu got a shock. He then quickly got up and covered his body. He stared at Bailey Haoling. "We're both guys. Are you really afraid that I would eat you up?" Bailey Haoling pursed his lips and said, "It's exactly because we're both guys that's why I'm afraid," Lin Xiu thought to himself. With that thought, Lin Xiu kept a distance from him. "I saw it just now." Bailey Haoling laughed. "What did you see?" Lin Xiu was stunned, then quickly glanced at his clothes. There weren't any rips, so he heaved a sigh of relief. "You're wearing weighted bracers, and if I'm not wrong, you don't only have bracers. Your entire body is weighed down." Right? Bailey Haoling spoke like he completely saw through Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu paused for a second, then nodded. This chap was really observant. Lin Xiu had already used disguise, yet he could still sense Lin Xiu's original strength. "Alright, let's continue. If you're in a weighed down state now, it would help with your training. Our goal today is to run to the mountaintop there." Bailey Haoling pointed, and the mountain peak was really tiny from where they were at. It was too small to even see. "It's at least 100 kilometers. Right? Are you trying to kill me?" Lin Xiu looked in the direction that he pointed and his eyes widened. With his body in the weighed down stone, the load of his body had increased drastically. Lin Xiu then pulled out the stats board in his head and looked at the progress of his quick growth system. Progress 250,050,000. Note: you will gain 50 potential points after completion. Wow! He actually made a progress of 2,500 points last night. This was unexpected. "Let's go." Quick! Bailey Haoling walked to the front and rode Lin Xiu's android wolf and quickly ran ahead. "Hey, that's mine." Lin Xiu quickly ran toward that direction and went into the woods. "Quick! Quick! You're too slow!" Bailey Haoling yelled at Lin Xiu as he rode on the android wolf. Lin Xiu clenched his teeth. Running while his body was weighed down really required a lot of strength. Shai shai shai. And at this moment, a familiar sound echoed. Rank 2 Mainating Bird. Lin Xiu's pupils constricted, and he saw the ugly mainating bird flying over in front of him. The forest here seemed to have this darned thing everywhere. "Don't stop. Run and kill at the same time," Bailey Haoling called out. Then directly threw the long sword that Lin Xiu had taken from Tang Mubai to him. Lin Xiu caught the long sword swiftly and slashed that rank 2 mainating bird in the next second. Bang! With a crisp sound, the mainating bird was cut in half. You have to run and deal with these mainating birds at the same time during this 10 kilometers. You can't stop, or it'll destroy your bag and this android wolf. Bailey Haoling warned Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu gritted his teeth. While running at high speed, he also had to attack the mainating birds that would suddenly charge toward him. This was very tough. He must concentrate on finding the position of the mainating bird, then quickly and ruthlessly kill it. After all, it was a rank 2 mainating bird. At the beginning, Lin Xiu found it very tiring, but he became more and more skilled gradually. As soon as he heard the mainating bird's cry, Lin Xiu was able to determine its position, then simply slash and kill it. Bailey Haoling, who was sitting on the android wolf, couldn't help but smile. In a short period of time, it was obvious that Lin Xiu had made progress. Speed, precision, reaction, his capabilities were improving, and if he continued to train, his speed of improving would increase even faster. Okay, you've hit 10 kilometers. Take a break, Bailey Haoling suddenly said at this moment. Hearing his words, Lin Xiu was relieved. What's going on? Why are these things attacking only me? Lin Xiu stood at the same spot and was gasping for air. It's simple. I've smeared something on you that attracted them, Bailey Haling said with a wry smile. Smeared something? Lin Xiu was stunned. Then he looked at his clothes, and there was some light red color powder on it. He sniffed it, and there was a weird scent that smelled like blood. All right, that's enough resting. You're not allowed to rest in the next 20 kilometers. And while killing manating birds, you must grab the odd crystals from its body. Just as Lin Xiu was about to say something, Bailey Haoling continued, It's only been a minute's rest. 1 minute is enough, don't worry. I'll run with you for the remaining 90 kilometers. As Bailey Haoling spoke, he expertly turned off the android wolf and began running ahead in the next second. Lin Xiu took a deep breath. The system in his head found that this progress seemed to be moving rapidly. It had become 25653, and it had only been a short while. Lin Xiu didn't have time to think. At this moment, he began running once again. Not long later, a manating bird flew over and Lin Xiu killed it with the longsword, chopping it directly. Odd crystals were usually in the head of the manating bird. Lin Xiu also accurately cut its head into two. Then an odd crystal fell down and Lin Xiu caught it. No stopping, you must run and kill at the same time. Then take the odd crystal, Bailey Haoling yelled from the front. How is that possible? The panting Lin Xiu said. The next second, Bailey Haoling sprinted while cutting a few manating birds on the tree in half, collecting the odd crystals at the same time, and his footsteps did not stop at all, moving naturally like flowing waters, and it was simply delightful to watch. Why is it impossible when your speed, precision, and responsiveness work together? It would be very easy. Chapter 91 Combining Skills. Chapter 91 Combining Skills. Under Bailey Haoling's guidance, Lin Xiu was able to grasp the skill after running 50 kilometers. All the manating birds that were attracted to the strange powder that was placed on his shirt were instantly killed by a single slash of his. They were all cut into halves, and he used moving clouds and flowing water to obtain all the odd crystals. Bailey Haoling was inwardly surprised at the sight of this. Lin Xiu's rapid growth was out of his expectation. At this moment, the progress in Lin Xiu's mind shocked him. The progress had increased by over 6,000 and had decreased the counter in a short span of time. With this progress, I reckon that I'll complete the mission even before reaching Black Sea City. He became excited thinking about it. Don't stop, keep going. Lin Xiu began to feel the fatigue after running for 80 kilometers. After all, the burden from the heavy weights was too huge. Lin Xiu clenched his teeth and continued running. Bailey Haoling seemed completely fine without gasping for breath or having a flushed face. This made Lin Xiu extremely shocked. After another half an hour, he finally ran 100 kilometers. Lin Xiu could no longer hold back and sat down on the floor while gasping for breath. Tiring. It was too tiring. You can't even cover this bit of distance. Back then, I could run 1,000-odd kilometers. Bailey Haoling smirked. Right at this time, a cold aura shot towards them from another direction. It was extremely fast and aimed straight for Lin Xiu's head. Lin Xiu suddenly looked up while catching his breath, and his pupils immediately constricted when he felt the cold aura. But due to his fatigue, he was unable to react fast enough. But right at this time, a ding sound came out. Bailey Haoling's figure appeared before him with his blades unsheathed. The two of you have been following us since 3 in the morning. You finally can't resist taking action. Bailey Haoling spoke up indifferently, just as he finished his sentence. 2 figures, one tall and one short, walked out from the forest. They carried weird weapons. One had an awl, another had rings. Oh, you already knew, the taller man frowned and asked. They had indeed found Lin Xiu and Bailey Haoling around 3 in the morning and started following them. After seeing Lin Xiu's android wolf and his heavy bag, they became greedy. But as Bailey Haoling's aura was slightly strong and that Lin Xiu was not weak either, they did not dare move. They took the opportunity when Lin Xiu was resting and attempted to kill him. They did not expect Bailey Haoling to stop the attack. Lin Xiu was afraid. The duo had concealed their presence for so long and he did not discover them at all. He immediately activated Analytic Eye and realized they could not be analyzed. Yin-Yang brothers, Luo Yin and Luo Yang, frequently killing and plundering warriors in the mountainous region of Xingyao City. Am I right? Bailey Haoling glared at the two and said indifferently, "Oh, seems like you recognize us." Luo Yin was the taller man and revealed a look of surprise. A man with the bounty of 500,000 Union coins on the Federation's wanted list. Bailey Haoling extended a finger out and said. Luo Yin looked at Bailey Haoling and Lin Xiu sinisterly and roared, "Glad that you know it. Hand over your things obediently." Upon saying that, he charged towards Bailey Haoling. Bailey Haoling's expression remained unchanged as he wielded his sabers. Right at this time, his source strength exploded out. Lin Xiu subconsciously pushed source strength into his eyes and could clearly see Bailey Haoling's entire body being enveloped by a blue light. It was endless and felt extremely dangerous. On the other hand, Luo Yin's all had white source strength, but was much thinner and weaker than Bailey Haoling's. Clang clang clang. Sounds were produced by the collision of their weapons. Bailey Haoling's source strength was too dense. Although his sabers only collided with Luo Yin's alls and did not harm his body. Luo Yin felt immense pain in his arms. Blood spurted from his arm. Luo Yin Luo Yang roared out loud. At the same time, the shorter and stout Luo Yang charged forward with his rings. Bailey Haoling raised an eyebrow as he deflected Luo Yin's attack with his left hand while attacking Luo Yang with his right. Haha. When we brothers fight together, our strength reaches the level of our rank 5 warrior. Luo Yin laughed sinisterly as the duo suddenly leaped into the air. Take this. Combination skill Yin-Yang meteor shower. Combination skill. Lin Xiu was surprised when he heard that. A skill that could only be used by 2 or more warriors were called combination skills. These skills required extremely deep tacit understanding between the users. The slightest error would cause the skill to fail. But if the skill was unleashed successfully, the power of it would definitely be horrifying. For example, a combination skill used by 2 rank 4 warriors could potentially become as powerful as a rank 5 warrior. Luo Yang threw his rings in the air, which transformed into a yin-yang mirage. At the same time, Luo Yin thrust forward with his all that penetrated into them. In a split second, the rings unleashed all-like objects that emitted dense light. They fell like meteors towards Bailey Haoling and Lin Xiu. This attack was definitely horrifying as it was an area-effect attack that blocked off all paths of retreat. A large area-effect attack, and the power from his skill was definitely one from a rank 5 warrior. Puny skills. Bailey Haoling smirked as he crossed his sabers above his head and imbued source strength in. In the next instant, a large force of source strength was unleashed with Bailey Haoling as the center. It formed a large sphere that enveloped Lin Xiu and him. Bang bang bang. Countless explosions occurred, but Lin Xiu and Bailey Haoling remained safe inside the sphere. A rank 6 warrior. Chapter 92 Level Bug. Chapter 92 Level Bug. What was even more shocking to Lin Xiu was that such precision and control over source strength was something only rank 6 warriors and above could achieve. Lin Xiu immediately felt that his previous question regarding Bailey Haoling's age was justified. After thinking about it carefully, this boy that looks to be younger and smaller than him might actually be much older than he thought. The reason for this was that after cultivating to a certain degree, one could forcefully shrink their bodies and regain their youthful looks. How was that possible? The Luo brothers roared out loud when they saw the sphere, and their expressions turned to fear. They struck an iron board. Is it my turn? Bailey Haoling looked at the Luo brothers in the air and his mouth curved upwards. He exerted force with both legs and shot into the sky like a cannonball. Falling mood 13 / Combination skill Yin-Yang Golden Bell. Luo Yin and Luo Yang were aghast at the sight of the attack and immediately unleashed their defensive E-type skill. Source strength appeared from behind them and formed in the shape of a golden bell as it surrounded them. Clang! They saw cold ores charging at them. Although the blades had slashed onto their bodies, it did not create injuries. But they did not dare relax. This falling moon 13 / was obviously not just one attack. Bailey Haoling was able to unleash slashes regardless of any position that formed glorious and resplendent white auras. Gang! 3 seconds passed and Bailey Hayaling's figure landed on the ground again. He had already sheathed both sabers. Ha ha ha. I thought you were strong. But you can't even break through our defense. Liuo Yin laughed out loud. He did not feel any pain on his body. Ig bro. Right at this time, Liuo Yin's eyes opened widely from behind. He felt somewhat unnatural. What? Just as Liuo Yin was about to reply, his body suddenly froze. When you reach a certain speed, you will be able to kill a person without them feeling anything. Bailey Hayaling looked at Lin Xiu happily and said. Just as he said that, Liuo Yin and Liuo Yong's body were sliced into pieces and fell to the ground. Blood seemed to stay inside their bodies as their cut-up pieces fell neatly in place. Lin Xiu's mouth was wide open. How can killing someone be so artistic? But Lin Xiu suddenly felt that the two were not completely dead yet. If I added in an attack, would the experience be mine? Upon thinking about that, Lin Xiu grabbed his sword and rushed forward. Bailey Hayaling was curious by Lin Xiu's actions. Lin Xiu used his sword and thrust it into their heads and got rid of their remaining consciousness. You're rather vicious. Bailey Hayaling smirked at Lin Xiu's act. Lin Xiu frowned. Did it fail? Right when he was skeptical, ding sounds came out from his head. Congratulations, Master, for killing a rank 4 warrior. Earning 145,458 experience points. Congratulations, Master, for killing a rank 4 warrior. Earning 1,684,687 experience points. The notification surprised Lin Xiu and made a smile on his face. It was more than 3 million experience points in total. Ding, congratulations, Master, for leveling up to level 16. I've leveled up. Lin Xiu excitedly opened up his stats board. Host Lin Xiu. Level 16. Experience 396,354 experience required for the next level. Strength 251. Physique 105. Speed 78. Skills Analytic Eye. Fury. Disguise. Rage Build-up to Mundnyo. Remaining potential points 16. Title Rank 2 Warrior. Lin Xiu was elated when he saw his stats. In just 2 days, he had increased 5 points in physique and 3 in speed. It should be the results of the training. Without thinking further, Lin Xiu added 9 points into strength to a total of 260, 5 points to physique to a total of 110, and the remaining to speed, changing it to 80. Seeing the numbers, Lin Xiu finally felt that it looked pleasing to the eye. Did you become a fool? Bailey Hayaling looked at Lin Xiu laughing and jumping by himself and could not help but ask as he moved closer. It's nothing. Lin Xiu immediately returned to reality when he heard Bailey Hayaling. Bailey Hayaling immediately became even better looking to him. It was a pleasant surprise. It felt as though he was being brought to power level by an expert. Is this a system bug? Hahaha. Can I discuss something with you? Lin Xiu suddenly became attentive and smiled at Bailey Hayaling. What do you want? Bailey Hayaling looked at Lin Xiu cautiously, feeling as though he was up to no good. If we meet other high-level warriors, let me kill them after you defeat them. Lin Xiu said. If that is doable, want my level fly once I kill a few of them. You wish? Bailey Hayaling snorted. This time, they were fortunately on the wanted list and I earned a bit of money. If we encounter more danger, you will take action on your own and I won't help you. Although he did not know what Lin Xiu's plan was, Bailey Hayaling looked at Lin Xiu in disdain and with caution. He proceeded to take out a phone the thickness of a card, and after capturing a 3D photo of the two corpses, he loaded up the federal government website and uploaded the photos. Fine. Lin Xiu smirked. If Bailey Hayaling had agreed, it would be much better as he would level up faster, but he decided to forego it. After all, learning his own skills was the most important. Otherwise he would not be able to unleash them even with a powerful body. It was like playing an online game. Even a fully equipped noob would not be able to defeat a player that had full control over the character. Let's go. According to our speed, we should be at Black CCID already. Bailey Hayaling was atop a tall tree and looked ahead as he shouted down to Lin Xiu. But right at this moment, Lin Xiu heard a notification in the system and was stunned. Chapter 93 Warning System Bug Found. Repair in Progress. Chapter 93 Warning System Bug Found. Repair in progress. What does that mean? Lin Ziyu was stunned, then thought about what happened just now. It could not be that he killed 2 rank 4 warriors and it was treated as a bug. Right. Bug fix successful. The host caused less than 40% of the damage to the warriors of higher rank than himself, so only 1/10 of the experience points gained would be awarded for killing the warriors. Damn. Seeing the prompt, Lin Ziyu's eyes widened and he cursed. The system was totally messing with him. That thought just now was instantly shattered. What's wrong with you? Bailey Howling looked curiously at Lin Ziyu. Cough. Cough. Nothing. Let's keep moving. Lin Ziyu shook his head and scolded the damn system. Just the next second, another system prompt rang out. Given that a bug was found, the host is now rewarded with 3 lottery chances. You still have a little conscience. Huh. Lin Ziyu muttered and couldn't help but rejoice at this moment. Come on. Let's move on and try to get to Black Sea City tomorrow afternoon. Bailey Howling stretched and said. Still running. Lin Ziyu was taken aback and asked. Yes. Soon. It was the evening. Lin Ziyu felt extremely tired and laid on the ground, panting. How weak. Bailey Howling curled his lips up, then cut the rank 2 evolved beast he just killed into smaller pieces and roasted them over the fire at the side. You think everyone's as perverted as you are? Huh? Lin Ziyu stared at him and said. This guy is simply too strong. He didn't even pant after running for so long. Get up. Eat your fill and well proceed to the next stage of training. Bailey Howling ate a mouthful of the barbecued meat and appeared very satisfied. Lin Ziyu was also drooling from the aroma of the barbecued meat. He stood up, picked up a stick with meat on it, and found that it had already been cooked. He couldn't resist and immediately took a bite. The meat of an evolved beast was twice as delicious compared to any other pork or beef. It was not only chewy, but also very fragrant, as if they brought their own seasoning. I'll leave first to settle something. We'll be back later. Bailey Howling looked at Lin Ziyu and said plainly. Lin Ziyu was munching on the barbecued meat and didn't think much about it. Bailey Howling glanced at Lin Ziyu, then quickly walked over to the front. Lin Ziyu was also a little hungry from all the physical exertion. He barbecued all the remaining meat before rubbing his tummy in satisfaction. Where did that guy go? After some time, Lin Ziyu noticed that Bailey Howling was still not back and got curious. As Lin Ziyu sweated a lot that day, he felt very sticky and uncomfortable. Forget it. He'll take a bath first. Lin Ziyu knew that there was a river nearby. At this moment, because of the moonlight, he could still see his surroundings clearly even without fire torches. So comfortable. And in the clear river in front, Bailey Howling was soaking comfortably inside, revealing his delicate collarbone. Hey, you're here too. Lin Ziyu walked over there and immediately saw Bailey Howling soaking in the water. At first, he was wondering where Bailey Howling went and didn't expect that he actually went for a bath. Seeing Lin Ziyu suddenly appear, Bailey Howling's eyes widened and he yelled at Lin Ziyu. Go away first. What are you so agitated about? Lin Ziyu curled his lips. He wasn't a girl. Then why was he acting like he would be embarrassed if Lin Ziyu saw him? Wait a minute. At this moment, Lin Ziyu seemed to have thought of something and felt a little disgusted. Oh right. This guy is gay. Wouldn't I be walking right into a tiger's mouth? With that thought, Lin Ziyu quickly turned around and took a few steps away. Bailey Howling heaved a sigh of relief, then swung his right arm and the clothes on the shore flew over. He got up immediately and the water droplets on his body all slipped in an instant as he wore his clothes. With a little more effort, he tapped the river lightly with the heel of his foot and he flew to the shore. You're going to take a bath? Bailey Howling asked Lin Ziyu in an annoyed tone at this moment. Yes. Lin Ziyu was slightly startled and answered. He came to his senses and saw that Bailey Howling had already worn his clothes. His hair was still a little wet, and it was as if a beautiful woman had just come out of the shower. Hey Pei, he is a gay guy. A transvestite. He's as good looking as a woman. You have to do it quickly. Start training after bathing. Bailey Howling said with a blank face. Don't peep. Lin Ziyu said consciously. What did you say? Bailey Howling looked at Lin Ziyu with a murderous aura, and Lin Ziyu felt a chill down his spine. Lin Xiu then smiled sweetly. Nothing. After the bath, Lin Xiu felt refreshed. He went back to the place just now and Bailey Haoling had added firewood to the fire, so it was burning more vigorously. Let's continue our sword strength practice tonight. Bailey Haoling glanced at Lin Xiu, then threw the sword to him. Try it and see if you can wrap the weapon completely with sword strength now. Lin Xiu nodded, then poured out the sword strength in his body, spreading it over the sword directly. He then covered his eyes with some sword strength, and could clearly see the faint gas-like sword strength covering the entire long sword. It was completely wrapped up, but it didn't look very uniform. How is it? Lin Xiu asked Bailey Haoling at this moment. It's okay, Bailey Haoling said indifferently, but he was very surprised. This guy actually learned this technique in a day. Try covering your entire body with your sword strength now. Cover my body. He had always thought that the sword strength was used only with skills or to be imbued into weapons. He hadn't tried covering his body with it. Lin Xiu took a deep breath, and because he had the experience of covering the weapon with sword strength, it was not difficult to cover his body with sword strength. When the sword strength completely covered his body, Lin Xiu felt as if he was covered by a thin layer of gas. Is this okay? Bailey Haoling nodded. And in the next second, without warning, he punched Lin Xiu. Chapter 94 Black Sea City. Chapter 94 Black Sea City. Damn. Lin Xiu cursed. He was like a broken kite as he flew out and knocked against the tree behind. You're trying to kill me. Lin Xiu was in a little pain as he got up and retorted angrily. Don't you think your defense has grown stronger? Bailey Haoling smiled and asked. Hearing his words, Lin Xiu then realized that after being hit by such a strong impact, he should be hurt, but he didn't expect that he only felt a slight pain from knocking against the tree. That's what the sword strength does. You can wrap it around the weapon. And of course, you can envelop your body with it too, Bailey Haoling said. Your sword strength is still very weak now. You can see it when you cover your eyes with sword strength. Your sword strength is like white gas. Right. Lin Xiu nodded. It was like he was a Super Saiyan and it made him sweaty. As the sword strength in your body gets stronger, the sword strength of warriors rank 3 and above would appear green, and blue for those rank 6 and above. But I don't know what color would a rank 9 warrior's sword strength be, Bailey Haoling said. Lin Xiu nodded. It was a little easier to distinguish a warrior's rank this way. Alright, tonight's training is to get beaten. Get beaten. Before Lin Xiu could react, Bailey Haoling's fist went over. Time went by quickly and it was the next morning. With a pair of panda eyes, Lin Xiu glared at Bailey Haoling who was walking in front. Cough cough, this was an accident. Bailey Haoling looked straight ahead and said softly. Okay, let's get back to training tonight. Our goal is to reach Black Sea City. In order to change the subject, Bailey Haoling stood on top of the android wolf with his left hand on his waist, and right hand pointing to the front. If this guy tied his hair in pigtails, he would look like Tsundere Lolita. But the thought of him being gay gave Lin Xiu the chills. Previously, Lin Xiu did think about whether Bailey Haoling could be a woman, but it was quite unlikely. After all, his chest was too flat. Xingyao City. Mubai is dead. Mubai is dead. At this moment, an old man who looked very capable sat on a chair and said with a look of disbelief, Yes, the Lord's body, and the bodies of several members of the family were found outside the Xingyao City. I think it's that boy named Lin Xiu. A middle-aged man stood respectfully on the side and said. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He knew that Tang Mubai was going to ambush Lin Xiu, but did not think that Tang Mubai and everyone else would die. Lin Xiu. Hearing this name, the old man's eyes revealed a murderous intent and he crushed the teacup completely. Do you know where he is? The old man took a deep breath and looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man felt the old man's murderous intent and kept trembling. At this moment, he quickly said, if he went out in that direction, he should be at Black Sea City. Also, the warrior test is coming up within these few days. He must have gone there. Black Sea City. Huh. The old man's eyes narrowed like that of a snake, which made the middle-aged man feel a chill down his spine. I have an old friend at Black Sea City. And this time, I want Lin Xiu to meet a tragic end. The Black Sea City was a city more prosperous than Xingyao City, and was named after an ocean called the Black Sea. Finally, we've finally arrived. Lin Xiu looked at the tall, eerie wall in front of him that was made with special metal and gasped. From the morning to now, he didn't even know how many kilometers he had run, and he had to constantly kill evolved beasts along the way to train. He was extremely worn out. After the two men had passed a virus-detecting scan in front, they went in, probably because the warrior qualification exam was to be held here. Black Sea City became exceptionally lively. There were lights all around making the whole city particularly eye-catching, and there were a lot of people. The place was bustling and very lively. Compared with Xingyao City, Black Sea City covered a much larger area and they were more prosperous. I haven't been here in more than a decade. At this moment, Bailey Hailing stretched lazily and looked around happily. More than a decade you were born here? Lin Xiu was stunned and asked. Take a guess. Bailey Hailing glanced at Lin Xiu and smirked. Tisk. Forget it. Then, Lin Xiu curled his lips. When Lin Xiu came over, many people looked at him. They paid attention not to Lin Xiu, but to the android wolf next to him. Many people cast covetous eyes on it. Let's go over there and take a look. Bailey Hailing looked at the shop at the corner and his eyes lit up. Then he ran inside. Lin Xiu looked up at the store called Hidden Treasures Pavilion. The 3 words were in bold cursive calligraphy and it looked very grand, but he wasn't sure if there were really treasures inside. Welcome to the Hidden Treasures Pavilion. The moment Lin Xiu entered, a man with small mustache hurried over with glistening eyes. The shop covered a large area, and there were a lot of warriors inside who seemed to be buying something. Next to the glass cabinets around the place, there were many cards. We have a lot of skill cards in the Hidden Treasures Pavilion, odd crystals, weapons, and even combat uniforms. May I know what do you require? The little mustache man looked at Lin Xiu and said, I'll take a look around. Lin Xiu shook his head and said, it felt like he was in a supermarket and the attendant kept following him around. It made him very uncomfortable. The mustache man also seemed to know what Lin Xiu was thinking and didn't bother him anymore. Why are they all silver skill cards? Looking at these skill cards, Bailey Hailing curled his lips in displeasure. Young man, the cultivation of silver skills is very difficult and I'm afraid you still can't cultivate gold skills at your level. An attendant laughed as he looked at Bailey Hailing. Do you have any diamond skills? Instead of paying heed to his words, Bailey Hailing asked loudly. Diamond skill? The attendant was taken aback, then shook his head and smiled. There might not be that type of skill card in the whole of Black Sea City. If anything, it would probably be regarded as the treasure of the shop. Right. Chapter 95 Hidden Treasures Pavilion. Chapter 95 Hidden Treasures Pavilion. But I do. Bailey Hailing took a shiny skill card out of nowhere and shook it in front of the attendant. The attendant's eyes widened like he was terrified. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Bailey Hailing couldn't help but laugh proudly. The corners of Lin Xiu's mouth twitched when he saw this. This cheap master acted like a kid. Lin Xiu, come here. The skill cards here are not bad. They are definitely suitable for a rookie like you. At this moment, Bailey Hailing waved to Lin Xiu and called out. Lin Xiu was speechless and felt a little embarrassed, but still walked over anyway. He looked into the transparent glass counter and immediately saw that they were all sparkling skill cards. At this side they were placed in their respective categories, split into spears, knives, swords, and so on. I'm already practicing the spear arts, so I don't need that. Lin Xiu took a look. He had already cultivated 3 spear-type skills, and they seemed more powerful than the ones available in the shop. Oh, so you use a spear. I thought you used swords, Bailey Hailing said. Then he looked at the other side, pointed, and said, I want this one, that one, and this one too. Okay. The attendant had just been shocked by Bailey Hailing's diamond skill card, and understood that the 2 young men in front of them were not short of money. At this moment, his service attitude improved immediately. How much are these? Bailey Hailing held those 3 silver skill cards and asked. A total of 820 Declahian coins. The attendant smiled and answered. Bailey Hailing nodded. then took out a phone that was as thin as a poker card, and swiped it on the machine. The payment was made successfully. Thank you for coming. Seeing Bailey Howling so decisive, the attendant's eyes lit up as he smiled and said, "Take them." Bailey Howling directly threw these 3 silver skill cards to Lin Xiu. Although Lin Xiu was a little puzzled, he still caught them instinctively. "This is a gift from Master. Treat it as a gift for taking me as your teacher," Bailey Howling said proudly with both hands on his waists. Lin Xiu curled his lips and looked at the 3 skill cards. Tiger Strength Fist, Serial Kick, Fire Claws, and these 3 are suitable for your current level. And while people usually focus on cultivating weapons-type skills, but in situations when you don't have weapons, you have to rely on close combat, Bailey Howling said. Lin Xiu nodded. Indeed, he only knew Rupturing Fist now, and if he had to fight without a weapon, his strength would be much lower than when using a spear. This was indeed a weakness of his. "I want to take a look at weapons." Lin Xiu put the 3 silver cards in his pocket and said, "Do you guys want weapons this way, please?" The mustache boss noticed that Bailey Howling bought 3 silver skill cards without hesitation and knew that these 2 people were not ordinary, so he suddenly smiled and walked up to them. As the mustache boss led him forward, he saw a large number of weapons hanging on the wall. "What weapons would you like? We have all kinds of weapons in the Hidden Treasures Pavilion, and the prices are low, but the quality is good," said the mustache boss happily. "I'll want a spear." Lin Xiu glanced at the weapons displayed in front of him. Although they looked cool, they were not very practical. "Spear, sure. He'll take them out now." Spears were not used by many people, and the mustache boss paused for a moment before he went inside and came out with a couple of spears with a few other staff members. "This spear is called Thunderbolt. It is made of the thunderstones from Thunderstar. What do you think? You can get it at a special price if you buy it now." The mustache boss laughed and said. In his eyes, Lin Xiu and Bailey Howling were like fat sheep. If he didn't slaughter them brutally now, how could he live up to his Hidden Treasures Pavilion name? "I just want this one." Lin Xiu looked at them carefully and found that these spears were ordinary. He thought about it and took the most ordinary spear. "You want this one?" The boss was dumbfounded. This was an ordinary spear and was simply made with an ore that was a little harder than steel. He couldn't make much of a profit. "Well, how much is it?" Lin Xiu nodded. 500 union coins. The mustache boss didn't look very happy at this moment and said indifferently. Lin Xiu nodded and took out a black card to make payment. Walking out of the Hidden Treasures Pavilion, Lin Xiu also purchased a mobile phone so it would be convenient to contact others. Not long after, the 2 guys walked into the Warrior Hotel. "Alright, have a good rest tonight. I'll see you tomorrow." At this moment, Bailey Howling stretched and said to Lin Xiu, However, seeing Bailey Howling actually picking the most luxurious room that cost 150 union coins a night, Lin Xiu's mouth twitched. This man, he's too rich. Like its name, the Warrior Hotel was a hotel dedicated to warriors, with different classes of room, and the sizes of the rooms weren't the same either. Lin Xiu chose a mid-range room that cost 15 union coins per night and had a training space that was 100 square meters. When Lin Xiu arrived at the room, he let the android wolf return to the state of a robot and placed it aside. He took a bath and sat in the training space that was made with a special wood in his singlet and shorts. There was a variety of weapons, but they were made of ordinary steel, specifically for people to practice. Lin Xiu brandished that spear he just bought and released his source strength, covering the spear, then waved it. Block, pull, thrust. He kept practicing the basic moves of the spear arts, and even though it was just an ordinary spear, with the source strength wrapped around it, there was a swish in the air. Before going on the path of death, he shall practice with this ordinary spear first. After practicing for a while, Lin Xiu put the long spear away, and then took out the 3 silver martial arts cards that Bailey Howling had just given him. Tiger Strength Fist, Serial Kick, Fire Claws. These 3 cards looked really good. Bailey Howling had great taste and seemed to pick these based on Lin Xiu's current strength. Would it be okay to use these 3 silver skill cards at the same time? Chapter 96 Absorption of Odd Crystal Energy. Chapter 96 Absorption of Odd Crystal Energy. Without further ado, Lin Xiu placed these 3 silver skill cards directly on his forehead. Memories surged into his mind. It wasn't long before Lin Xiu felt that he had the memory of how to use these 3 skills in his mind. Lin Xiu was surprised after he knew how to use these skills. They were very useful for close combat. Tiger Strength Fist was not an ordinary punch, but a skill that could enhance one's strength. When using Tiger Strength, he could also use Rupturing Fist, and the effects of these 2 skills stacked together would probably be unbelievable. And Serial Kick was, as its name suggests, an ordinary leg technique skill card, and allowed the user to kick continuously. Bailey Hailing probably knew that his leg work was relatively poor, so he deliberately picked this skill card for him. And the fire claws could produce flames on all 5 fingers, so when the user grabs his opponent, it would cause great harm. By the way, when I use Rupturing Fist to attack then use fire claws, would it become a combo skill? Lin Xiu immediately tried it. He punched the air with Rupturing Fist, then unleashed Tiger Strength Fist, and this Rupturing Fist seemed to cause an explosion in the air. After punching the air, Lin Xiu's fingers immediately spread out and grabbed the air. Suddenly, there were flames bursting out between his 5 fingers. It's feasible. Lin Xiu was elated. If others collided against his fist, he could change his fist, then use the fire claws to grab the enemy's fist. With the new skills, he obviously had to strike when the iron is hot and train hard, especially since they were 3 silver skills. Lin Xiu trained till the early hours of the morning and was a little breathless. He had basically almost mastered these skills, but to use them smoothly, he still needed a period of combat training. Lin Xiu poured out all the previously acquired odd crystals from the backpack. He killed a lot of evolved beasts along the way and seized many odd crystals, plus those that he won from the lottery. When he poured all of them out, they covered the ground. Oh my! So many. Seeing this, Lin Xiu's eyes widened. Many of them were ranked 2 odd crystals and wouldn't sell for much, but he still had millions of union coins in his card, so he wasn't very short of money. Holding these odd crystals, Lin Xiu thought for a moment and decided to use them to practice the cultivation technique, absorbing all the energy inside and turning them into source strength. With that thought, Lin Xiu put these odd crystals in his hands, then began to practice the cultivation technique. As Lin Xiu was absorbing the energy in the air while also absorbing the energy inside the odd crystals, a large amount of energy was constantly absorbed and transformed in his body. Lin Xiu felt that every cell of his body had become more active, and the cells were constantly divided. Although the cells were dividing, they did not damage the nucleus at all, because he had uncovered the rank 1 gene lock previously. The cell composition in Lin Xiu's body now went through some kind of change. A great deal of energy stored inside the odd crystal was absorbed like water flowing through his entire body. Click click. His bones seemed to go through some sort of qualitative change. His bone density was also increasing, become harder and stronger. Even the cells in his brain seemed to become more active. Not sure how long had gone by. When Lin Xiu finally opened his eyes again, he saw a ray of morning sunlight shining in through the curtains. Feels great. Lin Xiu stretched his limbs lazily. It was as if the fatigue brought about by the training was completely gone. Looking down on the ground, he saw a pile of ordinary rocks. Didn't think that I would actually absorb so many odd crystals in one night. Lin Xiu's jaw dropped in surprise. He felt a little heartache. If he sold these odd crystals, he might be able to make some money. Generally speaking, people who used odd crystals to speed up the practice of cultivation technique were all rich people. Lin Xiu didn't think that he was also such a tyrant. He felt that after last night's practice, his body's source strength was much stronger, but he also had a feeling that his cultivation technique would soon have a breakthrough again. By then, he would be able to become a rank 3 warrior. It was only 6 o'clock now and the sun had risen very early. Bang bang bang. Just as Lin Xiu was done showering, he heard a series of knocks coming from the door. Who was it? Lin Xiu was washing his face in the bathroom and called out, Could it be that Bailey Haeling wanted to drag him out for training again? Breakfast delivery. A strange voice sounded. Breakfast, I don't remember ordering any breakfast. Did Bailey Haeling order it for me? Lin Xiu hesitated a little, opened the door, and saw a tall, thin man pushing a dining cart. Although he was dressed as a waiter, Lin Xiu felt something was amiss. This person's eyes revealed a trace of murder intent. Although it was very mild, Lin Xiu could still sense it. He wanted to close the door immediately. Bang! Just when Lin Xiu was about to close the door, the man also reacted swiftly and kicked the door. Lin Xiu took a few steps back from the impact, then jumped over directly to the training space. A very short guy immediately sprang out of the dining cart. A midget. The man looked very short, but he was filled with a warrior's aura. His eyes were cold, and he looked at Lin Xiu as if he was looking at a dead man. It's time to hand it over. The tall thin man smiled and said. He was wearing a white waiter uniform and took a knife out of his pocket. I've seen that convertible robot. The android wolf. It should be the robot behind him. The midget looked over behind Lin Xiu and spoke with a monstrous voice. Oh, so you're trying to take this thing, Lin Xiu sneered. This android wolf was a product from the Mech era, and it was in such good condition which would fetch quite a sum of money. That's why they were eyeing it. So it's just for money. Huh. Chapter 97 The Temple of Transformation. Chapter 97 The Temple of Transformation. At this moment, Lin Xiu's right foot suddenly kicked the handle of the spear, and the spear flew over. Lin Xiu held it with both hands and charged directly at those two men. There was a murderous intent in their eyes, and they probably weren't only targeting the android wolf. Most importantly, they wanted Lin Xiu's life. The tall, thin man saw this, and his pupils constricted. Then, he charged over to Lin Xiu's side as well. Although he looked tall and thin, he was very fast. Lin Xiu thrust the spear over and he dodged it instantly. Then, he rolled over and charged toward Lin Xiu in the next moment. His short knife was going toward Lin Xiu's neck. Lin Xiu's eyes were cold. In a split second, he bent backward 90 degrees and directly dodged this attack. And at this moment, that midget rushed over too from the other side. His body was short, but he was even faster. This kind of midget was naturally suited to be a killer. Not only was he fast, but he also looked harmless. The green veins on his fingers began to protrude, and his nails became sharp and long. As Lin Xiu bent his body, he stabbed the spear into the ground and used force to spring into the air. Dang! At this moment, the midget's sharp fingernails directly attacked Lin Xiu's spear, letting out the sound of metals colliding. Million divine stabs. The tall, thin man saw Lin Xiu in the air and directly threw the dagger in his hand. As soon as the dagger was released, it became a million daggers, directly stabbing toward Lin Xiu's body. Lin Xiu enabled the analytic eye just now, and saw that these two people were rank 2 warriors. If Lin Xiu wasn't bearing any weights, he could have dealt with them quickly, but right now in this state, his strength was severely suppressed. But with the training from these few days, he should still be able to deal with them. Lin Xiu descended and looked at the multitude of daggers before him. Then, he brandished the spear frantically and blocked those daggers coming toward him. Bang! Just then, the midget directly charged behind Lin Xiu and hung onto Lin Xiu's back like a baby. His sharp nails were already on Lin Xiu's neck. You're just a rank 1 warrior. But you're doing pretty well. Too bad you're going to die. The midget made a strange sound. Then with his sharp nails, he was about to scratch Lin Xiu's neck. How? But when his nails were about to pierce Lin Xiu's neck, there was a sound of his nails breaking. How could it be? The midget's eyes widened and he was in complete disbelief. He was specially trained and could even cut open the body of a rank 2 evolved beast with the sharpness of his nails. How could this rank 1 warrior's skin not be pierced? I'm getting a little mad. At this moment, Lin Xiu's voice became cold. Then, the long spear in his hand suddenly shook and he released it directly as it flew toward that tall, thin man. At the same time, the spear had flames on its body and turned into a phoenix, charging to the tall, thin man's body. Awe of the phoenix. What kind of skill is this? The tall, Thin Man saw this scene and was stunned. Just as he wanted to dodge it, he realized that these phoenixes seemed to be able to track him and were targeting him. I'm not going to let go. Ha! The midget then clung onto Lin Zia's back. His broken nails grew back again in the next instant. Let me help you. Then, Lin Ziu moved his hands to his back and directly grabbed the midget's arms. Tiger Strength Fist. Bang! With a dull sound, the midget's hands were broken directly. How could it be? The midget froze as if he had forgotten the pain of his broken arms and was still in shock. The information they received was that Lin Ziu was a rank 1 warrior, and they had also sensed that Lin Zia's aura wasn't strong. But how could he be so strong? Goodbye. Lin Ziu choked his neck, lifted his body from behind, and without showing any mercy, Lin Ziu directly used the rupturing fist against his head. Bang! His eyes were wide open, and there weren't any injuries on his face. But because of the impact of the rupturing fist, his head was jolted into a complete mess. Ding! Congratulations to the master on killing the second-order warrior and gaining 150 experience. Who the hell are you? Exactly. And at this moment, the tall, thin man in the corner looked perplexed. His whole body had just been burned by the awe of the phoenix, and there was a charred smell coming from the body. His skin looked completely burnt. Didn't you check on me? Lin Ziu sneered, then pulled out the spear that was on the wall, and walked toward the man, looking at his dead companion, then seeing Lin Ziu's murderous gaze. The tall, thin man began trembling. Although he had killed many people, it was the first time that he had been forced to this extent. He didn't want to die. Don't come over. You'll regret killing me. Although he felt as if his lips had been burned and he was in a lot of pain, he continued to speak. Why would I regret it? Lin Ziu asked coldly, then raised the long spear in his hand. The tall, thin man was initially not afraid of this seemingly ordinary weapon, but now that he couldn't move at all and was facing the fear of death, he roared, I am from the Temple of Transformation. If you kill me, you will be hunted down, your loved ones and your friends will all be killed. Temple of Transformation, what nonsense is that? He roared and found that Lin Ziu wasn't moving anymore. He thought that Lin Ziu was afraid and began to laugh viciously. You'd better let me go and bring me to the nearest medical station. If I am in a good mood, I can consider not killing you. Stupid, Lin Ziu said faintly. Then without hesitation, he lifted the long spear and pierced it directly through his chest. Chapter 98 The Warrior Assessment begins. Chapter 98 The Warrior Assessment begins. You, the tall, thin man looked at the long spear running through his chest incredulously, then went silent. Ding. Congratulations, master, on killing a rank 2 warrior. You've gained 150 experience points. Lin Ziu curled his lips. It was getting harder and harder to level up, and killing a rank 2 warrior only gave him 150 experience. It's done. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind. Lin Ziu turned around and saw that above the window behind him, Bailey Haoling was sitting there, sipping coffee. When did you come? Lin Ziu was stunned and asked. From the time they barged in. Bailey Haoling thought about it and said, You've been here all this while. Lin Ziu gasped. This was too scary. If Bailey Haoling wanted to assassinate him, he would probably be dead by now. Your skills are not bad. Seems like you've benefited a lot from all the training these days. Bailey Haoling jumped down at this moment and said approvingly. Lin Ziu nodded. Bailey Haoling was right when that midget wanted to use his sharp nails to cut Lin Ziu's neck. Lin Ziu had already covered his body in sword strength, in addition to his tough body, which led to the midget's failure. What are we going to do now? Lin Ziu looked at the mess in the room and asked. Don't worry. Someone's going to take care of it, Bailey Haoling said while he took his phone out to look at the time, then continued. It's almost time. The warrior qualification exam is about to start. Oh right. Lin Ziu came to his senses at this moment. It was already 7 o'clock and the warrior exam was at 9 o'clock sharp. It's almost time. Lin Ziu quickly grabbed a bite nearby and walked toward the designated point. On the road, there were many warriors armed with all kinds of weapons on their backs walking in the same direction. Lin Ziu secretly sized these people up, and they were also checking Lin Ziu and Bailey Haoling out. especially the android wolf, which attracted a lot of people's attention. In the northern part of Black Sea City, there was a warrior union branch. The arena was spacious and there were many soldiers in camouflage uniforms standing there. From their aura, one could clearly sense that they were at least rank 3. It was indeed the branch of the warrior union, and they took a lot of precautions. There were more and more warriors present. Almost 200 people. It was very lively. The warrior qualification assessment begins at 9 o'clock. Warriors who had signed up, please submit the reference card here. Then proceed to the North Court for combat strength testing. At this moment, next to the front door in front, a beautiful female staff member smiled at the warriors around. Hearing her instructions, the warriors began to queue up and submitted their reference cards in an orderly manner, then went into the warrior union hall. "I'll go over there first. I'll look for you later." Bailey Howling was riding on top of the android wolf and said to Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu nodded. This cheap master was so strong. He should have already obtained the warrior certification. Right. Lin Xiu didn't think much of it and continued queuing up there. Make way. Make way just then. A man who looked as strong as a mountain came to the front and directly pushed the people in the queue. This strong man chuckled as he looked at Lin Xiu, who was standing in front, and walked toward him. That boy is in trouble. This chap is Bai Bikyu, and I heard that he has been assessed last year. But he was disqualified because he killed someone in the hall. A guy saw this strong man and couldn't help but tremble while saying. He seemed to have recalled last year's scene and appeared quite fearful. Boy, I told you to move. Let me get to the front. Do you understand? Bai Bikyu stretched out his hand, which was the size of 2 people's palms, and grabbed Lin Xiu's body. He wanted to lift Lin Xiu up. Don't touch me. Lin Xiu turned around at this moment. His right hand grabbed Bai Bikyu's big wrist. Then he twisted it. A cry came out of Bai Bikyu's mouth in an instant. It hurts. It hurts so badly. Also, Lin Xiu's hands were very strong and Bai Bikyu wanted to use force. But it was completely useless. A whole Bai Bikyu was furious and his other fist slammed toward Lin Xiu's body. Lin Xiu raised his brows and smashed his fist over as well. As the 2 fists collided, there was a sudden clear and crisp sound of bones breaking. You'd better go home this year, Lin Xiu said indifferently. In the next moment, the cracking sound came from Bai Bikyu's arm, and it sounded as if beans were being fried. Under severe pain, everything before Bai Bikyu turned black and he fainted on the ground, letting out a dull sound. Soon, nearby staff called the rescue team to carry Bai Bikyu away. The rest of the warriors were dumbfounded. A strong man as huge as a mountain was dealt with just like that. It was so unexpected. I think people should queue up properly. Don't you think so? Lin Xiu glanced at the people behind him and said plainly. Yes. We're all civilized people. We have to queue up. At this moment, a few people who wanted to cut the queue suddenly smiled and wiped the sweat off their foreheads, then lined up obediently. Soon, as Lin Xiu submitted the reference card and verified whether the information was correct, he went through and headed into the hall. Lin Xiu had a number stuck to his body at this moment, and the assessment would probably be carried out in the sequence of this number. He followed the person in front and walked to the so-called North Court. There were already 5 huge combat strength test apparatus, each with a staff member next to it. Those whose numbers were called out were already lined up and had started the testing. Lin Xiu's current strength was being suppressed to a rank 1 warrior, and it wouldn't attract too much attention. But he didn't know if the combat strength test apparatus would be able to detect that he's in the state of disguise. Chapter 99 Examiner. Chapter 99 Examiner. Wow. Amazing, his combat strength actually reached 1,200. At this moment, someone exclaimed from the other side. A rank 2 warrior had a combat strength of 1,500 and above. So it was clear that this person was already at the peak of a rank 1 warrior. Lin Xiu found that almost all of these participants in the warrior assessment had just reached the level of rank 1 warrior, and their combat strength was mostly around 800. No. 66. Lin Xiu at this moment. Someone called out next to the combat strength test apparatus. Lin Xiu went straight over there. Several people looked over to Lin Xiu's side. After all, Lin Xiu had just knocked Bai Bikyu down. At this moment, many people were also curious. Lin Xiu seemed like the youngest there. How terrifying was his strength? After examining Lin Xiu's reference card, the inspector nodded and said, "Go on up." As Lin Xiu stepped up, the machine was activated quickly, and in the next second, with the sound of a ding, a phrase appeared on the screen. Combat strength 1, 499. The inspector couldn't help but stare at the screen. The others gasped in shock. This was simply too much. Just that bit of combat strength and he would be a rank 2 warrior already. Where do I go next? Lin Xiu came down from the machine and asked the inspector, who hasn't returned to his senses. Wait for the broadcast notice. The inspector then returned to his senses. Okay. The apparatus displayed a combat strength of below 2. Just now. Seemed like with the disguise skill, there was really no way of knowing his current combat strength. At this moment, several warriors were looking at Lin Xiu. His combat strength was simply too high, and it was the highest among the warriors at the moment, which shocked many people. Combat strength testing was merely the first test to judge whether a warrior really reached the level of an official warrior. They still had to go through strength, speed, and physique tests. Next, please proceed to the hall for strength testing. After the last person was done testing for his combat strength, an announcement was made. A large group of people walked into the middle of the hall, and there were many machines in there which looked like boxing machines. This is a test of strength, and the remaining 2 tests are speed and fitness tests. However, the method of the testing is different every time, and I don't know how the examiner will test it this time. A man standing next to Lin Xiu seemed to be sharing his experience with his friend. Very well. Is everyone here? It was then that a familiar voice resounded from the other side. Lin Xiu was stunned at this moment. Then he looked over there and suddenly saw Bailey howling. What's he doing there? The rest of the warriors also looked curiously at Bailey howling and were a little taken aback, as Bailey howling wasn't very tall and had a dull face. It was obvious that he was just a charming young man. This round is a test of strength as long as the force of your punch reaches 1. Yao pass. Bailey howling stood on top of the android wolf and said to the warriors, "Are you an examiner?" A warrior looked at Bailey howling and asked. "That's right." Bailey howling nodded. "Stop joking. You're an examiner. You can't even hit 1. KD yourself, and you want us to do it?" The warrior laughed and said. The moment he said that, many of the warriors laughed. Exactly what's going on with the warrior union? How could they let a kid be the examiner? The rest of the crowd clamored too. In their opinion, with Bailey howling's age, he probably wasn't even a rank 1 warrior. Is that so? Bailey howling jumped down from the android wolf and slowly walked over. In the next second, he threw a punch with his right hand on the apparatus, and the numbers on the screen began to spin. Di-di-di. There was a series of sounds, and the numbers turned into a 5-digit 99,999. My God! The warrior widened his eyes in utter disbelief. The others were shocked too. Is it for real? I don't believe it. It must be fake. Let me try. The guy walked over at this point and punched the apparatus. Bang! As the apparatus rang out, the number became 895 kg. No, 45. 895 kg. Not qualified. You can go back. Bailey howling glanced at the screen and said indifferently, "It's impossible. You must be messing with it." The warrior's face darkened. Then he turned and said to Bailey howling, "I've already said it. You've failed the test of strength. You can go back now." Bailey howling repeated. Motherfucker! The guy's eyes widened as he threw a punch at Bailey howling. Looking at this scene, everyone could not help but exclaim in shock, seeing the guy's huge fist about to hit Bailey howling. Bailey howling directly reached out and grabbed the guy's wrist, and he couldn't move at all. In the next moment, Bailey howling used force again, and it was as if a bamboo was twisted, and the guy's entire arm instantly cracked. The severe pain made him cry out loud. The rest of the warriors were startled to see this bloody scene and subconsciously took a few steps back. 30 seconds. If you don't leave this place, you'll stay here forever. Bailey howling showed no mercy and continued to say in a cold voice. The guy looked at his elbow that was completely twisted, and gritted his teeth at this moment to endure the pain as he hurriedly ran away, because he knew that if he didn't leave, that young-looking examiner would really kill him. No. 2. Jiang Kai. At this moment, no one dared to say a word and quickly queued up for the test. Are you an examiner? When it was Lin Zia's turn, he asked Bailey Haoling. He never thought that Bailey Haoling would actually be an examiner of this exam. That's right. I'm a 3-star member of the Warrior Union. Bailey Haoling smiled and said, Chapter 100 give you a weapon. Chapter 100 give you a weapon. The Warrior Union was the only warrior union in the world, in which there were 5 levels of membership, ranging from 1 star to 5 stars. 5-star members were practically the leaders of the Warrior Union. Only the heads of state or warriors who made great contributions had it, followed by 4-star members, and so on. 3-star members were also very great, to say the least. They were very strong warriors. Lin Xiu really didn't expect Bailey Haoling to be a 3-star member. Come on, Bailey Haoling said to Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu nodded, looked at the people behind him, then threw a punch fiercely. 1999 KD to conform to the norms of society. Lin Xiu did not use all his strength. But the rest of the warriors were frightened and wondered if the younger generation was really so perverted now. Oh, it's you guys at this moment. Bailey Haoling smiled when he saw Lei Liang and the others. Lei Liang smiled awkwardly and still felt quite afraid. He wanted to snatch Bailey Haoling's things, and didn't expect that he was actually an examiner. Come on, don't worry. I'm not going to mix personal grievances with this. Bailey Haoling seemed to read his mind and assured him. The test of strength had eliminated dozens of people, and the remaining 100 or so warriors were led to the field by Bailey Haoling. The speed test was simple. It was a 100-meter sprint. 10 people started at the same time. Of course, Lin Xiu passed this test very easily. Not many people were eliminated this round. Only around 30 people. And the final round was the physical test. The remaining warriors took the test together and had to run 100 laps in a row, which was about 50 kilometers. This test was limited to 30 minutes. As long as they passed, they would get the certificate. This was hard for some people, but it was really easy for Lin Xiu. After all, during these few days, he also ran almost 100 kilometers at one go, and even had to kill evolved beasts while running. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on completing 100% of the weight-bearing growth plan. Congratulations, Master, on gaining 50 potential points. When Lin Xiu was done running 100 laps in 18 minutes, a clear voice resounded in his head. So soon. Lin Xiu hadn't been paying attention to it these days. So when he heard this voice, he was pleasantly surprised. And the weighted vests and protective gears on his body were weightless instantaneously, and became ordinary protective gears. Without the weights, Lin Xiu felt very light. It was as if he just had to put in a slight force and his body would be able to fly. Surprised, Lin Xiu went straight into his head and opened the stats board. Host Lin Xiu. Level 16. Experience 839. 635 4. 500. Xionya Yo experience required for the next level. Strength 261. Physique 107. Speed 79. Skill Analytic Eye. Fury. Disguise. Rage build up to Demonio. Potential points 50. Title rank 2 Warrior. Overall combat strength 1. 915. Awesome. It seemed that his previous training was quite effective and his attributes had increased slightly. At this moment, Lin Xiu thought about it and added the 50 potential points directly to strength, so that the 261 points increased to 311 points. His combat strength had also changed and became 990. He just needed 10 points of combat strength and he would be able to reach the level of a rank 3 warrior. His cultivation technique was probably still not up to par. Otherwise, he could break through to combat strength and reach a rank 3 warrior. And when he reached a rank 3 warrior, there should be rewards. Right with that thought, Lin Xiu became excited. The final physical test had eliminated quite a number of people and only a few dozen people were able to get the warrior certification. Congratulations on successfully becoming a member of the Warrior Union. This is your warrior card. Inside the hall, Bailey Hyoling handed Lin Xiu a card. The warrior card was very thin, but it felt exceptionally hard, like it was made of special material with the Warrior Union logo printed on it. The ID number is printed on the back, and the initial password is the last 6 digits of your ID. With this card, you can log on to the official website of the Warrior Union on your computer or mobile phone, check for information, buy weapons, or take on a variety of missions. Lin Xiu nodded and was a little excited as he held the card. Alright, I've received a message from the Union that they need me for a mission. I can't train with you already. At this moment, the warriors who got their cards left excitedly, as Bailey Hyoling stood next to Lin Xiu and spoke to him. Don't you have anything to say to persuade me from leaving? Seeing how indifferent Lin Xiu was, Bailey Hyoling viciously stared at Lin Xiu and said, Fine. Can you continue to train with me? Lin Xiu said helplessly at this moment. Not sincere. Bailey Hyoling curled his lips and said, Where are you going to next? Lin Xiu hesitated but did not hide and answered directly. The path of death. You're going there at your current level. It's quite dangerous. Bailey Hyoling said, slightly surprised. But I have to go over there. Because the Sacred Region Academy is there, and if I don't graduate, a lot of things would be difficult to do. Throw that lousy weapon away. He'll give you a new one. At this moment, Bailey Hyoling glanced at the spear in Lin Xiu's hand and said, Do you have a spear? Lin Xiu asked. I just extorted it from the owner of this Warrior Union branch. Then, Bailey Hyoling gave a sly smile. Then, like a magic trick, he carried a huge wooden box from the back and placed it on the table with a bang. Although you can strengthen a weapon by enveloping it with sword strength, the effect of this advanced weapon is better. The box was large and long. It seemed to be made of some very high-end reddish-black wood. It looked very simple and had a layer of dust on it. Lin Xiu placed his hand on it and suddenly felt a vibration. The thing inside seemed to be pulsating with life. That old man doesn't need it for himself, so he hid it. But I found it. Bailey Hyoling smiled and blew the dust off it. Don't say that your master doesn't care about you. Bang! As the box opened, a ray of dazzling light suddenly pierced Lin Xiu's eyes. Chapter 101 Dark Edge. Chapter 101 Dark Edge. Lin Xiu squinted his eyes, then slowly opened them and found that there was a black long spear in the wooden box. He wasn't sure what material it was made of, but the black long spear actually reflected a cold light. He touched the spear with his fingers and immediately felt a sound that seemed to resonate. This spear is called Dark Edge, Bailey Hyoling said. A long spear left behind by the spear master. Bai Lurui. Lin Xiu was stunned when he heard the name. Then he thought of the founder of the skill Torrential Storm of Rose Flowers. It was Bai Lurui, and his spear arts were well known in the world. You're not his son, are you? Lin Xiu asked in shock. As they both had the surname Bai, and it was amazing that Bailey Hyoling could get his hands on the spear. Nonsense. We just share the same surname. Bailey Hyoling glared at Lin Xiu and said. Lin Xiu rubbed his head in embarrassment and slowly picked up this spear. Damn. It's heavy. When Lin Xiu picked it up, he felt his hands sink and his waist was about to bend over. He clenched his teeth and used all his strength to hold the spear in the air. How heavy is this? Lin Xiu took a deep breath and asked. With his current strength, even holding this long spear was so hard. Just how heavy was it? 500 kg. At this moment, Bailey Hyoling put up his 5 fingers and said. So heavy? Lin Xiu was taken aback. No wonder it was so difficult to lift this long spear with his hands. And he wasn't even in the weight-bearing state at the moment. Of course. It's made of black iron meteorites, and there's only one long spear in the world that is made of black iron meteorites. Bailey Hyoling said. Black iron meteorites. Hearing this, Lin Xiu could not help but gasp. According to historical records, there was a black meteorite in outer space that hit the Earth 100 years ago. Although this meteorite wasn't small, it destroyed a city. Of course, it was a good thing for humans because the city was full of zombies and mutated animals. Although the meteorite passed through the atmosphere and hit the ground, the size was still quite large, like a gigantic black rock. Some people took the stone back and forged it with sophisticated instruments, forging 12 different weapons. The sharpness of these weapons wasn't the best, but its toughness was certainly top-notch. And it was the priceless kind. "Thank you," Lin Xiu said earnestly. "This was definitely a big gift." "Knock it off," Bailey Haling snorted, then curled his lips. It was then that his phone rang. "Well, I have a mission and have to go back. So it's goodbye here." Bailey Haling looked at his phone, then smiled at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu nodded, then said to Bailey Haling, "I'll give this to you." He seemed to like the android wolf, and the android wolf wasn't very useful for Lin Xiu's upcoming journey. It would at most be a transportation tool, and there were a lot of people eyeing this thing, like the 2 men who tried to rob him that morning. "Haha, you should have said so earlier." Bailey Haling smiled, then unceremoniously rode on top of the android wolf. Lin Xiu was speechless. This fella was just waiting for him to offer it to him. "Goodbye. Then if you have a chance, come to Sky City to find me." As soon as Bailey Haling said that, he rode away on the android wolf. Sky City. It was the largest city and was equipped with state-of-the-art suspension technology, which allowed the entire city to be suspended in the air. Also, not everyone could enter. People who entered that city were at least a rank 5 warrior or people with outstanding achievements in science. Lin Xiu shook his head. It was not the time to care about these things, and had better prepare to leave for the path of death. Lin Xiu held the dark edge spear with one hand, using all the strength in his body, and began to brandish it. As the dark edge spear moved, it seemed to leave a track in the air as rays of light appeared. Looking at this long spear, Lin Xiu liked it more and more, and the box containing the dark edge spear seemed to be made of very high-grade materials. Lin Xiu hesitated, but still put the spear inside. At the back of this box, there was a black rope that seemed like it was for people to carry it on their backs. "Oh right, what's this for carrying this spear box?" Lin Xiu saw a button-like thing at the side. Lin Xiu paused for a moment, then pressed it. Whoosh! That was when the whole spear box shook, and the spear emerged out of it. Lin Xiu quickly caught the dark edge spear. So, this box actually had this function, which was a little surprising for Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu walked out of the Warrior Union Hall, then took out his phone and began to navigate. The Black Sea City was 500 km from the path of death, and would take half an hour to reach by the A85's ultra-fast maglev train. It was still early, and after a little hesitation, Lin Xiu decided to set off. At the same time, at the other side of the mansion, a middle-aged man sipped his tea while listening to the report from a man kneeling on the ground. "You said those 2 useless things were killed." The middle-aged man took a sip of tea at this moment and said lightly, "Yes." The man, who was kneeling on the ground, broke out in cold sweat on his forehead. "Useless 2 ranked 2 warriors can't even deal with a rank 1 warrior." The middle-aged man suddenly became enraged as he slammed his teacup on the ground and roared, "I'm only friendly terms with the Tang family in Xingyao City, and I was supposed to return a favor. But he killed 2 people from the Temple of Transformation. We cannot let him go and must make him stay in Black Sea City and be killed." The man's face grew colder and colder at this moment and said, "Yes, sorry. The A85 trains depart only at 8 o'clock every morning." When Lin Xiu arrived at the train station, the attendant said to him, "Aren't there 3 trains that go there every day?" Chapter 102 Warrior Union Website. Chapter 102 Warrior Union Website. It's out of service a long time ago. There's only 1 train that goes there. The attendant smiled and said, as the path of death was too dangerous. Not many people wanted to go, and they couldn't earn back the operating costs. So they stopped the service. All right. Lin Xiu nodded helplessly, then booked a ticket for the next morning. He looked at it and he was in carriage G2. It seemed that still a lot of people booked the ticket. Lin Xiu thought for a moment and went to a nearby coffee shop. He simply ordered a cup of coffee and sat in front of a computer. The computer was very thin like a card and looked incredible. Also, the display was all in 3D. The rendering effect was very good. Lin Zhu took out the Warrior Union card, entered the URL indicated, and opened the website of the Warrior Union. In the information column, Lin Zhu searched for the keywords Path of Death, and suddenly a lot of information about the Path of Death appeared. The evolved beast I found on the Path of Death. Looking at a headline like this, Lin Zhu didn't think much and simply clicked into it. 10 Union coins are required to browse this post. Do you want to continue? As soon as he clicked into it, a prompt appeared. Holy shit, I need to pay. Lin Zhu was stunned, then saw that the other posts also had symbols to indicate that Union coins were needed to read them. Also, there was a message around it. Those posts that required payment had been reviewed by Warrior Union and were confirmed that the post contains accurate information. Lin Zhu hesitated a little, then entered his Warrior Union number and changed the password. After that, he bound a bank card to it and paid to view the post. I have millions of Union coins anyway. This 10 isn't a lot. As soon as he clicked on the post, Lin Zhu saw what appeared to be pictures of evolved beasts taken by the warriors, and he could see the nearby area. The Path of Death was surrounded by black rocks. There wasn't a single blade of grass, and it looked very strange. Rank 3 evolved beast. Rock snakes are usually hidden at the bottom of rocks and have paralysis type toxicity. Those rank 3 and below who get bitten would go directly into a paralysis. Motionless state. Rank 4 giant crow has a huge body and often covers its body with its wings. Looking just like an ordinary black rock from afar, it is ferocious and would attack crazily when encountered. Lin Zhu kept scrolling down and became more and more frightened. This Path of Death had a variety of evolved beasts, as small as insects and as large as a giant elephant. Also, there were rank 5 evolved beasts. He could sense a powerful aura just looking at the photos. After checking on some information, Lin Zhu clicked into the Warrior Union store. After thinking about it, Lin Zhu typed the words Dark Edge. He didn't expect that there would actually be results. Dark Edge Double Sword. There was an introduction at the bottom that it was made of black iron meteorite, and the only one that was on sale in the Warrior Union Mall. The listed price turned out to be $1 billion, and this was only the starting price of the bid, not a fixed price. Oh my, seeing this, Lin Zhu's jaw dropped. That cheap master of his had given him a big gift. Shocked, Lin Zhu clicked on the combat uniform at the side. The Path of Death was dangerous and he had to prepare a combat uniform. On closer inspection, expensive combat uniforms could go up as high as hundreds of millions of Union coins, and Lin Zhu simply couldn't afford these now. He simply bought a black wing 2-piece set. The combat uniform came with a matching backpack, and this backpack has a special design that wouldn't get in his way when he's fighting. 3 million Union coins. It really hurts. Lin Zhu thought about it and still clicked on the payment. In a short moment, the prompt of a successful deduction appeared. The goods are expected to be delivered to you in 30 minutes. As soon as the payment was made, Lin Zhu heard this prompt. Sure enough, after waiting less than 30 minutes in the cafe, he saw a man in a Warrior Union uniform walking over with a large wooden box. May I know if this is Mr. Lin Zhu? Please. Lin Zhu nodded, then handed the warrior card for verification and signed off. Lin Zhu looked at the big box and sighed with emotion. The express courier service in this future world was simply too fast. It used to take at least a few hours for something to arrive even when the location was nearby. After tearing open the box, it was indeed a black combat suit and a black backpack. Lin Zhu tried it on and sure enough, the suit fitted very well. Also, it felt very soft. But Lin Zhu knew that even a rank 3 evolved beast couldn't tear this uniform. With the backpack on his back, Lin Zhu felt more and more comfortable. And it seemed that the Union coins didn't go to waste. Lin Zhu thought for a moment and began to walk out of the coffee shop. It was already nighttime and the area here wasn't bustling. There were also very few people around. Had better spend the night at the same Warrior Hotel. Although it was slightly expensive, it was more comfortable after all. Just as Lin Zhu reached the corner in front, he stopped all of a sudden, then looked back and said to the seemingly empty street, "You've followed me for so long. Aren't you tired?" "That's right. From the beginning." Lin Xiu sensed that something was wrong, so he deliberately walked this way. It seemed that someone had come to give him some experience again. Tisk tisk. You actually found out. At this moment, several men in black appeared from all directions, exuding a thick, murderous aura from their bodies. Many people had lost their lives at the hands of these men in black. Otherwise, it was impossible for them to exude such a strong murderous aura. From the Temple of Transformation, Lin Xiu asked instinctively. When the two men were killed this morning, one of the men mentioned this and Lin Xiu remembered it. Also, when he entered the Warrior Union's website, Lin Xiu checked and found that this so-called Temple of Transformation was like a militant organization. The people inside kill without blinking. The federal government offered a 100 million bounty for their leader. Glad you know that. Get ready to go to hell. The moment the man in black in front said that, he rushed over to attack Lin Xiu, and the men in black behind also followed closely. As they rushed over, they pulled out the sabers from their backs. Lin Xiu's pupils constricted, and before they rushed over, he charged over directly. He activated the analytic eye, and the man in black in front was a rank 3 warrior while the rest were rank 2 warriors. Not a threat at all. Chapter 103 1,000 Illusions. Chapter 103 1,000 Illusions. The man in black at the front did not give Lin Xiu any time to think, and immediately charged at Lin Xiu with his saber. Lin Xiu scoffed and took a step forward as he placed the huge wooden box on the ground, then rushed over without any weapons. The streets were spacious, but on this night, there were no pedestrians around. Only the streetlights were still shining. Courting death. Seeing Lin Xiu charging over recklessly, the man in black sneered. He was a rank 3 warrior, and a rank 1 warrior actually dared to rush over empty-handed. He was simply courting death. But just as he sneered, he found that Lin Xiu was already in front of him. How could he be so fast? The man's gaze changed, and when he hacked down with his saber, Lin Xiu had already appeared behind him. How could it be? He was about to resist when Lin Xiu's fist came toward him. After these few days of practice, Lin Xiu's understanding of the source strength had improved drastically. At this moment, the source strength was wrapped around his fist, coupled with the gloves in his hand. His fist was harder than steel. When Lin Xiu waved his fist out, it turned scarlet red and looked like a red circular light. Bang! This fist had hit the man's back, and with the amplification from Tiger Strength Fist, the power of this rupturing fist increased drastically. The man's body was sent flying in an instant, and he rolled on the ground several times before he steadied himself. Then, a mouthful of blood came out of his mouth. Pain. There was an intense pain coming from his back. It was like his bones were all broken. Had it not been for the special skill that protected him, his back would have been broken by Lin Xiu. His responsiveness, speed, and power were not what an ordinary warrior could possess. But he clearly sensed that Lin Xiu wasn't very strong. Damn it, what kind of monster is he? Kill him. At this moment, the few warriors on the other side rushed to Lin Xiu, surrounding him and brandishing their sabers toward him at the same time. Lin Xiu did not hide and allowed the saber to cut his body. Clang! As Lin Xiu was wearing a combat suit, the saber had no way of cutting his body. Lin Xiu felt only a slight shock at this moment. This suit is really good. The money he spent didn't go to waste. That man was visibly stunned and appeared to be in disbelief. But Lin Xiu did not give him any time to react. In the next second, he kicked his right foot directly against the man's body and the man flew up. When the man was coming down, Lin Xiu threw a hook with his right hand at that man in the air. Lin Xiu used the strength from his whole body, and a loud sound of bones breaking resounded. This rank 2 warrior's lumbar vertebrae seemed to have exploded into pieces. His whole body flew into the air again, then knocked the ground with a dull sound. He laid flat on the ground and was motionless. Also, there was a lot of blood coming out from the 7 apertures of his head. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on killing a rank 2 warrior. You've gained 150 experience. Lin Xiu did not stop the movement of his hands as he grabbed left and right, accurately getting hold of the 2 warriors who were planning to slash him with their sabers. Those 2 warriors turned pale with fright, but when they tried to break free, it was already too late. Lin Xiu grabbed their wrists. His hands stretched out, and used the skill fire claws. Tear, with sparks bursting out of his fingertips. Their arms were suddenly torn apart from their wrists by Lin Zia's fire claws. There was a smell of meat being burnt. Ah! The intense pain made them wail non-stop. Lin Ziu did not show any mercy and continued to attack them, crushing them completely. He used serial kick and sent them flying like a broken kite. And these two people fell directly into a ditch nearby. Their bodies landed hard. Ding, congratulations master on killing a rank 2 warrior. You've gained 150 experience. Ding, congratulations master on killing a rank 2 warrior. You've gained 150 experience. Two of the same prompts rang out, but they were merely rank 2 warriors and Lin Ziu did not care much about it. With the intimidating power that just killed 2 rank 2 warriors, the other 2 rank 2 warriors on the other side didn't dare to act recklessly. There was fear in their eyes. After all, Lin Ziu just displayed such terrifying strength. He did not seem like a rank 1 warrior at all. Impossible, how could he be so strong? Were we given the wrong information? The rank 3 warrior at the back had a murderous intent in his eyes as he stared at Lin Ziu. This person cannot stay. Otherwise, he would bring more trouble to the Temple of Transformation. With that thought, he took a deep breath, grabbed his saber, and rushed over to Lin Ziu. Body skill flashy. Lin Ziu ignored the 2 rank 2 warriors next to him and his attention was on that rank 3 warrior at the back. This rank 3 warrior moved very quickly and was right in front of Lin Ziu in a brief moment. Lin Ziu's pupils constricted and threw a punch without hesitation. But when his fist hit the man's body, it was as if he hit a layer of net and didn't really pound against anything. Gold skill 1000 illusions. Lin Ziu suddenly turned around and saw that the rank 3 warrior had jumped behind him. He held the gold saber tightly in his hands and roared loudly. Gold skill. At this moment, Lin Ziu looked straight at the man and his mind shook as the scene before him seemed to change. There seemed to be about a dozen of that man in black, and they surrounded him in a circle while slashing toward him with their sabers. Each one was so real and there was no way to tell which was real. Chapter 104 Reward. Chapter 104 Reward. At this moment, Lin Ziu activated the analytic eye. Those illusions could not be analyzed at all, but that figure behind could be analyzed. Character Fang Zhen. Strength 201. Physique 157. Speed 70. Sure enough, this figure was the real one. Although his strength was not comparable to Lin Zia's, his physique stats were very high. No wonder Lin Zia's punch just now did not break his bones. The illusions attacked Lin Ziu with their sabers but Lin Ziu didn't move at all. When that real Fang Zhen attacked, Lin Ziu dodged in an instant. How could it be? Fang Zhen's eyes widened. His gold skill 1000 illusions was like magic and made people hallucinate. They wouldn't be able to tell which was him. This was also one of his strongest killing tactics. But he did not think that Lin Ziu could find him so easily. How was that possible? Go to hell! Lin Ziu punched him in the face at this moment. Rupturing fist. The scarlet-lit fist went straight to the middle of the man's abdomen and his abdomen was dented in from the punch. Pff. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Ziu had to admit that his gold skill 1000 illusions was really quite strong. If Lin Ziu did not have the analytic eye, he would probably be cut by him. Fang Zhen felt like his organs were shattered. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and there was fear in those ferocious eyes. He couldn't treat Lin Ziu as a rank 1 warrior anymore. He was almost like a rank 3 warrior. Too terrifying. Fang Zhen felt like he didn't have any strength to fight back in front of Lin Ziu. Goodbye! Lin Ziu raised his fist at this moment and pounded him with the rupturing fist once again. A series of deafening blasts resounded in the surrounding air. Fang Zhen was a rank 3 warrior. Yet he looked like a weak chicken at this moment and didn't have the strength to fight back at all. As Lin Zi's fist pounded against his body, a series of sounds of bones breaking kept ringing. No way. He must drag Lin Ziu down even if he died. Fang Zhen's bloodshot eyes widened, and as Lin Zi's fist punched his body once more, he spat out a blood arrow, then clenched his teeth and released a ray of light from his body. What was that? Lin Ziu, who was initially still punching Fang Zhen, was shocked. In the next second, The light rays seemed to rush out of Fang Zhen's body, causing a huge explosion. Rumble. A huge crater was formed on the ground and one of Fang Zhen's arms fell on the other side with white smoke coming out of it. There was a lot of smoke from the explosion and the ground was full of debris. There were even cracks in the ground and it was evident how horrifying the explosion was. Damn! Lin Xiu, who was in that huge crater, was panting on the ground and his face was covered in soot. He seemed battered. There was blood coming out of the back of his exposed hand. That rank 3 warrior had a very powerful bomb in his body, but Lin Xiu wasn't sure how it was detonated. If Lin Xiu didn't react swiftly and use the source strength to cover his body, forming a layer of protective film, he would be in danger just now. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on killing a rank 3 warrior. You've gained 1 experience points. 1 experience points. Hearing this system prompt, Lin Xiu was surprised. He had never gotten so much experience from killing a rank 3 warrior before. Could it be because he was approaching the strength of a rank 4 warrior which allowed him to gain more experience? Thinking about it, it was possible. At this moment, Lin Xiu looked at his experience interface. Experience 2. 139. 635 3. 200. Zionye experience required for the next level. More than 3 million experience was required before he could level up again. If he killed a few more rank 3 warriors, he could probably level up faster. After a short rest, Lin Xiu stood up and found that the 2 other members of Temple of Transformation had already slipped away. Despite the explosion at close range, the combat suit showed no signs of damage. Lin Xiu stood up, patted the dust off the suit, then walked to the side. He carried the dark edge box on his back and went to the other side of the alley. There was such a big ruckus just now and the federal police would probably investigate later. Lin Xiu didn't want to go to the police station for tea. He arrived at the Warrior Hotel and simply picked a room. Lin Xiu took a shower, then sat cross-legged on the solid wood floor and began to practice the cultivation technique. As he used the cultivation technique, the energy in the air kept going into Lin Xiu's pores, filling his cells constantly, strengthening his bones, muscles, and other tissues. Fang Zhen was killed. The 2 men who had just escaped had now returned to the other side. They had lingering fear just thinking about Lin Xiu's strength. Until now, they could not believe that a rank 1 warrior would actually be so strong. They assumed that at Lin Xiu's age, he was at best a rank 1 warrior and his aura was also very weak, so they were very shocked. Useless things. The middle-aged man was pacing in the hall and his face darkened. Now this matter is no longer just a matter for the Tang family. He killed several members of my Temple of Transformation. We must get rid of him. The middle-aged man roared angrily. They had never been at such a disadvantage. Fang Zhen was a rank 3 warrior. He was about to become a rank 4 warrior. Fang Zhen was his right-hand man, and he never expected that he actually died. Go on the hunting net and post a reward. The middle-aged man was silent for a moment. Then he sneered. The hunting net was a website created anonymously. Nobody knew where the server of this site was. There were all sorts of illegal dealings inside, as well as rewards for killings. Post his information up. The reward is 10 million union coins. Chapter 105 Journey to the Path of Death. Chapter 105 Journey to the Path of Death. We don't have to. The 2 men hesitated when they heard the middle-aged man's words, then spoke up. We don't have to do it. The middle-aged man nodded. If we let the people at headquarters know that the people in our Black Sea division died while dealing with a young boy, we're going to lose our dignity. After all, killing was their business and it wasn't worthwhile to go through that. Offering a reward for others to deal with Lin Xiu was also returning a favor to the Tang family's lord. At this moment, Lin Xiu was still sitting cross-legged in the hotel room practicing the cultivation technique. He had a feeling that his cultivation technique had broken through to another level. After some time, he suddenly heard a system prompt. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on the successful promotion to a rank 3 warrior. You received the title of a rank 3 warrior. Congratulations, Master, on receiving a chance on the lottery. 2 consecutive system prompts came which surprised Lin Xiu. Rank 3. He was finally rank 3. This should be due to his cultivation technique reaching the level of a rank 3 warrior. From a beginner warrior to a rank 3 warrior, he took only about 2 months. If this had been known to anyone else, the whole world would have been shocked. After all, it was simply too fast. He entered a system interface and could clearly see his attributes. Host Lin Xiu. Level 16. Experience 2. 139. 635 3. 200. Xionya yet experience required for the next level. Strength 311. Physique 107. Speed 79. Skill Analytic I. Fury. Disguise. Rage Build-up Pneumonia. Potential points 0. Title Rank 2 Warrior. Overall Combat Strength 2. 560. It improved his combat strength by more than 500 points. This was really unexpected. To reach the level of a rank 4 warrior, one would need a combat strength of 4 points, which was a bit difficult. There were 3 important watersheds: rank 1 to 3, rank 4 to 6, and rank 7 to 9. So between rank 3 and rank 4, it wasn't simply one level. With the title of a rank 3 warrior, Lin Xiu quickly clicked on it and saw the note behind the title: increase physique attribute by 20. Lin Xiu was elated when he saw this. There was only a 5 increase in strength for a rank 2 warrior, which was just a dozen points. So an increase in physique by 20 points was quite a lot. However, when his strength attribute is high, he could remove the rank 2 warrior title. Lin Xiu hesitated and decided not to change. Forget it. He shall just use the title of a rank 2 warrior first. He had accumulated 4 lottery chances, and after thinking about it, he entered the turntable interface. However, there weren't on the sections today. They were some ordinary skill cards and weapons that he didn't need. He decided to keep them and use them when there were better rewards. After cultivating for a while, Lin Xiu stretched, then laid in bed and slept soundly. After some time, Lin Xiu was woken by the ringing of his phone. Lin Xiu rubbed his sleepy eyes, then subconsciously reached out and answered the phone. Hello? Lin Xiu, where are you now? There was a familiar voice at the other end of the call. Teacher Luo. Lin Xiu propped himself up as soon as he heard his voice. The sunlight filtered in through the curtains, shining on Lin Xiu's body. He looked at the clock on the wall. The time was past 7 o'clock. Have you been on the hunting net before? I see that a bounty has been offered for your life, Liu said anxiously. He happened to hear that a teenager was being posted on the hunting net, so he went to take a look and did not expect to see Lin Xiu's photos. The hunting net. Lin Xiu has now woken up and frowned slightly. The hunting net was a website dedicated to rewarding killers. Nobody knew who created it, and even the federal government couldn't find the base of operations of the server. Also, the creator's network technology was very strong. There was no way of hacking this site. Almost all of the people posted on the site were heinous. There were some rich and powerful people occasionally, and more. Hence, the federal government has one eye closed. Be careful. I think there should be a lot of people finding trouble with you, Yuo Lai said seriously. I got it. You'll be careful. After hanging up, Lin Xiu then walked to the computer and began to search for the hunting net. It was a gloomy website with many posts of people and a reward below. Lin Xiu soon found his notice. The reward amount was 10 million union coins. Lin Xiu was a little offended. He was only worth 10 million union coins. But this was no big deal. The task would probably be taken up by low-ranking warriors, as higher-ranking warriors couldn't be bothered with such small amounts and would profit so much more by killing a higher-ranking evolved beast. At this moment, Lin Xiu saw that it was almost time, and he returned to the room and began to walk toward the station. The time was almost 8 o'clock, and after getting his ticket checked, Lin Xiu went straight into the G2 carriage. As Lin Xiu entered, he paid special attention to the people going to the path of death. Nearly all the carriages were occupied. There was no doubt that these people were all warriors. There were high-ranking ones, but also ordinary warriors. The carriage was like a unique little room, with a large screen playing a movie. Next to it was a bed and chair. Lin Xiu sat on that bed and began to close his eyes to rest. After all, He must have ample rest before reaching the path of death. Otherwise, it would be trouble if something unexpected happens. Once it was 8 o'clock, the maglev train began moving. It was very fast. Looking out from the window, there wasn't any scenery. Everything went by in a flash. Di-di-di. Just then, Lindsay's phone vibrated again. He looked at it, and a 3D penguin looked as if it was running out of the phone. Then it rolled and said with a delicate voice, "You have a new message." Lindsay saw this penguin and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even after all these years, this penguin communication still exists in the future world, but it had a more high-end look. Lindsay tapped on it and a light flashed on his phone. Then a person was projected out in front of Lindsay. Big brother Lindsay. Schuinger looking at the girl that was projected. Lindsay was a little surprised. Chapter 106 Black Tiger Bandits. Chapter 106 Black Tiger Bandits. H&G. Brother Lindsay, I heard you dropped out. Why didn't you tell me? Schuinger said, as if very dissatisfied with Lindsay's departure without saying goodbye. Lindsay looked at the projection in front of him and laughed bitterly as he looked at the lifelike figure of Schuinger. I was afraid that Yao'd be worried. Indeed, Lindsay didn't tell her at the time as he didn't want her to worry, but he didn't expect that she would somehow find out about him dropping out. Are you on the train now? Where are you going? Schuinger noticed Lindsay's surroundings at the moment and asked curiously. There's a college asking me to go over and I'm going there now to report. Lindsay smiled and said, really? When Schuinger heard that, she looked really happy. At first, she was very anxious after she found out about Lindsay dropping out. After all, in this world, college was much more important than in the previous world, so if Lindsay could attend college, it was of course a good thing. Hearing this news, Schuinger was elated. Yes. Lindsay smiled and said, what's the name of your college? I'll go over and play with you then, Schuinger said cheerfully at this moment. Lindsay hesitated for a moment before he uttered, Sacred Domain College. Sacred Domain College? I don't think I've heard of it before. Schuinger thought for a second and indeed she hadn't heard of this college. Hee. Don't worry about it. I'll definitely come and play with you then. Oh my teacher is calling me. Brother Lindsay. We'll talk again next time. Schuinger gave a very lovely expression at this moment, and the line was cut. Watching Schuinger's petite figure disappear in an instant, Lindsay couldn't help but smile. Then took a book from the bookshelf in his carriage to try to pass time. Bang, bang, bang. It was then that there were noises coming from the carriage door like someone was knocking outside. Lindsay frowned. Staff member. After hesitating for a moment, Lindsay stood up and opened the door. The second Lindsay opened the door, a cold light entered Lindsay's eyes. Lindsay's pupils constricted. Then on one side of his body, a sharp dagger went across. This was a man in a black and red tight suit with short hair and a murderous look. Who are you? Lindsay sneered. Then waved his fist and hit his body. Lindsay's fist moved very swiftly when he threw a punch. The glove in his hand gave off a scarlet glow. As soon as the man's gaze changed, he tried to hide, only to find that Lindsay's right leg was over at his side. The attack just now was just a distraction and the real attack was this kick. Serial kick. The men flew a few feet away and hit the window at the back of the passage. Lindsay then went out and found that there were already many people fighting, and many of the men in the same clothes as his attacker were attacking the warriors in the other carriages. Lindsay frowned. What the hell is going on? Before he could figure it out, the man who had just been knocked down had now stood up again. In this narrow place, large weapons were useless. He simply could not wave them around. Only those sharp daggers they used were the real lethal weapons in this case. At this moment, the man suddenly continued to charge toward Lindsay. He sensed that Lindsay wasn't very strong and was at best a rank 1 warrior, so he was not too cautious at this point. Watching him rush out again, Lindsay raised his brows, then threw a punch again. The man chuckled and the cold dagger in his hand stabbed Lindsay's fist. But as the sharp blade of the dagger reached Lindsay's fist, his hand went numb and he simply couldn't hold the dagger stably. Lin Zia's fist smashed into his arm like he was breaking a bamboo, and the impact made the man feel like his entire arm exploded from the inside out. In the next second, his arm was blown up into a mush. Ah! He looked incredulously at his right hand, which had turned into mush, and cried bitterly in sorrow. Before he could react, Lin Ziu threw his fist out again without hesitation, and it hit his chest. The rupturing fist coupled with tiger strength fist directly struck his chest, blowing up his internal organs. After killing this man, Lin Ziu turned around and looked around. He saw that there was a warrior and a man in black and red clothing fighting, and Lin Ziu rushed over immediately. Then his fist hit the middle-aged man's head, blowing his head off directly. "Are you all right?" Lin Ziu turned and asked the middle-aged man who was in plain clothes. "I'm fine, thank you." The middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief and said gratefully. At this moment, the train's passageway was in chaos, and those people who were weaker were already dead. There were a lot of dead bodies in the whole passageway. Who the hell are these people? Lin Ziu frowned and never expected that he would encounter this danger just from taking the train. "Black Tiger bandits, they specialize in robbery," the middle-aged man said, gritting his teeth at this moment. The weapon he used was a wideback machete, which was difficult to wave around here, and he almost died if it had not been for Lin Ziu. Lin Ziu just killed 2 rank 2 warriors as he received 100 experience each, so it seemed that the Black Tiger bandits were not very strong. They were rank 2 warriors, but they were just ordinary rank 2 warriors. Nothing to be fearful about. Lin Ziu then walked to the other carriage and saw several members of the Black Tiger bandits at the corner. They were all dressed the same as the 2 men just now. "Little bro, you better be careful. Let me first." The middle-aged man just now was standing behind Lin Ziu, and just as he was about to step forward, Lin Ziu moved. He was as fast as the wind. He was so fast the middle-aged man saw the scene and gasped in shock. Is this a speed that a teenager could possess? Those Black Tiger bandits were dumbfounded when they saw this scene as they grabbed their weapons and were about to attack Lin Ziu. Fire claws. Lin Ziu's right hand suddenly stretched out. His fingers in the air seemed to emit sparks, and he turned sideways to avoid the Black Tiger bandit's dagger attack in front, then grabbed the man's chest with his right hand. Chapter 107 Cooperation. Chapter 107 Cooperation. His 5 fingers were like tofu and went through the man's chest very easily as he grabbed a bright red heart out. In the next second, Lin Ziu used force and crushed the heart directly. Those Black Tiger bandits were suddenly surprised, and at this instant, Lin Ziu got into the god mode. In the next moment, with those short knife and cold blade, they stabbed directly towards the body of Lin Ziu. Lin Ziu raised his brows and his body moved slightly, and he directly dodged the attack. The middle-aged man at the back became increasingly frightened as he looked at the scene. The strength of this teenager is too scary. Not only was he skilled, but he could react so quickly. He merely had to twist his body slightly and the Black Tiger bandits' weapons would miss his body. They had no way of attacking him. Click click. Lin Ziu saw a cold blade in the Black Tiger bandit's hand coming over, and he accurately grabbed hold of his wrist and pinched it like a fright dough twist. The sound of bones cracking rang out, and it made one's hair stand on its ends. In a short period of time, Lin Ziu had killed the 5 Black Tiger bandits on this side. He gained 100 experience points for every rank 2 warrior, and had already gained 500 experience points in total. At this point, the experience points in his stats board had become Experience 2, 639, 635 2, 700. Ziu experience points required for the next level. He still needed more than 2 million experience points, and as long as he killed a few more warriors, his strength should improve very quickly. Bang! The train halted to a stop all of a sudden with an emergency brake, and the huge impact caused Lin Ziu and the middle-aged men to be thrown back. Damn! Why did it suddenly stop? The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. Lin Ziu steadied himself and wanted to go to the front to investigate. But at this moment, the train began moving again, and security personnel in the train were walking in their direction. They were holding a special laser gun, and when they saw the situation at Lin Ziu's side, They directly aimed the laser gun toward Lin Xiu, then slowly walked over. "We're passengers and those black tiger bandits have been killed by this young man here," the middle-aged man explained as he approached the security personnel who were holding laser guns. Lin Xiu wasn't afraid when he saw them pointing the laser guns at him. His combat suit could protect him from laser guns as well, and it could be said that the laser guns in their hands couldn't break his defense at all. "Show me your ticket," a security personnel said to Lin Xiu and the middle-aged man. Lin Xiu did not hesitate and simply pulled out the ticket from his pocket. And so did the middle-aged man. After inspecting their tickets, the security personnel put their guns down. "I'm sorry." The black tiger bandits snuck into the train and were very sorry for the inconvenience caused, the security chief said apologetically. "You should say that to the dead passengers." The middle-aged man snorted coldly. The moment he said that, those security personnel looked very embarrassed. "What about the front? Are the black tiger bandits dead?" Lin Xiu asked them. If not, he would rush over immediately and kill them all. It was all for the experience points. The captain of the train was almost brought under their control, so the train came to a halt. But there's no problem now. They've all jumped out of the train and fled. The security chief laughed bitterly. Those black tiger bandits killed a lot of people and robbed a lot of things. This could be said to be a class A train accident, and they were definitely responsible for it. They would be punished for sure. Forget it. Lin Xiu shook his head and returned to his carriage. By this time, the security personnel had begun to clean up the dead bodies of all those people. "Bro, are you on your way to the path of death?" Just as Lin Xiu sat on the chair in his carriage, that middle-aged man walked over and stood by the carriage door. "What do you think?" Lin Xiu said indifferently. "Hee hee." The middle-aged man rubbed the back of his head a little awkwardly and said, "Let's get to know each other. My name is Tianjai and I'm heading to the path of death as well. I think we can work together." Tianjai looked at Lin Xiu and said, Lin Xiu's aura felt only like that of a rank 1 warrior, but judging from Lin Xiu's skills, it was clear that he was very strong. He might have the strength of a rank 3 warrior. Lin Xiu was so strong that he had the impulse to rope him into his side. After all, the path of death wasn't an easy place. It was a place where you could die at any time. "What do you have to offer?" Lin Xiu said with great interest at this moment. Lin Xiu did not need to use the analytic eye, and just by his senses, he could detect that the strength of this middle-aged man was only at the level of a rank 2 warrior. At this age, with such slow progress, he would probably reach the level of a rank 3 warrior at best. If he went to the path of death with his strength, there was a high risk of him dying. "I have brains." The man pointed to his head at the moment and said, "I went to the path of death with a team of adventurers 3 years ago, and I know a lot about the first half of the journey in the path of death. With me around, you can avoid a lot of hidden dangers," said the middle-aged man. Lin Xiu looked into his eyes and they were sincere. He didn't look like he was lying. "You're going to the path of death for the first time, aren't you?" he asked as both of them were sizing each other up. Lin Xiu did not answer his question. He didn't affirm or deny. There are several forks in the path of death from the beginning, and it can lead people to their deaths. Without someone giving you directions, it would be hard to navigate. The middle-aged man continued. Lin Xiu thought of the information he had read before, and the man was right. The path of death had a lot of terror zones from the start, with hallucinogenic plants, as well as confusing terrain. Some people just walked in and got lost, never coming out again until death. "We can work together, but what about you? Why are you going to the path of death?" Lin Xiu asked with a smile. The middle-aged man was taken aback and thought that this teenager was simply too wily. He had no choice and smiled bitterly. "I'm going to the path of death to look for a plant, but there might be a powerful evolved beast over there, and I was wondering if you could lend me a helping hand." Chapter 108 Enter. Chapter 108 Enter. "I will consider." Lin Xiu nodded. "I'll come and find you when we get off the train." Tianjai saw that Lin Xiu didn't seem like he wanted to continue the discussion and knew when to leave him alone. Lin Xiu closed the carriage door and closed his eyes. If he didn't have a good rest, it would be troublesome if he encountered any danger later. Also, he wasn't sure if that black tiger bandit gang would appear again later. If they did, It would be equivalent to giving him free experience points. Time went by quickly, and not long after Lin Xiu closed his eyes, this ultra-high-speed maglev train began to slow down to a stop. The broadcast in a carriage also alerted the passengers that they had arrived. Lin Xiu pushed open the door and immediately saw Tianjai there. "We've arrived. Let's get off," Tianjai said with a smile. Lin Xiu nodded and walked with a huge box on his back. "By the way, what's your name?" Tianjai asked. "Lin Xiu." Lin Xiu replied plainly. After what happened with Lei Liang and the others, Lin Xiu became more cautious, and now he did not say much to people he wasn't very familiar with. Walking along the passageway, he could see that there were still some bloodstains that couldn't be removed. Many people probably died. Tianjai was walking behind Lin Xiu and sizing him up when he saw the strange wooden box behind his back and got curious. Is this box loaded with weapons? As soon as they got off the train, they could smell a strange smell in the air. From this side, they could already see a lot of rusty metal houses on the opposite side, and as the people got off the train, the place became lively. The starting point of the path of death. The only place where people live. The Black Iron City. Tianjai was standing next to Lin Xiu as he introduced Lin Xiu to the area. Lin Xiu nodded and continued walking. The ground was ordinary cement. Although those tin houses looked shabby, each tin house had people living inside. But the facilities inside looked backward and the whole place looked like a slum. "Boy, the path of death is not a place you should go. Just take a look here or you might not be able to return alive." A tall, thin man, who had also got off the train, glanced at Lin Xiu and laughed. "Seems like these people want to make money by hunting evolved beasts in the path of death. There are a lot of them every year, but almost all of them die there." Tianjai heard the man's sarcastic words, then frowned and said to Lin Xiu, "Roar." Just then, a giant dog suddenly appeared from the corner and pounced onto the tall, thin man who was laughing at Lin Xiu. In the next second, it opened its bloody mouth and revealed a mouthful of white fangs, then tear the man's neck instantly. The whole scene was exceptionally bloody, and those who had just got off the train were frightened by this scene. That's the way it is here. There will be evolved beasts charging to this side from time to time. Tianjai had an awful look on his face at this moment too. Seeing the man's neck being bitten off at such close proximity and blood bursting out was too horrifying. In fact, those people who just got off the train scattered like birds and beasts. On the contrary, the residents here seemed to be very calm, like they were used to these scenes already. After the mutated giant dog bit the tall, thin man to death, those pair of bloodthirsty eyes directly turned to Lin Xiu like he was about to pounce on him. "Be careful." Tianjai had already taken his weapon out. A wide-back machete. Lin Xiu scoffed. This mutated giant dog was just a rank 2 evolved beast. He wasn't afraid at all. Lin Xiu stared at the mutated giant dog, and it seemed to sense a strong aura. At this moment, its hairs stood on its ends, as though it was confronted by a formidable enemy. Roar. As Lin Xiu took a step forward, the mutated giant dog seemed to be enraged and pounced on Lin Xiu. Bang! Lin Xiu raised his brows. His right leg went across and he threw a punch with his right fist. The gloves on the fist turned red at this moment. His fist directly hit the neck of the mutated giant dog, and the strong impact sent it flying more than a dozen meters away before it hit the wall and fell to the ground. "Congratulations, Master, on killing a rank 2 evolved beast. You've gained 10 experience." "Only 10 experience, ah." Lin Xiu curled his lips. It was too little. Tianjai was dumbfounded, and his machete that was raised high didn't even have time to attack, and that mutated giant dog was already killed by Lin Xiu. "Let's go." Lin Xiu glanced at him and walked ahead. "Wait for me." Tianjai hurried behind him at this moment. Many people that came down from the same train saw Lin Xiu's performance just now, and their expressions changed. Walking on the ground here, Lin Xiu felt as if he was walking on the previous world he transmigrated from. There were black tin houses everywhere and many bones on the ground. The whole town had a strange atmosphere. "Keep walking ahead." And you've entered the path of death. Tianjai walked beside Lin Xiu and told him. Lin Xiu nodded and looked ahead. It was an endless land that was in a blackish-blue shade in front, and there were a large number of black stone columns in the middle like a hill, blocking the view. The grass that grew on the blackish-blue land was also blackish-blue in color and looked really unusual. This place is the Path of Death. Do you know anyone who went to the end of the Path of Death? Lin Xiu asked Tianjai. The end of the Path of Death? Tianjai was stunned. Then he said with a bitter smile, unless you're a high-ranking warrior, reaching the first half of the Path of Death is already unbearable. There is almost no water or wood inside. It's hard to even hunt an evolved beast and cook it. But I've been here before and got everything ready. Tianjai patted the big canvas bag on his back proudly. Let's go. Lin Xiu looked behind. There were many people who got off the train that was walking towards this direction too. They were probably going into the Path of Death too. After all, there was a saying, if you want strength, wealth, and treasures, come to the Path of Death. Chapter 109 Black Locust. Chapter 109 Black Locust. This was a vast and boundless location, and the only thing one could see was the blackish-blue hues. Even the sky seemed to look blackish-blue. The originally dead and quiet place became more lively as the train stopped and more figures stepped out. Another group of people delivering themselves to death. At the front of Path of Death was an isolated black iron hut with an old man standing next to it. He had an ancient appearance with dark brown skin and smoked a pipe while mumbling to himself. Old man, let me ask you, what evolved beasts are there around the Path of Death? A group of ferocious-looking men walked on the blackish-blue soil and headed towards him, and asked, evolved beasts? There are too many types. We can never go through all of them. The old man shook his head and replied. The group of men frowned and took his pipe to throw it on the ground. I'm asking you a question. Don't keep me in suspense. They are done for. Tianjai looked at the men and said sympathetically. Lin Xiu became curious when he heard Tianjai's words. He looked at the old man and activated Analytic Eye to see his stats. Rank 4 warrior. The old and frail king man was actually a rank 4 warrior. Lin Xiu was surprised. The old man was a rank 4 warrior, so the villagers from the small town must definitely be strong as well. It was no wonder that they could stay in such a place. Brett, don't bully an old man, the old man said while squatting down with the intent of picking up his pipe. One of the ferocious-looking men revealed a sinister smile and used his leg in an attempt to trample on the old man's hand. Right at this time, the old man's eyes revealed a light that witnessed the man's actions. Lin Xiu appeared right before them, and used his leg to kick onto the man's calves and pushed him away. Respecting the old and cherishing the young is a good tradition and virtue to uphold. Lin Xiu smiled and said. The old man looked at Lin Xiu with bright eyes, but quickly reverted to his original self as he picked up his pipe and stood up. Brett, what are you trying to meddle with? The man looked at Lin Xiu unkindly while his companions moved closer. But they did not dare do anything as they saw how Lin Xiu killed a gigantic mutated hound. His strength could not be overlooked. You guys can either walk away yourselves, or I can send you guys away. Lin Xiu said with a smile that was as bright as the sun, but it was extremely unbridled in the eyes of the men. Aren't you guys the ones meddling and causing trouble here? Tianjai walked over with his big blade. The group of men felt that something was amiss. They glared at Lin Xiu before leaving in another direction. Grandpa, are you alright? Lin Xiu asked. I'm fine, thank you, child. The old man continued to smoke his pipe and replied happily. Tianjai shook his head inwardly. Lin Xiu had offended the group for an old man. It was not a sensible act, and he felt that Lin Xiu was still too naive. Then we will be heading off first. Bye-bye, Grandpa. Lin Xiu smiled, turned, and moved ahead. 1, 2, 3. Lin Xiu counted in his heart. Right then, a voice came out from behind. Child, hold up. The old man suddenly spoke up. What is it? Lin Xiu acted as though he was curious and turned around. After walking down 500 meters that way, take a detour to the other side. There are locusts there. The old man spoke to Lin Xiu. All right, thank you. Lin Xiu nodded his head. Tianjai had a look of shock. He did not expect that Lin Xiu's unexpected action would earn him such trust. The locusts inside the path of death were not ordinary locusts but mutated locusts with strength of rank 2 and above. Lin Xiu. Wait for me. Tan Zhai immediately ran to catch up when he saw Lin Xiu leaving. They continued ahead and noticed many other warriors that were grouped up. They walked and looked around cautiously. After all, robbing and plundering were possible in this place. Killing was also possible. After walking about 500 meters, Lin Xiu told Tan Zhai, "We are taking the detour." Tian Zhai nodded his head. They did not know whether the old man's advice was true or not. But wasn't there an old saying that went rather believe it to be true than not? Right. They arrived at many protruding blackish-blue stone pillars that had blue moss on them, which were extremely strange. A few warriors saw Lin Xiu taking the detour and sneered. What a fool for not taking the straight path. Quick! I heard that there are many evolved beasts ahead and they are rather high ranks. If we kill more, we can make a killing. The few men decided to walk straight ahead, but not long later. The blackish-blue soil on the ground started to tremble. What's that? The man who was extremely fierce to the old man was shocked. In the next second, many black worms sprouted out from the ground. Buzz, buzz, buzz. An extremely numbing sound came out, and all the worms that dug their way out of the ground moved their wings. At their front were two sets of extremely straight and sharp teeth. The teeth emitted extremely cold light under the sun. Rank 2 evolved beast black locust. These were mutated locusts capable of thriving inside the soil. They lived in numbers and had extremely sharp teeth. Any prey that was targeted by them was bound to die. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The locust flew out and charged straight for the man and covered his entire body. In a few minutes, he was only left with bones. Help! The few unbridled men became crazy from the shock and ran back fervently. Young people need to learn how to be polite. The old man that stood by his house took a deep puff and muttered while exhaling. Chapter 110 The Start of Farming Experience. Chapter 110 The Start of Farming Experience. All the warriors suffered under the swarm of locusts. All the black locusts gathered together like a black tornado. Upon reaching a warrior, they would immediately turn into a corpse. Damn. Isn't that too terrifying? Tan Zhai watched from a distance and swallowed saliva. If he did not listen to the old man's suggestion and continued straight ahead, he would have suffered from the black locusts. Who knew if he would have survived? That is why we shouldn't bully people that look weak. Lin Xiu chuckled. Tian Zhai nodded his head then replied, "If we continue walking ahead, we will arrive at Azure Forest." Azure Forest. Lin Xiu became curious. All he could currently see were protruding stone pillars that resembled hills. They were clustered densely and blocked his path. This made Lin Xiu feel a headache looking at them. It was like a maze. After walking another kilometer, we will arrive at the forest. The trees there are all azure in color, so it is hailed as Azure Forest. Tian Zhai nodded his head and said, "There were marks carved out by people on the stone pillars." Under Tian Zhai's guidance, they quickly routed through the stone pillars and ended on the other side. "You guys knew that there's something there. Why didn't you say right at this time?" A few footsteps could be heard as a few people walked over. They were two guys that carried their own bags and most probably warriors that came down the train. They were gasping for breath, obviously shaken by the black locusts. But their faces were filled with anger as they looked at Lin Xiu and Tan Zhai. "I'm not your dad. Why should I be in charge of your safety?" Lin Xiu heard their words and turned to sneer at them. "You." The man was speechless against Lin Xiu's retort. "Continue ahead." Lin Xiu turned to Tian Zhai and asked. Tian Zhai nodded and whispered as he pointed ahead. "We can just keep going ahead, but there will be a few monsters that would appear occasionally. We have to be careful." At this point, many other warriors had caught up. Many of those that died were the weaker ones and had reacted slower. The remaining were warriors that escaped unscathed. Lin Xiu and Tan Zhai walked at the front while the warriors followed tightly behind them. They saw that Lin Xiu and Tan Zhai had the experience and avoided many dangers by following the duo. Lin Xiu realized the number of warriors that were following them carefully from afar, but did not bother. The warriors that came into the path of death for riches and wealth were truly unafraid to die. But if Sacred Region Academy was at the end of the path of death, how strong were the students there? Buzz buzz buzz. Before Lin Xiu could continue in his train of thoughts, he heard the numbing sound again. Crap, there are some black locusts here. Tianjai heard the sound and immediately trembled. The insects were troublesome. Even if a warrior could kill a few, they could not kill dozens of them. Very quickly, more than 10 black locusts gathered like a cloud and charged over. Lin Xiu was not afraid and instead revealed a look of joy. It's time to farm for experience. Quickly, run! Tianjai shouted at Lin Xiu, but realized that Lin Xiu had no intention of running, but had instead charged towards the front. Tianjai was shocked. Is he trying to die by going forward? As Lin Xiu rushed forward, he pressed the little button at the side of the box. In an instant, the almost 1,000 catty dark edge shot out. What is that? Tianjai took a shock when he saw something black fly out from the box. Lin Xiu extended his right hand out and grabbed onto dark edge. Spear. It was a black spear. Awe of the Phoenix. Lin Xiu held the spear tightly and leaped upwards while drawing an arc with the spear. A burst of flames appeared and transformed into gigantic blazing birds that shot towards the black locusts. The sight of many blazing birds was extremely majestic. Rumble. Upon colliding into the black locusts, they burned the black locust bodies. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for killing rank 2 black locust, obtaining 5,000 experience. Ding! As he unleashed Awe of the Phoenix, many of the black locusts were burnt to death. Endless notification sounded in his head. Lin Xiu landed on the ground and single-handedly placed Dark Edge back into the box. He then checked on his stats. Experience 3,139 F6 22 MIV points experience required for the next level. Although the black locusts he had killed were rank 2 and gave very little experience points, their quantity brought him almost 500 experience points. That too in a short span of time. But Lin Xiu felt that it was a pity. If only he had walked straight and encountered more black locusts, he would have earned even more experience. No, I can't think of it that way. The black locusts are sturdy, and my Awe of the Phoenix unleashed 20 blazing birds to completely kill off these few black locusts. If I encounter more than 1,000 or tens of thousands of them, thinking about it caused Lin Xiu to tremble. It's not so easy. But Tianjai and the others were dumbstruck. A few hundred black locusts were instantly obliterated by Lin Xiu, and his skill was extremely beautiful. Many odd crystals dropped to the ground. Although the black locusts were burnt, their odd crystals did not melt. 100 odd crystals, although they looked small. Lin Xiu grabbed all of them and kept them in his bag. It is no wonder they say the path of death is a place to reap a fortune. I already have 100 rank 2 crystals in a short span of time. The smaller rank 2 odd crystals could fetch roughly 6 to 7,000 each. That meant to say he had earned almost a few 100,000. So strong. Tianjai had his mouth wide opened as he remained in shock. The azure forest is right ahead. Lin Xiu looked forward. He was able to see a vast forest of blue in the distance. What is awaiting me over there? Chapter 111 Azure Forest. Chapter 111 Azure Forest. Up ahead was a forest of azure blue. All the gigantic trees were azure blue, be it the leaves or branches. The thing you want is inside. Lin Xiu looked around and asked Tianjai. No, we need to go through this and arrive at Black Salt Lake. Tianjai shook his head and replied. Lin Xiu became cautious as he walked on the blackish blue soil. According to the warrior net information that he had paid, there were various evolved beasts around. The road in the path of death was long, and this was just the beginning. Be careful. There are many high-rank evolved beasts inside Azure Forest, and no one knows if they are affected by their surroundings. But their skin is blue as well. They are able to camouflage easily. Jai Tian explained while walking. Lin Xiu nodded his head as he looked around constantly. There were many bones on the ground already, as though all the warriors that came before them were devoured by something. Azure Forest was extremely huge, and all the warriors that followed behind got separated as well. Right at this moment, Jai Tian seemed to have seen something and immediately ran forward. He squatted down and flipped a few rotten leaves away. In the next second, he saw an odd crystal lying in the mud. Ha ha! Rank 3 crystal, how lucky! Jai Tian spoke up happily. He blew on the odd crystal and rubbed it with his shirt before placing it in his pocket. There used to be many warriors inside the azure forest, and all of them who died left their things here. So there will definitely be many treasures here, Tianjai explained to Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu nodded his head and did not say much. He took out his phone and opened the Warrior Union website. There were various missions on the Warrior Union website that warriors could accept. Lin Xiu felt that Dark Edge was a good weapon and he did not need to change it. But his battle robes had wear and tear, and decided to change it for a better one in time. He also required high-grade skill cards, so he needed money. He searched for missions relating to Path of Death and saw a series of missions. Gather Soil of Azure Forest, reward 100,000 Union coins. Gather Blue Mutant Snakeskin, reward 1,020 Tiflahian coins. Gather Salt Crystal, reward 50 million Union coins. 4. Lin Xiu looked at the 50 million Union coins mission and his eyes narrowed. What is this to have such high rewards? Lin Xiu knew that every individual star represented the difficulty, 1 star being the easiest and 6 stars is the most difficult. This mission was actually 4 stars. Do you know what are salt crystals? Lin Xiu turned and asked Tianjai. Salt crystals. Tianjai was startled for a moment as he thought about it. After a while, he slapped his own thighs. I remember it now. It seems to be from the lowest region of Black Salt Lake. It seems that the Black Salt Lake would produce a type of crystal every decade, and there is quite a lot at that. I see. Lin Xiu thought about it for a moment before accepting the mission. He wanted to give it a try. If he did manage to obtain the crystals by luck, it would be good. After all, it was 50 million Union coins. Finally here, after taking a few steps, Lin Xiu squinted his eyes and spoke up indifferently. What's here? Tianjai was confused. But in the next moment, Lin Xiu kicked him to the side. Tianjai was stupefied by the sudden turn of events. But right at that moment, a laser ray shot straight out from the gigantic tree ahead. It was right where he was originally standing. A bottomless hole appeared in the blackish blue soil. Tianjai inhaled in a breath of cold air. There was actually an assassin. When did he conceal himself ahead? Lin Xiu turned his body and dodged another laser beam. He exerted force from both legs and shot forward. Su. More and more laser beams appeared. Although Lin Xiu was carrying the large and long box, he was like a butterfly dancing as he dodged all the laser beams. None could hit him in the slightest. Lin Xiu jumped upwards ahead and stepped on the large branches. He immediately arrived at the canopy of the tree and launched a fist upwards. A man dressed in black and red uniform held onto an extremely exaggerated laser rifle looked at Lin Xiu in disbelief. The might of the laser rifle was far stronger than the laser gun and could penetrate through the flesh of rank 4 evolved beasts. But it was also extremely expensive. Goodbye. Lin Xiu revealed a sneer as he waved his right hand across. Rupturing fist. The gloves on his fist turned red and an explosion was produced in the air. Bang. The man's head exploded like a watermelon. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for killing a rank 2 warrior. Obtaining 15,000 experience. Lin Xiu immediately recognized the man as part of the Black Tiger Bandits from his clothes. Who would have thought that they would thrive in here as well? Lin Xiu had read up on the Black Tiger Bandits on the Warrior Union upon arriving. They were a C-grade organization and their leader had a bounty of 5 million Union coins. Damn it, Tianjai avoided all the laser beams and charged to the side of a gigantic tree. Flowing ray strike, he leaped upwards and performed a slash in midair. A ray of light flashed and cut the branches on the tree. As the branches were cut, a member of the Black Tiger Bandits dropped down. Tianjai slashed down on the man's neck without hesitation. The biggest weakness of warriors that used sniper rifles was revealed. They had no way of retaliating in close combat. Chapter 112 T-Rex Leech. Chapter 112 T-Rex Leech. Lin Xiu used his right feet to touch a tree branch and flipped his body. He charged ahead with the momentum and arrived at another tree branch to kill another Black Tiger Bandit. In a short span of a few minutes, Lin Xiu killed off many of the Black Tiger Bandit ambushers. It was a total of 6 snipers that gave him a total of 700 experience points. His current stats board showed Experience 3 to 8 and 3 9 to 6 to 3 5 1 mifat experience points required for the next level. Another one. 5 million experience points and he would level up again. Upon thinking of this, Lin Xiu felt sad that there were very few rank 2 warriors. They are all dead. Tianjai looked around inconceivably. There were many dead warrior corpses on the ground, all of which had their heads exploded. It was a gruesome sight. Isn't it too fast? I only killed one, but he got rid of the rest. Is this part of Black Tiger Bandit's territory? Lin Xiu looked over at Tianjai and asked. Tianjai replied after thinking for a moment. I'm not too sure about this, but I do know that there are many warriors inside Azure Forest. A few of them who harbor malicious intentions wait here for newcomers and plunder from them. So which way now? The Azure Forest looked the same in all directions as though there was no end to it. More importantly, the surrounding trees looked alike. They were all blue with the same type of leaves without any variations. The grass on the ground were azure blue as well and looked extremely unique. But all of this only disorientated the warriors even more. People unfamiliar with the place would get lost easily and would not even know which way to return to. And so they would die in Azure Forest. Geez, I almost got lost the last time I was here, but I grew smarter. Tianjai smiled happily when he heard Lin Xiu's words and took out a spherical object from his bag. A compass. Lin Xiu looked at the object that reminded him of a compass in his previous world and asked, "No, this is a unique one. This place affects magnetism, so a compass is useless." Tianjai shook his head and continued. This object will point towards the location with the strongest magnetism. The magnetism of Azure Forest gets stronger the closer we are to the center. With this, we won't get lost. Tianjai smiled and explained. Lin Xiu nodded his head. It seemed that moving with Tianjai was a wise move on his part. Otherwise, he would find himself in a dilemma within the forest. They did not locate any other figures, as they continued ahead, and not a single evolved beast was present. But Lin Xiu had an inkling that the Black Tiger Bandits would appear again. He remained cautious and did not loosen his guard. Roar! Right then, Lin Xiu suddenly heard a loud roar. The surrounding leaves rustled and looked as though they were trembling from the roar. What is that? Lin Xiu frowned and asked. Just from the sound, Lin Xiu was sure that it was no ordinary creature and most probably a high-level evolved beast. I don't know. Tianjai became anxious. After all, he was not a high-rank warrior and was already nervous upon entering the forest. He held onto his blade tightly. Let's take a look. To Lin Xiu, evolved beasts were tantamount to experience points. Upon thinking about the remaining 1.5 million experience points left to level up, he became excited. Although Tianjai was afraid, he gathered his willpower to continue ahead. The soil here is wet. Did it rain here? Lin Xiu walked ahead and realized that the blackish-blue soil was slightly damp. Although it was hard to tell from their color, he was able to tell from the softness beneath his feet. Path of Death would occasionally rain, but only in the inner regions. Tianjai seemed to understand the place really well and explained. When they walked ahead, Lin Xiu could not help but open his mouth in surprise. What the hell is that? The creature resembled a giant leech. It was extremely damp ahead, and the faint blue and translucent body squirmed in the mud. The leech also had soft thorns all over its body, and its mouth had densely clustered sharp teeth within. Lin Xiu had never seen such a ghastly creature in the information before. Without hesitation, Lin Xiu activated Analytic Eyes. Target rank 4 T-Rex Leech Giant. Traits: an uncommon species that thrives in Azure Forest with a build of around 50 cm. There will be occasional mutations that allow the leech to grow to a meter or so. Moves extremely slowly and sounds like a cow. Oh my god. Tianjai was alarmed and his face became ashen. The creature ahead was extremely terrifying and disgusting. Roar. Right at this time, the giant T-Rex leech unleashed another roar. It seemed to have spotted Lin Xiu as it started to curl its body as though fermenting an attack. Do you have any salt? Lin Xiu's skin was numb. The land ahead was a marsh and he could not rush forward. Furthermore, the creature seemed to be filled with hostility toward them. It was said that leeches were afraid of salt, so Lin Xiu believed it might work against the creature. Yes, yes, Tianjai immediately reacted. He would use the salt to barbecue evolved beasts. He quickly took out a transparent bottle that was filled with everyday salt. Give it, Lin Xiu immediately ordered. Tianjai nodded and threw it to Lin Xiu. Although Lin Xiu was slightly afraid of the leech, he opened the bottle and threw it over. The salt immediately scattered towards the leech. Sigh, sigh, sigh. The salt landed accurately on the leech's body and produced a strange sound, as though in pain. The T-Rex leech started trembling and removed the salt from its body. But right after that, it seemed to be infuriated as it curled up like a spring and shot forward like a cannonball, straight towards Lin Xiu. Chapter 113 Horrifying Leech. Chapter 113 Horrifying Leech. Damn. Lin Xiu was extremely disgusted when he saw the scene and his force burst forth. Dodging swiftly, that T-Rex leech's body slammed against the branch of a gigantic tree behind. Those sharp thorns on its body pierced into the thick branch of the tree and let out hissing sounds. White smoke emitted from that thick branch as it corroded rapidly. Thump! A huge towering tree simply fell on the ground just like that. Whoosh! At the same time, Lin Xiu had calmed down. He pressed the button on the box and Dark Edge rushed out. Lin Xiu immediately grabbed the spear, then waved it, and flames were released instantaneously. More than a dozen flaming birds charged toward that T-Rex leech. Then, they covered its body, forming a flaming tornado, and spun at fast speeds. SSSSSS. That Trex leech let out a strange sound like it was in pain. Done. Logically speaking, leeches were terrified of a lack of water, and the flames that Lin Xiu released should be able to burn it. However, this Trex leech seemed to be drilling into the soil in the next moment and those flames were extinguished. It's gone. Tianjai walked over at this moment and was on his guard as he looked around. The looks of that T-Rex leech was too disgusting and still made him tremble. It's still here. Lin Xiu tensed up and he gripped Dark Edge tightly. As Dark Edge was simply too heavy, Lin Xiu was getting tired at this moment. Hee. There's another rookie here again. Just then, a voice resounded from the other side. They saw a bald warrior with scars on his face. His clothes were made of beast skin and he was walking over. He had 2 long machetes in his hand. There was even fresh blood trickling down from them, which proved that he had just killed someone or an evolved beast. He's a predator. Tianjai looked at the man cautiously. There were many such people who specialized in ambushing evolved beasts and warriors in the Azure Forest. They had no morals and only knew how to kill and plunder, so they were known as predators. What do you want? Tianjai glared at the man and asked. Judging by this man's imposing manner, he should be a rank 3 warrior and above, and they couldn't afford to offend him. What do I want? The bald man chuckled, then licked the long machete in his hand, sucking the blood into his mouth. He revealed a perverted expression. I want your heads in the next second. The bald man's face turned crazy as he charged toward Lin Xiu. Bang! But the second he charged over, he seemed to have stepped on something on the ground and a dull noise resounded. That Trex leech drilled out of the soil and wrapped around his feet. What is this thing? The bald man was shocked and felt a sharp pain in his leg. He couldn't move either. Also, what's worse was that his pants were emitting smoke and corroding at this moment like it had touched acid. FCK your mother, the man howled as he began brandishing his machete toward that horrifying Trex leech at his feet. As he chopped down, that Trex leech's body was halved. That's all. Lin Xiu was taken aback when he witnessed this. It shouldn't be that simple. When that bald man halved that Trex leech, a large amount of thick light blue liquid began flowing out to his feet. SSSSSS. A louder cry was heard and his entire leg was completely corroded. The immense pain made the bald man wail loudly. Lin Xiu ignored him and was focused on that Trex leech that was split into 2. At this moment, there seemed to be many things surging out of its body, like several transparent worms. Activating the analytic eye, he found rank 3 Trex leech larva. Characteristics: T-Rex leech larva. Moves at fast speed. Possess a suction pad on its head, and could attach itself to people to suck their blood. High in nutrition and crunchy when eaten raw. Damn! After seeing the information, Lin Xiu trembled in disgust. Crunchy, this system is too gross, eh? Those T-Rex leech larvae crawled onto the bald man's body and stuck their suction pads to him as they began to suck frantically. Get lost, get lost! The bald man was howling crazily at this moment, and both his machetes were on the ground. He tried to squeeze those T-Rex leech larvae into clumps, but there were simply too many of them, and there was no way to kill all of them. In just a few seconds, his body fell to the ground with his eyes wide open, and he stopped moving. Serve him right. Tianjai had lingering fears when he saw this scene, but still cursed softly. Also, that T-Rex leech that had been halved was starting to move again. It's not dead yet. Lin Xiu was astonished. This monster is too terrifying, eh? Lin Xiu, let's go now, Tianjai yelled. That bald man's body was already completely sucked dry, and those little T-Rex leeches had increased in size. They were wriggling to Lin Xiu's side at this moment. Go! Tianjai saw this dangerous scene and roared. He had goosebumps all over his body. These things were too disgusting. However, Lin Xiu wasn't afraid at this moment. Instead, he was very excited. Each of these larvae was considered one entity, and they were rank 3. Experience. A huge wave of experience was coming to him. Hurry up! Tianjai thought that Lin Xiu was terrified and wanted to pull him away when Lin Xiu held the dark edge spear and charged over. Torrential storm of rose flowers. Chapter 114. Kill. Mission. Upraid. Chapter 114. Kill. Mission. Upraid. With Lin Xiu holding the dark edge spear and using the torrential storm of rose flowers skill, he could clearly hear the dark edge spear making clanging sounds. Bang bang bang. At this moment, Lin Xiu used force with his right hand and stabbed out more than 20 times. Tianjai was dumbfounded and only saw many shadows. What kind of skill is this? His jaw dropped, and it was as if he could not return to his senses. And at this moment, those T-Rex leech larvae were all stabbed by the sharp tip of Lin Xiu's spear. The T-Rex leech larvae and the T-Rex leech were different. After being stabbed in the body by the tip of the spear, they exploded to death. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on killing the T-Rex leech larva. You've gained 15 experience points. Ding! Congratulations. A series of notifications kept ringing, and Lin Xiu got very excited. He gained so much experience from just one small leech. Lin Xiu stared at those little T-Rex leech larvae on the ground and constantly attacked with torrential storm of rose flowers, accurately exploding a large number of leech larvae on the ground. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xiu had already stabbed all those little leeches, and he was left with the last one, the T-Rex leech that was split in half and still moving. At this moment, the T-Rex leech that was split into two curled its body like a compressed spring, ready to spring itself toward Lin Xiu and Tianjai. Move back a little. Lin Xiu turned around and said to Tianjai. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Tianjai returned to his senses from the shock and nodded. Then he took a few steps back without hesitation. He knew that by staying around, he was courting death. Sure enough, in the next moment, these two T-Rex leeches rushed over directly like cannons. Lin Xiu stared at their movements, then stepped forward with his right leg, and did not back away as his long spear pierced like a dragon coming forth from its lair. At this moment, flames burst forth and the surrounding air became warped because of this intense temperature. Bang! The long spear ran directly through the T-Rex leech that was in front. And at this moment, the flames on the spear suddenly burst out as a dazzling flaming bird rushed out from it. In the next second, the body of the T-Rex leech was burned from the inside out, becoming a layer of skin, but the other half of its body was still alive and was charging over quickly. This darn thing was very horrifying. You could tell from the warrior who died so tragically just now. Lin Xiu reacted as quickly as he could, and after destroying one of its bodies, he turned to the side and that T-Rex leech pounced in the air, then fell into the mud. Lin Xiu shook the dark edge spear in his hand. The T-Rex leech that got stabbed by his spear was burned and left with only its skin as it fell to the ground with his spear. Lin Xiu looked ahead and realized that the other half of this T-Rex leech was already drilling into the wet mud at this moment. Trying to escape, Lin Xiu sneered and went over swiftly. His hands gripped tightly around the spear as he forced the dark edge spear into the mud. Awe of the Phoenix. As Lin Xiu roared, the mud seemed to bulge up, and there was a loud bang in the next moment. Ding, congratulations master on killing a rank 4 T-Rex leech. You've gained 888 experience points. Congratulations master on successfully leveling up. Current level is level 17. Level up. Lin Xiu couldn't help but get excited at this moment, but it was time to see where those odd crystals were. He turned around and looked back. Those rank 3 T-Rex leech larvae actually didn't have any odd crystals. Probably because the odd crystals had not formed in their newborn bodies, which made Lin Xiu a little disappointed. Otherwise, with so many rank 3 small leeches killed, if they all had rank 3 odd crystals, he would be rich. At the same time, Lin Xiu looked at the huge pit he created from using the Awe of the Phoenix and found a transparent light blue odd crystal. Rank 4 odd crystal. This thing could sell for millions. However, it was said that at the later stages of the cultivation technique, the crystals wouldn't help much in improving the human body. Hence, only absorbing the large amount of energy stored in the odd crystals for one's own use was effective. Without much hesitation, Lin Xiu threw the odd crystal into the backpack behind him. On closer inspection, this T-Rex leech's layer of transparent skin didn't look like it was completely burnt. This surprised Lin Xiu as its skin could be cut, but couldn't be burnt. He took out his phone and ran a search on the Warrior Union's official website. Then, he found the T-Rex leech skin mission in the mission section. The mission difficulty was 3 stars. The reward was 10 million. Damn, Lin Xiu was surprised to see this. This damned thing is worth 10 million. Lin Xiu quickly picked up these 2 pieces of T-Rex leech skins. It felt like a thin piece of paper in his hand and he didn't know what people wanted it for. But since it was so valuable, he was definitely going to keep it. And when he reached the next area, he could hand over the mission. He went to take a look at his stats board. Host Lin Xiu. Level 17. Experience of 1 Pyo. Inyenyo. Strength 311. Physique 107. Speed 79. Skill Analytic Eye. Fury. Disguise. Rage Build up 1 Potential point 17. Title Rank 2 Warrior. Unused Title Rank 1 Warrior. Rank 3 Warrior. Overall Combat Strength 2. 560. Damn. The experience bar has changed. Previously, he could accumulate his past experience. Now it seemed to have changed and they cleared the moment he leveled up. Lin Xiu cursed as he looked at his potential points. 17 potential points. Let's put it all on strength. As Lin Xiu added 17 potential points, his strength attribute instantly became 328. And at this moment, Lin Xiu could feel the long spear in his hand become a little lighter. No, it wasn't that the dark edge spear had gotten lighter. It was him who got stronger. Killed it at this moment. Tianjai slowly walked out and was shocked to see this scene. Just how strong is this teenager? Lin Xiu nodded. The sky was a little strange now. The clouds above their heads had become ominous. It looked like something was about to change. Chapter 115 Venomous Creature Blue Amber Snake. Chapter 115 Venomous Creature Blue Amber Snake. Rumble rumble. Thunder could be heard as the sky quickly became dark. It looked as though it was about to rain. What's up with the weather? Lin Xiu frowned. The weather here is really erratic. It can be hot and sunny one moment and thunderous the next moment. Tianjai nodded his head. Where are we going now? Lin Xiu asked. Straight ahead. We are about to reach Black Salt Lake soon. Tianjai observed his surroundings before saying, will there be leeches in the swamp? Right in front of them was a swamp. And upon recalling the terrifying leech, his heart started to turn cold. Leeches were extremely disgusting, much less the fact that they wanted to kill him. Let's jump across. Lin Xiu thought about it and said, no one knew if there were more Trex leeches inside the swamp, and they did not know how deep the swamp was either. It was impossible to walk over it. If they went all out to charge through, Lin Xiu believed they should be able to jump to the other end. Lin Xiu took a few steps back, leaned forward, and exerted a large amount of force in both legs to shoot forward. With that speed, he leaped out over 20 meters. He almost collided with a gigantic tree on the other side. Fortunately, Lin Xiu was able to turn and dodge the tree. He stepped onto the ground and stabilized himself while pushing some soil aside. What about it? Can you jump over? Lin Xiu looked at Tianjai at the other side and asked. No problem. Tianjai nodded his head. He was not surprised when he saw Lin Xiu perform the jump. Any official warrior could perform the same jump as long as they used all their strength. But what he did not know was that the total weight of Dark Edge Spear and the box that Lin Xiu carried was almost 1,000 katas. Bang! Tianjai jumped, but was unfortunate to crash onto the branches of an azure tree. His cheek turned red from the collision. It hurts. Tianjai rubbed his cheek and said, "Shhh." Lin Xiu seemed to have heard something and immediately silenced Tianjai. What? Tianjai was startled and immediately looked around, but did not discover any shadows or figures. Rupturing fist, Lin Xiu suddenly smashed towards the top of an azure tree. Bang! A loud explosion occurred as all the branches were ripped apart. CCC! A long azure blue snake came out of the branches and coiled around Lin Xiu. It was completely azure blue and its outer skin looked like the bark of a tree. This camouflage prevented people from recognizing it. If not for analytic eye, Lin Xiu would not be aware of this hunter that was secretly observing him. It coiled around Lin Xiu's arm and suddenly shot forward. It opened its mouth and revealed 2 sharp fangs as it bit down towards Lin Xiu's neck. What a ferocious creature! Lin Xiu's eyes narrowed as he quickly used his thumb and index finger to pinch onto the snake's throat accurately, and used his other arm to grab the tail. He had seen this creature on the Warrior Union's website while gathering information before. It was the most ferocious creature in Path of Death. Rank 3 Blue Amber Snake. Although it was only a rank 3, the venom from its fangs was extremely toxic. Once bitten, a rank 4 warrior would die in 15 minutes. 15 minutes was not enough to run to the closest medical treatment facility, and there was the possibility of dying due to coagulation of blood and a stop in blood circulation. This snake was thus a warrior's nightmare. It meant that as long as they managed to land a bite, Blue Amber Snake Tianjai obviously recognized the snake and breathed in a breath of cold air. This creature was the most venomous creature in the entire azure forest. Even an immortal would be killed if they were bitten by this snake. And there were very few of them. Who would have thought that they would encounter one? Tianjai did not know whether their luck was considered good or bad. Lin Xiu wanted to let it go, but realized that the Blue Amber Snake was struggling intensely. The Blue Amber Snake released a large amount of strength and caused Lin Xiu to stagger backwards. With a snort, he exerted force with his fingers, and sparks started to appear from his fingernails. Fire claws. Pa! The part at which his fingers were exploded with flames, and the Blue Amber Snake that wielded the strength of a bull died. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for killing rank 3 Blue Amber Snake, obtaining 250,000 experience points. It actually yielded 250,000 experience points. This surprised Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu continued to use analytic eye and surveyed his surroundings. After confirming that there were no creatures waiting in ambush, he heaved a sigh of relief. He recalled that the Blue Amber Snake was rare and the skin could be sold at a high price while the snake gall was a delicacy. Lin Xiu quickly skinned the snake and opened up the body. The snake gall was blue and small like a ping pong ball and looked extremely unique. He recalled the information regarding the Blue Amber Snake. The snake gall could greatly improve the physique and nourish energy as well as confidence in a person. After hesitating for a moment, he placed it in his mouth. The snake gall dissolved like cotton candy in his mouth and sweetness overloaded. It was truly out of Lin Xiu's expectation. This snake gall was unlike any other and was not bitter at all. The snake meat is a good resource as well. We can barbecue it later. Tianjai saw Lin Xiu skinning the snake, and when he noticed that Lin Xiu wanted to throw the meat away, he immediately reminded him, "Then you can take it." Lin Xiu nodded. Tianjai quickly took the meat and used his blade to remove the head. The two continued onward. Soon after, Lin Xiu spotted a giant and round lake under the canopy of trees. The lake was blackish blue and looked like a mirror, reflecting the sky and surrounding trees around it. This is Black Salt Lake. Chapter 116 Black Salt Lake. Chapter 116 Black Salt Lake. A lake. It was the scene of a large lake that resembled a circular mirror. Lin Xiu stood by the side and subconsciously extended his hand out to touch the lake. He immediately felt an extreme cold sensation. It was a chill that could cause the bone to freeze. The water looks strange. It won't be a surprise if there is treasure beneath. Tianjai gazed down, and after sizing up the place, he commented as he noticed Lin Xiu's interest in it. Lin Xiu nodded. The bottom of the black salt lake contained the so-called salt crystal. It was an invaluable commodity. Please help me. Right at this time, Tianjai suddenly knelt before Lin Xiu and pleaded. You. Lin Xiu turned to his action and was startled. He did not understand what was going on. There is a unique salt crystal at the bottom of the lake. I only need a bit. Just a bit to save my daughter's life. Tianjai said with teary eyes. His daughter had symptoms of her immunity weakening and in time would have no immunity in her body. Furthermore, this illness was caused by a new strain of the virus in this world, and he needed the unique properties of the salt crystal to tackle the virus and save his daughter. I can go down, but are there evolved beasts here? Lin Xiu pondered for a bit and asked. Lin Xiu wanted to obtain the salt crystals too, as they were worth 50 million union coins. This commodity was definitely not as simple as to just cure illnesses. Yes, there are evolved beasts inside, but they won't exceed rank 4. Tianjai replied Lin Xiu earnestly. Get up first. Lin Xiu felt a headache talking to someone kowtowing to him. Tianjai thought for a moment before standing up. I saw how you dealt with those monsters and enemies with ease. You are definitely much stronger than I am. With your strength, I don't think there will be any issues. Tianjai told Lin Xiu. But there won't always be salt crystals in there. Whether or not I can get it will depend on luck. Right? Lin Xiu read the information before and asked Tianjai. That's right, Tianjai said bitterly. Lin Xiu had spoken the facts. Although it was extremely expensive, it was rare and thus the reason no one went to find it. And it was even possible for the salt crystals to appear for one day and disappear the next. I will give it a try. Lin Xiu nodded. If he could obtain it, he would be rich instantly. 50 million union coins were enough for him to buy many things. These are protective glasses. Tianjai was already prepared and took out a protective glass with night vision capabilities and handed it over to Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu nodded and accepted it. Thank you. Tianjai bowed towards Lin Xiu earnestly. He was trembling slightly. If he did not find the salt crystal, his daughter would die. Upon thinking about this, his eyes turned red. Lin Xiu took a stroll along the shore of the lake and then placed his bag and spear box on the ground. He then donned the protective glasses that Tianjai gave him. He looked at the mirror-like surface of the lake, took a deep breath, and dived headfirst. Lin Xiu immediately felt the bone-chilling cold upon entering the water. As a warrior's vital capacity was already large and after learning cultivation techniques, the pores on their skin had the ability to inhale slightly as well. With a thought, sore strength enveloped his entire body. The bone-chilling cold dispersed and it became warmer, but he could still feel the chilliness. The protective glasses had night vision capabilities and shot out a large amount of light like a torch, illuminating the surrounding water. But as he swam deeper, Lin Xiu did not find anything. Not a single trace of living things or fishes could be seen. It was extremely strange. Lin Xiu looked around. At this moment, he was at the bottom and was starting to feel terrible with the pressure. The ground was littered with black stones of all shapes and sizes. But there was no such thing as the so-called salt crystal. Lin Xiu decided to try his luck as the probability of encountering some was extremely small. Lin Xiu massaged his head and was able to swim upwards when he thought he saw a smear of white. What was that? Lin Xiu became alarmed and immediately swam in that direction. He saw a completely white fish-related monster that had 2 pincers. He activated Analytic Eye without hesitation. Rank 4 Giant Turtle Whitefish. The appearance of a whitefish, but can grow over a meter long with a pair of mythological pincers that can rip any warrior's body apart with ease. Lives in water with a high concentration of salt. This rank 4 giant turtle whitefish stared at Lin Xiu for a while and suddenly charged towards him. It was extremely fast in the water as it opened its giant pincers with the intent of ripping Lin Xiu apart. Lin Ziyu realized that there were many human skeletons around that had turned black due to the water and were undiscovered. The monster had plans to attack Lin Ziyu inside the water. Lin Ziyu's body was obviously much slower than on land, but the rank 4 giant turtle whitefish was completely unaffected. It wanted to use its giant pincers to tear Lin Ziyu in two. Lin Ziyu's gaze changed when he saw the whitefish, but he grabbed onto the pincer that came at him. He exerted strength with the intent of ripping apart the pincer, but the giant turtle whitefish used its other pincer to attack Lin Ziyu. Damn it! Lin Ziyu was alarmed at the face of danger. His strength had plummeted inside the water. He had no time to dodge. Left with no choice, Lin Ziyu activated Fury, and his reaction time amplified multiple times. He kicked onto a black rock and produced a momentum to avoid the other pincer in time. Chapter 117 Huge Salt Crystal. Chapter 117 Huge Salt Crystal. Lin Ziyu stared at the giant white fish in front of him, and before it attacked, Lin Ziyu directly threw a punch. In the state of fury, Lin Ziyu had a dramatic increase in strength. He swung out his rupturing fist at this moment, and there was a surge in strength in his whole hand. Bang! Due to the impact of the rupturing fist, although he didn't directly hit the giant turtle whitefish, it still caused the lake to shake up, and the body of the giant turtle whitefish was sent flying to the back. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Ziyu quickly swam to the other side and found the bones of more and more creatures that he didn't recognize. It seemed that all the creatures that could survive in the lake were killed by this giant turtle whitefish. And every year, there were many unsuspecting warriors in the lake. When Lin Ziyu swam to the other side, he suddenly found a smear of white over there. It's that giant turtle whitefish again. Lin Ziyu hesitated slightly, and still swam over there to take a look when he saw a white thing in the middle that looked like a lotus. Is this a salt crystal? In the photos that Lin Ziyu saw online, the salt crystal was as small as a flower. If this was the salt crystal, was it a little too big? Lin Ziyu did not hesitate and swam over to take a closer look. He realized that this white thing that was similar to a lotus was actually made up of many small white particles. It was very clear that this thing must be the salt crystal. Just when Lin Ziyu wanted to take it away, a white figure appeared in front of him. Giant turtle whitefish. This damned thing was flying over again. Where there was a priceless treasure present, it would certainly have a very strong monster keeping watch. This giant turtle whitefish saw that Lin Ziyu wanted to take away the salt crystal and was enraged. Its huge pincers kept snapping as it rushed to Lin Ziyu. Rupturing fist, Lin Ziyu threw a punch at this moment. He wanted to use the vibration caused by the rupturing fist to scare the giant turtle whitefish away. But this time, this thing had learned its lesson and dodged his attack. It swam to Lin Ziyu's back, then charged toward him. Damn it! Lin Ziyu was stunned. He couldn't maneuver freely in water and couldn't bring his weapon down. If the rupturing fist didn't work, he would be in trouble this time. Lin Ziyu didn't have the time to think so much and quickly swam away to dodge its pincers. With 7 minutes of fury left, time was slipping away. What was he going to do? How could he kill it? If he didn't kill it, he would have no chance of taking that salt crystal away with this thing guarding the salt crystal. Watching the giant turtle whitefish continue to charge toward him, Lin Ziyu's body moved like a fish as he swiftly swam. Then, as he continued swimming, he threw a punch toward that giant turtle whitefish's body. As Lin Ziyu was in the water, the speed of his punch wasn't fast, but the giant turtle whitefish kept rushing over to chase Lin Ziyu and couldn't react fast enough. This punch hit the body of this giant turtle whitefish directly. Bang! A dull noise resounded in the water. The giant fish's huge body seemed to shake because of Lin Ziyu's punch. It's dead. Lin Ziyu looked at this scene incredulously. No, not yet. I didn't hear the system's notification. This thing should still be alive. Sure enough, when Lin Ziyu wanted to punch again, he found that the body of the giant turtle whitefish shook a bit, and in the next moment, it was as if it had come to its senses, and its eyes reddened and it kept snapping its mouth. He could even see the sharp teeth that lined its upper and lower lips. Bang! Its tail shook slightly, then it charged toward Lin Ziyu at an even faster speed. Damn! This time, Lin Ziyu was a little flustered. When that rupturing fist hit its body, It didn't seem to cause much damage. If you went over again, you would simply be courting death. Flee quickly. This was the only idea Lin Xiu had, and he swam frantically like a fish. But the lake was indeed this giant turtle whitefish's paradise, and it swam extremely fast at this moment, like it was about to catch up to Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu seemed to have thought of something, and as he swam, he tugged at his combat suit and took it off immediately. The giant turtle whitefish opened its pincers and wanted to snap Lin Xiu's body into two. But just then, Lin Xiu's combat suit blocked its field of vision, and its giant pincers caught on Lin Xiu's uniform. A good chance Lin Xiu suddenly pulled the combat suit with one hand and threw it above the surface of the water. The giant turtle whitefish flew straight out of the lake with Lin Xiu's combat suit. Tianjai, who had been waiting by the lake, was shocked to see Lin Xiu's combat suit suddenly fly out. Then, Tianjai also saw a huge figure clamping onto Lin Xiu's combat suit, appearing in the air. What is that? Seeing that pair of huge pincers, Tianjai was startled. It was really scary. And where's Lin Xiu? What the hell is going on? Bang! In the next moment, Lin Xiu jumped out. The second Lin Xiu came up, he saw the giant turtle white fish that he tossed out of the water. It had already let go of Lin Xiu's combat suit at this moment and tried to return to the lake with its giant pincers. Seeing this, Lin Xiu was convinced that although the thing looked very scary and was very strong in the water, it was still like the average fish that couldn't last long without water. There were still 2 minutes of fury left, and Lin Xiu pounced directly on the giant turtle whitefish that wanted to rush into the black salt lake again. The giant turtle whitefish seemed to sense that Lin Xiu was pouncing over, and it turned around, wanting to pound into Lin Xiu's body. Do you think you're still a match for me on shore? Lin Xiu roared, pounced over, and spun forcefully in the air. As he dodged the huge pincers, he threw a punch. Chapter 118 Gold Scale Without a Trace. Chapter 118 Gold Scale Without a Trace. At this moment, Lin Xiu punched it directly in the head, on the shore, without any water resistance. Lin Xiu had fully exerted the power of his rupturing fist. Also, with the enhancement of fury, this power was multiplied, and even this rank 4 evolved beast had a deep dent in the skull after being hit by Lin Xiu as fresh blood flowed out in an instant. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on killing a rank 4 evolved beast. You've gained 350 experience points. Phew! Lin Xiu sat next to the giant turtle whitefish and heaved a sigh of relief. Thinking about what just happened, it was really dangerous. If he hadn't lured this giant turtle whitefish ashore, there would be no way of dealing with it. Lin Xiu, just as Tianjai was about to say something, Lin Xiu had already jumped into the water. He continued swimming and soon reached the place where he saw the salt crystal. The salt crystal that looked like a white lotus was still lying there quietly. Lin Xiu looked around, and after he found that nothing appeared, his hand slowly approached the salt crystal. Although this thing was made up of some special white particles, it appeared very hard, like a mushroom growing on a tree. Lin Xiu used a little force and broke it off from the black rock. After that, Lin Xiu began swimming back. Are you all right seeing Lin Xiu swimming out of the lake? Tianjai asked with concern. Lin Xiu nodded, then took off his goggles, and stretched out his right hand. This is the salt crystal, isn't it? Tianjai looked at Lin Xiu's hand and suddenly saw the huge salt crystal. He couldn't help but gasp. How could this thing be so big? And the shape was very beautiful. Yes, this is it. But look at this size. You wouldn't find it in 100 years. Tianjai's eyes widened and mumbled. How many do you need? Lin Xiu asked Tianjai. Just a little bit. You just have to gently rub some particles off from the bottom, Tianjai said excitedly at this moment. Then he looked around in his backpack and took out a small unique box. Lin Xiu nodded, then rubbed the bottom of the salt crystal in his hand, and some white particles slowly fell into Tianjai's box. This thing was really no different from the ordinary white salt, but Lin Xiu knew that although they looked similar, the composition was very different. Enough, thank you. Looking at these salt-like particles in his box, Tianjai was extremely excited. With this thing, his daughter's illness would surely be cured. Thank you, he said to Lin Zhu earnestly. No problem. Lin Zhu shook his head. He didn't think it was much because he went down to look for something anyway. Although he scratched out a small amount of salt crystal particles for him, the salt crystal still retained its shape of a white lotus, and still looked the same. This thing is so big. I wonder how much it can sell for. Are you going to leave now? Lin Zhu saw him packing up like he was going to leave. Yes. I'm going to rush back to the hospital and give this to the doctor to make drugs. Tianjai nodded and said, Thank you so much. It's okay. But if I continued walking from here, where will it lead me? Lin Zhu asked Tianjai. The website of the Warrior Union did have a lot of information about the path of death that could mostly be purchased with money. But some not only asked for money, but also required star ranking. For example, the information of the path of death's routes would require one to be a 2-star member in order to purchase a view. About 50 kilometers or so ahead. It's probably the Azure Forest Zone. But if you continue on, I'm not very certain, because I've only heard about it from others and didn't really go there myself. Tianjai said with some regret at this moment. He reached this area before and ran away after being attacked by some evolved beasts. That's fine. By the way, this is for you. After Tianjai packed up, he took out a wooden palm-sized box and said to Lin Zhu, What's this? Lin Zhu was surprised and asked. This is handed down by my warrior ancestor. It's a body skill. But I can't learn it, so I'll give it to you. Tianjai smiled and said, Body skill? Lin Zhu was already a rank 3 warrior and could cultivate body skills now, as well as the previous gold skill 9th Heaven Galaxy Fall. Well, it's goodbye then. Tianjai smiled at Lin Zhu, then walked in the original direction they came from. Lin Zhu shook his head as he watched his retreating figure, then sat on the ground, and looked closely at the wooden palm-sized box. Then, he opened it without hesitation. Gold body skill. When he saw the body skill card in the box, Lin Zhu was shocked. Body skills were very expensive. Much more expensive than ordinary skill cards. They were rare too. However, he never expected that Tianjai would actually give him a gold body skill. At this moment, Lin Zhu was very moved. It seems that many things have causes and effects. If he hadn't helped that old uncle at the start, he would have fallen into the locust trap, and if he didn't help Tianjai, he wouldn't have gotten this body skill. Gold body skill without a trace. When Lin Zhu saw the name of this skill, he thought it sounded really cool. Then, without hesitation, Lin Zhu placed this dazzling gold body skill card on his forehead slowly. As he used this gold body skill card, Lin Zhu felt a lot of information surging in his mind. Soon, the card, which was initially glistening with a golden glow, slowly poured information into Lin Zhu's mind and grew dimmed. Lin Zhu stood up at this moment, then moved his body a bit. He felt as if he was walking on air and his speed was really fast. He hadn't used without a trace skill, and he already felt that his whole body was light. What a strong body skill. Chapter 119 Ferocious Attack in the Rain. Chapter 119 Ferocious Attack in the Rain. Lin Zhu was already immersed in the technique. The marvel of the technique laid in its ability to transform the body to be as graceful as a swallow. But it had its shortcomings too. The technique's ability to dodge was not strong. It was only fast, and it required the user's own reactive ability to avoid and dodge. But it was extremely good to him. Lin Zhu's reactive ability was already extremely fast. Matched with this skill, he would truly be extremely slippery. After staying excited for a while, the fresh sensation disappeared. He took out another gold card. This was the card he obtained through the synthesis system. 9th Heaven Galaxy Fall. It was considered a large-scale skill that consumed a great amount of source strength and stamina. After absorbing all the information from the card into his mind, it was as though the skill had imprinted itself into his brain, but he could not use it at the present. Otherwise, he would fall into danger from the overexhaustion of the body. Lin Zhu looked at the whitefish corpse and dug out the odd crystal. He then set up a fire and started barbecuing. After investigating on his phone, he found information that the giant turtle whitefish was considered a delicacy. The reason for this was that it thrived in waters with extremely high salt concentration. At this time, He did not even need to add seasoning, and the flesh was already extremely sweet. And the flesh in the pincers was even better than lobsters. Thunders and lightning continued to roam in the clouds. After the meal, Lin Xiu patted on his own tummy, kept everything, and prepared to move on. Pitter-patter. Bean-sized raindrops started to fall. Lin Xiu frowned. He knew it was about to get big. This is a really weird place. But his battle robes were extremely water-resistant and were far better than raincoats. Although he had just gone underwater, the water on his body and clothes had all dripped dry. Rumble. Right at this moment, a loud thunder boomed and rain started to pour down heavily. Lin Xiu continued onwards. His vision of his surroundings had narrowed due to the weather. In such weather, rain flies will definitely appear, Lin Xiu muttered to himself, then casually took out Dark Edge. He thrust right at the tree next to him and saw a completely blue fly creature that was the size of a palm. Ding! Congratulations, master. Obtaining 10,000 experience from killing rank 2 rain fly. 10,000 experience points is not too bad. But the blue rain fly looked rather disgusting. It was said that these flies were reproduced from dead warrior corpses or animal carcasses. After rotting for a long time, maggots would form on the rotting flesh, and due to the unique surroundings, the maggots would slowly turn into flies. And they loved rain the most. Lin Xiu walked while wielding the spear that would occasionally shoot forward and kill the blue rain flies. There is a distance of about 50 kilometers ahead of Black Salt Lake, and I have covered less than 10 kilometers of it. Due to the pouring rain, Lin Xiu's vision was heavily obstructed. He had heightened his mental state, because it was such times where danger was the most prevalent, and upon recalling the Trex leeches that might appear from the soil, he immediately felt disgusted. He continued ahead for a period of time and suddenly heard a scream. "Save me." A female voice could be heard in the distance. Lin Xiu caught a glimpse of a figure walking past under the rain. Lin Xiu frowned as the lady staggered and fell to the ground. She was covered in the blackish-blue soil as she attempted to crawl back up. But she looks to be too weak to do so. "Save me." Right then, she raised her head and extended her right hand towards Lin Xiu, as though she wanted Lin Xiu to support her up. There is a high-rank evolved beast there," the girl said with a look of panic on her face. She had a beautiful face, and a tear on her clothes at the chest area revealed a white and deep ravine. She was extremely attractive. Lin Xiu nodded his head. Right when he extended his hand out to pull her up, the look in his eyes changed as he formed a fist and gave her a punch. The girl that looked extremely weak originally had a change in expression. She moved her body and avoided Lin Xiu's punch and retreated with smooth agility. "How did you know?" The lady had drawn out 2 short daggers from who knows where, and glared at Lin Xiu. She was sure that her act was flawless, and ordinary men would be swayed and would never refuse to help a lady in distress. But why? Why did Lin Xiu attack her? You can change your eyes, appearance, expressions, but you can't conceal the killing intent on your body. Although I know you tried, Lin Xiu replied indifferently. He held Dark Edge and maintained his stance under the rain as raindrops splattered on his face. "HMPH, kill him," the lady snorted, and a few figures shot out from all directions. They pounced straight at Lin Xiu. Although he was unable to identify their appearances, he was able to see their movements. The difficulty on the hunting net was C. "Seems like this is an extremely easy mission," the girl sneered. All the warriors in Path of Death would frequently look for missions on the web. They had coincidentally stumbled upon a reward for a bounty on the hunting net and saw that the boy was actually here. 10 million union coins. This was an astronomical figure for them. Lin Xiu stood in his original spot and waited. When a guy from his back attacked, he swept his right leg back and shot the spear forward. In a second, 20 stabs appeared in front of the guy. Clang clang clang. The man struggled to block the attacks with his weapon, but even his weapon was penetrated through by Lin Xiu's Dark Edge. His body was covered in holes in a short period of time. Blood splattered on the floor. Lin Xiu remained calm and turned his gaze to the others that had launched a simultaneous attack on him. They wanted to make use of their numbers. Lin Xiu frowned and drew a circular arc with Dark Edge. Clang clang clang. His powerful strength forced all the men to be flung away. Under the rain. One man, one spear, seemed to wield power that could look down on the whole world with disdain. Chapter 120 Ferocious Battle with the Female Warrior. Chapter 120 Ferocious Battle with the Female Warrior. This time, Lin Xiu did not wait for them to attack. He moved and arrived at the closest warrior. The effect of Awe of the Phoenix weakened greatly under the rain, so Lin Xiu did not utilize it, but instead used torrential storm of rose flowers that consumed less sore strength and stamina. Su su su. Following the sound, the man's body became a honeycomb with holes all over. Use your skills and kill him, the lady bellowed when she saw the scene. The few men that had been swung away immediately charged forward. This time, all of them utilized their strongest skill against Lin Xiu. They were all rank 2 warriors and not very strong, but even a rank 3 warrior would feel the immense threat when faced against several ranked 2 warriors that used their strongest skills at the same time. But that was for ordinary warriors. Lin Xiu held the dark edge spear tightly and unleashed Adjudicate. All of their expressions changed as their bodies exploded at the same time. All of them had died together. The woman opened her eyes wide when she saw the sight of them dying. Her face filled with shock. What is going on? She clearly sensed that Lin Xiu's strength was that of a rank 1 initially, but the power that he had unleashed was clearly of someone above rank 3. Just when she was sizing him up again, Lin Xiu sneered at her. Seems like disguise is really effective. At least it attracts many detestable people to send themselves up for free experience points. Ho ho ho. The lady suddenly laughed as she extended her tongue to lick her dagger. Interesting. Really interesting. The lady was not only unafraid, but she was also excited. Wasn't killing always interesting, especially when it was to take down the head of a powerful warrior? The lady exerted her full force and charged straight for Lin Xiu. She was extremely fast. Lin Xiu's eyes widened when he saw her speed. The raindrops splattered on his body, and a few had fallen into his eyes and obstructed his vision. The lady's figure seemed to transform into a few figures and caused his expression to turn grave. Movement technique. Lin Xiu swiped his right leg out and both hands fixed on the spear. He spread his consciousness out to a range of 5 kai. He would discover anyone that stepped in. Behind. Lin Xiu squinted his eyes and suddenly stabbed his spear backwards. Clang! The spear tip had struck her incoming dagger perfectly and the collision produced a clear metal ringing sound. Z's. Not too bad. The lady revealed a strange smile and continued to brandish her daggers at Lin Xiu. Clang clang clang. Lin Xiu frowned. His vision was dampened by the pouring rain and the lady obviously relied on her speed. The dark edge spear was too heavy and had affected his own speed as well. HMPH. Lin Xiu snorted and thrust out the spear, producing multiple black figures. The lady's eyes constricted. Right at that moment, she seemed to have turned into a shadow as she dodged the attacks. Lin Xiu knew she was a rank 3 warrior from Analytic Eye and her stats were more balanced. She was not weaker in terms of strength, but faster than him. Dragon imprisonment / the lady leaped backwards onto a tree and threw her daggers towards Lin Xiu. The daggers suddenly increased in speed as they were approaching Lin Xiu and produced black mist at the same time. The black mist became dense and formed into 2 horrifying black dragon heads just as they approached Lin Xiu. They looked as though they wanted to devour him. Lin Xiu felt the immense power and sucked in a breath of cold air. He twisted his body at a 90-degree angle. The 2 daggers that transformed into dragon heads missed him, but immediately turned backwards. They became even faster as they chased after him. Clang! Lin Xiu unleashed his strength and struck one of the daggers down. But the dagger did not fall to the ground and instead flew back up at him. It was extremely fast. So fast that it surprised Lin Xiu. It was as though it had many pivot points on all 4 directions as it fervently tried to attack him. Ha ha ha. The more power you put, the more powerful it becomes. The lady laughed sinisterly. Lin Xiu's inattentiveness allowed one of the daggers to swipe past his neck. He immediately felt a burst of pain. No. This can't go on like this. The daggers will still get back up and attack me even faster no matter how they fall. It's do or die. I'll just get rid of you first. Lin Xiu ignored the daggers and charged straight for the lady. He crouched down and sprung forward like a spring as he swung his spear midair toward her. The lady was alarmed and immediately retreated just as his spear struck the gigantic azure blue tree trunk. Bang! The trunk ripped apart and the entire tree fell. He held onto the spear tightly and continued to chase after her. The lady's body was extremely soft and leaped into the air with ease. She performed a roll in midair and grabbed onto the 2 daggers that had returned. She landed on a tree trunk with her right feet and used the momentum to flip and charge back at Lin Xiu. Crescent Moon / the lady swung her daggers endlessly as she shot towards Lin Xiu and produced many crescent moon blades that were even capable of cutting through the raindrops. Lin Xiu stood in his original position and stared straight at her. He held the body of the spear tightly, moved his right feet forward, and exerted force in his left. He activated all the source strength in his body at this moment. Ninth Heaven Galaxy Fall. Chapter 121 Desert Zone. Chapter 121 Desert Zone. Rumble. As Lin Xiu's spear came forth, the thunder seemed to fill the entire sky. The female warrior felt that Lin Xiu's black spear seemed to release a blinding light. The entire spear seemed to have transformed into a translucent galaxy river and was extremely beautiful yet dazzling. And as the light pervaded the entire area, the region seemed to have turned into a sea of stars. What kind of scale is this? All the crescent blades she had unleashed had disappeared as well. Sue! Before she could even react, a gigantic burst of white light flashed past her. Goodbye. Lin Xiu's figure had appeared behind her. He held the dark-edged spear with his right hand as the bottom of the spear pressed against the soil. It was as though Lin Xiu was a god of war that stood in his original position as the wind and breeze whistled past him. You! The female warrior finally reacted. Upon recalling all his movements, her body froze as it was cut into 2. Phew! Lin Xiu heaved a sigh of relief. The gold skill was indeed powerful, and all the skills provided by the system were unique and never before seen in this world. At this time the notification of him earning experience appeared again. Lin Xiu did not take a look. A rank 3 warrior yielded about a few 100,000 experience points. It was not that easy to level up. He held the dark-edged spear and continued forward. Rainflies appeared endlessly, but they were nothing to Lin Xiu. He was able to kill them with ease. After walking for an unknown period of time, Lin Xiu stumbled upon a sight that rendered him speechless. It was the end of the zone and onto the new zone. The zone ahead did not have any azure blue trees and looked as though the place was radiating with sunlight. Ahead of him was a desert region. One side was a heavy downpour while upon stepping out, the entire weather changed into a desert. It was simply inconceivable. Once he stepped onto the sand, the water droplets on his body dripped onto the ground and produced steam. Hot. It suddenly became extremely hot. If one did not prepare sufficient water in this region, they would be dehydrated very quickly. Fortunately, Lin Xiu had come prepared. Lin Xiu took out a small vase filled with blue liquid. As long as he drank a mouthful, it was enough to keep him hydrated for a day. After having a drink, he continued onward. Pitter-patter. As Lin Xiu continued, he would hear a strange sound as though raindrops were falling. But he was in a barren desert. How could there be water? No. The sound came from beneath his feet. Lin Xiu became alarmed and immediately jumped upwards. Right when he jumped, the sand on the ground seemed to tremble as a gigantic worm charged out. The worm's entire body was cylindrical and had golden skin with thorns all over. Even more terrifying was its mouth. The entire mouth was circular with densely clustered teeth. The sight of it made his scalp go numb. Lin Xiu was shocked out of his skin and immediately activated Analytic Eye. Rank 4 Evolved Beast Hermit Worm, found in barren deserts. Hermit worms were extremely fast and thrived beneath the surface to launch deadly attacks from underneath. Right as Lin Xiu was analyzing the hermit worm, it charged towards him again. It opened its large mouth with the intent of swallowing him up. Awe of the phoenix Lin Xiu leaped upwards as he swung his arms wildly and summoned phoenixes that swept down at the fastest speed towards the mouth of the giant worm. Galulu. As the phoenixes entered the mouth, the hermit worm felt immense pain and started to roll on the ground. That easy. Lin Xiu landed on the ground and stared at the hermit worm. The hermit worm stopped moving soon afterwards, as though it was dead. Lin Xiu looked at it and sneered. The rank 4 evolved beast was truly intelligent. To actually feign dead in such a situation. Ha ha ha. That's a hermit worm right at this time. A group of people saw the sight of the dead hermit worm from another side of the desert and rushed over. The group consisted of 4 males and 1 female. They rushed over very quickly. You killed it. One of the taller men looked at Lin Xiu and asked. While saying that, he sized Lin Xiu up and felt that Lin Xiu was only a rank 1 warrior. He was able to come here with such strength and even kill a hermit worm. He must have taken advantage of it. I hunted it. Lin Xiu replied indifferently. It's yours just because you said it is. An unbridled-looking man snorted. He saw that Lin Xiu was alone and did not look strong, so his attitude was extremely distasteful. I can kill with a pinch from my fingers. Shen Kun. If it was his, then forget about it. The tanned girl spoke up. Zhang Yin, control your woman. Where does she think she is now? This is the path of death. The man called Chen Kun snorted coldly. It was obvious that he was unhappy with the lady. Let's go. We will dig out the odd crystal of the hermit worm, then the teeth. These are all good materials for crafting weapons. Chen Kun's eyes lit up. I said it once. This is my prey. Lin Xiu's eyes turned cold. Shen Kun glanced at Lin Xiu and did not care about him and ran towards the worm with another guy. Shen Kun stood on top of the hermit worm's head and dug out metal pliers from his bag. He wanted to pull the teeth out. The hermit worm's teeth were extremely sharp and were considered materials to craft weapons, be it to sell or use. It was extremely good stuff. But right as Chen Kun reached out to the gigantic mouth, the seemingly dead hermit worm suddenly moved. Chapter 122 Hermit Worm. Chapter 122 Hermit Worm. The man had his arm ripped off. The immense pain prevented him from avoiding the worm. In the next moment, he felt his vision go black as his entire being was swallowed up by the hermit worm. Oh my god! The man that had rushed over with Chen Kun was in immense shock, and immediately turned tail to run. The hermit worm shot forward quickly with the intent of eating him. Be careful! The man called Zhang Yin was roughly 20 years old with a braided beard. He moved extremely quickly and saved his subordinate before leaping to the other side. The remaining guy and girl behind Lin Xiu had pale faces. They did not expect that the thing was alive. Not only was it alive, but it was also still extremely powerful. You did this intentionally. The tan lady beside the large man glared at Lin Xiu with rage. You clearly knew it was alive. Why didn't you say a thing? I already said that it is my prey. Lin Xiu replied indifferently. You! The large man erupted with rage and rushed forward. He wanted to attack Lin Xiu, but a light aura flashed and a spear tip appeared right at his throat. The large man was startled as he felt his body turn cold. What kind of horrifying speed was that? Why aren't you guys running? This won't be easy for us to fight against. After saving his subordinate, Zhang Yin was already running away as the hermit worm rushed forward again. Lin Xiu glanced at him and suddenly turned and saw the hermit worm that was already very near. With its extremely large body, its mouth looked like an abyss. Lin Xiu did not reveal any fear in front of it. He held his spear tightly and swept it down with a few slashes. Phoenixes danced and flew into the hermit worm's mouth. Cei! It unleashed a wail as it felt the pain from before. The hermit worm had tough and hard skin and ordinary weapons could not penetrate it. Its large body also made stabbing at it inconvenient. Lin Xiu decided to attack with awe of the phoenix and let the blazing birds fly into the mouth and destroy it from within. What skill is that? Yang Yin and the others had already retreated far away. Although they were rank 3 warriors, they did not have any thoughts about attacking the overly massive hermit worm. They knew they could never kill such a thing with their skills. The slightest mistake might even cost them their lives. But Lin Xiu remained in his place and continued to slash down with his spear to produce phoenixes. They had never seen such a unique skill before. The hermit worm opened its mouth with the intent of swallowing Lin Xiu, but the phoenixes flew out again and the pain forced it to retreat. Right at this moment, it turned and decided to drill down into the sand to escape. Want to run? Lin Xiu sneered and charged forward. Torrential storm of rose flowers. He leaped upwards and his spear tip transformed into many small cold light auras and penetrated into the hermit worm's body, producing many small bloodied holes. Although the hermit worm's skin was tough, Dark Edge could be considered a legendary weapon. Although it was not the peak grade, its sharpness was at an extraordinary level. After using torrential storm of rose flowers to stab and open many bloody holes, Lin Xiu unleashed Awe of the Phoenix. All the fire flew into the holes. Rumble. Following the rumbling, the hermit worm's body started to swell. The head that was about to drill its way into the sand suddenly raised upwards as a large number of flames spewed out from its mouth. Goo-goo-goo. A strange sound started to come out from its body as it stiffened up. Right after that, it laid limp on the ground. Smoke emerged from its mouth. Phew! Lin Xiu heaved a sigh of relief, then approached its corpse. Warriors had to destroy such creatures from the inside for full effectiveness. It should be dead now. Lin Xiu sized up the corpse, then used the spear to aim at a part of its body, and stabbed in. A golden rank 4 odd crystal was dug up by Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu would not be polite with things his body required. He killed the hermit worm by himself. The group was stunned. They felt that Lin Xiu's aura was weak and did not look like a strong warrior. But in the next moment, the strength he had unveiled scared them. Expert. He is definitely an expert. Yang Yin became solemn and spoke up. It's said that when high-rank warriors train to a certain stage, they can even revert their bodies to look young. Upon hearing Zhang Yin's words, they all inhaled in cold air, rejoicing at the fact that they did not clash with Lin Xiu. And Lin Xiu looked extremely young, like a high school student. They did not believe that a high school student would be so strong, and thus believed Zhang Yin's words. But the hermit worm's teeth are extremely important to Lin Li's weapon. The large man hesitated for a moment before speaking. I will negotiate with him. Dang Yin nodded his head and walked towards Lin Xiu. You still want it? Lin Xiu saw him walk over and frowned. He immediately raised the golden odd crystal in his hand. Be it warriors or evolved beasts, plundering and killing were common in Path of Death. So when Lin Xiu saw the man walking over, he sneered at him. Although the three of them were rank 3 warriors, he felt that he could take them on. He had Jin Lock, and his body's composition was different from ordinary warriors. No, senior, you've misunderstood. Zhang Yin chuckled bitterly and replied earnestly. Senior. Lin Xiu was stunned, and upon recalling that his appearance was that of a youth, but his skills might look incredibly powerful to them, they might have mistaken that he only looked young. Chapter 123 Fall. Chapter 123 Fall. We have no ill intentions toward you. We just want to trade something with you. Zhang Yin looked at Lin Xiu and said. Trade. Hearing his words, Lin Xiu was taken aback. We need the teeth of this hermit worm as one of the materials for forging weapons. Zhang Yin smiled bitterly and said to Lin Xiu. So what are you going to trade it with? The corners of Lin Xiu's mouth curled up at this moment, and he asked with great interest. Lin Xiu didn't mind giving them the material. He wanted to throw it away anyway. But now that someone wanted to trade, it was like an opportunity. How about a rank 4 odd crystal? Zhang Yin took out the crystal from his pocket and asked. Lin Xiu gave an awkward look at this moment, which made Zhang Yin nervous. The biggest chip he had right now was this crystal. Okay. Lin Xiu nodded, but was laughing in his heart. What a silly chap. He would obviously take the odd crystal. Thank you. After taking this blue odd crystal, Zhang Yin and the others went to the body of the hermit worm. After they confirmed that the evolved beast was dead, they began to bring out tools to pull out the teeth of the hermit worm. Lin Xiu took the odd crystal and continued walking straight ahead. The afternoon sun hung in the cloudless sky, completely different from the storm in the azure forest. Gradually, there was a slight breeze and the golden gravel on the ground was constantly being blown around. But as Lin Xiu walked, he began to feel something amiss because his footsteps seemed to be sinking. Crash! The wind was blowing even harder at this moment, and the gravel was blowing against his face, and the gravel beneath his feet seemed to become a swamp, and he sunk straight into it. What's going on? Lin Xiu frowned and burst forth as he directly leaped to the opposite side. But when Lin Xiu landed, his whole body sunk. Damn! This terrifying scene made Lin Xiu curse in his heart as he fell to the bottom. Pitch black. Completely pitch black. Lin Xiu felt his back aching badly. The spear box on his back was very tough and didn't break at all, but his back was hurting instead. At this moment, Lin Xiu was holding the dark edge spear and let out a force, igniting a flame from the spear. With the light from this skill, Lin Xiu took out the pair of night vision devices that Tianjai gave him previously, and put them on. Lin Xiu pressed a button and the headlights on the top of the night vision device lit up. At this moment, it looked like daytime within his field of vision. Lin Xiu looked up and above him was all gravel. He didn't know why this gravel didn't seem to fall off. He couldn't jump over this height at all. Looking around, he could see that he seemed to be surrounded by blue iron walls and there was also a strange pattern on them. Could it be a relic? Lin Xiu was surprised. In previous centuries, mankind had a variety of different civilizations, and when fighting against extraterrestrial life, they also left behind a lot of bases. Generally in those bases, not only were there treasures but also monsters. Lin Xiu held his breath and walked slowly to the front. This tunnel seemed like it was a square-shaped tunnel. As he walked to the front, he could see everything around him, and everywhere were blue iron walls. There were many dents on them, like a pattern. As he continued to walk forward, Lin Xiu heard a loud noise. It sounded like a water source. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, a burst of sounds came from the distance, and in the dark, he could see many pairs of small, bright red eyes. Rank 3 gold rats. These were no different from ordinary domestic rats, but they were much larger, almost the size of rabbits, and the most frightening thing was that the teeth in their mouths were rows of inverted thorns. Lin Xiu was shocked when he saw them, and quickly brandished his dark-edged spear and charged over. Rumbling, rumbling. Before he got close to these damned things, Lin Xiu waved the long spear in his hand frantically, and several phoenixes flew over instantly. But these phoenixes seemed to have little effect on the gold rats. In the next moment, a large number of gold rats sprinted toward Lin Xiu. Torrential storm of rose flowers. Lin Xiu did not cloak his incompetency at this moment and directly used all his strength. The tip of the spear was like cold rays of light and kept stabbing like the dazzling stars. With the sharpness of the dark-edged spear, as well as his own sore strength covering it, a dozen rats were killed. The notifications in his head kept ringing, but Lin Xiu didn't care about this. He still had to accumulate a lot more experience to upgrade. There were more and more gold rats and Lin Xiu was attacking crazily with his spear. He killed almost 100 rank 3 gold rats and gotten more than 100 rank 3 odd crystals. But this was quite tiring for Lin Xiu. The dark-edged spear was already very heavy, and with the continuous usage of torrential storm of rose flowers, it was simply too laborious. At this moment, Lin Xiu knelt on the ground, painting, then put all these odd crystals into his backpack. This was simply the place to gain experience and odd crystals. Although Lin Xiu felt tired, this was still pretty good. But at this moment, there was no gold rat running over anymore. Thinking about it, what just happened was really unusual. It was as if these things weren't attacking him, but were fleeing. This strange tunnel seemed to extend in all directions. He didn't know where was the end or how to get out at all. Someone is here. Just then, Lin Xiu heard footsteps at the front. Although these footsteps were very soft, it was obvious that someone deliberately walked quietly. However, Lin Xiu could still hear them. Lin Xiu turned off the night vision device's headlights. He could still see quite clearly with the night vision, just not as clear. Chapter 124 Relics. Chapter 124 Relics. At the next moment, a ray of light shot out and Lin Xiu saw a chilling blade coming across. Lin Xiu did not hesitate. He clenched the long spear tightly and hacked down in that direction. Dang! The sound of metals colliding resounded and 2 sabers were broken by Lin Xiu. Senior, please show mercy. Just moments after Lin Xiu retaliated, a voice came from the back. Lin Xiu knitted his brows, and upon taking on a closer look, weren't these 4 people the ones he met just now? Why were they here? Gulu. The man standing at the front saw Lin Xiu's spear tip against his neck and swallowed his saliva. If Lin Xiu moved slightly, there would be a hole in his neck. Why are you guys here? Lin Xiu put down the dark-edged spear in his hand down and asked doubtfully. We walked over there and somehow fell down here, Jiang Yin said with a bitter smile. He and the two men next to him were holding special miniature flashlights. But the light was so dazzling that everything around him was illuminated. We're really faded. Huh. Let me introduce them. This is my girlfriend Lei Lei and my friends Peng Yu and Jiang Lai, Zhang Yin said with a smile. Hello. The dark-skinned girl named Lei Lei said nervously to Lin Xiu. Do you know where this is? Lin Xiu nodded, then looked at Zhang Yin and asked. Relics that were left over from the year 2554. Zhang Yin nodded and answered. I found some time stamps on the iron wall in front. You've already walked there. Lin Xiu continued to speak. The relics of the year 2554. A big war broke out in the previous era, so it was likely that this path of death was formed after the war. Lin Xiu wondered how many secrets were buried underground. Yes. We've been walking from that direction. Zhang Yin nodded. Is there anything strange about it? No. There are still iron walls on all sides. Zhang Yin shook his head. This place was like an endless tunnel. Lin Xiu frowned. That can't be. I've been walking over from the other side and I haven't found anything either. They were also surprised when Lin Xiu said that. So what do we do now? A big and strong guy called Jiang Lai picked up the sabers that Lin Xiu hit and asked doubtfully. No. If we go on like this, we would never get out. Lin Xiu shook his head. This place was too strange. Lin Xiu pointed to the bodies of some gold rats on the ground behind him, and said, See those things? I killed those gold rats about half an hour ago. But I'm back here again. He intentionally used those gold rats' bodies as a notation. What he didn't expect was that even though he kept walking, he still somehow returned to the same place again. But he clearly walked a straight road. It was too strange how he returned to where he came from. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Zhang Yin and the others began thinking as well. What should we do? Then we're not going to be stuck here all our lives. Are we? Peng Yu was a thin man and looked frightened at this moment. Have you ever seen anything like this? Lin Xiu touched the iron wall and could see that there were many dents on it, forming a strange pattern. I haven't seen it at all. Zhang Yin shook his head and took out his cell phone. But there wasn't any signal underground. One must know that in year 2666, the wireless network had already covered the world. You could get a signal in any corner and up to 50 meters deep underground. But there wasn't any signal in this tunnel. I think it might have something to do with these things. Lin Xiu said faintly. He pondered for a moment, then took out a gold odd crystal. I was also thinking if there's somewhere to insert a crystal, but couldn't find any grooves at all. Seeing Lin Xiu's action, Zhang Yin and the others said out loud. Not only could the power inside an odd crystal be extracted and converted into source strength, but it was also the new energy of the modern world. Many cars, as well as laser guns, could be activated by inserting an odd crystal in it. Lin Xiu looked carefully at the pattern and knitted his brows. Around the year 2554, it was when odd crystals began to be used in a large number of industrial technology. So the relics of this era should be able to be activated using odd crystals. Lin Xiu took the odd crystal and pressed against this bronze-like iron plate. In the next moment, that odd crystal went into the dent. Damn! Lin Xiu couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this strange sight. At the same time, there was a sound like something was starting up. The markings on the blue iron walls gave off a dazzling white light at this moment, and the entire place lit up. At this moment, Lin Xiu took off the night vision on his face. Oh my! Zhang Yin and the others were taken aback. They didn't expect that there was really a place to insert the odd crystal, and it seemed that it was a hidden spot. Someone who didn't know the spot wouldn't be able to activate it at all. Lin Xiu placed his right hand on this iron wall, and then with a little force, he pressed on something on top. Rumble, rumble. The surrounding iron wall turned like a square block, and when the front part turned, everything before their eyes turned pitch black. But they quickly turned on the flashlights and saw that the front side was no longer a tunnel, but rather a strange core base. There were a lot of electronic apparatuses around, but most surprisingly, there were many huge glass containers in the middle, and they even had some human bodies soaked in them. Zhang Yin and the others were astonished and stood rooted to the ground, but Lin Xiu ignored them and walked over. He saw many electronic components scattered on the ground, and there was a smell of decay too. He saw some strange branches from time to time and some skulls too. Lin Xiu looked around and there were many odd crystal grooves on top of a huge machine. Without a second thought, Lin Xiu took out a few odd crystals and placed them inside. In the next moment, the apparatuses around the place it up. Chapter 125 AMZ Virus. Chapter 125 AMZ Virus. But the things inside seemed a little old, and when the lights lit up, they began flashing and seemed very suspicious. What the hell are these? Zhang Yin looked inside those glass containers. Around them, there were many such glass containers, which contained a light blue liquid, and inside that, there were many strong people with their eyes closed. Their bodies were covered in strange scales and looked a little disgusting. On the ground, there were many weird vines and they had no idea how these things grew here. They should be mutants. Lin Xiu also looked at the contents in the glass containers, then pondered a little, and said out loud, "Mutants." The rest of them were stunned. Mutants. New humans produced by the fusion of human bodies and the cells and DNA of evolved beasts. Lin Xiu recalled the contents of the books he had read and said plainly, "But these horrible things have already disappeared in this era." He didn't expect to see something like this here. Thinking about it, Lin Xiu took out his cell phone and took 3D photos here. These things could be posted on the website of the Warrior Union as information, and he could charge fees on them. Hissing. At this moment, there was a sound, and before that skinny man named Peng Yu could react, he got entangled by a nearby vine. Zhang Yin and the others were taken aback. They then found the vines at their feet could move. Damn, seeing this scene, he couldn't help but curse. He then quickly avoided the vines. Save me, Peng Yu roared. And in a moment of panic, he forgot to use the weapon in his hands. Zhang Yin quickly regained from the shock. And just as he wanted to use his weapon and chop those vines, he heard Lin Xiu's voice from the back. "It's too late." The second Lin Xiu spoke, the vines instantly ran through his body and a great amount of blood flowed out. His eyes were wide open like how he looked before he died. Lin Xiu moved his dark-edged spear around him, instantly cutting off the vines that had just been wrapped around him. When the vines were cut, they seemed to curl up in pain with a pale blue liquid flowing out. These things were probably not vines, but a creature's tentacles. With this thought, Lin Xiu became very alert. What do we do now? Lei Lei and Jiang Lai couldn't help but cover their mouths and were frightened when they saw this scene. Zhang Yin glanced at Lin Xiu like he was waiting for Lin Xiu's opinion. "There's something weird about this place. We need to find out how to get out." Lin Xiu thought for a moment and said, "Gulu gulu." But at this moment, those vine-like things that went through Peng Yu's body swelled up a bit, and some green veins could be seen on the skin of his face and body. "Oh no. There's also the AMZ virus here." Zhang Yin was astonished. When infected, the person would become a monster and act irrationally and only know how to kill. Also, this virus was really eerie that even when the person's head was cut off, the whole body could still continue to move. At this moment, Peng Yu struggled out of those vines. His mouth opened wide, and saliva secreted from his mouth. His whole body seemed to have swelled up and he pounced directly on Lin Xiu and the others. Lin Xiu's pupils constricted. Then he stabbed Peng Yu in the heart with his spear. Bang! As a dull sound resounded, the zombie-like Peng Yu seemed fine and appeared to become even more savage. Groundbreaking strike. That big man, Jiang Lai, held a machete, then suddenly attacked Peng Yu's body. "Don't use a skill," Lin Xiu roared. But it was too late. Following the use of Jiang Li's skill, Peng Yu's body was instantly cut into several pieces, and the whole ground was shaken because of his skill. "It's done." Jiang Lai heaved a sigh of relief when he saw pieces of Peng Yu's dead body on the ground. However, this body that had been split could still move slowly, as if its nerves still had a reaction, and it looked exceptionally disgusting. "We're in trouble," Lin Xiu said with an awful expression. "What do you mean, isn't Peng Yu dead?" Jiang Lai retorted. "Senior, what's wrong?" Zhang Yin asked curiously. "Being infected with that kind of virus, if he was chopped into pieces immediately, he would not die. And if accidentally infected by him, it would be even more troublesome. They are going to wake up." The 5 fingers on Lin Zia's right hand wrapped tightly around his dark-edged spear as he spoke. Bang bang bang. The moment Lin Ziu spoke, they heard noises, and those mutants contained in the glass containers began to open their eyes slowly and began banging against the glass containers. After he started the machines just now, he realized that the devices under these glass containers operated independently. There was a mercury system under the glass containers that once shaken, it could likely cause these damned things to wake up. That was why Lin Ziu didn't use skills just now. The impact caused by Zhang Li's skills just now activated some of the devices in these glass containers. His guess was right. What are we going to do? Zhang Li's jaw dropped and he asked. He just wanted to kill Peng Yu, who was infected with that horrific virus. He didn't expect such a terrible thing to happen. Find a place to go, Lin Ziu said indifferently. Then he saw those vines coming toward them again. H&G Lin Ziu snorted coldly, then lifted the spear up and cut off these things again. Suddenly, there was some light blue liquid coming out again. The liquid that came out of it was most likely the so-called AMZ virus. Chapter 126 Mutants. Chapter 126 Mutants. After all the vines had been cut off by Lin Ziu, they curled up like injured hands. It was really an unusual sight. Bang bang bang. At this moment, those sounds became louder and louder. Lin Ziu turned around and saw the mutants frantically hitting the glass container. Exit. Where's the exit? Zhang Yin and the others were looking around like headless flies at this moment. Lin Ziu frowned. He did not see the exit either. They would be in deep trouble if they continued like that, having to deal with such mutants in such a small space. Even Lin Ziu wasn't very confident. These mutants were different from the average warrior. They didn't feel any pain and their bodies were also integrated with certain characteristics of evolved beasts. Hence, they had exceptionally tough skin and ordinary laser guns couldn't deal with them. They would attack their targets relentlessly. We're doomed. We're doomed, said the big man, Jiang Lai, as he trembled. Those mutants were just a nightmare and he was the one who activated them all. He stumbled back and accidentally hit the console behind him. Rumbling, he seemed to hit a button and a blue iron wall in front suddenly rose up. One could see the darkness in the distance. This is... Jiang Li's eyes widened and he looked at the scene in disbelief. Haha. The exit. Zhang Yin was over the moon at this moment. He did not expect that Jiang Lai would accidentally hit a certain switch. He pulled Lei aside and ran to the front. Just as they were running toward the darkness, there were cracks on several of the glass containers at this moment. In the next second, they actually broke completely. Roar! Those mutants had many characteristics of evolved beasts and were roaring loudly like a beast. A large amount of the light blue liquid flowed to the ground as the glass container broke. Lin Ziu looked at the light blue liquid and frowned. This liquid seemed to contain the AMZ virus too. Lin Ziu did not hesitate and directly ran toward the darkness as well. As he ran over, he saw these mutants chasing. Their bodies looked very strong, and their speed was extremely fast as they pounced directly on Lin Ziu who was at the back of the phoenix. Lin Ziu yelled, then waved his spear in the air, and several phoenixes charged over in an instant. The whole place seemed to be covered in flames. Bang bang bang. The phoenixes collided with those mutants, instantly melting off their epidermis to reveal the muscle tissue. However, instead of bleeding, their bodies looked terrifying. Lin Ziu was shocked to see this and activated the analytic eye. Rank 3 mutant characteristics possess the same physical fitness and strength as a rank 3 warrior. No sense of pain. Will chase its target to death. Comparable to the strength of a rank 3 warrior. Lin Ziu widened his eyes at this moment and thrust his long spear toward the mutant in front that had already charged to him. The tip of the spear turned into little cold lights and stabbed about 10 to 20 times, instantly stabbing that mutant into a bloody mess. But this mutant could still move its body, and it waved its fist toward Lin Ziu's body. Bang! As the mutant threw a punch, Lin Ziu retreated a few steps and felt a sharp pain in his chest. The strength of these mutants could indeed be comparable to his own, and it could still move after having suffered over a dozen stabs. What kind of a monster was that? Fortunately, these guys didn't know how to use skills, Senior Zhang Yin yelled when he saw Lin Ziyu at the back. Go first, Lin Ziyu snorted coldly. Then put the wooden box behind him weighing tens of hundreds of jin to the ground. In the next moment, he suddenly chopped the mutant that was rushing over from the top to bottom. His power source strength covered the top of the dark edge spear. Coupled with the sharpness of the dark edge, it directly cut the mutant's body into two. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on killing a rank 3 mutant. You've gained 127 experience points. 500,000 experience points. Lin Ziyu heard the system's prompts and was surprised. A look of excitement then appeared on his face. He didn't simply flee just now because he wanted to see how much experience he could get from these mutants and didn't expect it to be so high. Dealing with these mutants was dangerous, but it was a real opportunity to increase his experience. As the saying went, danger and opportunity coexist. Lin Ziyu gripped his long spear tightly, then began frantically attacking those mutants that were rushing over. The skin of these mutants was very tough. If not for his dark edge spear, it would probably be very hard to kill them. Lin Ziyu continued attacking, chopping off the heads of 2 mutants. But these darn things would still attack even after their heads were gone. Lin Ziyu snorted coldly. This time, he directly cut the bodies of these mutants in half from top to bottom. At this moment, after Lin Ziyu killed these mutants, the remaining mutants rushed out of those glass containers toward Lin Ziyu. And Lin Ziyu was like a killing machine charging through the battlefield. He didn't use his skill again, and merely relied on the fundamental spear art of chopping as he attacked all the mutants around. A large number of limbs and arms were cut off by Lin Ziyu, but there was no blood coming out, and these mutants still wanted to attack him even without a head. Damn it, there are too many. Lin Ziyu gradually began to feel tired and was sent flying by a punch from a mutant. His chest was hurting at this moment and he tasted something sweet in his throat, then spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Ziyu wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. He was still standing straight as he watched a dozen mutants still charging over without any fear. He took a deep breath, clenched his teeth, and rushed over again. Senior Lin at this moment, Zhang Yin seemed to have returned to his senses and wanted to help when he saw Lin Ziyu attacking again with his spear. A cold tip appeared first. Then the spear flew out like a dragon. Chapter 127 Level 18. Chapter 127 Level 18. Lin Ziyu waved his spear and attacked all the mutants. Behind him under the illumination, Zhang Yin could sense Lin Ziyu's spear releasing cold light again and again. Bang bang bang. In the next moment, all the surrounding mutants' bodies exploded into pieces. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for leveling up. Current level at level 18. Level 18 already. Lin Ziyu rejoiced when he heard the notification and quickly entered his stats. Host Lin Ziyu. Level 18. Experience Strength 328. Physique 107. Speed 82. Skills Analytic Eye. Fury. Disguise. Rage build-up to 1. Remaining potential points 18. Title Rank 2 Warrior not used Rank 1 Warrior. Rank 3 Warrior. Overall combat strength 259. Another 18 points. Should I put them in strength or physique? Lin Ziyu did not plan to put it into speed at the moment as its worth ratio was too low. Not long before, Lin Ziyu discovered that when he added stats into strength, his speed would increase corresponding to the heightened strength. The reason stemmed from the fact that his legs became stronger and his speed would increase from that. If he added speed, his speed would naturally not increase as much. After the long dilemma, Lin Ziyu added 12 points into strength and increased it to 340. He added the remaining 6 points into physique. Lin Ziyu immediately felt lighter after the addition of stats, and the spear in his hand seemed to become slightly lighter. I've grown stronger again. Zhang Yin, did you guys find the exit? Lin Ziyu looked at the stunned Zhang Yin while carrying up the wooden box and asked. Not yet, but we have a new discovery ahead. Zhang Yin finally replied. He was inwardly shocked at Lin Ziyu's strength as he replied. New discovery. Lin Ziyu was slightly surprised and followed them ahead. From his position, he could see countless beams of light in the distance ahead. Jiang Lai and Lei Lei immediately waved their hands when they saw them. Lin Xiu looked ahead and saw all sorts of firearms on the ground ahead. Are they old model laser guns? Lin Xiu saw the neatly arranged laser guns and asked. Aside from the laser guns, there were many grenades and other bizarre weapons. They had undoubtedly entered an armory. If we sell these things outside, they will be worth a lot of money. Zhang Yin was moved. Although they were old model laser guns and the grenades etc. were from the past, these unique models represented products of a past era. People that love to keep such firearms would definitely pay a large sum of money to procure them. That is if you were able to get them out. Lin Xiu added. That's true. This depressed the group. They had discovered an armory but were unable to take anything out. It was truly saddening to hear that. Did you find any other exits? Yes. There seems to be a metal door at that side. Jiang Lai and Lei Lei nodded and pointed towards the right side. Lin Zi walked over and saw the gigantic rectangular metal door outline. He knew that they could only escape through this door. There aren't any grooves to put crystals in. Lin Zi started to study the door carefully and muttered depressingly. I already tried searching, but there aren't any recesses to put anything in. And this door doesn't seem to have a lock. Jiang Lai was at a loss as well. Let me see. Lin Zi scanned the door and saw a crack. That's right. This is definitely a door. But how do we go in? Lin Zi tried to exert strength and the door seemed to move slightly. Can it be pushed? Lin Zi was startled by the discovery. He placed both hands on the gigantic door and exerted strength. The door was pushed slightly again. Come and help, Lin Zi called out to the others. The door was not only heavy, but it would also return to its original position if he didn't continue exerting force. All right, Zhang Yin and the rest responded and pushed the door together with Lin Xiu. Jiang Li's large muscles tensed and bulged up as all the veins looked as though they were about to burst. As they pushed together, the door slowly started to open. A blinding light forced them to squint. Quick, get in under Lin Xi's command. Everyone charged through the door. Rumble. When everyone went in, they discovered that the door was sealed shut again. Oh, there are newcomers. As they charged out, they realized that they had entered a vast space that was surrounded by metal walls. The metal ceiling above had a light that shined down on everything. Lin Xi's group was not alone in this space, as there were more than a dozen warriors at the side. The entire region had about 100 people altogether, and all of their auras were very strong. They looked over at Lin Xi's group unkindly, obviously with unkind thoughts. Zhang Yin right then. A man from one of the groups saw Zhang Yin and was startled. He immediately called out in joy and walked over. Qin Lai Zhang Yin was ecstatic to see this man. The two walked to each other and bumped fists. Why are you here? Qin Lai asked. It's a long story. Why are so many warriors here? Zhang Yin chuckled bitterly and replied. Do you see that path we can't go through now? Qin Lai pointed ahead. In that direction was a deep abyss and no one could see the end of it. In the center was a path, but no one dared to cross. Lin Xiu turned to look as he heard Qin Lai's explanation. He could see the path that was endless and had many traces of blood. The entire path looked as though it was a bloody path. Chapter 128 100 Men Against the Vine Beast. Chapter 128 100 Men Against the Vine Beast. There's something beneath. Lin Xiu looked at the black zone that resembled an abyss, hesitated for a moment before speaking out. That's right. There's something down there. Qin Lai looked over at Lin Xiu and agreed with praise. To discover that there's something down there when he just arrived. His observation skill is good. What thing? Zhang Yin and the others blurted out subconsciously. Take a look. Qin Lai took out an ordinary rank 1 odd crystal and threw it to the center of the path. Our umblings could be heard and the odd crystal rolled down. In the next moment, a few vine-like things shot forward and coiled around the odd crystal and pulled it down the abyss zone. That. Zhang Yin and the others stared at the sight in shock. Lin Xiu became certain that the vine things looked to be the tentacles of some sort of evolved beast. Just like before. After making calculated guesses, he reckoned that the creature should be extremely big, and the tentacles had pervaded through the place via the cracks. Evolved beast. There is a very terrifying evolved beast below. Qin Lai spoke gravely. I believe that we can discuss how to defeat that thing together right at this moment. A seemingly built man, wielding a large broadsword, announced loudly to everyone. When he finished his sentence, the 100 pairs of eyes turned to him. I am Liu Kang, a rank 5 warrior. I can see that the evolved beast below is a rank 6 green vine beast. He swept his gaze across everyone. Green vine beast. Lin Xiu took out his phone and opened up an illustrated handbook on evolved beasts. Lin Xiu had previously read through all the contents and downloaded it. Even without a connection, it would not influence his queries. After inquiring about it, Lin Xiu discovered that there was indeed information regarding the creature. Rank 6 green vine beast. A gigantic creature that resembles a sea anemone, but with length spanning over 10 meters. The tentacles on the body are extremely long and green like vines, capable of breaking steel. A powerful monster of the sea, although it can still survive out of water. Lin Xi's scalp turned numb when he saw the creature's tentacles were the ones that he had encountered previously. Rank 6 evolved beast. Such large types of evolved beasts were the most difficult to deal with. You know that it is a rank 6 evolved beast and is a gigantic type evolved beast. You want us to kill ourselves? A warrior stood up and glared at Liu Kang. We have over 100 warriors here. As long as we lure it here, we can definitely kill it. And a rank 6 evolved beast's odd crystal is of astronomical value. Liu Kang spoke to the crowd. The others were in fact moved when they heard his words. But they could not form their resolve because the value of the odd crystal might be astronomical. But it could be earned. If they died, they would have nothing. Either we wait to die here or we kill it. It is just a rank 6 evolved beast. Liu Kang continued to fan the flames. All of you can wait to die. Aside from the path ahead to leave, there's nowhere else to go. In the end, you guys will become exhausted or starve to death. Fine, let's give it a go. At this time, a small group walked towards Liu Kang. They decided to gamble one time instead of waiting for their deaths. Once a team moved, the others started to congregate. Let's go. Lin Xiu spoke up. Liu Kang was a rank 5 warrior and was the strongest of the group. Although Lin Xiu could tell that he wanted the rank 6 odd crystal, Lin Xiu did not mind. The main goal was to get rid of the creature to leave. Once all the warriors had gathered, a man looked at Liu Kang and asked, "How do you plan to kill it?" "I used a powerful light to illuminate that direction, and it seems that it is all water. It will be difficult for us to attack it if it remains down there. But we can use this." Liu Kang chuckled and took out a round object the size of a ping-pong ball. L2 type bomb. The might of this small object is extremely powerful. Liu Kang chuckled. "Will this kill us as well?" A man looked at the bomb and revealed a fearful look. They had heard of the power of this bomb as well. It was classified as a controlled product and could not be purchased on a whim. "No. Everything beneath us is water." Liu Kang shook his head. He approached the abyss zone and with the ball and pressed the activation button. At this time, a timer screen appeared on it for 3 seconds. Liu Kang threw it down without hesitation. The other warriors immediately retreated against the metal walls and plugged their ears with their fingers. Rumble. Following a loud rumble, the abyss suddenly erupted with flames. The explosion was so loud it felt as though their eardrums were breaking as well. All the warriors were flung onto the metal wall from the shockwave of the explosion. If not for them positioning themselves at the wall, their bones might have shattered from the impact. But the walls were built extremely well. The intense explosion did not even break any of the lights inside the walls. The place shook for a long while before stopping. Goo! A strange sound came out as tentacles that resembled green vines started to crawl upwards. It crawled to the surface. A gigantic creature could be seen crawling upwards from beneath the water. When it appeared, it was as though a gigantic black figure had covered everyone. Rank 6 green vine beast. It was cylindrical in shape and had many tentacles all around its body that differed in size. It propped its entire body upwards and looked extremely horrifying. "Let's go kill that thing," Liu Kang roared out loud. He raised his broadsword and charged forward. All the other warriors reacted and activated all sorts of skills that enveloped the entire place. Chapter 129 Seas. Chapter 129 Seas. At this moment, with the skill covering the sky and launching its attacks to the other side, the whole area appeared brighter. Following the release of the skill, Many of the green vine beast's huge and long tentacles were chopped off. Goo! A loud noise resounded at this moment, and the green vine beast, which used its tentacles to support its body, looked like it was on the verge of collapsing. Lin Xiu constantly brandished his weapon to attack, and several phoenixes kept charging in that direction. The tentacles of the green vine beast seemed afraid of flames, and many of them got burnt under Lin Xiu's awe of the phoenix. With this skill, the rank 6 green vine beast seemed to have suffered considerable damage. Continue attacking. Victory is in sight. Liu Kang roared loudly at this moment. He held a giant sword and cut off the tentacles of the green vine beast again. Although the rank 6 green vine beast had a huge body and looked terrifying, with so many warriors attacking it, it was still quite strenuous for the green vine beast. Some warriors had already rushed to the front and wanted to get rid of this rank 6 green vine beast in order to seize the odd crystal. These warriors were scheming. The odd crystal of a beast rank 6 and above was rare, so if they got it, they would have a substantial upgrade in strength when they absorb the energy inside. Also, if they sold it, it could sell at a very high price. Don't go over there. When Lin Xiu saw that Zhang Yin and the others wanted to rush forward to attack, Lin Xiu suddenly called out. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Zhang Yin and the rest were stunned. Those warriors had already gone forward, and just as they were about to kill that green vine beast, he realized that those tentacles that had been cut off were growing again, and this green vine beast no longer looked weak and appeared enraged instead. Those tentacles rushed toward those warriors. Some warriors didn't have time to react and froze on the spot. In the next moment, some warriors were caught off guard and those tentacles went through their bodies. These warriors who were attacked did not die. It looked as if they had been injected with something into their bodies by the tentacles. At this point, their bodies suddenly had a large number of bruises, and their eyes had turned red. Wow! A sharp cry escapes the mouths of those who were attacked by the tentacles, and they all turned into horrifying zombies. Sure enough, the vines we encountered just now were these tentacles, and this monster was born over there. Lin Xiu saw the scene and said coldly. Zhang Yin and the others gasped. They didn't expect that this monster who appeared so weak just now from all the attacks would grow raging mad at this moment. Also, there were viruses in its tentacles. No, its entire body was filled with viruses. Right. They trembled at that thought. The men who turned into zombies were frantically pouncing on the surrounding warriors. Several of them attacked Lin Xiu, and Lin Xiu snorted coldly, then brandished his spear. The strength of these zombie warriors was more powerful. Their speed was also faster. So Lin Xiu was alarmed and also became more cautious. Also, he pierced through the heads of the warriors who had turned into zombies. There were system prompts in his mind from gaining experience, but Lin Xiu did not pay attention to these. Due to the rage of the green vine beast, its tentacles were attacking menacingly. Hurry up, use your strongest skill, or well, I'll die. Liu Kang didn't panic and directly cut the zombie's body in half as he roared. The remaining warriors were quite high-ranking, and they came to their senses at this moment. If they didn't deal with this beast seriously, everyone would probably die here. Go to hell. A large number of warriors directly rushed over, then yelled and used all their source strength, releasing powerful close combat skills on the green vine beast. The whole ground seemed to shake at this moment. Rumble. Many of the tentacles on the green vine beast's body were also cut off, that they began to reveal the body that had not been wrapped in tentacles. Go to hell. Liu Kang was taken aback when he saw this, and leaped up with the giant sword in his hands. At this moment, he turned into a huge giant sword illusion and cut down the green vine beast. Liu Kang had accumulated a lot of strength just now just to perform this blow. Before those tentacles recovered again and form a protective barrier to block the front of its body, Liu Kang directly gave it an extremely powerful blow. He was also a rank 5 warrior, and if not for the giant body of this rank 6 green vine beast and tentacles filled with a virus, he wouldn't have to work so hard. The green vine beast roared and its huge body wobbled. In the next moment, it directly fell to the ground. Its body split open at this moment, and a lot of light blue liquid flowed out, similar to the human blood. Odd crystal. Everyone had the same thought at the same time and rushed over with reddened eyes. This is mine. Liu Kang saw that the green vine beast was seriously injured on the ground, and a sinister expression appeared on his face as he charged toward those warriors and killed them with his giant sword. Those who lost a lot of sword strength and physical strength weren't a match for Liu Kang at all. At this moment, they were sliced into two by Liu Kang's giant sword. What are we going to do now? Zhang Yin and the others saw the scene ahead and were appalled. They did not think that things would turn out this way. Lin Xiu did not speak. His heart was thumping at this moment. A rank 6 odd crystal. He heard that odd crystals that were rank 6 and above were not the same as ordinary odd crystals. Sometimes, there would be some odd crystals with unique shapes that had special functions. With that thought, Lin Xiu's blood was surging. He placed the spear box on the ground and charged toward that green vine beast in the next moment. Chapter 130 Strongest Skill. Chapter 130 Strongest Skill. Lin Xiu's body was as fast as lightning. He wasn't so silly just now to let that Liu Kang use him as cannon fodder. Lin Xiu smelled a strange smell just now, like it was used to make himself seem unafraid. Thinking about it carefully, it was likely to be the kind of gas that drives up one's adrenal hormones in the body. This gas will make people's adrenaline hormones stirred up for a short period of time. Although it can improve the strength of the human body for a short period of time, it is harmful to the human body, and anger would easily get into their heads, which was why those warriors would risk their lives and attack that green vine beast. There was no doubt that Liu Kang was the one making mischief. So Lin Xiu told Zhang Yin and the rest not to charge forward to attack. As Lin Xiu burst forth an extremely strong force, he reached that green vine beast in a split second. He was as fast as the wind. This is mine. Liu Kang was surprised to see this. He was shocked by Lin Xiu's speed, but Liu Kang's reaction was still very fast as he waved the giant sword toward Lin Xiu. Adjudicate. Lin Xiu held the dark edge spear with both hands and roared as the spear moved in a strange arc. He retaliated with a force as great as Liu Kang's attack. Usually, if he wasn't in the state of fury, he wouldn't be confident in fighting a rank 5 warrior. But Liu Kang had gone all out on that green vine beast just now, and used up a lot of sword strength and energy. He did not have as much strength as before. With Lin Xiu's spear and his giant sword colliding, a loud noise resounded. And at this moment, Liu Kang felt a very strong force and was sent flying. Bang! Liu Kang fell heavily on the ground. His chest tightened and he had a sweet taste in his throat. In the next moment, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Go to hell! Liu Kang killed a lot of warriors just now, and some warriors were rushing to him at this moment. They wanted to kill Liu Kang. But even though Liu Kang was injured, he was still a powerful rank 5 warrior. After all, at this moment, he scoffed and directly blew off one of the warriors' heads with a single punch. Get out of here! Lin Xiu had rushed to the front of the green vine beast, and saw several warriors around running in his direction with their weapons. But Lin Xiu yelled at this moment and waved the spear in his hands. In the next moment, everybody was sent flying by the impact of Lin Xiu's dark edge spear. Looking at this rank 6 green vine beast that had fallen to the ground, Lin Xiu did not hesitate to pierce his spear directly into its body. In the next moment, he released the awe of the phoenix. Rumbling, the rank 6 green vine beast let out a loud cry as a large number of flames broke out on its body. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on killing a rank 6 green vine beast. You've gained the 888 experience. This green vine beast wasn't dead yet. Lin Xiu was pleasantly surprised at this moment. What a great bargain. Previously, due to the bug in the system, his damage to warriors who were higher ranking than himself was less than 40% and only allowed him to gain 1/10 of the experience. But it didn't state that it applies to evolved beasts. More than 8 million experience points. Lin Xiu was extremely surprised, but soon calmed down. On closer look, the body of the rank 6 green vine beast seemed to be afraid of fire, and he even released awe of the phoenix. At this moment, its huge body had shrunk. Lin Xiu used force and dug out a light blue palm-sized round odd crystal. It's so big. Lin Xiu was shocked to see this. That's mine. Liu Kang, who was at the back, had already killed those warriors around. Some warriors who had turned into zombies were charging toward Zhang Yin's side and they were struggling hard. Liu Kang looked at Lin Xiu and rushed over toward him with his giant sword. Lin Xiu responded quickly and kept the huge odd crystal in his backpack. Then, he used the body of the dark edge spear to block Liu Kang's rapid chopping. Dang dang dang. Liu Kang's offensive was very strong and was frantically attacking Lin Xiu with his sword. Lin Xiu gritted his teeth. Liu Kang was indeed a rank 5 warrior. He was simply too strong and Lin Xiu was slightly taken aback. Lin Xiu continued resisting and felt his hands getting numb. Hee hee. A rank 3 warrior like you actually dare to snatch my stuff. Liu Kang was a rank 5 warrior, and disguise didn't work on him. He could easily sense Lin Xiu's strength. Torrential storm of rose flowers. Lin Xiu's pupil constricted and after blocking Liu Kang's attack, he seized the opportunity to fight back. As soon as he released the torrential storm of rose flowers, the dark edge spear seemed to respond sympathetically and made a sound. Liu Kang was startled at this moment. He did not think that a rank 3 warrior would have such strength. But he reacted quickly, and immediately used the wide body of his sword to block. Dang dang dang. With a chilling flash, Lin Xiu did not know how many times he had thrust out, but only felt the spear knocking against the broadsword, making sounds of metal colliding, accompanied by a large number of sparks. Take that, check out my strongest skill. Lin Xiu roared after using the torrential storm of rose flowers. Liu Kang was shocked when he heard Lin Xiu saying strongest skill. He had a stronger skill. He immediately wanted to block, but at the next moment, he felt Lin Xiu's aura getting away from him. I've been fooled. Liu Kang, who came to his senses, turned around to see Lin Xiu running in the other direction. How silly. He thought that I would really use a skill while running. Lin Xiu curled his lips, but he glanced behind instinctively and found Liu Kang running at a very fast speed. Bang! Lin Xiu gritted his teeth and at the next moment, he put force against the iron door that he just went through and the thick, rectangular iron door was pushed open by Lin Xiu. Trying to flee not so easy. Chapter 131 1 billion experience points. Chapter 131 1 billion experience points. Liu Kang chased after Lin Xiu from behind with a sinister look on his face. He was much faster than Lin Xiu and immediately caught up to him. But Lin Xiu rushed right in. Liu Kang snorted and unleashed even more strength. The door that Lin Xiu had difficulty opening was instantly pushed open by him and he rushed right in. As he charged in, the inside was completely dark. Fortunately, his night vision was clear and he was able to see his surroundings. But he realized that Lin Xiu had disappeared. All around him were weapons, as though he had arrived in an arsenal of some sorts. And right at this time, he noticed that there were bombs everywhere, and there were a few ahead that had blinking red light. He seemed to realize something as his face changed. Shit. Goodbye. Lin Xiu had actually rushed out the moment Liu Kang had barged in. He had his back against the door as he revealed a smile and muttered to himself. He discovered that the bombs were still in working order when he was here, so he took one. He immediately activated it when Liu Kang rushed in. With the explosion of one bomb, he believed that the other bombs would detonate as well. The immense power would definitely turn his bones to powder. Rumble. In the next moment, an immense explosion occurred and Lin Xiu was flung outwards from the powerful shockwave. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for killing rank 5 warrior. Obtaining 12 million experience points. Congratulations, Master, for leveling up. You are now level 19. Congratulations! Lin Xiu could not focus on the notifications. The large explosion caused the entire floor to shake as though it was an earthquake with a magnitude of 8.0. Lin Xiu felt pain all over his body as his mind buzzed incessantly. The wounds on his body had blood all over. Damn it. He stopped for a moment and waited for the tremors to stop completely before struggling to stand up. As his shaky mind started to stabilize, his vision became normal again. How painful! Lin Xiu stood up and all the pain caused him to grit his teeth. But the end result was good. He had killed Liu Kang and had gained all the experience points. Seems like he had to get rid of his opponents completely by himself, and not supplement with an attack on a dying person to obtain all the experience points. Level 19. Lin Xiu felt that a new skill would appear once he leveled up to level 20. The metal walls here were too exaggerated. The large explosion only caused a dent and did not destroy any of the walls. Are you guys alright? Lin Xiu picked up the dark edge spear and looked behind him to Zhang Yin and his team. All the warriors present had died and only Zhang Yin, Jiang Lai, Lei Lei, as well as Zhang Yin's friend Qin Lai who were alive. Although there was blood on their bodies, none of them sustained any severe injuries. It's fine. Zhang Yin shook his head, but his mind continued to buzz. You just killed Liu Kang. Zhang Yin hesitated for a moment before asking Lin Xiu. He's dead. Lin Xiu replied indifferently. Everyone inhaled in cold air when they heard Lin Xiu's reply. While they were trembling from battling against the zombies, they saw Lin Xiu and Liu Kang fighting each other. But they did not expect Lin Xiu to kill Liu Kang. That was a rank 5 warrior. But after thinking about that large explosion, they seemed to have recalled something. Everyone took out medicine from their bags. After treating themselves, they started to extract valuable parts of the rank 6 green vine beast. Lin Xiu was not interested in it. He only required the crystal. We should be able to get out once we move ahead. Lin Xiu looked at the path and said, this was the only path that seemed extremely long without an end. I guess so. Zhang Yin was slightly uncertain. Aside from this, there's nowhere else to go. All of us had previously run around the base and only found this location. Qin Lai explained. He sustained more injuries but found many medicines in the dead warrior's bags. His body was completely wrapped with bandages and looked to be in a difficult situation. Lin Xiu nodded his head and continued ahead. The path was extremely narrow, and looking down to the sides felt as though they were standing on the top of a black abyss. Whoosh! At the same time, Lin Xiu was able to hear faint water sounds with his sharp ears. Was this rank 6 green vine beast intentionally reared in the past to prevent people from going across? Jiang Lai and the others were trembling slightly while on the narrow path. There were no railings and if careless, one would fall into the water. Whether or not they could climb up was one thing, but no one knew if there were any more terrifying creatures below. That would definitely lead to a painful death. Lin Xiu continued ahead silently. Apart from the evolved beast earlier, he believed that there should no longer be any. The road was long and he walked for a long time before reaching the end. At the end, he saw the same metal wall, but there was a distinct rectangle groove. It resembled the metal door from earlier that could be pushed. Lin Xiu entered his stats. Post Lin Xiu. Level 19. Experience points 0.1 billion. Strength 340. Physique 113. Speed 82. Skills Analytic Eye. Fury. Disguise. Rage Buildup. Potential points 19. Title Rank 2 Warrior not used. Rank 1 Warrior. Rank 3 Warrior. Overall combat strength 759. What the hell? Lin Xiu wanted to curse out loud. The stats wanted him dead. Previously he was still anticipating to get to level 20 to obtain a new skill and even potentially unlock level 2 gene lock. Who would have thought that he needed 1 billion experience points? Chapter 132 Control Room. Chapter 132 Control Room. But Lin Xiu quickly calmed himself down and added 10 points into strength. After adding 7 points into physique, he hesitated for a moment before adding 2 points into speed. After adding the stats, Lin Xiu felt comfort throughout his whole body, as though his body had become even lighter. He kept the dark edge spear back into the spear box, placed both hands on the door, and pushed. The door gradually opened. Go! Lin Xiu roared and everyone charged in. Rumble! The large and heavy doors closed on them not long after. Phew! Lin Xiu gasped for breath. It was too exhausting to push open the doors. He leaned against the door and looked ahead into the darkness. But in the next moment, Zhang Yin and the others reacted and took out torches from their bags. Their surroundings lit up, but the place looked extremely dusty. As they scrutinized the place carefully, they saw a few clothed skeletons. There was an unbearable stench in the air. Are they all warriors? Lei Lei opened his eyes wide in surprise. Should be. Zhang Yin nodded his head. The place was huge with various control stations. Is this a control room? Lin Ziu looked around and frowned. His gaze swept across the place. There were many machines that he did not understand and even spiderwebs that laid everywhere. SSEI. Alright, at this time, a black figure suddenly pounced towards Lin Ziu and scared him. He retreated and sent a punch flying. Bang! The creature instantly exploded from the punch. Blood and some strange sticky substance landed on the floor. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for killing rank 2 black spider. Obtaining 5,000 experience points. What happened? The others heard the vacuum explosion and turned to look at Lin Ziu. There are black spiders here. Be careful. Lin Ziu spoke up indifferently as he continued to look around. Such rank 2 evolved beasts posed no threat to him. Zhang Yin and the others became anxious and looked around. Black spiders would be poisonous and they did not want to get bitten. Where's the exit? Lin Ziu looked around but did not find anything that resembled a door. Did you guys find the exit yet? Lin Ziu looked at Zhang Yin and the others. They were in some sort of control room, but did not have any exits. This made Lin Ziu suspicious. Is there really no way out? Zhang Yin and the others shook their heads. They were surrounded by strange machines and large control stations, but not a single exit. Lin Ziu frowned and searched around by himself. He believed that there should be an exit. There had to be an exit here. Lin Ziu looked around and started to touch the control stations. Papa. His fingers ran along the buttons, but there were no reactions. Qin Lai. You studied science and technology before, right? Do you know how to operate this? After searching around for some time, Zhang Yin stood beside a control station and asked Qin Lai helplessly. These are all old model control stations. I'm not familiar with them at all. Qin Lai shook his head helplessly. Lin Ziu suddenly recalled that they had relied on crystals to activate the lighting installations. Is this place lacking in some energy source to start up? With this thought, Lin Ziu started to look around again. Lin Ziu discovered a gigantic galvanized chest on the wall above. What is that? Lin Ziu hesitated for a second before pulling on it. He realized that it did not have a lock, and after some crank sounds, the steel chest opened. Cough cough. Dust scattered out and made Lin Ziu cough. He took out his phone and tapped on the light button. The phone that was as thin as a card released a blinding light. This is. As he used the light to flash on the box, Lin Ziu saw a strange device. What shocked him was that there were many grooves on the device that had plenty of transparent crystal-like objects. Odd crystal. This was definitely the energy source for the control room. Who would have thought that it required so many odd crystals to light up? Lin Ziu immediately pulled out all the transparent odd crystals that had been depleted of their energy, and swapped them out for the odd crystals he had retrieved from killing the rank 3 gold rats. After placing 10 of them, the expected reaction did not happen. Lin Ziu smacked the device a few times, but nothing happened. According to logic, the base should no longer have energy supply. As long as the case has an energy source, it should react and start to operate. Could it be that these odd crystals were insufficient? Lin Ziu suddenly felt unwilling as he placed 10 more odd crystals. Lin Ziu frowned when there was still no response. Could this thing be swapped out? All of a sudden, cracking sounds were heard as the facility lights started turning on. You found the switch. Everyone turned their eyes to Lin Ziu and asked. I found the power source box. It required 20 energy sources to activate the control room, and still only a part of it was switched on. It was a waste of crystals. When he saw the many transparent odd crystals still embedded inside the grooves of the power source box, Lin Ziu smirked. I got it. This is a teleportation stage. Qin Lai scrutinized the facility when the lights came up and shouted out in joy. Chapter 133 Activate the teleportation. Chapter 133 Activate the teleportation. A teleportation stage. Hearing his voice, Lin Ziu looked over to the middle and could clearly see a large circular area in the middle. He didn't notice it just now, but now he realized how strange this place was. Do you know how to use it? Lin Ziu looked at the console and asked. The console looked very unusual. He didn't know how to operate it at all. I'll take a look. Qin Lai nodded, then carefully scanned the console and pressed several buttons. Suddenly, there was a soft rumbling and the console screen lit up. That's it. Qin Lai got excited and tapped speedily on the keyboard. Soon, Lin Xiu saw some coordinates on that screen. This teleportation stage can teleport us all up to the ground level, but I think the odd crystal could only be used once. Quick! Everyone, stand on the teleportation circle, Ken Lai said excitedly at this time. Everybody nodded, then stood directly in the middle of a huge circle. Ken Lai continued tapping on the console and soon, a light blue light shone from above. He endured the pain caused by the injury and gritted his teeth. In the next moment, he quickly stood in the circle. Those blue lights instantly covered the bodies of Lin Xiu and the others. And in the next moment, the figures disappeared in this control room. Lin Xiu suddenly felt the surroundings become extremely bright. The dazzling sunlight made him squint his eyes. We're out, Deng Yin exclaimed excitedly. It was simply a nightmare below, and fortunately, they were out now. Lin Xiu looked around and they were still in this desert. He couldn't see an end at all. At this moment, Lin Xiu was a little tired and the rest of the people simply sat on the ground. We're finally out, Jiang Lai panted. Senior, where are you going later? Just then, Deng Yin hesitated for a moment before asking. Keep walking, Lin Xiu said plainly. Keep walking. Was he heading to that place too? Alright, it's goodbye here. Then, Lin Xiu did not give him the opportunity to continue to speak, stood up, and patted the gravel off his body. Then he turned around and walked away. The strength of these people was ordinary, and if he continued with them, they would slow him down. Also, he was about to start school, and if he didn't reach on time, he would probably be in trouble. Hey! Deng Yin waved at this moment and wanted to ask if Lin Xiu was going to that place, but Lin Xiu was gone. As Lin Xiu went forward, he was very tense, afraid that he would fall into the ruins again. Fortunately, he walked over 10 kilometers without hiccups. Soon, it was the evening, and standing in the desert, he could see a big round moon, and it appeared as if it was very close. Lin Xiu was lying in the desert at this time. It was quite chilly at night and wasn't as warm as it was at noon. He ate some processed food and special fluid at night just to replenish his energy. Oh right, he hadn't looked at that odd crystal yet. With that thought, Lin Xiu stood up, then took out that odd crystal from his backpack, but found that the large light blue rank 6 odd crystal appeared to have 2 small hands and small feet without fingers or toes. It was holding his rank 3 odd crystal and looked like it was absorbing the energy from it. What's this? Lin Xiu saw this and was shocked. Then he picked up the rank 6 odd crystal. Looking closely, in his light blue transparent body, there was also a light blue crystal. If he didn't take a closer look, he wouldn't be able to see it at all. So the odd crystal has not been formed completely yet. Lin Xiu wanted to pinch its body and burst it, so that he could retrieve the odd crystal in its body, but realized that there were little hands and feet that appeared. At this moment, it was hugging its round body. Lin Xiu also felt its body trembling like it was afraid. He was taken aback. What the hell is this? Its body was round and light blue in color, and Lin Xiu thought that a rank 6 odd crystal was so big, but he didn't expect to see 4 limbs appearing. However, it didn't have fingers and looked like the hands of Doraemon. Do I kill you or what? Lin Xiu was a little helpless as he looked at this thing, but seeing it stand on his hand, hugging itself with its 2 tiny hands and looking terrified, Lin Xiu simply couldn't bear to kill it. Forget it. I won't kill you for now, Lin Xiu said helplessly. It seemed to understand Lin Xiu's words, and this weird thing appeared to jump in joy in Lin Xiu's hand. It looked really happy. Lin Xiu was completely stunned at this moment. Seriously. What is this? After pondering about it for a moment, Lin Xiu took out his phone and went online to start looking for information about it. But he looked for a long time and did not find any information about this, which made him feel very helpless. Don't run away or it'll kill you, Lin Xiu said to this thing in his hand. After all, it had a rank 6 odd crystal in its body. It slowly climbed to Lin Xiu's shoulder, then bounced happily. Lin Xiu could not help but smile. Then he reached out to touch it. Its body was meaty and very elastic. Forget it. It's quite boring along the way anyway, and he had no use for a rank 6 odd crystal now. He should just treat it as a pet. With that thought, Lin Xiu sat down cross-legged and practiced the cultivation technique. Due to the uprate of his level, his physical strength was constantly improving, but he had to continuously practice in order to improve his cultivation technique. This strange little thing was also lying motionless on Lin Zia's shoulder at this moment. As Lin Ziu practiced the cultivation technique, he felt his body absorbing the surrounding energy constantly. Also, his cultivation speed was much faster here. Chapter 134 Oasis. Chapter 134 Oasis. Was it because of the environment here? Although he didn't know why the cultivation technique was so much more effective than before, Lin Ziu didn't think much about it and continued to practice. However, in the middle of the night, as Lin Ziu was practicing, he suddenly felt a lot of gravel blowing to his side and sand was hitting against his face, which hurt him slightly. What's going on? Lin Ziu, who was originally in the state of cultivation, immediately came to his senses. He squinted and realized that a wild wind was starting to blow as a large amount of sand was hitting his face like a sandstorm was coming. The strange creature standing on his shoulder also used its small hands to hug its body. Get into the backpack first. Don't eat my odd crystals. Lin Ziu took the little thing off his shoulder at this moment. It seemed to understand Lin Zia's words and jumped into the backpack. Lin Ziu stood up and carried the spear box again, then turned around and ran in the other direction, because he realized that there was a huge tornado-like thing ahead. Sandstorm. Looks like anything could happen when one is down on his luck. He fell into the relics that day and not long after he came out, there was this darn sandstorm. Lin Ziu had run in the other direction and stayed away from the center of the tornado. He ran as quickly as he could and gradually began to feel that the wind wasn't blowing so hard. He just had to stay away from the eye of the storm. The other things didn't really affect him much. After the scare, Lin Ziu no longer felt sleepy. He kept moving forward and there were some strange scorpions and other monsters on the ground from time to time. But they were all around rank 3 and Lin Ziu killed them all easily. Over the past few days, Lin Ziu had been killing evolved beasts, collecting odd crystals while continuing to move forward. Walking to the front, Lin Ziu found that with the wild wind blowing, some of the skeletons hidden under the gravel could now be seen clearly. Skeletons of the warriors. The desert was full of warriors' skeletons. It was indeed the path of death. It looked like the entire place was a desert, but who would have thought that there were so many skeletons buried? Some of the bones had a lot of gold little bugs on them like they were slowly gnawing on the bones. A bony-eating bug. Lin Ziu did not hesitate and simply released a flaming bird, but these darn things seemed to have some kind of resistance to the flames. There was no effect on them at all. Instead, the flames seemed to enrage them, and at this moment, although there was a wild wind, they still charged toward Lin Ziu. Damn! Lin Ziu cursed, then hurried away. There were too many strange things in this desert. A week went by very quickly, and Lin Ziu had been moving forward in this desert during this week. The desert was simply too vast. He hardly saw anyone. Roly, how many of my odd crystals have you eaten? Lin Ziu was holding the dark-edged spear at this moment, and after killing a huge sandworm, he dug out an odd crystal from its body and said to the light blue ball who had its mouth full. Lin Ziu realized that this thing had a mouth recently which looked like a crack. However, if it didn't open its mouth, you wouldn't notice it at all. Its body was very round, so Lin Ziu decided to call it Roly. Roly was gnawing happily on an odd crystal at this moment. Lin Ziu didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this scene, but his backpack was full of rank 3 odd crystals, so he didn't mind letting Roly eat some. Lin Ziu was so bored these days. There was no end in sight in this desert, and he only had this little thing to keep him company. But to Lin Ziu's delight, this little thing looked round, but it runs very fast like a little pet. While Lin Ziu killed those evolved beasts, Roly dug out those odd crystals from their bodies. It saved him a lot of time. Where is the end to this desert? Lin Ziu continued moving forward and sighed. A week. He had been in this desert for a week, and there was still no end in sight. He didn't even see any human being around. He ate nutrients all day to replenish his energy until he wanted to puke. Not long after he continued his journey, Lin Ziu seemed to vaguely spot an oasis ahead. Seeing this, Lin Ziu rubbed his eyes. He had been seeing mirages these days. This shouldn't be an illusion. Right. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Xiu continued to walk forward, but when he reached there, he was pleasantly surprised by the sight. Oasis, it's really an oasis. And in the middle, there's a lake. It was simply a surprise. Lin Xiu was happily walking to the lake at this moment and wanted to jump directly into it when he noticed a cold flash. Dang! Lin Xiu waved his long spear, and in the next moment, the long sword directly hit that cold light, giving off a crisp and clear sound. There's someone, and he did not sense it at all, so it seemed that this person was clearly stronger than him. Sword. This was a very sharp long sword. As the sword came mangling, the sound of metal clanging resounded. Lin Xiu's arms felt sputtered by the sword's aura, and his skin seemed to crack a little. Lin Xiu felt a tingling feeling. What an amazing sword technique. H&G Lin Xiu snorted coldly at this moment and also became serious. His long spear thrust over crazily and spots of cold light appeared. It was like his surroundings had turned into a sea of stars. But the sword-wielding person's sword technique was also very strong. He even managed to dodge all of Lin Xiu's attacks. She was very fast and was hidden among the surrounding trees. Lin Xiu couldn't really see this person and could only rely on his senses to attack desperately. To Lin Xiu's surprise, however, this person seemed to grow weaker as he continued to attack. He didn't know what was going on, but it was a really good opportunity. Torrential storm of rose flowers. This time, his attack finally messed up the other person's sword technique. Just as Lin Xiu was about to stab the figure in the next blow, he froze. Although he couldn't see her face, Lin Xiu found her outfit quite familiar. Could it be her? It's you. Chapter 135 Meeting Liu Yu again. Chapter 135 Meeting Liu Yu again. Lin Xiu said in surprise. She was in a white combat dress, and her long sword was still the same one. She seemed to have seen Lin Xiu at this moment as well, and the eyes on her exquisite face also revealed a look of surprise. Yu. He didn't expect to see this proud young lady again here, but just when Lin Xiu's long spear had stopped attacking, Liu Yu took the opportunity to stab Lin Xiu with her long sword. What's with you? Lin Xiu was startled by her sudden movements and exclaimed. However, Liu Yu did not stop, but her strength seemed to be getting weaker and weaker. In the end, with just a slight force, Lin Xiu blocked the long sword in her hand, and at this point, she was tottering and unsteady. When Lin Xiu noticed this, he put his arm around her waist and said, "Are you alright? Let me go." Liu Yu stared at Lin Xiu, trying to break free, but her body seemed to be very weak. Lin Xiu, who was holding her, felt something cold on his hands and he was taken aback. It seems like blood. Lin Xiu knitted his brows, then helped her sit on the ground. "I'm your savior. After all, this isn't very nice, is it?" Lin Xiu couldn't help but tease her when he saw her. "No. I'm going to kill you, so no one's going to affect me." Liu Yu shook her head and said, "Wait, you said I'd affected you. Don't tell me that you've fallen for me." Lin Xiu touched the fringe on his forehead and said coquettishly, "Shameless." Liu Yu, who was impervious to desires and passions, saw how lowly Lin Xiu was acting and couldn't help but blush a little, then gritted her teeth and said, but she seemed to have suffered a lot of injuries and her brows knitted as she spoke, "I have medicine here. Do you want it?" Lin Xiu took a small bottle out of his backpack and said. Liu Yu looked at him coldly and did not speak. "I'll just take your silence as a yes." Lin Xiu then pressed her on the ground directly. "Let me go." Liu Yu was struggling, but now she was out of fighting power because of the injuries and physical exertion. "The more you want me to let go, the more I want." "How about that?" Lin Xiu said playfully. He hasn't seen anyone at all for a long time, and when he met this chick he hasn't seen for a long time. Lin Xiu was quite surprised. Lin Xiu found it quite fun to tease this ice-cold chick. At this moment, Liu Yu tightened her fist and didn't struggle anymore, then said helplessly, "I will kill you." Sure. Lin Xiu ignored her, which made Liu Yu felt like nothing she did had an effect on him. She was simply punching cotton. At this moment, Lin Xiu looked at the center of her back. It seemed like even this combat dress had torn as if she had been stabbed by a sharp blade. Blood permeated through the tear. Lin Xiu hesitated a little at this time, then tore the combat dress slightly and saw her bleeding wound. Put up with it, Lin Xiu said, then took out the small bottle of light blue liquid and applied it directly to her wound. Luo Yu felt a sharp pain. It was so painful that her brows knitted. But she did not make a sound, which surprised Lin Xiu. This restoration fluid was very powerful. It stimulates cell regeneration and could heal the wound in a short period of time. But there were some side effects when used. The injured person would feel severe pain. It was 10 times stronger than the pain of pouring alcohol directly onto the wound. Who the hell did you fight with? Lin Xiu asked. But Luo Yu was still silent. Lin Xiu waved helplessly, then held her body up, leaning against the trunk of a huge tree next to them, looking at her cold eyes staring straight at him. Lin Xiu waved and said, "Yes, yes, yes. I know you are going to kill me. You." Luo Yu's eyes widened at this moment. Then she took a deep breath and calmed herself down. "What are you doing here?" After a moment's silence, Luo Yu suddenly said. "Give it a guess," Lin Xiu said. Under the analytic eye, Lin Xiu knew that this girl was a rank 4 warrior and her combat strength was more than 4. Yo. Luo Yu turned her head and simply ignored Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu curled his mouth and thought that this girl was really boring. "Actually, I'm here to go to the Sacred Region Academy," Lin Xiu said to Luo Yu, who had her head turned to the other side. She didn't seem to care, but when she heard the word Sacred Region Academy, her gaze changed slightly. She was stunned when she recalled Lin Xiu asking her where they could meet again, and she told him the Sacred Region. There was a subtle joy on her face that nobody could see. "I didn't come because of you." Lin Xiu felt the need to make things clear. Otherwise, she would think that he came over just to find her. Luo Yu's eyes suddenly turned cold and she looked at Lin Xiu, but did not say anything. "What do you mean by that?" Lin Xiu was hurt. This person was so beautiful, but why was her personality so unappealing? What an arrogant girl. But at this moment, Lin Xiu froze all of a sudden, like he heard some sounds coming from a distance. At this moment, he tensed up and laid on the ground without hesitation, then placed his ears on the ground. With his powerful hearing and perception, Lin Xiu was sure that there was a group of people coming towards them, and they were strong. "They are coming for me." Luo Yu seemed to know something and knitted her brows. Then she said, "Let's go." Lin Xiu did not ask her why and hesitated before speaking. Even a rank 4 warrior like her got so injured. It was clear how strong those people were, coupled with the number of people they had. Lin Xiu wasn't confident that he could defeat them. There was no way out except to escape and hide. Chapter 136, Fighting Side by Side. Chapter 136, Fighting Side by Side. "Leave by yourself." Luo Yu looked surprised and glanced at Lin Xiu, then said indifferently, "It's so late at night and you're all alone. Do you know what will happen to you if you get caught by those people? It wouldn't be as simple as death, and you're so beautiful." "Those people," Lin Xiu said deliberately. "Shut up." Luo Yu stared coldly at Lin Xiu. She could always contain her emotions no matter what, but somehow, when she heard Lin Xiu talking this way, she really wanted to beat him up. "Let's go." Lin Xiu hung the spear box and bag around him, then crouched in front of Luo Yu and said. Luo Yu hesitated for a moment and thought about what Lin Xiu said, then placed her arms on his shoulder. Lin Xiu carried her on his back very easily. His hands were placed below her knees, which made Luo Yu frown as it gave her a strange feeling. It was like a sudden ripple on the water of a calm lake. Lin Xiu did not hesitate and quickly ran in the other direction. "Drink it. Nutrient fluid," Lin Xiu said as he walked. Luo Yu was slightly suspicious of what Lin Xiu gave her when around. Translucent creature suddenly ran out of Lin Xiu's backpack. It was holding a bottle of liquid in its hands and stood on Lin Xiu's shoulder as it handed it to Luo Yu. Looking at this little creature, Luo Yu was taken aback. "Rank 6 evolved beast. This is my pet. Roly. Don't even think of taking the odd crystal in its body, eh?" Lin Xiu spoke while he ran. Luo Yu took the small glass bottle and stared at Roly curiously. But at this moment, Roly seemed afraid of Luo Yu, and simply rolled back into Lin Xiu's bag to hide. Luo Yu paused, then opened the bottle of nutrient fluid and drank it from the bottle directly. "Oh, I forget to tell you that I've drunk this thing before." Lin Xiu said mischievously. Is it very fun? Liu Yu said to the back of Lin Xia's head and appeared like she was looking at a retard. The nutrient fluid must be finished within 5 minutes as soon as it's opened. Otherwise, it would lose its effects. Lin Xiu was obviously bluffing. Not cute at all. Lin Xiu curled his lips. It was a little windy at night and the gravel blew against his face, making Lin Xiu itch. They are coming. Not long after they were gone, Liu Yu suddenly spoke up. They are coming. The moment Liu Yu said that, a few figures appeared at the front and back suddenly. Tisk tisk. I still caught up to you. Just then, a vicious-looking man sneered. He wore a black tiger skin robe and appeared threatening. The leader of the Black Tiger Bandits. Wen Hu? You killed more than 100 of our Black Tiger Bandits, and you want to leave just like that. Several other men also walked over from the other side and said in a cold voice. He trembled in fury at the thought of how many members were left in his team. When they came close, Lin Xiu directly used the analytic eye and immediately knew their strength. 5 rank 3 top warriors. Their combat strength was more than 3 Inya each. Lin Xiu was shocked. A rank 4 warrior was powerful, but going against a number of rank 3 warriors would still be quite tough. He didn't expect that Liu Yu could still escape even after killing more than 100 of their bandits. She was terrifyingly strong. You guys are going to die. Liu Yu glared at them and said icily. Even in this current situation, they still felt a sense of threat when Liu Yu's gaze swept across them. You're still injured. You still think you can leave? Or can this young man save you? Wan Hu laughed loudly at this moment. Previously, Liu Yu may have killed more than 100 of his people, but Wan Hu also took advantage of the fact that Liu Yu had used up a lot of physical strength, and successfully performed a sneak attack on her. And in this current state, Liu Yu's strength was only to the extent of a rank 2 warrior and wasn't a threat to them at all. So much nonsense to say. Liu Yu said faintly. Kill that boy and let this woman live. I don't want to kill her just like that. I want to play her to death. Wan Hu ordered with a sinister look. The meat on his face seemed to be squeezed. Put me down. Liu Yu said. Lin Xiu did not hesitate, and after he put her down, he pressed the button on the spear box, and the dark-edged spear instantly shot out. Bang! The man who rushed over from the side was stunned, and just as he was about to block with the saber in his hand, he felt an immense force. His hand trembled and the weapon almost flew out of his hand. Lin Xiu moved at this moment. He tossed the backpack and spear box directly on the ground and leaped to the right. Then, he grabbed the dark-edged spear that was about to fall and thrust forward smoothly. Awe of the Phoenix. The man clearly wanted to block when he saw the flames coming out of Lin Xiu's spear and spreading to the tip of the spear as several flaming birds burst forth. What are these? The man was in a state of shock. He had never seen a skill like that. At this point, he quickly retreated, but the flaming birds seemed to be chasing him like crazy and they were very swift. Dang dang dang. On the other side, Liu Yu was fighting furiously with the other 4 warriors. These Black Tiger Bandits did not seem to take Lin Xiu seriously. Their main goal was to take down Liu Yu, as Lin Xiu had helped her heal her wounds and replenished her nutrients. Liu Yu seemed to have recovered quite a bit. Wan Hu gritted his teeth. He was shocked. The strength of this girl was too scary, and her sword technique was very strong. Good chance, but Liu Yu was injured after all. And even though her attack forced Wan Hu to take a few steps back, the warrior with the spear behind her stabbed Liu Yu in the back directly. Dang! Just when he thought he was going to get away with it, the tip of the silver spear in his hand was suddenly hit by another long black spear, and sparks flew everywhere as the tip of his spear broke. Are you all right? The 2 people had their backs against one another and were focused on the movements of the people around them. Can you do it? Liu Yu did not answer Lin Xiu's question and said faintly. Of course. Chapter 137 Fierce Battle in the Desert. Chapter 137 Fierce Battle in the Desert. Lin Xiu snorted. The 2 seemed to have tacit cooperation and charged forward at the same time. Lin Xiu attacked 3 of the guys at the side. They were all rank 3 warriors, but Lin Xiu was not afraid at all and instead felt as though the blood in his body was boiling. Battle. Meteor strike. A man with a spear attacked Lin Xiu. Seeing that Lin Xiu was a spear user like him, he had the pride to let Lin Xiu see what true spear arts were. Lin Xiu felt a white light aura swept past him. Like a meteor, it appeared at his throat in an instant. Clang! Lin Xiu used his spear and blocked the incoming spear tip, producing sparks from the collision. Let me show you how to use a spear, Lin Xiu snorted as he grabbed Dark Edge tightly with 10 fingers and stabbed forward. Although Dark Edge was heavy, Lin Xiu had slowly gotten used to it. Seeking death, but Lin Xiu was not up against one rank 3 warrior, but 3 of them. The other 2 wielding sabers charged from both sides in an attempt to pincer him. They worked their sabers extremely fast and slashed down and produced vacuum sounds from the strikes. Adjudicate. Lin Xiu's pupils constricted and immediately used his skill. Bang! The 2 men that came from opposite directions had a change in their eyes as they discovered a powerful force coming out while Lin Xiu waved his spear. This powerful force threw the 2 of them backwards simultaneously. What kind of skill is that? The 2 rank 3 warriors were stunned. Lin Xiu glanced at the 2 after unleashing Adjudicate, feeling that it was somewhat a pity. The 2 were stronger and Adjudicate's effect was no longer as impactful. At this time, the spear-wielding warrior charged at Lin Xiu fanatically. Lin Xiu's taunt, "Let me show you how to use a spear," had infuriated him. The silver spear in his hands moved extremely fast and produced sparks against Lin Xiu's Dark Edge. He started to feel the fatigue gradually because the power from Lin Xiu's spear was extremely large and every collision made his fingers numb. This was not just from Lin Xiu's personal strength, but the weight of his spear. It was extremely heavy and was 600 kadi at the very least. Wait a minute. This spear is completely black. Could it be that spear? The man seemed to recall something and his eyes gradually opened wide as he fought against Lin Xiu. Is your spear Dark Edge? That's right. Only that spear was extremely black and the shaft extremely glossy, not from oil, but from the unique material. You know about it? Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow and asked. It had to be said. The man's spear techniques were good and were only a tad inferior compared to his. Lin Xiu used his strength and collided with his opponent's spear again. The immense power forced him back a few steps. Pooh! The guy opened his eyes wide as he struggled to stabilize himself. A sweet taste gushed up his throat as he vomited blood out. Says, "This is the start of the real battle. I'm going to kill you and take your weapon." The man spat the remaining blood from his mouth as his face became even more sinister and he proclaimed. On the other side, Liu Yu was fighting against Wan Hu and another warrior. Cecilia. Wan Hu was careless and got cut by Liu Yu's sword. The sharp sword Kai lacerated his skin. She was clearly injured and her wounds were not light. But how could she still be so strong? Liu Yu's expression remained unchanged as her eyes stayed cold. She used her sword to strike the warrior that used a sword as well. Blossom fall. Go and die. The man with the sword roared out loud and erupted with phenomenal speed and aimed his sword at her. The sword seemed to transform into a powerful cold aura with an unblockable offense. Liu Yu frowned slightly but disregarded defense and launched an attack as well. The warrior did not expect for Liu Yu to take him head-on. Although his attack looked imposing, it was a feint and he would only use the real killing technique when Liu Yu attempted to dodge. As Liu Yu charged forward, her dress received a few more cuts. Blood trickled out, but her expression remained unchanged without a shred of pain. The warrior started to panic and in the next moment, Liu Yu's sword seemed to draw on light as she slashed forward. What skill is this? The warrior opened his eyes wide. Before he could finish his sentence, a cut appeared on his face. 1 second later, his head was split in half. Wan Hu was speechless upon seeing that, but quickly steadied himself, because she had many wounds all over her body as well. To kill the warrior, she had sustained many injuries. Opportunity. Wan Hu leaped forward with his large machete and charged forward. Be careful, Lin Xiu warned Liu Yu while engaged with the 3 warriors. Take care of yourself. Liu Yu replied indifferently. She did not reveal any pain and looked over to Wan Hu with the intent of fighting. Clang clang clang. Lin Xiu started to feel exhaustion while fighting the 3. There were times where he almost got cut as well. Sayila. and they wielded unique weapons. While being attacked by the red saber, Lin Zia's body sustained another wound. Even his robes got cut through. "Go and die," the man with the spear roared as he stabbed towards the opening. Chapter 138 The Unexpected Skill. Chapter 138 The Unexpected Skill. Lin Zia's body froze as all the hair on his body stood erect. It was as though he had fallen into deep danger and was about to die. At this time, he did not hesitate to activate Fury. "Screw it. I will kill all of them in the shortest period of time." When he used Fury, his strength, speed, and reaction time grew substantially. Lin Ziyu saw the spear moving towards him as though it was in slow-mo. No, it was not slow, but his reaction time had been strengthened. Dark edge in his hand moved and blocked the warrior's spear tip. Right when the two spears collided, an immense force was transmitted into the man's hands. His hands immediately turned numb. The spear that was about to pierce into Lin Zi's body was flung away along with the warrior. Torrential storm of rose flowers. Lin Ziyu did not know why people would shout out their skill names in the middle of battle. But right at this moment, he felt that shouting like that made his blood boil even further. Lin Ziyu suddenly noticed a strange occurrence. There seemed to be flashes of light on the warrior's body. Wait a minute, could that be? Lin Ziyu immediately became ecstatic. It was exactly the same when he gained profound intent. Torrential storm of rose flowers. Dark Edge seemed to have sensed its master's ferocious battle intent. It stabbed forward and transformed into cold auras. The two other warriors were stunned. They never expected Lin Ziyu to suddenly erupt with so much strength and speed. "I am the real king of the spear." The man wanted to employ his own skill when he saw many cold lights in front of him. Clank, clank, clank. He wanted to block the attacks, but Lin Zia's attacks with profound intent. Torrential storm of rose flowers were aimed at his flaws. His entire body was stabbed more than 10 times in a short span of time. He was riddled with holes. In the next moment, after a loud bang, his body exploded into dust. The two warriors were overwhelmed with shock. "Strong. He's too strong." That was an instant kill. How many stabs did he unleash in that instant? Their eyes towards Lin Ziyu changed to fear. The notification of killing a warrior sounded out in his mind, but Lin Ziyu did not stop and continued to charge ahead. He could not waste a second because Fury had a time limit. Once the time limit was up, he would be doomed. "Stop holding back, use your strongest skill." The warrior wielding two sabers had all the hair on his body standing straight up as he roared through clenched teeth. The two looked at each other and unleashed all of their power and charged at Lin Ziyu. Gold skill mountain collapse explosion. Gold skill red lotus fury. The two leaped into the air and unleashed attacks from midair. The ground split under the pressure of the powerful blades. A large gorge formed from beneath the warrior into the distance, as though he had cut the desert in two. Grit and sand flew everywhere. On the other hand, the other warrior unleashed a slash that produced a blazing red lotus which transformed into a fiery crescent blade. Rumble. The spot that Lin Ziyu was on instantly blew up into a large pit under the two horrifying attacks. The original level desert suddenly had a large pit. Is he dead? The two dropped back down to the ground and looked towards the location of colossal damage. As the dust scattered, they saw a gigantic pit and deep gorges, but not a sight of Lin Ziya's figure. They knew how powerful their all-out skills were, but did not have the absolute confidence that it could kill Lin Ziyu. Impossible, he should be dead. One of the men panicked when they did not see Lin Ziya's body. The reality of their comrade that died had left a shadow in his heart. He did not expect Lin Ziya's strength to grow suddenly. It was too inconceivable. Hold up. The other warrior suddenly felt a powerful aura coming from above. What is that? He raised his head to look only to see that the originally pitch-black sky was suddenly covered with stars. The stars were dazzling and slowly became denser. It was like the resplendence of the galaxy river. One more minute is more than enough. Lin Ziyu held the spear with both hands and sped downwards from high up in the sky. It's the brat. The two saw the figure from amongst the stars. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. How was it possible for a kid to unleash so much power in a moment, and leap above them to dodge their strongest skill and actually unleash his own from above? What kind of skill is that to be able to unleash from so high up? Ninth heaven galaxy fall. High up in the sky and charging down. Lin Xiu could feel his clothes fluttering rapidly. The originally pitch-black dark edge seemed to have turned into a white aura and was extremely dazzling. "He's trying to deceive us," the two rank 3 warriors roared and were about to unleash their skills when they sensed Lin Xiu and the spear became one, as though they were under the powerful splash of a large waterfall. Rumble. After the loud sound, the bodies of the two warriors instantly exploded into pieces. All the sand on the ground rose, and it looked like sand rain as it fell from the sky. 20 seconds left. At this time, Lin Xiu saw Luoyu tangled with Wan Hu and immediately charged over. Luoyu was severely injured and Wan Hu was not attacking her directly, but making use of guerrilla warfare to tire her out. He was obviously trying to exhaust Luoyu until she had no strength left. Chapter 139 Affectionate Couple Condemned to Die. Chapter 139 Affectionate Couple Condemned to Die. I will give you one more chance. Surrender obediently and come back with me. Wan Hu saw that Luoyu was panting and started to chuckle. What an adorable beauty. It will be a waste to kill you. Luoyu ignored Wan Hu's words. While he was speaking carefreely, she continued to attack him. Su! Her sword swept towards his body and drew a hole in his clothes. Wan Hu was taken back. He did not expect Luoyu to be preserving her stamina and thought to kill him when he was taking a break. You can't blame me anymore, Wan Hu roared out loud and went all out. He had originally planned to capture Luoyu alive to enjoy her body, but with how sneaky she was, he would lose his life if he was careless. He could no longer care anymore. He would kill Luoyu. Clang! Luoyu was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Wan Hu raised his machete and slashed downwards. As she raised her sword to block, the collision produced an extremely loud sound. The sword fell straight to the ground as she did not hold it steadily. Time to die, Wan Hu roared and raised his machete at her neck. Luoyu's eyes changed. She intended to dodge, but her reactive abilities were no longer able to keep up with her mind. Bang! In the nick of peril, a cold aura flashed past. Wan Hu felt as though something had knocked into his machete and caused his right arm to turn numb, and almost let the weapon fall out of his hand. You're not dead. Wan Hu retreated a few steps and was shocked when he saw Lin Xiu rushing over. While battling Luoyu, he never turned to observe Lin Xiu's battle. He only heard the loud explosion, and subconsciously thought his companions had used their strongest skills to kill Lin Xiu. Wan Hu turned his attention while retreating and could not find his companions. Only a few pieces of flesh. How is that possible? This kid actually fought against 3 of them and killed them. With that strength, is he already at the rank 4 warriors level? Upon coming to this theory, he could not help but take in a breath of cold air, and his gaze towards Lin Xiu turned to fear. There were 10 seconds left. Lin Xiu did not hesitate and charged towards Wan Hu's position with the time in mind. I will fight it out with you. Wan Hu was a ferocious man and knew that retreating would mean death. He held his large machete with both hands and slashed down towards Lin Xiu. Clang! Lin Xiu had both hands on dark edge and repelled the slash. He exerted force and pushed Wan Hu back before stabbing at his throat. It's over. Seeing this, Wan Hu thought that he was about to die, but realized that Lin Xiu's dark edge seemed to be trembling. No way. Am I out of energy? Shit. Lin Xiu started to perspire in a cold sweat. Fury's aftermath had taken effect. My body can't move. Although Wan Hu did not know what was going on, it was the perfect opportunity for him. Bang! Lin Xiu was no longer able to wield dark edge as he was out of energy, and it fell straight to the ground. Brett. Go and die, Wan Hu sneered sinisterly. He knew that Lin Xiu was spent. I am the final victor. Wan Hu's expression was ugly as he raised his large machete and slashed towards Lin Xiu. It's over. Lin Xiu's eyes opened wide as he watched the blade come down at him. Bang! Alright, at this time, a low sound came out as a figure stood before him. Luoyu. Wan Hu was surprised. He did not expect Luoyu to appear here. And Wan Hu's machete was moving towards her shoulder. Although Luoyu had a shoulder guard on, the power in Wan Hu's slash was extremely large, and his machete was not an ordinary grade weapon. The slash actually cut through the armor, into her shoulder, and broke her bones. The machete fractured her collarbone. Sazes. Who would have thought that you would block the attack for this kid? How touching. Wan Hu already knew that victory was at hand as he laughed out loud. Lin Xiu looked at Liu Yu's figure in a daze. She stood in place without moving. Her petite figure was filled with determination and willpower. She was unwilling to fall because of the slash. I did not do this to save you. As though having sensed his gaze, Liu Yu spoke up indifferently. Her face had turned pale because of the long drawn-out battles. Ha ha ha. Seems like today will be the death day for the both of you. Wan Hu laughed out loud. Lin Xiu and Liu Yu could no longer fight, making Wan Hu extremely confident. Damn it. Am I going to die here? Lin Xiu gritted his teeth. But right at this time, a blue object suddenly rolled down from his body. Roly. Lin Xiu was surprised at the sight of Roly. What was it doing? Lin Xiu wanted to find out. But he saw Roly drill its way into the sand like a gopher and towards Wan Hu. Wan Hu did not notice Roly that was slowly rolling towards him in the sand due to his happiness. Sigh. Seems like we are about to become an affectionate couple condemned to die. Although Lin Xiu did not know what Roly was doing, he decided to feign acceptance and sighed. Shut up. Liu Yu snorted out when she heard his words even before Wan Hu could say a thing. Affectionate couplesies. I will let you watch how I toy with her to death. Wan Hu suddenly exerted strength and pulled Liu Yu's clothes off as he laughed. Right at this time, a black figure suddenly shot out from the sand and right into his open mouth. Chapter 140 Roly's Accomplishment. Chapter 140 Roly's Accomplishment. Glurg. Wan Hu was in the middle of his laughter and did not know what entered his throat and subconsciously swallowed it down. What the hell is that? He opened his eyes wide as he felt the thing sliding down his throat. The strange feeling caused him to open his eyes wide. What is that thing? He suddenly felt immense pain in his body as he dropped his weapon to the ground. The pain came from his chest. Wan Hu tore off his own clothes and could clearly see something protruding out from inside his chest. What the hell is that? Get out! Wan Hu was overwhelmed with fear and reached out to press on the protrusion. But when he pressed down, the thing moved to another location. Liu Yu was shocked at the sight of it as well. What is that thing? Lin Xiu was still gasping for breath. The aftermath of fury had yet to be dispelled. He could not feel an ounce of energy in his body. But Lin Xiu was surprised at Wan Hu's state as well. Can Roly kill Wan Hu? All Wan Hu suddenly screamed as he felt a burst of pain and he started to roll on the floor. Get out. Get out of me right now! Wan Hu rolled fanatically and roared. He extended his hand in an attempt to claw at his chest. He wanted so badly to break in and dig the thing out. Bang! In the next moment, his chest swelled up like a ball and exploded. He focused and saw many large holes in his chest. He could even see his own heart beating. Wan Hu's eyes were wide opened, but he no longer had any consciousness left. Roly actually killed him. Even Lin Xiu was shocked. What is that thing? Liu Yu looked beside Wan Hu's corpse where the round Roly that resembled a ball rolled over. Liu Yu saw it rolling over and her gaze changed. She was about to make a move when Lin Xiu advised her. Don't attack it. Liu Yu was startled. She watched as the thing rolled on Lin Xiu and sat on his shoulder. Roly performed a jump on his shoulder as though it was saying, praise me. Praise me. Thank you. This is for you. Lin Xiu chuckled and caressed its body as he took out a gold odd crystal and handed it to Roly. Roly seemed to be ecstatic when it took the odd crystal and revealed a mouth that could not be seen at all. It was like a squirrel nibbling on melon seeds as it ate the crystal. Lin Xiu was gradually recovering. Although he was unable to battle, he could do simple movements. Are you all right? Lin Xiu asked Liu Yu. Liu Yu shook her head. She attempted to pick up her own sword when her legs turned soft and she sat on the ground. Let me help you apply some medication. Lin Xiu looked at Liu Yu. Lin Xiu had changed his view on her seeing how she blocked the attack for him. She looked ice cold, but her heart was completely unlike her appearance. Liu Yu sat on the ground and did not reject him. Lin Xiu took some recovery liquid and walked over to her side. He looked at the place where she was stabbed and the rip on her clothes. He tried to pull it, but the material was too high quality. He failed to rip it and this situation made him awkward. Why don't you take out your dress? Lin Xiu subconsciously blurted out. Upon hearing his words, Liu Yu turned and glared at him coldly. I'm just trying to put some medicine on you. Your clothes material is too strong and I can't rip it out to see the wound. Lin Xiu explained himself. He was not thinking about it in a perverse way. Luo Yu's gaze changed. She hesitated for a moment before using her uninjured hand to pull down the top part of her dress. Lin Xiu could not help but watch her attentively. But as she pulled it down, he saw another white shoulder strap inside. She revealed her delicate collarbone and fair arm. Her injured shoulder continued to flow with blood. Quickly, as though sensing Lin Xiu sizing her up, Luo Yu immediately reminded him. Oh, Lin Xiu nodded and took out a bottle of disinfectant and poured it on her wound. The blood and disinfectant liquid all flowed down from the wound to the floor. Lin Xiu was inwardly stunned when he saw her wound. It was extremely deep that revealed her bones that were close to the point of breaking. Lin Xiu did not feel disgusted. After all, she had taken the blow for him. He took a deep breath and started to apply for recovery medicine on her horrifying wound. SSCI. The recovery liquid reacted with the wound and white smoke was produced. Lin Xiu saw Luo Yu frown a few times, but she did not make a sound. Lin Xiu was inwardly impressed. If it were any other guy, they would be rolling on the ground in pain. Right. Sprinkle this. Luo Yu took out a transparent glass bottle that was filled with a pale gold powder and threw it to Lin Xiu with her other arm. Lin Xiu took the bottle and after thinking about it, pressed down on her shoulder and closed the open wound before sprinkling the powder on her shoulder. Once the powder was set, no more blood flowed out and the powder seemed to be extremely effective on this wound. Luo Yu used her left hand to feel for her collarbone before pressing down on the cut region. As the recovery liquid became effective, the cells in her body divided rapidly and started the fast healing. At this point, although her collarbone had yet to be healed, there were no longer any open cuts. Have a good rest tonight. Seeing that Luo Yu's wound was handled well, Lin Xiu spoke up. An? Luo Yu nodded her head and did not refute. The moon in the sky was very bright and cast two extremely long shadows on two lonely figures in the desert. Chapter 141 Students of the Sakigura Region Academy. Chapter 141 Students of the Sakigura Region Academy. Soon, it was the next morning and when Lin Xiu opened his eyes, he found himself and Luo Yu with their backs together, sleeping this way all night. Luo Yu probably felt that Lin Xiu had woken up and opened her eyes too. Have your wounds healed? Lin Xiu asked a little awkwardly. Luo Yu shook her head. This injury was really nothing compared to what she had experienced before. The weather was still scorching hot and the sun was out early in the morning. Are you going to the Sacred Region Academy? Lin Xiu asked Luo Yu. Yes, she said. By the way, do you know the way? Lin Xiu was pleasantly surprised at this time. He thought she should know the direction to the Sacred Region Academy and if he went with her, he could avoid getting lost and walking around the desert aimlessly. Luo Yu pointed to the area in front then picked up her long sword and walked in that direction. Wait for me. Lin Xiu quickly carried his backpack and spear box and caught up to Luo Yu. It wasn't easy to find someone who knew the way and he didn't want to stay in the desert any longer. It has been more than a week. At this moment, Rolly also climbed out of Lin Xiu's backpack, then stood on Lin Xiu's shoulder. It rolled on his shoulder and laid down. You've grown much stronger. Luo Yu, who hasn't said much, suddenly spoke up while they were walking in this desert. Of course. Don't you know who I am? Lin Xiu said with a triumphant tone, looking like his tail was about to reach the sky, but still not good enough. Just when Lin Xiu was delighted, Luo Yu's words instantly gave Lin Xiu a blow. After walking for some time, Lin Xiu could see a forest up ahead. But unlike the azure forest, the trees looked normal. It was about the same as the forest that he walked out from in Xingyao City. It's just in front, Lin Xiu said to Luo Yu. Almost. Luo Yu nodded. They continued walking and finally got out of this seemingly endless desert and reached the forest. The surrounding air was very fresh that Lin Xiu couldn't help but take a deep breath. Feels great. But the moment they stepped into this jungle, they heard a strange buzzing sound and Lin Xiu knitted his brows. Bang! At this moment, Luo Yu seemed to have found something and her long sword slashed across, cutting down a large tree directly. In that tree, There was also a worm that had a body that looked like a branch and was cut into two. Be careful. There's a color-changing bamboo worm. Liu Yu glanced around and said, color-changing bamboo worm. Lin Xiu activated the analytic eye to look at the body of the color-changing bamboo worm and was surprised to find that this thing was a rank 3 evolved beast. It could bring about severe pain, was often hidden in trees and the average person wouldn't really notice it. Tisk tisk. Seems like it wouldn't be so easy for you guys to get to the Sacred Region Academy. Lin Xiu heard a ruckus ahead. When he looked over, he suddenly saw 3 familiar figures. Kong Haoshan. What do you mean by that? He Zhangyan looked at the 5 figures standing in front of him and gritted his teeth as he spoke. Behind him, Lei Lei and Jian Lai looked at them with caution. Nothing much. Just heard that the Sacred Region Academy is going to have a freshman test, and I'm trying to get rid of my competitors first. The guy, known as Kong Haoshan, stared at Zhang Yin and smiled. You want to kill me? Zhang Yin knitted his brows at this time. He traveled so many days and finally arrived here. He simply couldn't let himself get killed just like that. Tisk tisk. Don't keep talking about killing. It sounds so horrible. Kong Haoshan shook his head, then continued, just clearing some garbage for the Sacred Region Academy. You. Hearing Kong Haoshan's words, the hot-tempered Jian Lai tightened his grip around his weapon. Do you know each other? Liu Yu looked at Lin Xiu and asked. Kind of. Lin Xiu nodded. Then, Lin Xiu hesitated for a moment before he continued moving forward. It looks quite lively here. Lin Xiu walked over while stretching. As Lin Xiu and Liu Yu walked toward them, the eyes of the warriors turned to them. And they saw Lin Xiu and Liu Yu, a young guy and girl. The girl's face was ice cold but beautiful. The guy was also good-looking and looked like a dashing prince. Both of them looked like a match made in heaven as they slowly made their way over. Senior Zhang Yin and the others saw Lin Xiu's figure and were very surprised. Senior. Hearing Zhang Yin's words, Kong Haoshan's gaze changed. They are my friends. Give me some face and let them go. Lin Xiu glanced at Kong Haoshan and the others at this moment and said with a smile. At this moment, he activated the analytic eye and could tell that these 5 people were rank 3 warriors. Their combat strength was also more than 3. Liu Yu's injury hasn't healed yet, and he had used up quite a bit of energy the night before and had not recovered. If they had to fight now, they would probably be at a disadvantage. Let them go. Kong Haoshan looked at Lin Xiu and found that Lin Xiu's aura was quite weak like a rank 1 warrior, which made him laugh uncontrollably. It was as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Tisk tisk. Haoshan, this girl is not bad. Why don't we let them go and make this girl stay? These guys were now looking at Liu Yu. It was the first time they had seen such a beautiful girl and it really made their hearts itch. Senior. They are also students from the Sacred Region Academy. Zhang Yin said respectfully to Lin Xiu. You too? Lin Xiu was surprised and asked. Yes. Zhang Yin nodded. Tisk tisk. Let me think about it. Just then, Kong Haoshan walked toward Liu Yu without any fear and reached out to touch her face. Suddenly, a cold light flashed by. Swish. It sounded as if even the air had been cut and Kong Haoshan immediately retracted his hand. At this moment, he broke out in cold sweat. How could someone be so fast? His fingers were almost sliced off. Chapter 142. We are also freshmen. Chapter 142. We are also freshmen. Liu Yu held the long sword that was as thin as cicada's wings as she stared coldly at Kong Haoshan and the others. Rank 4 warrior at this moment. A guy covered his eyes with source strength and could clearly see the long sword covered with a light green source strength. He was shocked to see this. HNG. So what? Kong Haoshan was slightly afraid at this moment, but still gritted his teeth and said, she was a rank 4 warrior, after all. And the gap between a rank 3 warrior and a rank 4 warrior could be said to be poles apart. But she's hurt. One man noticed that Liu Yu's shoulder pads had been split in half, and there were traces of medicinal powder. Oh, hearing the man's words, Kong Haoshan raised his brows. From the first time he saw Liu Yu, he felt an itch in his heart. He had never seen such a beautiful woman with such disposition. In today's world, Getting cosmetic surgery was easy, but it couldn't give a person class. You guys know the Black Tiger Bandits? Lin Xiu looked at them and asked indifferently. They froze when they heard Lin Xiu's words. Of course. They knew that the Black Tiger Bandits were a C-grade criminal group on the borders of the path of death. So what, they are just 100 over people, and they don't have many rank 3 warriors. Did you think I will be afraid? Kong Haoshan said with a cold smile at this time. He thought Lin Xiu brought up the Black Tiger Bandits to intimidate him. No. Lin Xiu shook his head, then continued to say, they were all killed by us. Killed. The moment Lin Xiu said that, they gasped. The Black Tiger Bandits had at least 100 people, and there were about 5 powerful rank 3 warriors. Even they didn't dare to provoke them. Do you think I'll believe you? Kong Haoshan was shocked. But he still said with a smile, you want to give it a go? Lin Xiu raised his brows. Sure. Kong Haoshan was annoyed when he saw the look of arrogance on Lin Xiu's face. Then with the sword in hand, he charged toward Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu snorted coldly and moved slightly, dodging him immediately. Although Lin Xiu was still carrying a spear box and a backpack, this did not affect his speed. Rolly seemed to sense danger at this moment too, and it hugged itself with its little arms, then jumped into Lin Xiu's bag. Kong Haoshan was shocked when he saw that Lin Xiu had dodged his sword. He thought that Lin Xiu was a very weak warrior and wasn't his match at all. He was also confident that he could kill Lin Xiu with one blow. But he did not think that Lin Xiu, who looked very clumsy carrying so many things, was as light as a swallow and dodged his sword. Lin Xiu glanced at him, and after dodging a couple of his attacks, Lin Xiu threw a punch over. Bang! The punch hit him directly in the shoulder, and the sheer impact made him take a few steps back. Had it not been for his combat suit, his shoulder bone would have been broken. Courting death, the people behind were shocked when they saw this, and one of the guys charged towards Lin Xiu with a weapon. But just then, there was a cold blade on his neck. A tingling sensation came from his neck, and he didn't dare to move at all. Move again or say a word and I will kill you. I'll kill you if you look at me too. Liu Yu stood at the same spot and said plainly. The man tensed up, and the skin around his neck was slowly dripping with blood. The fear of death made him afraid to move. Let him go, the remaining people yelled when they saw this. 3 seconds. Leave or fight. Lin Xiu put up 3 fingers and said indifferently. Kong Haoshan covered his wounds at this moment and stared at Lin Xiu as he gritted his teeth. He was in a very disadvantageous situation right now, and Lin Xiu had clearly concealed his strength. There was also a rank 4 warrior around, and if he continued fighting, let's go, Kong Haoshan said reluctantly. Liu Yu put the long sword down from his neck and shed the blood off her blade with a forceful wave. Kong Haoshan glared at Lin Xiu and led the 4 people and left. The man who had a sword to his neck seemed to be immersed in his near-death experience, and didn't dare to look back at all. Thank you. Senior Zhang Yin heaved a sigh of relief. They had just become rank 3 warriors and weren't very strong. If they didn't meet Lin Xiu, it would have been over for them. And thank you. Zhang Yin looked at Liu Yu, but Liu Yu's eyes were cold. She didn't look at them, and they were a little embarrassed. Don't call me senior. Just call me Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu found it very awkward. Okay, senior. Zhang Yin nodded, making Lin Xiu somewhat speechless. How are your injuries? Are you all right at this moment? Lin Xiu obviously saw Liu Yu frowning, and it was clear that the move just now had hurt her wounds. Liu Yu shook her head. Lin Xiu also knew her character and didn't say much. Are you guys students of the Sacred Region Academy? Lin Xiu heard what they said just now, and was quite surprised. We're freshmen. But the address is at the end of the path of death, and we've never gone there before. Deng Yin said with a wry smile at this time. And that person called Kong Haoshan is an elite from another school in our city, but he's very violent. Not just violent. He nearly killed Zhang Yin. He couldn't help but felt a slight lingering fear when he thought about it. Senior. Where are you guys going? Zhang Yin asked. The Sacred Region Academy too. Lin Xiu said. Are you a teacher at the Sacred Region Academy? Zhang Yin and the others were surprised. We're freshmen. Too. What? Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Zhang Yin and the others were dumbfounded. Especially Zhang Yin. He always believed that Lin Xiu was an expert and might be older than most of them. But he didn't expect that Lin Xiu was also a freshman. Looking closely at Lin Xiu and Liu Yu, both of them seemed to be only 17 or 18 years old. They are so powerful at such a young age, it's unbelievable. Chapter 143 Absorbing Odd Crystals Frantically. Chapter 143 Absorbing Odd Crystals Frantically. You're still thinking that I'm lying to you? Lin Xiu waved his hands helplessly and said. Then you're not. Don't lie. The huge guy was at a loss for words. The three had foolishly assumed Lin Xiu to be a high-rank warrior and had used some special means to appear young. They had called Lin Xiu Senior all the while and became embarrassed upon thinking about it. After all, they were all around 20 years old, and Lin Xiu looked younger than 18. He was too young, and they still found it hard to believe that he was younger than them. Let's go. Liu Yu glanced at Lin Xiu and spoke up indifferently. Lin Xiu, can we go with you? Zhang Yin hesitated for a moment before speaking up. They had encountered many Sacred Region Academy students here, but a part of them harbored malicious intent. Sure. Lin Xiu nodded. Encountering them so many times was considered fate, adding to the fact that he had yet to fully recover his strength and Liu Yu was still injured. If they encountered danger, they would be able to help. Dang Yin and the others rejoiced when Lin Xiu agreed and started to follow Lin Xiu and Liu Yu. Are we going to walk to the end of Path of Death? Lin Xiu asked Liu Yu curiously. Yes. Liu Yu replied indifferently. She was a lady of few words, as though her words were gold. But Lin Xiu was surprised to find that she was no longer as cold as when they first met. As they continued onwards, Lin Xiu discovered that the place was getting busy with more and more groups of young boys appearing. They all seemed to be going to Sacred Region Academy. Dang Yin looked at the warriors and whispered. They were all extremely wary. After all, this place was not an easily accessible place that could be trifled with. The forest was vast, and even when they walked till nighttime, they were unable to see the end. Let's rest here for tonight. They walked to a small stream in the middle of the forest and Lin Xiu suggested to the group. Liu Yu hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Even if they continued on, they would not arrive at the destination. Instead, they could take a rest and take the opportunity to recover. Zhang Yin and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they heard the suggestion. Even as warriors, they felt slightly tired after walking for the entire day. But Lin Xiu and Liu Yu did not even seem to pant or show any signs of fatigue. The two were truly monsters. The sky gradually turned completely dark. Everyone sat by the bonfire and caught a few fishes from the stream to barbecue. Do you know how many people Sacred Region Academy has enrolled? Lin Xiu asked Zhang Yin while eating his fish. I'm not too sure about that. Yang Yin chuckled bitterly and shook his head. But only 4 of us in our academy were chosen, while another academy has 5. So many. Lin Xiu frowned. He was the only one from Xingyao City. It meant to say that Xingyao City was classified as a small city. It is said that there is a young man of the age of 18 from Sky Academy who is already a rank 5 warrior. Zhang Yin clenched his fist and exclaimed excitedly. The majority of people would never reach the realm of rank 5 in their entire lives. But an 18-year-old was already at that stage. He was truly a genius amongst geniuses. Yuo Kixing. Liu Yu barbecued her fish and added indifferently. You know him? Lin Xiu blurted out subconsciously. An 18-year-old to be a rank 5 warrior was truly too terrifying. The strongest teacher in Xingyao Academy was only rank 6 and he was an old man already. He is from the same academy as me. Liu Yu nodded her head. You're also from Sky Academy? Zhang Yin looked at her in surprise. Sky Academy was the most prestigious high school situated in Sky City. Not everyone could be enrolled in that academy. Liu Yu did not answer Zhang Yin's question and made him slightly awkward. Over in the distance, a few pairs of eyes were looking at Lin Xiu's group. After all, a bonfire in the night was extremely eye-catching. That lass looks good. Many looked at Liu Yu from a distance and felt itchy. Wait, she seems to be from the Liu family. Another person rubbed his eyes and exclaimed in surprise. Liu family. That's right, Sky Academy rank 2 is a girl that is said to already be a rank 4 warrior. The person inhaled in cold air and felt fortunate that he did not attack. The title of rank 4 warrior made all of them exclaim in shock. They no longer harbored any thoughts and quietly slipped away. Seems like they are gone. Lin Xiu commented indifferently. Yuoyu nodded and finally put down her sword that she had kept in her hand. Zhang Yin and the others heard their conversation and were confused. They turned to look around but did not discover any beasts or warriors. After finishing their meal, Yuoyu sat beside Lin Xiu and started cultivating. Lin Xiu was able to sense the flow of air around them as she cultivated, as though something was pouring into Yuoyu's body. What a powerful cultivation technique! Lin Xiu marveled inwardly. Although he was improving at a very fast rate, his cultivation technique was mediocre. As he watched her cultivate, Lin Xiu did not hesitate to take out all the odd crystals and place them on his body. Rolly saw Lin Xiu take all the odd crystals away and rolled on the floor unhappily. These are for you. I'm taking the rest to train. Lin Xiu threw 3 rank 3 crystals to Rolly, then kept the remaining and started absorbing the energy within them. He used his cultivation technique to draw all the energy within them into his body. Opposite them, Zhang Yin and the others stared at him with their eyes wide open. There were at least 100 odd rank 3 odd crystals, but he was absorbing all of their energy to cultivate. So rich. Zhonglai could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva in envy. All the disciples from rich families relied on absorbing energy from crystals to be able to distance themselves from ordinary cultivators. But everything had a limit, and absorbing too much energy from odd crystals would instead lead to negative effects on the body. As Lin Xiu activated his cultivation technique, all the odd crystals emitted light that surged into his body. Chapter 144 at the end. The final test. Chapter 144 at the end. The final test. Lin Xiu absorbed all the energy within the 100 odd crystals in a night. All of them had turned to transparent stones. His body felt extremely invigorated, as though his cells were about to undergo a qualitative change. He opened up his stats board to take a look and realized that the night cultivation was extremely effective. His stats had improved, and his experience points had increased greatly. Host Lin Xiu. Level 19. Experience points 15 40 522 1 billion. Strength 380. Physique 130. Speed 91. Skills Analytic Eye. Fury. Disguise. Rage build-up to 1. Potential points. Title Rank 2 Warrior. Not active titles. Rank 1 Warrior. Rank 3 Warrior. Overall Combat Strength 334 550. He already had more than 15 million experience points. The 1 billion mark no longer seemed that far away. And due to the effects of his cultivation technique, his combat strength was improving quickly. People continued to stroll inside the forest. As time went by, more and more people gathered in their own groups. Many who walked past would gauge Lin Xiu's group up. Aside from Yuoyu that gave an extremely oppressive feeling, Lin Xiu and the others did not pose a threat to them at all. We are reaching, Yuoyu said indifferently. They looked ahead to see a large yawn that did not have any trees. At this time, there were many people standing at the center. It was extremely crowded. They looked ahead and saw that it was a precipice without anywhere else to walk. This is the end of the path of death. Are they? All new students Zhang Yin and the others were shocked. There were too many people here. By the looks of it, it was around 1,000 people. And all of them were strong. Every single person seemed to be rank 3 or above. Lin Xiu swept his gaze across the people and activated Analytic Eye. He quickly discovered that everyone were rank 3 warriors. Some at the peak of rank 3 and about to break through to rank 4. And many of them were around 18 years of age. Lin Xiu was stunned when he saw that. Any single individual here would be ranked first in his own academy. Is Sacred Region Academy full of all these monsters? Quieten down. Right then, someone suddenly appeared in the center. He looks to be about 30 years of age and was dressed in white battle robes and did not carry any weapons. On his clothes bore an imprint of Sacred Region Academy's school insignia. When he spoke up, all the 1,000 pairs of eyes turned and looked at him. How did he come here? Lei Lei covered her own mouth and asked in surprise. Teleportation circle. Lin Xiu replied indifferently. They had seen a similar thing in the ruins. So long as they locked the coordinates, They could use the device to teleport. Seems like Sakura Region Academy uses it as well. Let me introduce myself. I am Sakura Region's first-year teacher, Sima Cheng. The man smiled and said. He squinted his eyes and looked extremely bright and kind. Where are the gates of Sakura Region Academy? A few boys shouted at Sima Cheng. That's right. We are at the end of Path of Death. It should be around here. Right, someone else shouted. They were obviously pissed since the Path of Death was long. Everyone, quieten down first. Sima Cheng smiled and advised. Sacred Region Academy has a limited number of enrollments a year. All of you have yet to be truly enrolled. What is he saying? Lin Ziyu was startled. Not truly enrolled. Sacred Region Academy is not at the end of Path of Death. The reason we got you here is because it is a test. Sima Cheng smiled and continued to explain. Are you playing with me? A more violent boy became pissed when he heard Sima Cheng. He charged right at him. The reason for doing so was that he thought that the teacher was average since he was still just a teacher that taught theories and knowledge. He raised his weapon with the intent of killing Sima Cheng. Bang! When he was close to Sima Cheng, he got punched. The man's body immediately exploded. Blood sprayed across the ground. The blood stench and terrifying scene stunned everyone. This will be the outcome for people who do not follow the rules. Sima Cheng remained his cheerful smile and said. His one hand had stunned everyone and no one dared to try anything. Rupturing fist. I'm sure of it. That guy uses the same rupturing fist as me. How did he train it to such a degree? The man who was hit and killed was peak rank 3 warrior and had protective clothes. Even so, he exploded into pieces. I am very happy that everyone arrived here. Next, can I request for everyone to take out your admission letter? Sima Cheng continued to speak. No one dared to refute him and obediently took out their notices. Although Lin Ziyu did not understand Sima Cheng's intent, he took it out. Sima Cheng swept across the crowd and seeing that everyone took their notice out, he nodded his head in satisfaction. Please tear the thin membrane at the back of your admission notice and paste it on your body. Unsure of what he was trying to do, all the warriors continued to obey. Okay. This will be the final test. People who get through can stand by my side and return to Sacred Region Academy with me. Sima Cheng walked over to the side of the precipice and shouted. Everyone held their breaths and watched Sima Cheng and waited for him to tell them about the final test. The final test is... Lin Ziyu tensed his body up. When he saw everyone take out their admission notices, he had an inkling of what was going to happen. People who have 3 admission notices can come here. Once he announced that, Lin Ziyu's pupils constricted. Right. At this time, Rolly, who was on his shoulder, had helped to tear his admission on Lin Ziyu's chest and put it into his bag. With the press of the button, the black spear shot out. The people around started to react and grabbed onto other admission notices. Give it here. Some guys that had idle Yuoyu charged towards her. Yuoyu remained unfazed and took out her paper-thin sword and started to fight back. Chapter 145 Plundering Admission Notices. Chapter 145 Plundering Admission Notices. Clang clang clang. Following a series of collisions, people that wanted to attack Yuoyu had their weapons flung away. Sila. Yuoyu quickly ripped their admission notices from their bodies. With her own, she got 2 others and was considered a pass. She looked at Lin Ziyu, who hinted for her to go. She threw the remaining few to Leilei's side. Rumble rumble. At the same time, a gigantic airship rose from the precipice. A flight of stairs descended down onto the grass. Those that passed can come in. Sima Cheng stood there and said. Just as he said that, a guy and a girl appeared before him. Oh, seems like the 2 of you are really fast. Sima Cheng looked at them in slight surprise. Yuoyu. It's been long. After handing over 3 admission notices to Sima Cheng, he turned and smiled towards Yuoyu. The guy was tall and had long silver hair. He was extremely handsome. Yuo Kixing, ranked 1 of Sky Academy. Yuoyu ignored him and handed her admission notices to Sima Cheng. Alright. The 2 of you can board. Sima Cheng nodded his head. He sighed inwardly as he looked at Yuo Kixing and Yuoyu. This new batch of students seems strong. Seems like you still dislike talking. Alright. I'll see you again in Sacred Region Academy. Kixing shook his head, laughed, and boarded the airship. You can head up too. Sima Cheng turned and told her. Yu glanced behind her and replied indifferently. Waiting for a friend. Lei had taken the 3 admission notices Yu had thrown to her. Her face filled with joy and she had a surplus. Damn, Zhang Yin gasped as he struck a guy away and plundered his admission notice. Zhang Yin. It's enough. Lei walked over to him and announced happily. This. Zhang Yin was surprised when he saw her admission notices. Yu gave them to me. Lei immediately explained. Alright. Keep them well. Let's help Zhang Lai get 2 more. Zhang Yin nodded and said. Seems like you guys got some admission notices for yourselves just then. A few warriors carrying weapons walked over and started to attack Lei and Zhang Yin. After taking a careful look at them, they were Kong Haoshan and his lackeys. It wasn't easy for you to come here, but you can. Go back now. As Kong Haoshan bellowed. His 5 lackeys charged towards Zhang Yin and Lei. Danger? Zhang Yin panicked. He did not expect Kong Haoshan's group to eye on them right from the beginning. Right as he was about to activate his skill and attack Kong Haoshan, blazing birds swept down towards them. Kong Haoshan and his lackeys went from charging towards Zhang Yin and Lei to a full retreat. Right when they retreated, a figure swept past them from the side. Ssla. Ripping sounds could be heard, and they discovered that their admission notices had been plundered. Why are you still standing there? Lin Xiu called out to Zhang Yin and his group. Without a Trace was extremely powerful, not in its ability to dodge, but in the speed it provided. He felt as light as a swallow. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Yin and the group started running. Take this. Lin Xiu waved his right hand and 2 admission notices flew into Jiang Li's hands. Thanks. Jiang Li was emotional. With his own strength, plundering 2 other admission notices would be difficult. They ran towards Sima Cheng. Kill him. Kong Haoshan was infuriated and roared at Lin Xiu. With his words, the 5 lackeys ran towards Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu sneered. He was not afraid or panicked at all. Free experience points had sent themselves to the door. He held Dark Edge and launched his own attack. With his recovered strength and absorbing all the energy from so many odd crystals, Lin Xiu's current strength could be said to have increased by another notch. Dengzhen then. As Lin Xiu's battle intent soared, Dark Edge seemed to tremble in excitement and released a soft buzz. As the first warrior in the group tried to attack Lin Xiu caught a glimpse of a light spot in his trajectory. Lin Xiu already realized that every time he attacked the light spot that was the opponent's flaw, he would unleash profound intent torrential storm of rose flowers. Go and die. Lin Xiu thrust the Dark Edge spear forward and the man immediately sensed danger. But it was too late to dodge. He could only take the blows. Bang, bang, bang. As he drew his large saber to block the attack, he saw many cold beams of light in front of him. There were so many attacks he could not block them all. His body was immediately riddled with holes in the next second, and with a small explosion, his entire body erupted. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for killing a rank 3 warrior. Obtaining 500 experience points. 500. Dinyanya is too little. But Lin Xiu's attack scared Kong Haoshan and the other lackeys. It was too terrifying to kill a rank 3 warrior with 1 hit. Right. Lin Xiu did not stop as he brandished Dark Edge. Rumble rumble. He unleashed many blazing birds that flew straight for Kong Haoshan and company. They immediately dodged upon sensing the heat from the blazing birds. Lin Xiu was extremely fast and with analytic eye. He could see that the warrior at the most left was the weakest. He pushed his spear out at him. Playing 0. The warrior was also a spear user and blocked Lin Xiu's attack. The collision of 2 spears produced sparks. You think you're better than me with the spear? The man roared and continued to struggle against Lin Xiu with his spear. Quick drive stab. As he utilized a skill, multiple airstreams surrounded his spear as he aimed straight towards Lin Xiu's chest. Chapter 146 Welcome to Satikra Region Academy. Chapter 146 Welcome to Satikra Region Academy. Lin Xiu's pupils constricted when he saw the incoming spear. He used his left hand to grab onto the spearhead. The friction between his hand and spear produced even more sparks. The spear was no longer able to move even an inch. But right at this moment, Kong Haoshan and the others had arrived before Lin Ziyu. Damn it. Lin Ziyu exerted power and pushed the warrior's spear to the side. He then proceeded to stab the warrior with dark edge in his right hand. What? The warrior was completely stupefied. To actually grab hold of his attacking spear with one hand and then use that black spear to counterattack. It was too late for him to dodge. He attempted to use his hand to grab Lin Ziyu's spear as well. But right at that moment, the spear swept past his hand and into his chest. He looked at Kong Haoshan and the others who were about to attack him. Lin Ziyu quickly withdrew his spear and swung it backwards. Adjudicate. The unique characteristic of this skill was that it would counteract incoming momentum. At this time, their weapons seemed to receive a backlash of equal force and they all flew backwards. Who? Kong Haoshan's eyes were wide opened as he spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. He did not know what skill Lin Ziyu had used. Without a trace, the instant they landed on the ground, Lin Ziyu shot forth with astronomical speed and his legs seemed to be walking on air. His spear moved as quick as lightning and killed the remaining 3 people. Phew! Lin Ziyu heaved a sigh of relief, but his eyes were still filled with excitement. Who would have thought that my strength has increased by so much? Cultivation technique affected his body's reaction time, strength, as well as physique greatly. He was invincible below the rank 4 realm and with fury activated, he would have the combat capabilities of a rank 4 warrior. At this time, all those who had placed their sights on Lin Ziyu trembled. The young spearman was too terrifying. He had killed 5 rank 3 warriors without any hesitation. Lin Ziyu walked on ahead and saw Zhang Yin and the rest standing beside Sima Cheng. None of them had ascended up the airship yet. What surprised Lin Ziyu even more was that Liu Yu was standing there. When she saw him walk over, her cold expression had no fluctuation as she turned and walked up the stairs. Lin Ziyu did not know whether to laugh or cry at her actions. How lovably arrogant she is. You have good strength. Sima Cheng praised Lin Ziyu when he looked at him. He did not find it wrong that Lin Ziyu had killed others. The world was like that. The weak were prey for the strong. Let's go. Lin Ziyu turned to Shang Yin and the others. Lin Ziyu, thank you. Gang Yin and the other 2 looked at him with gratitude. Don't say that. It's fate for us to know each other. Lin Ziyu chuckled. To him, the effort for helping them was as easy as raising a hand. When they boarded the airship, they saw a very large training ground in the middle of the airship. There were many pieces of equipment around as well. More and more warriors started to board the airship. When Sima Cheng boarded the airship, the stairs started to retract. The airship started to elevate higher. Alright. Congratulations everyone here. All of you have passed the last test and gained the real qualifications to study in Sacred Region Academy. Sima Cheng stood in the center of the training ground and swept his gaze across the crowd as he smiled and spoke. There were roughly 400 students. Almost 2/3 had been eliminated. The warriors became happy when they heard his words. Some heaved a sigh of relief and sat on the floor. After all, the route here was one that stretched their minds for a long time. They were finally in a place where they could finally relax. From here on out, all of you are students. Under Sacred Region Academy's rules, you are prohibited from killing other students. Sima Cheng said. He looks to be extremely friendly, as though he treated the matter of him punching a warrior to death as nothing. We will arrive in about 3 to 4 hours. Take this time to have a good rest. Who knows? You might not ever have the opportunity again. Sima Cheng smiled and said. What does he mean by that? Zhang Yin frowned and pondered to himself. The windows are all sealed. It seems like they do not wish to let us know where Sacred Region Academy is. On the other side, Liu Yu looked around and spoke out indifferently. Lin Ziyu nodded when he heard her words. He had realized that as well. What exactly is Sacred Region Academy? Lin Ziyu was extremely looking forward to it. Do you know anything about Sacred Region Academy? Lin Ziyu asked Liu Yu. Anyone could tell that Liu Yu was no ordinary lady. Everyone did not know the route in Path of Death. But she knew where the end of it was. Liu Yu nodded her head. On the surface, the 4 great academies are considered the top educational establishments of the country. But the mysterious Sacred Region Academy is in fact the supreme. The strength of the qualified teachers here, the research strength, and all the warriors are top grade here. It is comparable to the world's strongest academies. Lin Xiu nodded his head. This was considered a compliment. All the geniuses in the ordinary academies were considered trash and so many had been eliminated. As for the remaining warriors, no one knew if they would return alive. More importantly, it is said that there are rank 9 warriors there. The expression in Luo Yu's eyes changed when she said that. Rank 9 warrior. That was the peak existence for warriors. Every single one of them were considered nuclear warhead existences. Legends had it that there were even stronger warriors above rank 9. These warriors were capable of destroying planets in an instant, and were existences even scarier than antimatter warheads. But that was just hearsay and only appeared in movies. The strongest in reality that everyone knew about were rank 9 warriors. Rumble rumble. At this time, loud noises could be heard from outside. Everyone could clearly feel that the airship was lowering down. Bang! The doors of the airship opened and the stairs pulled out. A blinding light permeated into the airship from the entrance. I hereby welcome everyone to Sacred Region Academy. Chapter 147 Assigned to Classes. Chapter 147 Assigned to Classes. Lin Xiu and the others went down and found that they seemed to be on a huge island. The airship stopped by the coast. Looking up from here, you could see the tall building immediately. The entire huge island was where the Sacred Region Academy was located. The buildings of the Sacred Region Academy were all made of marble that seemed to exude a white glow. There was a huge stone gate in front. The stone gate was very tall, and there were 3 enormous characters Sacred Region Academy carved with dragons and phoenixes on it. Roar! At this time, the sky became overcast and the large bird-type evolved beast with flames flew over, standing directly above the stone gate of the Sacred Region Academy. It was simply massive and had a diameter of more than 20 meters. It had raging flames emanating from behind, and just looking at it from a distance made people's hearts thump. Rank 9. Flaming mysterious bird, one of the guys said with a trembling voice when he saw the scene. The students around also clenched the weapons in their hands and were on their guards. This evolved beast is a partner of our Sacred Region Academy. Don't worry, Sima Cheng said with a smile at this time. Lin Xiu stared at the flaming mysterious bird. It was one of the 12 most terrifying evolved beasts remaining on Earth. He did not expect that one would be here. The Sacred Region Academy was indeed one of the most mysterious and powerful academies. With Sima Cheng leading in front, many students moved forward. Standing on the stone stairs, he could see that the huge stone gate was carved with all kinds of terrifying animals. They were very lifelike. Sima Cheng stood in the middle of the huge stone gate, placed his right hand in a caved-in area in the middle, and there were rumbling sounds all of a sudden. This huge stone gate slowly opened at this moment. From where they were standing, they could immediately see a spacious field with various buildings around. The architectural style looked a bit simple, but the scientific research at this place was top-notch with all kinds of high-tech equipment. Everyone will go through the collection of data here first, Sima Cheng said while looking at the people behind. Sima Cheng directed everyone and they began to line up and stand on a weird machine in front. The first person stood on it and the machine began to scan the person, recording all his information in the machine. Then, at the next moment, the machine produced a small rectangular card. Welcome, freshmen from the south. Next to this machine, a white-haired old man touched his beard, then held the card and said to everyone, from the moment you enter the Sacred Region Academy, you will not be able to use Union coins and can only use the points obtained to purchase items. This card is your pass to the Sacred Region Academy and also a points card. 500 points will be issued to you every month. Please use them to your discretion. A teacher will go through the specifics with all of you once everyone is split to your classes. Points card. Lin Xiu knitted his brows. Also, Lin Xiu caught a keyword freshman from the south. Will there be freshmen from the north? I have a question I would like to ask you. At this moment, a freshman who stood on the machine and had his information recorded said to the old man, Speak. The old man nodded and he looked very kind. You said that we are freshmen from the south. So do you mean that there are other freshmen? The man looked at the old man at this moment and asked. Hearing what he said, the old man nodded. Yes. There are a total of 641 freshmen from the north. Their first trial was in the extreme cold of the northern region. They have passed the test before all of you and you guys will meet soon. The freshmen were surprised when they heard the old man's answer. As expected, Lin Xiu knew that the number of new students would not be so little. With the warriors in the north, there should be more than 1,000 new students in this intake. Although it was considered quite little to have only about 1,000 students in an academy, they were the elites of the younger generation, which was also very scary. Okay, go on to the next one. As they stepped on the machine one by one to scan their information, Lin Xiu and the others soon got their own cards as well. What does the number behind this mean? Jian Lai looked at the back of the card and saw a number in the middle. Lin Xiu also looked at the number behind the card, which was a 10. Name of your class. Luo Yu thought about it and said aloud. As soon as she spoke, Sima Cheng said to everyone, everyone got the card. The number behind the card is the class you're assigned to. It's true, Shang Yin said excitedly at this moment. He took a closer look and realized that the number behind his card was also 10. Luo Yu. What is yours? Lin Xiu asked Luo Yu curiously. Luo Yu turned the card over and showed it to Lin Xiu and he could clearly see the number 1 on it. That means you are in class 1. Lin Xiu said thoughtfully. When they stood on the machine just now, the machine scanned each person to find out their physical fitness and also indicated their combat strength. Both himself and Zhang Yan and the others were in class 10. In other words, were they assigned to their classes according to their combat strength. Soon, people wearing white combat suits with the 2 characters Sacred Domain walked over from the other side. They are your teachers. Please follow your teacher according to the class you are assigned to. Sima Cheng said with a smile. These teachers, from the Sacred Region Academy, pressed a button on the machine in their hands and projected the numbers 1 to 10 respectively. It represented the class they led. Seems like we are going to part here, Lin Xiu said to Luo Yu with a little regret. Luo Yu heard his teasing tone and couldn't help but glared at him, then walked directly to the teacher of her class. The academy is not big. At this moment, Luo Yu had just walked a few steps when she stopped for a while and spoke, then headed off without looking back. The academy is not big. Lin Xiu was taken aback for a moment and laughed. She meant that they would meet each other often. Right, or was she asking him to find her? Lin Xiu, let's quickly go over to, Shang Yin said excitedly. Chapter 148 Electing the Class Monitor. Chapter 148 Electing the Class Monitor. I'll introduce myself. My name is Nan Zhengjun and I will be your teacher. The teacher of class 10 was a seemingly young man. At this moment, he smiled and said to everyone standing there. Lin Xiu looked at this man who seemed to be only 27 or 28 years old. He looked ordinary, but Lin Xiu felt a peculiar aura coming from him. This person is very strong. Lin Xiu instinctively used the analytic eye, but realized that the analytic eye indicated that he could not be analyzed. At this moment, Nan Zhengjun seemed to sense something and looked curiously at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu was still smiling and there weren't any strange expressions on his face. Seeing that Nan Zhengjun had looked away, Lin Xiu heaved a sigh of relief. This person's strength was too terrifying. He even noticed that Lin Xiu was sizing him up. Now, I will take you to our class first. Nan Zhengjun's gaze swept across 40 freshmen at this moment and walked directly in the other direction. Lin Xiu, Zhang Yin, and the others looked at each other, then nodded, and walked to the other side. Everyone went to the left and followed Nan Zhengjun as he led the class. Lin Xiu looked at the people in the other classes as he walked, and found that they were all heading in different directions with their respective teachers. It didn't take long before they saw a tall building in front. The architectural style was a bit peculiar and the exterior seemed to be made of piled rocks. But when they walked in, they found that everything was high-tech in there. There were some cleaning robots that were cleaning the dirt on the ground at lobby of this building. With Nan Zhengjun leading in front, everyone arrived in a huge classroom on the second floor. There was a strange machine on every desk, and even the seats looked like seats for some kind of simulation training. Just find a seat and insert your card to bind to the desk, Nan Zhengjun said with a smile. Lin Xiu found a seat and sat down. On this strange table, he found a place to insert his card and it started up instantly. There were flashes of light on the table and soon, a computer screen was formed by a holographic projection. You could clearly see your own photo on the screen, as well as admission information and so on. Then, there was a prompt on it, showing whether to confirm the binding. After binding, this multifunctional desk could only be activated with this card. Lin Xiu didn't hesitate and clicked yes directly. This is the classroom of Class 10. No, it should be said that this building is ours. In addition to basic theoretical knowledge, the daily curriculum includes simulated acting, practical mecha operations, special training for warriors, etc. Nan Jingjin said from the podium, "We need to choose someone in the class to be the class monitor who is responsible for assisting class affairs. Is there anyone you guys would like to recommend?" Nan Jingjin squinted and glanced at the crowd. The moment he said that, everyone looked at each other. These people didn't know each other. After all, what are the benefits of being a class monitor? Lin Xiu smiled. Everyone turned to look at Lin Xiu. That is a good question. Nan Jingjun nodded. The class monitor can obtain the key to the training room on the 3rd floor, where you can perform physical training, as well as mecha practical operations and simulated battles. You can train at any time, and every month. You will be rewarded 500 points. Hearing Nan Jingjin's words, the students' eyes suddenly lit up. They all wanted this kind of preferential treatment. Alright, since none of you have a good candidate, let's cast votes then. Nan Jingjin smiled, then tapped on the keyboard on the podium and the name list of the class appeared on their screens. The one with the most votes will be the class monitor of our Class 10. At this moment, these freshmen hesitated when they looked at these names and they clicked on their own names without hesitation. Soon, the statistics came out. Nan Jingjin looked at the result and smiled. Lin Xiu, 4 votes. You will become our class monitor this semester. No way they know each other. It's not fair at all. A tall and big student stood up and said loudly. Yes, Teacher Nan. This is not fair. All the rest of the students also yelled at this moment. The class monitor has too much preferential treatment and he would even receive 500 points every month. One must know that ordinary students were given 500 points every month as well. They didn't know how important the points were yet, but they felt that these points would be closely related to the rest of their campus life. Then what do you guys think is fair? Nan Jingjin smiled. When these students heard Nan Jingjin's words, they suddenly seemed a little nervous, afraid that the teacher would get angry. Don't worry. The Sacred Region Academy emphasizes the freedom of speech. A battle, I think, is the class monitor. He must be at the top of the class in strength. Right, the tall and big student said with his fists clenched. Yes, the other students nodded in agreement. The people here could be regarded as geniuses in their former high school, and they clearly wouldn't submit to one another. Okay, but it's a bit late for the battle now. Let's use this to decide first. Nan Jingjun nodded, then pressed a button on the desktop. Boom boom. As the noises rang out, the ceiling above cracked open and a machine slowly descended from the suspension on the ceiling. A strength test machine. The student who has the strongest fist strength wins. How about that? Yes, most people were pleased with this and they nodded in agreement. Let me go first. The first guy who objected just now cracked his knuckles and slammed the strength test machine with his fist. Bang! With a dull sound, the strength test machine shook slightly, and 9,800 kg appeared on it. 9,800 kg. Some guys who saw this gasped. His fist could probably smash them to death. Not bad. Nan Jingjin nodded in approval. Let me try it too. At this moment, every freshman began to test their strengths, but no one could exceed his 9,800 kg. Lin Xiu, what should we do? Zhang Yin and the others frowned when they saw this scene. They all thought that Lin Xiu was going to be the class monitor, but this Chang Yaojin intercepted all of a sudden. Chapter 149 Instant Explosion. Chapter 149 Instant Explosion. Fine. Lin Xiu shook his head and smiled. He waited for them to finish battling before making his way forward slowly. Teacher, can I ask if I need to pay if this spoils? Lin Xiu hesitated at the strength machine for a moment before asking Nan Jingjin. Nan Jingjin was startled for a second before revealing a smile. No need. His eyes sized Lin Xiu up carefully. Out of the 40-odd students here, Nan Zhangjin had placed most of his attention on Lin Xiu. Not only was he the youngest, but he also emitted an extremely weak warrior aura, as though there was some sort of disguise in place. This made him very curious. Ha ha ha. Foolish child. You're afraid of spoiling this thing with one punch. The tall and sturdy man held his belly and laughed out loud. The other new students laughed as well, as though they had heard the funniest joke of all time. Lin Xiu shook his head and placed his bag and spear sheath at the side. After loosening his body, he clenched his right fist. Lin Xiu's eyes became serious, as though he could not hear any other sound. He looked at the strength test machine as though he was looking at an enemy. He unleashed his punch right away. Bang! When Lin Xiu punched, his gloves seemed to turn red from the friction with the air. Lin Xiu's strength stat was extremely high, and after adding on Tiger Strength Fist and Rupturing Fist, this punch was the most powerful punch he had ever unleashed. Even Nan Zhangjin, who was originally smiling on stage, had a change in expression. Rumble. All the new students that watched Lin Xiu make a joke out of himself were witnesses to his immense punch that produced an extremely loud sound on the strength test machine. The entire machine instantly broke into pieces. What? The people that were laughing were dumbstruck and their mouths were opened, so big that eggs could be put in them. Is he still a human? Little crafty boy. Nan Zhangjin was the first to react and smiled at Lin Xiu. He could see that Lin Xiu's punch had skills supplemented onto it. That was how he produced such an effect. But even so, the strength unleashed was a little too terrifying, and Nan Zhangjin reckoned that his own flesh body could not take it head on. Thank you all for giving me a chance. Lin Xiu turned to all of the people that were originally laughing at him, but turned to stare at him in shock. Haha, I just knew it. Zhang Yin laughed out loud. If no one has any opinions, the class monitor for Class 10 this term will be Lin Xiu. No one had any objections now when Nan Zhangjin spoke up. Many were still immersed in their thoughts of Lin Xiu breaking the strength test machine in one punch. How did he do that? As long as everyone scans your cards with your phones, you can utilize the school's web and information. The school map is inside as well. Nan Zhangjin continued to explain. If there is nothing else, then we will end it here for today. Please gather in class at 6 in the morning tomorrow. Wait a minute. Teacher Nan, I want to ask, where are our dorms? Zhang Yin stood up and asked. The others nodded. They were not assigned any residence after coming here. Sacred Region Academy does not allocate dorms. Nan Zhangjin smiled and said, not allocate dorms, then sleep in the dorms. As though aware of everyone's skepticism, he continued, but you can head to the housing registry and rent a room or house with points and choose the accommodation you want. They walked out and Lin Xiu walked with Zhang Yin and the others to the registration area. It was a large hall with bright lights that lit up the entire place well. At this time, there were many other new students around. Lin Xiu looked around and saw many screens that indicated the accommodations at various regions. Bamboo villa with a training room and a complete set of necessities. The monthly rent of 500 points. Ordinary apartment of 50 square meters. The monthly rent of 50 points. We have to stay in the best accommodations. Jiang Lai, the big man, commented excitedly. I think that this is good too. Zhang Yin and Lei Lei looked extremely happy as well. Although there was no allocation of dorms, they needed to use points to gain lodging. The more points, the prettier the accommodation, as though they were on holiday. You guys used all your points. So what are you going to eat? Lin Xiu laughed and said. Isn't the points provided for us to change for accommodations? Jiang Lai asked in shock. That's right. They talked about the points as though it was very important. Dang Yi also reacted. I went into the school website to check. The ordinary school food breakfast costs 5 points. Lunch and dinner 10 points each. That is only the most ordinary of meals. If you want high-quality dishes, every meal will cost more than 20 points. Lin Xiu pressed the buttons on his phone and brought up the information. Zhang Yin and the others were stunned when they read the information. These 500 points are not enough for food. Why do you want to use it all on expensive rooms? The excited Jiang Lai deflated like a balloon. So, only a fool will spend all 500 points to stay in a high-grade villa. Lin Xiu chuckled. It was always best to study and investigate before deciding on taking action. Lin Xiu believed that this might be a pit that Sacred Region Academy made for unaware students to spend all their points at one go. Who are you calling a fool? Right at this time, a cold voice sounded out from behind him. Lin Xiu was stunned and turned to see Luo Yu standing behind him with a rare shy expression as she stared at him. Did you spend all your points on a villa? Lin Xiu stared at her with open eyes. Lin Xiu was sure of his guess when he saw the high-grade card in her hand. Can we get a refund? Lei Lei asked in a soft voice. After all, if she could not get her points back, she would not have points for dinner. Dang Yin noticed the strange atmosphere between Luo Yu and Lin Xiu and kept quiet. Lend me your card. Luo Yu demanded. I haven't chosen my residence. Lin Xiu did not know whether to laugh or cry. My place is big. Chapter 150 Grand Prize. Another Grand Prize. Chapter 150 Grand Prize. Another Grand Prize. You mean? Lin Xiu opened his eyes wide and revealed a shy look as he replied her. Are we moving too fast? The house has 2 floors. Luo Yu glanced at him and replied indifferently, as though understanding his thoughts. Lin Xiu with his evil thoughts drooped his head low. Give me 250 points. Luo Yu told him. Can we transfer the points? Lin Xiu was startled while holding his card. But in the next moment, Luo Yu took it and slotted it into a machine at the side. After pressing on a few buttons, she turned to him. Give your confirmation. He took a look and saw that it required fingerprint confirmation. Please confirm if you want to transfer 250 points. Lin Xiu hesitated for a moment, then extended his hand onto the screen. After a ding, the point transfer was completed. Right. We can all share to pay the rent and afford better housing. Zhang Yin and the others exclaimed happily. If that was the case, they could greatly decrease the number of points consumed per person. Lin Xiu and Luo Yu headed towards their villa. The villa was situated at the peak of a hill and had a good view. When they looked down, they would see Sacred Region Academy's entrance. At the tall entrance was a rank 9 evolved beast that stood atop the stone door, as though it was standing guard. Him taking the top floor, Luo Yu gave Lin Xiu a glance before heading up. Lin Xiu smirked. The ground floor had a large hall and a small training ground. There were many equipment, adult strength computation apparatus as well as strength test machines, etc. The ground floor had a small room that was extremely simple, but it was clean and relatively new. Lin Xiu placed his bag on the table in the corner, the spear sheathed at the side, and he gradually relaxed himself. Rolly jumped out of the bag, as though happy with its new surroundings. It ran about on the table. Lin Xiu saw a card groove on the table and hesitated for a moment before slotting his card in. A projected screen appeared in an instant. Sacred Region Academy's website was extremely mysterious. It could only be accessed by scanning the card or slotting the card in. After taking a look around, he found a page that was similar to a shopping center on the website. Sacred Region Academy had everything of the outside world. Diamond skill. Lin Xiu clicked onto the skills section and immediately discovered a current sale for diamond skills. And there were many diamond skills, but the astronomical points required to purchase them left him astounded. 1 million points. How the hell can someone earn so much? We don't even have enough for a month now. He continued on and opened the map of Sacred Region Academy. Very quickly, a 3D projection appeared. Following Lin Xiu's finger movements, the entirety of the place was revealed. Lin Xiu could not help but take in a breath. Sacred Region Academy is actually so big. It's equivalent to the size of a small city. Lin Xiu also noticed that Sacred Region Academy was segregated to the south and north campus. The south should be for study while the north will be for fights. The highest point of Sacred Region Academy was a gigantic field with a large screen. It was said that there were various ranking boards for combat strength, skills, etc. Only the top 10 were able to get on the ranking boards. How to earn points. Lin Xiu thought for a moment, then keyed in the words into the search bar. A list of missions appeared. As I've guessed. It's like that. This is the way to earn points here. The 500 points are the most basic. Chopping down firewood 2 hours a day provides 100 points each time. Training companion. 1 hour a day. Provides 150 points each time. Working in the kitchen. 3 hours a day. Provides 100 points each time. What kind of missions are these? Lin Xiu frowned at the sight of the missions. It seemed as though that aside from the regular missions assigned by the academy, anyone could come up with their own missions. But creating a mission required some points as well. Lin Xiu found out that there was even an exchange center. Aside from using points to exchange for things, they could use the exchange center to sell things for points. Lin Xiu's eyes lit up. Aside from leveling up to increase his strength quickly, Lin Xiu could resort to absorbing energy from odd crystals and improve his body. I should draw a prize first. He closed the computer. Lin Xiu entered the system in his mind. The counter at the familiar turntable revealed the number 4. I have 4 chances. I will get to spin it once more next month. He looked at the prizes on the turntable carefully and did not discover anything new. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to have a go at it. The first draw was a rank 3 odd crystal. The second was a silver skill card. And the third was a potential pill. Damn. Lin Xiu did not know whether to laugh or cry at the draws. The 3 draws yielded rubbish. Lin Xiu obtained 5 stat points after consuming the potential pill. He added all of them into strength without hesitation. Should I use my last draw? Lin Xiu hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, then clicked the draw prize button. There were 2 sections that had good rewards. One was multiple odd crystals and the other was grand prize. Lin Xiu wanted either one. He knew that multiple odd crystals had the probability of obtaining high-rank odd crystals. Stop, Lin Xiu clenched his fists in suspense. As the turntable spun rapidly for a while, the speed gradually slowed down. Very quickly, the needle pointed to the Union coin section. Damn it, Lin Xiu's heart jumped when he saw that and was about to curse. Union coins were useless now, but the needle did not stop. It gradually pointed to the extremely small section. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining the grand prize. Grand prize, another grand prize. Chapter 151 Diamond Skill Card. Chapter 151 Diamond Skill Card. Grand prize. Lin Xiu was stunned for a moment, then became excited. It has been a long time since he saw the grand prize appear. As a bright light flickered in the sky, he suddenly saw a resplendent glow. Congratulations, Master, on obtaining the Diamond Skill Card. Mount Hua Strike. Diamond Skill Card. Lin Xiu heard the system prompt and felt his body tremble with excitement. He reached out and held the card floating in the air. Lin Xiu could clearly feel the smoothness and brilliance of the card. The entire card was like a work of art, and there was also a tall and strong man printed on it, holding a huge saber, and was splitting a mountain in half. Saber techniques. Lin Xiu was shocked and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was almost like a slap in the face. Lin Xiu, who was still excited just now has a bitter face. He didn't need a saber. It was of no use to him. But this thing could still be sold. With that thought, Lin Xiu picked up his backpack and prepared to go to the Sakakra Region Academy Exchange Station to have a look. When Rolly saw Lin Xiu going out, its chubby body jumped up like a cannonball and stood on Lin Xiu's shoulder. As soon as he walked out, he saw a white figure on the training ground in the hall. Yu seemed to have just taken a shower as her hair looked a bit wet. The fair and tender cheeks now looked a bit flushed after the bath. Would you like to go out to have some fun? Lin Xiu asked with a smile. Yu shook her head, then ignored Lin Xiu and continued to practice with the long sword. What an idiot! Lin Xiu curled his lips up, but had to admit that she was very pleasing to the eye when she danced with the sword. Lin Xiu walked out of the hall and walked over to the exchange center according to the area shown on the map. Although the sun was already setting, the exchange center appeared very lively. Many students in the Sacred Region Academy uniforms were standing there. Although the uniforms of the Sacred Region Academy were all white, they were marked with, and according to the different grades, they represented the 1st to 4th grade respectively. As Lin Xiu walked over, many people glanced in his direction. Tisk. It seems that this year's freshmen aren't very good. Some guys revealed a mocking smile when they saw Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu ignored them. At this moment, he was the only one who was not wearing the uniform of the Sacred Region Academy. Seems like he was the first to come to this place, eh? Freshman, what do you need at the counter over there? An old man touched his beard, then smiled and said to Lin Xiu, behind the counter here, you could see a lot of things. Weapons, skill cards, odd crystals, and even various evolved beast materials. I want to sell something. Lin Xiu stood beside the counter and said to the old man who had his hands on the counter. Oh, the old man seemed a little surprised. It was the first time he saw that a freshman selling something during his first visit. The things sold here can only be exchanged for points, not for union coins. The old man said, I know. Lin Xiu nodded, then took out the skin of the T-Rex leech from the backpack. The old man's eyes lit up when he saw the transparent skin. Then, he touched it with and lauded. Rare evolved beast. Rank 4 Trex leech skin. This can be exchanged for 1 points. The old man smiled at this time. This kid is lucky. Some people around were surprised to see this scene. The rank of this evolved beast was not high, but it was considered rare. Sure. Lin Xiu nodded and handed him his information card. Soon, 1 points were added to the card. And this, Lin Xiu thought for a while, then took out the salt crystal that looked like a white lotus. Salt crystal. Seeing this scene, many people's eyes widened. There was a hint of jealousy in most. The salt crystal was one of the things that could only be encountered by chance, and it was such a big piece. Its completeness was almost perfect. Even the old man was shocked at this moment. Yes, it is indeed the salt crystal. After looking at it for a while, the old man nodded. How many points can I redeem for this? Lin Xiu said with a smile. 100. The old man hesitated, then said. Hearing his words, many warriors turned to Lin Xiu. 100 points. Just how long would it take for them to earn that amount? Sure. Lin Xiu nodded. This thing was not particularly useful to him, and it was not helpful to improving his strength. Do you accept skill cards? Skill cards, weapons, and combat suits are not accepted. The old man shook his head. The Sacred Region Academy produced many of these things, so they wouldn't accept them. Okay. Lin Xiu was a bit regretful. Otherwise, the diamond skill card could sell for hundreds of thousands of points. Right. Give me a tier 6 odd crystal. Lin Xiu pointed to the odd crystals in the shop window and said, the rank 6 odd crystal is 80 points for 1. Okay. After redeeming the odd crystal with his points, Lin Xiu had a total of 25 points remaining. It was still considered quite a bit. After leaving the exchange center, Lin Xiu thought for a while and decided to return to absorb the energy of the rank 6 odd crystal. The Sacred Region Academy was huge, and there were some areas where there was nobody walking at night. Come out. Halfway along the tree-lined path, Lin Xiu stopped and said aloud, but the surrounding area seemed a bit quiet and there was no one at all. Those 2 at 10 o'clock and 1 at 2 o'clock. Lin Xiu looked at the tall bushes on both sides at the front and said faintly, just like what Lin Xiu had said. 3 white figures appeared in the middle of the road. Tisk tisk. It seems that this year's freshman is not bad. Huh. The leader was a man with short hair. Lin Xiu glanced at a mark on his uniform and knew it was a second-year student. Let's get to know each other. My name is Chai Jiuming. Students of the Sacred Region Academy, why are you guys following a freshman? So sneakily Lin Xiu stood at the same spot and stared at him without fear. Chapter 152 Protection Fees. Chapter 152 Protection Fees. This year's freshman is very arrogant, eh? Another man walked over slowly at this moment, stood across Lin Xiu, and looked at him. Then, he continued, let me tell you, I am Cheng Yu in the 2nd grade. As a gift for our first meeting, transfer 10 points to me first. We saw that you still have more than 20 points left. Chai Jiuming and another man also walked over at this time and stood beside Lin Xiu. Surrounding him, Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes at this time. It seems that no matter where he went, there would always be such people appearing. All 3 of them were rank 4 warriors. This kind of strength was indeed extremely powerful outside. But at the Sacred Region Academy, these second-year students should be almost at the bottom of the level. Are you guys threatening me? Lin Ziyu wasn't mad and smiled instead. No. 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 How could we do that? We're just charging a protection fee. After all, as a freshman, you would definitely be bullied by others. So let us, the seniors, protect you. Shang Yu said with a smile. What if I say no? Then, Lin Ziyu said lightly. At this moment, the muscles in his whole body have already tensed up. Then we can only teach you a lesson first. Chai Jiming snorted and his fingers went towards Lin Ziya's body at an extremely fast speed. The pupils in Lin Ziya's eyes constricted slightly and moved slightly, avoided Chai Jiming's scratch. In the next moment, Lin Ziyu grabbed his arm with the fire claws skill directly. Tear. 3 burn marks appeared on the clothes on his arm. There was also a sharp pain on his arm. Courting death, Chai Jiming was furious. A freshman dared to resist him. Shang Yu and another guy reacted and directly attacked Lin Ziyu. Their hands and feet movements were so unusual, and Lin Ziyu didn't dare to face them head-on at this moment yet and kept dodging. With the speed brought by the body skill, without a trace, coupled with Lin Ziya's already extremely strong reaction ability, they simply couldn't attack Lin Ziyu. How could it be? There was a look of horror in the eyes of these 3 people. He was only a rank 3 warrior, yet they couldn't even touch the edge of his clothing. Serial kick. When Shang Yu swept his leg over, Lin Ziyu jumped. And while avoiding the attack, Lin Ziyu hit him in the chest and sent him flying. Bang! With a dull sound, his body hit the ground not far away, and he rolled several times. Then plunged directly into the bushes behind. Divine Ray Fist. Chai Jiming was enraged at this moment. His eyes were full of killing intent. If others found out that a second-year student was suppressed by a freshman, he would lose so much face. Only by beating Lin Ziyu up till he was half dead could he wash away his shame. Divine Ray Fist was a gold skill. At this moment, following his punch, a light flashed from his fist and directly penetrated into Lin Ziya's eyes. Bang! Due to the light from this skill and the fact that Lin Ziyu had just blocked another man's attack, he didn't have time to react and was hit by this blow. This punch hit Lin Ziya's chest, and a huge force came, causing Lin Ziya's body to fly directly to the back. Lin Ziyu desperately stabilized his body, so he didn't fall to the ground. But he still felt a lot of pain in the chest, and there was a taste of sweetness in his throat before he threw up a mouthful of fresh blood. HNG. Kid, you refused a toast only to drink a forfeit. Huh. Chai Jiming was very satisfied with his punch. At this moment, he stared at Lin Ziyu and said with a huff, I merely asked for 10 points. Now, hand over all your points. Otherwise, you can only crawl back tonight. Another man pulled Shang Yu out, who was kicked into the bush by Lin Ziyu. He was, after all, a rank 4 warrior, so he recovered quickly. He was glaring at Lin Ziyu, full of anger. Lin Ziya's eyes became cold at this time. He wiped the blood from his mouth, twisted his body, and there were sounds of his joints cracking. What's the hurry? It's just beginning. Lin Ziyu just said that when force burst forth from his legs and he flew out like a bullet. Taking a closer look, Lin Ziya's speed was so fast that he didn't even touch the ground. What a speed! Chai Jiming was startled. Then he saw Lin Ziyu leaping up abruptly, about to hit him with a fist. Courting death. Chai Jiming snorted coldly. Fighting with his fist against him, his Divine Ray Fist was a top-ranking skill. How could he lose to a freshman? At this moment, he dodged abruptly and slammed Lin Ziya's fist with his fist. Just like before, his fist has a dazzling white glow. But Lin Ziyu already knew his trick this time, and his vision would no longer be affected by his white light. Following Lin Ziya's fist hitting Chai Jiming from the air, his glove glowed red instantly, as if it had turned into a red moon. Bang! 2 fists collided and Chai Jiming's eyes instantly widened. A huge force made his entire fist hurt so much. What happened? Click, click, click. In the next second, there seemed to be bursts of bone-cracking sound in his right arm. Snapped. A huge force made him take several steps back, and at this moment, the bones in his entire arm were broken. Comminuted fracture. Jiming. The other 2 men who saw this scene were shocked. Ordinary rank 4 warriors wouldn't dare to fight head-on against Chai Jiming's divine ray fist. How could he be beaten like this by a freshman? Cheng Yu walked over and saw that the bones of Chai Jiming's right arm seemed like they had exploded. There were some broken bones that pierced through his skin and were exposed. It was shocking. Hurry up and take him to the treatment room, another man hurriedly said. The bones appeared to be shattered, and if an operation was not done in time, he would probably have to use artificial bones in the future. Although artificial bones could replace normal bones, they lose their growth. This was the most terrible thing for warriors. Just when they wanted to send Chai Jiming to the treatment room, Lin Xiu blocked them. What do you mean by this? Cheng Yu said angrily when he saw Lin Xiu standing in front of him and the others. Do you think this is the end of the matter? Chapter 153 Kiss me and I'll tell you. You. Cheng Yu and another man stared at Lin Xiu angrily. But thinking about how Lin Xiu just punched Chai Jiming, the strongest of them, and blasted his entire arm to pieces, they didn't dare make a move. They regretted it now and didn't expect this freshman to be so strong. What do you want? Cheng Yu took a deep breath and said indifferently. 10 points. Lin Xiu said. Looking at him now, Dream on Chai Jiming roared loudly at this moment, tolerating the sharp pain from his arm. 10 points take a very long time to accumulate, and it could be regarded as a small fortune in Sacred Region Academy. 10 is impossible. Cheng Yu and another man shook their heads as well. 500. Lin Xiu said faintly. You. Cheng Yu and the others gritted their teeth when they heard Lin Xiu's words. No. Lin Xiu raised his brow, then continued to say, then 2. Okay. Fine. Cheng Yu hurriedly said at this moment, then took out his card, and pressed the switch on the side of the card. The middle of the card suddenly became a screen. There was this function. Lin Xiu was taken aback. He didn't know it before. What is your ID? Cheng Yu asked Lin Xiu with a gloomy expression. 948 Lin Xiu said lightly. Cheng Yu gritted his teeth in pain as he entered Lin Xiu's ID number on the screen of this card, and all the accumulated 15 points were transferred to Lin Xiu. Did he? At this moment, Lin Xiu heard a sound from the information card. When he took it out, the center of the card turned into a screen and showed that it received 15 points, and he had 25 points accumulated currently. Goodbye. Lin Xiu nodded and walked to the other side without looking back. Cheng Yu and others looked at Lin Xiu's retreating back and showed a sinister look. PFFF. As soon as he walked to the corner, Lin Xiu couldn't help it anymore and he vomited a bit of blood. Damn. The man just now was a rank 4 warrior after all, and his divine ray fist was also very powerful. Fortunately, he added all his points to strength. Otherwise, it would be impossible to beat him just now. When he returned to the hilltop villa, the lights in the entire villa were on. Yu seemed to be still practicing her sword techniques and she looked exceptionally focused. Her swordsmanship looked very sharp. Don't tell me that this girl has been practicing since the time he went out, eh? Lin Xiu couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that every strong warrior would go through day after day of practice. When Liu Yu saw that Lin Xiu had returned, she glanced at him then continued practicing. As she kept practicing, she was a little sweaty. At this moment, her white clothes were slightly stuck to her body and outlined her beautiful figure. Lin Xiu, who saw the scene, couldn't help but swallow his spit secretly. This chick is quite young, but she has a very good body. Would you like to go to dinner? Lin Xiu asked awkwardly when he saw Yu frowning and seemed to have caught him looking at her. It can be delivered to your door. Yu said lightly. Delivered to your door? Lin Xiu was taken aback for a moment, then looked on the huge screen on the wall and found that there was really some food delivery service. But this door-to-door service required an extra 5 points. For Lin Xiu, who has just earned a large number of points, this was nothing at all. What do you want to eat tonight? My treat, Lin Xiu said proudly at this time. What he got in return was Yu looking at him like an idiot. Not long after, a flying robot delivered the food that was ordered. A total of 100 points were spent on this meal. Where did you get so many points? Yu was eating the food in small bites. She hesitated for a moment before she asked Lin Xiu curiously. I'll tell you as soon as you kiss me, Lin Xiu said proudly at this time. As soon as he finished speaking, he found a thin long sword on his neck. There was a cold aura on the long sword which gave Lin Xiu goosebumps. Big sister. I'm just kidding. Lin Xiu smiled bitterly. Of all the girls, why did he flirt with this iceberg chick, eh? Who was your big sister? Liu Yu said and looked coldly at Lin Xiu. Any girl would not be pleased to be called big sister, and Liu Yu was no exception. Alright, my little Yu. Get lost. After finishing the dinner and taking a rest, Lin Xiu began to practice on the training ground in this hall too. Would you like to spar? Lin Xiu swung his dark-edged spear at this moment and asked Liu Yu, who was not far away. It was rare that Liu Yu didn't object. She nodded and immediately rushed towards Lin Xiu with her longsword. Lin Xiu's body tensed up at this time, and his spear pierced toward Liu Yu's side. Dang. Liu Yu was no longer injured. At this moment, her speed and strength seemed extremely terrifying. Lin Xiu was shocked. The power contained in her slender arm seemed to be much stronger than his. Although she was also rank 4, she was unlike those second-year rank 4 students just now. She was at a totally different level. Lin Xiu's long spear thrust sharply, but it was directly blocked by the long sword in Liu Yu's hand. Her long sword looked like thin wings, but its weight was not light. After Liu Yu blocked Lin Xiu's blow, she was about to attack Lin Xiu. PFFF. Just as he resisted Liu Yu's attack, Lin Xiu wanted to fight back, but there was a stuffiness in his chest and a mouthful of blood was spat out. Liu Yu immediately stopped attacking when she saw this, and there was a rare expression of concern in her eyes. Are you injured, Anne? I fought with the student. Lin Xiu rubbed his chest and didn't hide what had happened before. The impact he received from that punch was not light. He suffered a little internal injury, and he has not fully recovered. Liu Yu frowned, but didn't say anything, then walked to the other side and threw a bottle of medicine to Lin Xiu to remove blood stasis and heal wounds. 3 tablets twice a day. Don't practice today. I'm not sick. Why should I take the medicine? Lin Xiu curled his lips and said while looking at the bottle of medicine. You are sick. Liu Yu looked at Lin Xiu and said seriously. Chapter 154 Absorbing Rank 6 Odd Crystal Energy. Chapter 154 Absorbing Rank 6 Odd Crystal Energy. Finally, Lin Xiu ate the medicine obediently. After taking 3 tablets of the medicine for removing blood stasis and healing wounds, Lin Xiu took a deep breath. He felt the stuffy feeling in his chest slowly disappeared. Lin Xiu did not continue training either. Otherwise, if he exercised too vigorously, he would not recover from the injury. He went back to his room, sat down cross-legged, and took out the rank 6 odd crystal. With this odd crystal, he could draw a lot of energy from it. Lin Xiu put the odd crystal on the palm of his hand at this time, and then started the cultivation technique. There was a lot of energy contained in the rank 6 odd crystal. At this time, the energy in it was constantly rushing into Lin Xiu's body as Lin Xiu used the cultivation technique. This was a very strange feeling. The energy seemed to penetrate into his pores. Lin Xiu was cultivating while looking at his stats, and found that as he continued to absorb the energy in the rank 6 odd crystal, his experience points were spinning frantically. Although he knew that as he practiced the cultivation technique, his experience points would increase slightly, he didn't expect it to increase so quickly. This was quite a surprise. And at this moment, Lin Xiu felt a scorching sensation in his body. A large amount of energy was constantly pouring into his body and blending into every cell in his body. Click, click, click. Even the bones of his body were constantly changing at this time, becoming stronger and stronger. Time passed quickly, and the rank 6 odd crystals still contained a lot of energy. However, Lin Xiu felt that his body couldn't really take it anymore. The majestic power seemed to be tearing his body like crazy, and the tingling sensation became stronger. Lin Xiu gritted his teeth at this moment and continued to absorb the energy. The body is like a container. As long as it keeps expanding forcefully, it will become bigger and bigger, and the more source strength it can hold, although it could be life-threatening. As the saying goes, money comes from danger, As a warrior, he had to keep pushing his body. Lin Xiu gritted his teeth and continued to absorb the energy. Ha pa pa. Due to the surge of energy, the skin on his body seemed to be cracked, and a little bit of blood began to flow down. Rolly stood on the table, looked at Lin Xiu's movements, and seemed a little curious. Then, it slowly got into Lin Xiu's backpack, and took out a rank 3 odd crystal. It began to gnaw on the odd crystal like a melon seed while watching Lin Xiu cultivate. At the same time, Yu, who was on the other side, looked at Lin Xiu's room, then took the thin long sword and left. Jiuming, you're fine now. Right at the same time, in the living room of the house on the other side, Shang Yu asked Chai Jiuming, who had been bandaged and was sitting on the floor. Chai Jiuming shook his head, then his face turned a little gloomy. His bones shattered too fast. Although this kind of operation was just a minor operation in the current world, it would also cause a lot of adverse effects. Thinking of Lin Xiu's face, there was resentment in his eyes. That kid was too arrogant. And he actually took away Chang Yu's 15 points. I must find a chance to teach him a lesson, a man said angrily at this time. Hearing his words, Chang Yu's face darkened too, and there was a kind of pain like his meat was being cut. This was 15 points, which he has accumulated since enrolling in the academy. I'm going to use 5 points and find the chairman of the Fist Technique Association to destroy his hand, Chai Jiuming said with gritted teeth. This is possible, not only to get rid of his hands, but also his legs. Chang Yu nodded and said coldly. Bang! The moment he said that, the door was kicked open all of a sudden and a white figure came over. Who is it? Looking at the accompanying cold light, Shang Yu's face changed drastically, and he immediately picked up the long sword that he placed aside and attacked. Dang dang dang. Sounds of weapons colliding resounded, and in the next moment, Shang Yu felt his hand going numb, and the weapon in his hand flew out directly because of the huge force. Chai Jiuming was injured, so he quickly took a few steps back. Courting death, another man picked up a huge hammer and hammered towards the white figure. Boom! The hammer hit the ground and made a loud noise. But he discovered that his attack from behind did not even hit anyone. Move again and you'll die. Just when he wanted to move, he found that his neck was pierced by sharp nails. He looked up at this moment and saw a delicate face. It's a girl. He had never seen such a beautiful girl. But the coldness in the girl's eyes made him feel a tremor in his body. She looked like she didn't treat them as humans at all. It was as if she was looking at an ant and could trample them to death in an instant. You, who are you? We don't seem to know each other. Shang Yu looked at the long sword in Liu Yu's other hand that was at his neck and said as his body trembled. This thin long sword was icy and sharp, like she could chop off his head with just a slight effort. Who are you? Chai Jiuming looked at Liu Yu with a tinge of horror in his eyes. Freshman, Liu Yu replied faintly. Hearing this, the three of them were shocked, and they thought of what happened today. She wouldn't have known that freshman, would she? Put away your schemes. If I see any of you moving, I'll make sure all of you are dead. After saying this, a murderous aura burst out of Liu Yu's eyes, making them feel like they couldn't even breathe properly. This was a strong murderous aura that can only be exuded if you have killed a lot of people. At this moment, their legs began to tremble a bit. Liu Yu retracted the long sword, then walked out without looking back. Boom! As Liu Yu left, Shang Yu and the others couldn't help but feel their legs go soft at this moment, and they sat directly on the ground. Their backs were drenched in cold sweats. They didn't doubt what Liu Yu said at all. At this moment, the three of them glanced at each other, and they didn't even dare to think of taking any revenge. Chapter 155 Use Points. Chapter 155 Use Points. Lin Xiu woke up refreshed the next day. When he looked carefully, half of the odd crystal in his hand was transparent. He had absorbed half of the energy inside the rank 6 odd crystal in a night. His body was in pain. Lin Xiu looked carefully and saw that his clothes were covered in blood as well as black scabs. He shook and dropped them to the ground. He had absorbed too much energy the night before that led to slight rejection from his body, resulting in this outcome. He took a bath and changed to a new set of uniform. It was about 5:30 in the morning. As the class monitor, he had to arrive at the classroom earlier than the designated time of 6. Rolly, you ate my crystals again right at this time. He caught Rolly lying on the table as though it was asleep with its forelimbs hugging on a half-eaten rank 3 odd crystal. It immediately stood up as it heard his voice. It held onto its head as though it was slightly afraid of Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu was amused when he saw its reaction. Forget it. You should stay here. Lin Ziyu looked at it helplessly before walking out. He noticed a plate of food on the table in the living room. Liu Lin Ziyu called out but did not hear any response. Noticing some rubbish in the trash bin at the corner, Lin Ziyu reckoned she must have eaten and left. Is that for me? At this thought, Lin Ziyu could not help but be slightly stunned. This ice mountain isn't as icy as she used to be. When Lin Ziyu arrived at the classroom, he discovered many people inside. Lin Ziyu, did you sleep well last night? After knowing that Lin Ziyu was also a freshman in Sacred Region Academy, he no longer called him senior anymore. And after hanging out for a period of time, he realized that Lin Ziyu was not as unapproachable as he seemed. Scram upon hearing Zhang Yin and Zhang Li's provocative question and the look on their faces, he knew that they were hinting at something dirty and immediately cursed them while chuckling. Lei Lei looked at Zhang Yin and pinched him at his waist, causing Zhang Yin to grimace in pain. And is everyone here at this time? Nan Zhangzhen walked in. The class for today is relatively simple. We will be introducing the origins of Sacred Region Academy, as well as a few important aspects inside the academy, Nan Zhangzhen said while pressing on a few buttons on the table. A large 3D image appeared. Sacred Region Academy was established by 5 rank 9 warriors. 5 rank 9. Everyone was stunned when they heard Nan Zhangzhen's introduction. A single rank 9 warrior was shocking enough. Who would have thought that Sacred Region Academy was established by 5 of them? The 3D projection revealed the history of Sacred Region Academy alongside Nan Zhangzhen's introduction. They went through the history for the entire afternoon. The floor above them was a large training room that had many strange machines with a few large mechas in the center. Sacred Region Academy practices freedom. Aside from today's requirement of arriving here at 6, feel free to come any time you want from tomorrow on, Nan Zhangzhen informed the class. Everyone rejoiced when they heard his words. Having to attend class daily back in senior high had left many of them stifled and trapped. But let me warn everyone here. There is a small test here on a monthly basis. A big test every half a year. As long as anyone fails any of the tests, don't blame me for punishing you. Nan Zhangzhen saw their happy faces and poured cold water on them. There are still tests. Zhang Li's mouth was wide opened as he became somewhat depressed. There are other training rooms, gravity rooms, stamina training rooms, etc. for all of you to use inside Sacred Region Academy. Feel free to use them. For students interested in research, the research floor is over there and you can take a look. Many students were eager to try out the training rooms after being introduced to them. Lin Ziyu, this key is yours. Nan Zhangzhen handed a card over to Lin Ziyu. Close the doors to this place before 12 midnight every night and open it at 6 in the morning. Of course. You can train throughout the night if you are in here. Lin Ziyu nodded. The others became envious when they saw the card in his hand. He would be able to enter the training room as and when he liked with that card. Right. Give me your information card. It'll give you another 500 points. Nan Zhangzhen said. 500 points. Some people were red in the eyes. They only had 500 points a month and had consumed many of it by renting rooms. Lin Ziyu handed him his card. As Nan Zhangzhen was about to key points in, his eyes opened wide. Why do you have so many points? How many does he have? Zhang Yin became curious and walked over. He immediately saw a string of numbers. 30 over 1,000 points. What? Everyone exclaimed out loud. 30,000. How? Teacher, he cheated. How can he have so many points right then? The fool that objected to Lin Ziyu being the class monitor roared as he pointed at Lin Ziyu. That's right, that's unfair. He must have cheated some way or another. The other students were incited and became furious. Shut it, hearing their complaints. Nan Zhangzhen bellowed out loud. Everyone jolted and closed their mouths. Cheating is impossible here. The academy has a complete system. No one can go through unorthodox methods to gain points. You can only do so by completing missions or selling things. Nan Zhengjun swept his gaze across the crowd. I sold a few things at the exchange center. Lin Xiu chuckled and explained. Nan Zhengjun nodded. He transferred 500 points to Lin Xiu and returned the card. Why am I unaware of an exchange center to sell things? The fool that doubted Lin Xiu muttered to himself unhappily. That's because you're dumb. Lin Xiu glanced at him and replied indifferently. Alright. I'm going for a meeting now. There will be a freshman assembly in a week. Train yourselves well, and I will pick 5 outstanding warriors from you guys to compete with the other classes for the top warriors of the freshman assembly. Nan Zhengjun noticed the time and notified the class. Chapter 156. No. You're too weak. Chapter 156. No. You're too weak. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard Nan Zhengjun's words. The 5 strongest warriors would be picked to participate in the freshman assembly. If they performed well, it would be a chance to shine. Everyone started their own training after Nan Zhengjun's departure. There were all sorts of weapons and training equipment. There were many weapons on both sides of the training grounds of all sorts, but they were unsharpened. They were only heavy. Extremely heavy. For example, there were spears there that started from 100 kg to 2000 kg. Lin Xiu's dark edge was about 800 kg. He took the 1000 kg spear and started brandishing it around. Although it was slightly heavy, it was not a problem for him. Last name Lin. Why don't we spar right at this time? The big fool that provoked Lin Xiu previously took out a large machete and walked to Lin Xiu. A few freshmen walked behind him. They were obviously unhappy that Lin Xiu was the class monitor. Lai Ping. What's the meaning of this? Zhang Yin and the others walked over as well as they glared at the big fool. He had been causing disturbance right from the beginning and made them unhappy. I just want to spar with class monitor here. Or is he afraid? Lai Ping laughed and said. Although Lin Xiu had destroyed the strength test machine with one punch the day before, Lai Ping felt that Lin Xiu used a trick after pondering about it. Otherwise, how can the strength test machine be destroyed with one punch? And he sensed that Lin Xiu's warrior aura was weak and should be an ordinary rank 3 warrior. But he was close to being rank 4. How could he accept an ordinary rank 3 to be the class monitor? All the students spectating at the side turned to look at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu was handsome and had a temperament that was neither obsequious nor supercilious, making the girls in the class to have a good feeling towards him. I want spar with you. Lin Xiu shook his head. Are you afraid? Upon hearing Lin Xiu speak up, Lai Ping and the others behind him laughed. Zhang Yin and his group clenched their fists. They were unhappy seeing how happy Lai Ping was. No. You're too weak. Lin Xiu replied indifferently when Lai Ping closed his mouth. Seeking death, Lai Ping was infuriated when he heard Lin Xiu's arrogant reply. Come at me. All of you together. Lin Xiu held the 1000 kg spear in his right hand and used it to point at the aggressive group in front of him. Although Lin Xiu looked young, his aura that felt as though he was looking down on the world swayed the hearts of many of his female classmates. Lai Ping was already angry and brandished his machete with lightning speed and slashed at Lin Xiu. Clang clang clang. His machete clashed with Lin Xiu's spear and produced loud metal sounds. The weapons in the training room were all dulled down, but when the collision strength was at such a degree, getting hit would still result in serious injuries. Too slow. Lin Xiu waved the silver spear while commenting indifferently. Seeking death, Lai Ping became even more furious at Lin Xiu's words. He used all of his strength and charged forward, but the silver spear in Lin Xiu's hand was like a white dragon. It turned into specks of cold light that stabbed at Lai Ping. Lai Ping was taken aback and immediately used the machete's body to block. Clang clang clang. The spear that produced many stabs and struck onto the machete's body. Lai Ping felt a giant burst of force and his hands immediately turned numb. In the next instant, his hand was no longer able to grip the machetes and they flew out. Everyone exclaimed in shock at this. Everyone from the side watched the machete fall. When they inspected the machete, they realized that there were many dents in the weapon, all of which were the result of Lin Xiu's attacks. Everyone became even more shocked at that. It was too terrifying. Brother Ping, the other guys checked to see if Lai Ping was injured, then immediately charged forward and surrounded Lin Xiu. All that entered Sacred Region Academy could be considered arrogant people. They were unhappy at the sight of this. Shameless, the other students cursed when they witnessed that. They immediately thought of helping Lin Xiu to handle them. Don't need to come over. Lin Xiu spoke up indifferently. After unlocking rank 1 gene lock and absorbing the energy of a rank 6 odd crystal to improve his body, Lin Xiu was already a peak existence in the realm of rank 3 and he did not fear any one of them. It was time for him to establish his name as a class monitor. He snorted at the sight of the incoming men. He fought them without utilizing any skills and only using the simplest spear arts. The spear in Lin Xiu's hand was 1000 kg. Adding the force produced by swinging the spear, all of their weapons immediately flew out of their hands when struck. Serial kick. Once their weapons were out of their hands, Lin Xiu produced a series of kicks and sent them flying. Convinced? He did not deal any fatal strikes since they were all in the same class. He only wanted to teach them a lesson. Lai Ping looked at Lin Xiu with clenched fists. After taking a deep breath, he walked over. Right when everyone thought that Lai Ping wanted to retaliate, he bowed towards Lin Xiu. Sorry, class monitor. All of the spectators that thought he wanted to fight heaved a sigh of relief when they heard his words. Lin Xiu nodded his head and glanced at the others. This time, no one had any ill intentions in their eyes. Do you know we were placed in class 10? Lin Xiu spoke up indifferently. Wai Jiang Lai immediately replied when he heard Lin Xiu's question. The others had roughly guessed it. Because we have the weakest combat ability out of the 10 classes. Lin Xiu continued. If you guys don't want to lose face at the freshman assembly, train yourselves well. Those who are unhappy with me are welcome to beat me down. Lin Xiu looked at all the guys that were struck by him and said. These students were already afraid of Lin Xiu. He was able to beat them one against many and they did not have the ability to even retaliate. How could they dare to provoke him again? Chapter 157 Gravity Room. Chapter 157 Gravity Room. Lin Xiu held onto the same weapon and continued to train in the training ground. After the small hiccup, no one dared to doubt Lin Xiu's ability. Lin Xiu, take a look at this. Right at this time, Jiang Yin discovered something and waved for Lin Xiu's attention. What is it? Lin Xiu put down his weapon when he heard Jiang Yin and headed towards him. He saw a large door where Jiang Yin and Lei Lei stood. At the side was a small sign that read Gravity Room. Is this the gravity training room? Jiang Yin asked curiously. He wanted to push the doors open but could not. Lin Xiu's eyes turned bright. Although training could strengthen a warrior's body, it was not effective in strengthening the weak organs inside. But training in a gravity room was different. The air and pressure were heavier inside that would violently exhaust the cells in the body, as well as making it difficult for blood circulation. The burden on the heart, lungs and other organs was extremely large. Life would only evolve under the harshest environments. If a person trained inside the gravity room and used his or her cultivation technique to absorb energy, the entire body would undergo a heaven-toppling change. Seems like we need to swipe a card. Jiang Lai looked from around and commented. Lin Xiu took out the silver keycard immediately without hesitation. Di. Once Lin Xiu flashed the card, the door lit up and opened automatically. It's a gravity room. Many people came over and spoke up in surprise. It was an extremely large room with various strange machines around. A few saw the name Gravity Room and exclaimed. The students followed Lin Xiu as he entered the gravity room. 2 times gravity. Every minute will consume 2 points. 3 times gravity. Every minute will consume 3 points. There was an attention sign on the surrounding walls that wrote the instructions. What the hell? This requires points as well. Jiang Yin could not help but curse when he saw what was required to operate the room. It will require 200 points for an hour if we use 2 times gravity. Where will we have enough points to train in this room? The people around started to complain. They needed points to rent accommodations and had to spend on food and necessities. The expenditure of points was too harsh. You guys can enter the Sacred Region Academy website to accept missions and earn points. Or exchange materials and such for points at the exchange center. There are many ways to earn points. You guys can take a look there. Lin Xiu informed the crowd. It had the same logic as playing games. There were times that the player would need to check the website's F.A. Cue to learn how to play and not be a noob. Everyone was enlightened when they heard his words. Sacred Region Academy was unlike ordinary academies. It did not tell them where things were or what they needed. The freshmen needed to find things out themselves. You guys can use my card. Those who wish to train can stay here. Those who don't can continue training outside. Lin Xiu then placed his own card into the slot on the machine and said. None of the students left when they heard his words and stayed on. Everyone was moved by Lin Xiu's action. After all, no one was willing to use up their own points to allow everyone to train together. Let's try the simplest. 2 times gravity, Lin Xiu said, and pressed the button for the 2 times gravity. Right at this time, bright lights flashed around them. Bang! The doors closed right away. The gravity room started to move. Lin Xiu immediately felt his body become heavier. His chest became even stuffier and his ears seemed to buzz. Some freshmen that felt the change in gravity fell on their butts as they felt an unbearable pain on their bodies. The majority were able to grit their teeth and persist. But everyone was rank 3 warriors. Aside from being uncomfortable at the start, they began to get used to gravity. Lin Xiu sat in a cross-legged position. Fortunately for him, he had brought in the rank 6 odd crystal that he had absorbed halfway through the night. Lin Xiu took a deep breath and slowly retrieved the rank 6 odd crystal as he activated the cultivation technique to cultivate. The energy in the gravity room was extremely weak and would be ineffective to absorb the energy in the air inside. Lin Xiu was able to sense that under the heavier gravity, the cells in his body were constantly breaking down, but at the same time performing cell division. The new cells were stronger than their predecessors and every new cell nucleus would not be damaged after the division. As though they were able to divide endlessly. The students around started to adapt and did not waste time and started training. Seconds and minutes passed. Right at this time, people gradually started to be unable to tolerate the gravity room. Lin Xiu remained seated and unmoved inside like an old monk. Lai Ping stood at his original spot as beads of perspiration dropped down his forehead. But Lin Xiu's indifferent expression as though nothing had changed pissed him off. No, I can continue. But he was no longer able to handle it after 1 minute. It was their first time in a gravity training room and the burden on his body was too strong. If he persisted to stay, it would instead harm him. Right at this time, almost all the freshmen had walked out while gasping for breath, leaving only Lin Xiu inside. But Lin Xiu felt the energy in his body increasing endlessly. Training here for 3 hours was like training for 3 days outside. But his body had absorbed the maximum, and he could no longer continue otherwise his body might crumble. He took a deep breath and opened his eyes, only to discover that he was alone. 2 times is so. Let's try 3. Chapter 158 3 times gravity. Chapter 158 3 times gravity. Lin Xiu took a deep breath and walked over to the control stage and turned up the gravity 3 times. Upon increasing the gravity, Lin Xiu felt his eyes go black and almost fell to the ground. Phew! Lin Xiu took a deep breath and sat down in a lotus position. He had unlocked rank 1 gene lock and his body composition had already gone through a heaven-toppling change. His body looked like a human, but the cells in his body had turned into a direction of strengthening. The path of evolution. Continue absorbing the energy. Lin Xiu clenched his jaws and activated his cultivation technique. All the pores on his body seemed to open up and frantically absorb the energy from the rank 6 odd crystal. Crack crack. As the energy surged into his body, his veins, arteries, bones, and cells. A weird sound came out. Lin Xiu frowned. His entire body was in pain as though it was about to crumble. At the same time, the system experience was jumping at an astronomical pace. Following the absorption of the energy inside the odd crystal, it was jumping by tens of thousands, hundreds, and even to 1 million. No way. Just a bit more. Just a little bit more and I will absorb all the energy inside this rank 6 odd crystal. Although his body was in pain, Lin Xiu knew that it was the constant breaking down and division of new cells in his body, induced by the energy to stimulate evolution. The pain stemmed from too much energy flowing in. Lin Xiu gritted his teeth and roared. Very quickly, all the energy inside the odd crystal was absorbed into his body. Hoo! Lin Xiu opened his eyes while gasping for breath. All the pain gradually faded away and was replaced with an extremely comfortable feeling. Lin Xiu wiped the blood away from his mouth and stood up slowly. His reaction and speed had turned extremely slow under 3 times gravity. The difference between 2 and 3 times gravity was not a literal one-time increase and had a huge effect on warriors. Rupturing fist, Lin Xiu took a deep breath and launched a punch out. Bang! His punch became extremely weak inside the gravity room and his gloves did not even turn red. It's already been 5 hours. God. Did something happen to Lin Xiu after training for 2 hours outside? Zhong Lai wiped away the perspiration on his forehead and looked at the gravity room entrance. He had trained inside for 2 hours and already found it unbearable. Although he was a warrior with a strong body, it was suited for normal gravity and it was normal to find it unbearable when suddenly placed inside 2 times gravity. The most apparent symptom was shortness of breath, restricted blood circulation, and the lightheadedness. No, there is an AI inside. If something happened to him, the AI will send him out. Gang Yin shook his head and replied. His eyes were filled with surprise. How strong had Lin Xiu become to actually stay inside for 5 hours? Class monitor should be training in 3 times gravity already. Right then, Lai Ping walked over and saw the number 3 at the side of the door and commented. His eyes were filled with reverence. He was completely convinced by Lin Xiu at this point. 3 times gravity. The others only realized that the number had turned to 3 after Lai Ping's comment. The fact made them inhale in cold breaths. Is he still human? Training systems under heavy gravity. After training in rupturing fist inside the gravity room, Lin Xiu discovered there were other choices on the console for the machines in the room. Lin Xiu walked over curiously. There were options 1 to 99. Seems like there's a difficulty level as well. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xiu chose 1. Rumble. When Lin Xiu hit confirm, a series of sounds came out and the ceiling opened up. Lin Xiu looked up and saw laser beam machines above. Level 1 response training activated. Starting in 3. What is this? Just when Lin Xiu was in shock, the laser beam machine started to shoot at him. Lin Xiu's pupils constricted as he retreated backward and dodged a laser beam. What shocked him further was that the laser beam that struck the ground actually bounced towards him. What the hell is that? Su! He was careless against one as it swept past his arm and instantly charred his skin. Pain set in immediately. If I get shot accurately by the laser beam, it might penetrate my body. Upon thinking about this, Lin Xiu became tense. Su. The machines above started shooting without any pattern. Lin Xiu could only rely on his reaction ability to avoid the attacks. Damn it, without my battle robes, I can't block against these laser beams. He'll be in trouble if I get shot for real. At the brink of death, any human would unleash their latent potential. Lin Xiu was no exception. He started to dodge all the laser beams with his tensed body. He used without a trace. Although his speed had been affected by the gravity, it was enough for him to avoid the laser beams. Lin Xiu gradually relaxed as he got used to it. After half an hour, Lin Xiu was able to close his eyes and sense where the laser beams were coming from. He would avoid them miraculously with an inch of a margin perfectly. He was like a butterfly dancing. Time hit 30 minutes and the machines on the ceiling retracted. End of training. Following the notification, Lin Xiu slowly opened his eyes. It's over. Lin Xiu was drenched in perspiration, but his face was covered with excitement. Lin Xiu could sense that his body could improve greatly under such training. The equipment and machines in Psyker Region Academy are too awesome. To train here is like having 10 days equivalent in 1 day. No wonder so many peak warriors want to come here. And only Psyker Region Academy had such unique training rooms. Much less the other special training rooms they provided. Chapter 159 The Tower of Tournament. Chapter 159 The Tower of Tournament. But his body seemed to be overburdened due to the high-intensity training. If he continued to train, not only would he stop improving, but it may also have counterproductive effects. After taking a deep breath, Lin Xiu took out his information card. The card has been taken out. The machine is shutting down. With the end of the gravity skill, Lin Xiu immediately felt his body relaxed for a while, and he felt as light as a swallow. Lin Xiu pressed on the information card and the card suddenly turned into a screen. 360 points deducted for 3 hours of double gravity. 360 points deducted for 2 hours of triple gravity. 100 points deducted for laser shooting avoidance training level 1. In this short period of time, he had already used up 820 points. Looking at this, Lin Xiu couldn't help feeling that if it wasn't for his accumulation of points, he wouldn't be able to cultivate. Bang! As Lin Xiu walked towards the door, the automatic door of the training room opened instantly. Lin Xiu is out, Zhang Yin said in surprise when he saw this. At this moment, there were still many students on the training ground. Lin Xiu had just walked out and there were many eyes on him. Are you okay? Jiang Lai looked at Lin Xiu and asked instinctively. What could happen to me? Lin Xiu smiled at this moment. You stayed for 5 hours. We all had a terribly uncomfortable feeling when we were inside just now. Zhang Yin couldn't help but sigh. Lin Xiu smiled. After coming out of this training ground, he felt as light as a swallow. This feeling was fantastic. You guys continue training. I'll leave first, Lin Xiu said to Zhang Yin and the others, then carried the spear box he left in the training room on his back, and walked out. The energy of the rank 6 odd crystal has now been absorbed by Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu thought for a moment and decided to exchange for a few rank 5 odd crystals. At his current level, if he wanted to continue to improve his strength quickly, he could only use high-ranking odd crystals with the cultivation technique to absorb the energy inside to transform his body. Walking down from the building of his class, Lin Xiu walked towards the exchange center again, following the directions on the map. But at this moment, he found 2 very conspicuous spots on the map. The Tower of Tournament and the Tower of Trial. These 2 towers were 100 stories high, and they were located at the opposite ends of the island of the Sacred Region Academy. And that Tower of Battle was very close to him. Lin Xiu pondered and walked over to the Tower of Tournament. As soon as he got there, he could clearly see that there were a large number of students from the Sacred Region Academy there. This is the Tower of Tournament. Lin Xiu stood under the tower, looked up, and the so-called Tower of Tournament was so high that it seemed to reach the clouds. There was a huge screen next to it, which seemed to be showing a list. Freshman list. First place Yuo Kixing, 20th floor. Second place Zhao Yonghang, 20th floor. Third place Tian Zixia, 19th floor. Fourth place Luo Yu, 19th floor. Luo Yu is here too. Lin Xiu had a look of surprise when he saw the scene. Lin Xiu continued to look at the screen and instantly understood that battle started from the first floor of the Tower of Tournament, and if you win a game on that floor, you can advance to the next floor. You could battle at least once a day to ensure that your floor count don't decrease. If you fail 3 consecutive battles, you must start again from the first floor, and according to the floor you're at, you can get corresponding points every day. For example, at the 20th floor, you can earn 200 points every day, and the top 10 on the freshman list will receive additional rewards. The first place will be rewarded with 1,000 points a day. The second place will get 500, and the third place will get 200. The remaining 4th to 10th places would only get 100 each. In addition to the freshman list, there is also a top 100 list, which is ranked according to the students in the whole school. The freshmen in this intake are very strong. They even entered the 20th floor on the first day. Some people began whispering. Lin Xiu still hesitated for a while, then took out his information card, registered in front, and was ready to enter the Tower of Tournament. Another freshman is here. At this moment, some people next to Lin Xiu couldn't help whispering when they saw him. Lin Xiu hasn't changed into his school uniform yet, so he was easily recognized as a freshman by these people. Tisk tisk. This guy looks like he would reach the 3rd floor at most. A man couldn't help but shook his head when he saw Lin Xiu's young appearance. He stepped inside and noticed that the environment was a little gloomy. He looked around and saw a huge arena in the middle, surrounded by seats, and a lot of students could be clearly seen sitting around. The people above were fighting desperately, and soon a warrior was sent flying out directly. Next match. Staff, get ready. ID 9 if 812 hex. ID 9 if 812 hex. Lin Xiu. ID 5 MIF 222,187. ID 5 MIF 222,187. Wu Zhen. Not long after Lin Xiu came in, he heard the broadcast. So fast. Lin Xiu was stunned. Then he quickly jumped up and went up. Another freshman is here at this moment. Many people began to whisper when they saw Lin Xiu going up, as there were already several freshmen today who broke into the 10th to 20th floors on the first day. Many seniors were quite surprised. This one wouldn't be able to. The previous ones were all rank 5 and rank 4 warriors. He's only rank 3, and his combat strength is only about 3. Inyo. A man wearing a pair of goggles said. This was not an ordinary pair of goggles, but a combat strength test apparatus. Although it couldn't evaluate the human body's muscle, bone density, strength, and other aspects as detailed as a real test apparatus, it could still see a person's approximate strength. I think so too. He is up against a second-year rank 4 warrior. This round would probably end quickly. Lin Xiu was already standing in the arena at this moment. The arena looked like it was made out of a marble slab, but it was actually made of very strong material. Freshman, do you think we should use weapons or fists, Wu Zhen? A guy who looked very strong said while looking at Lin Xiu with a smile. At this moment, he looked at Lin Xiu like he was looking at a chicken that could only be held at will. Whichever. Lin Xiu said lightly. Wu Zhen, don't give the freshmen such a hard time just then. The seniors behind laughed and called out. Wu Zhen made an okay gesture to those people, then waved his fist and attacked Lin Xiu. Chapter 160 20th floor. Chapter 160 20th floor. Although he had a heavy build, his speed was very fast. Lin Xiu let out a cold snort at this time, then dodged him easily by turning his body slightly. After training in the gravity room just now, Lin Xiu felt as if he had been enlightened. According to the direction of his attack and the flow of wind when he attacked, and other factors, Lin Xiu could judge the position of his next punch. It was very easy. He just had to dodge it. Bang! His huge fist hit the ground directly and the entire arena seemed to shake. Wu Zhen had cultivated rupturing fist before. If this freshman is hit by that blow, he would probably be seriously injured. Some students who knew Wu Zhen commented while watching the scene in the arena. When Lin Xiu dodged his attack, he also discovered that the skill used by this man was the same as his own rupturing fist. And when he used the rupturing fist, the surrounding air seemed to produce a sound of explosion. This man's skill should be just as powerful as Lin Xiu's. Where are you going? Wu Zhen roared and his huge fists attacked Lin Xiu. At this moment, he was already a little angry. Lin Xiu kept dodging, and there was no way for him to hit him. He also used the body skill at this moment, but he just couldn't keep up with Lin Xiu's pace. More importantly, Lin Xiu was carrying a big spear box behind his back, and this seemed like Lin Xiu was despising him. Bang bang bang. As he waved his fist wildly, the surrounding air produced explosion sounds. Goodbye. Lin Xiu had already figured out his attack sequence, and in the next moment, as Lin Xiu avoided his attacks, he instantly appeared behind the man, rupturing fist. As Lin Xiu threw a punch, the gloves turned red, and coupled with the power of tiger strength fist, the power of this punch has reached the extreme. But Wu Zhen was a rank 4 warrior. After all, at this moment, he reacted quickly and slammed Lin Xiu's fist with his backhand. Boom! Both of them used rupturing fist. But because Wu Zhen only attacked with his backhand, he did not realize the power of Lin Xiu's fist. The two fists hit each other and suddenly there was an explosive sound. Lin Xiu was still standing in the same spot, while Wu Zhen's body flew out directly at this moment. Boom! As his whole body fell heavily below the arena, the students around were all in a daze. One punch. Just one punch and he won. Especially the man who just said that Lin Xiu would lose. He was completely dumbfounded at this moment. Lin Xiu ignored these people and directly took the pass card and proceeded to the second floor to fight. The decoration on the second floor was still the same as that of the first floor, but the number of people was obviously reduced. Starting from this floor, Lin Xiu also began to take out his dark edge spear and fight seriously. The second floor, the third floor, the fourth floor. Lin Xiu became more and more courageous at this moment, and the number of floors rose crazily. Look, the freshman has already reached the 10th floor at this moment. On the big screen outside, some people saw Lin Xiu's name and an avatar next to his name, and they were in shock. How is it possible he's too lucky? The man with the combat strength goggles walked out annoyed after losing on the second floor. When he saw this scene, his jaw dropped. Is there a problem with this pair of goggles? Just now, he clearly saw that Lin Xiu was only about the strength of a rank 3 warrior, and his combat strength was only about 3. And what was even more surprising was that Lin Xiu's ranking on the freshman list suddenly jumped to 10th. He was on the 13th floor now. At this moment, he had attracted many people's attention. He didn't stop on the 13th floor and quickly proceeded to the 14th floor. The 15th floor. He seemed to be advancing all the way. Damn, is he still a human? He had already gone through 20 floors when that guy registered. I saw that he was only a rank 3 warrior. Some seniors could not help but curse. Who? Standing on the 20th floor of the arena, Lin Xiu clearly felt a trace of fatigue. He was lucky when he was on the 19th floor. The warrior who was against him seemed to have been injured, but he was still very strong. Putting his all in the battle, Lin Xiu managed to win, but this 20th floor was probably going to be challenging. Lin Xiu looked at the man who was grinning in front of him and instinctively felt an aura of danger. ID 1 mif 2 dave 8 5. ID 9 mif 8 4 1 2 6. ID 1 mif 2 dave 8 5. Yu vs. ID 9 mif 8 4 1 2 slit Xiu. Lin Xiu looked at the man in front of him and his whole body tensed up. He was unlike those people from before. This person was probably terrifyingly strong. If he's not wrong, this guy was probably at the pinnacle of the 5th rank. Under normal circumstances, Lin Xiu wouldn't be able to beat him. But this kind of battle in the arena does not necessarily rely on fighting. Sometimes it depends on intelligence. He must win. Haha, 2 freshmen have already challenged me today. You are the 3rd one, but it seems that your strength is weaker than theirs, Yi said with a smile while looking at Lin Xiu. He was able to deal with the 2 battles today with all his strength, and he was surprised by the strength of the freshmen in this intake. But what was even more surprising was that now, a rank 3 warrior reached the 20th floor. Maybe the weaker ones won. Lin Xiu smiled and said at this time, Lin Xiu was now delaying time to recover the energy he just used up. Are you trying to drag time? Never mind. I will wait for you to regain your energy before fighting with you, Yi said with a smile. There weren't many people watching the battles on the upper floors, but there were 3D cameras around, and the battle would be recorded live. You could find and watch the battle recordings on the official website according to the date and time. Lin Xiu took a deep breath. This man saw through his tactic as expected. Let me tell you, I have already lost 2 games on this floor, which means that 2 people have defeated me. If I lose another game, I will have to start from scratch, Yi said helplessly. If he loses, he would lose the 20th floor reward points, which was a pity for him. So in this round, I will not be nice. Come on. Then Lin Xiu shouted sharply, then held his dark edge spear and attacked. Chapter 161 Fighting Yi. Chapter 161 Fighting Yi. The weapon Yi used was a long sword. His long sword was a bit different from normal long swords. It appeared a little wider, and there were special patterns on it which looked gorgeous. Dang dang dang. As Lin Xiu rushed over and the spear pierced toward Yi's body, Yi moved easily and completely resisted Lin Xiu's attack. If you're only at this level, you're not a threat to me at all. Yi seemed at ease at this moment, waving a long sword in his hand, and easily dodged all the attacks. There was already a large number of people around the huge screen at the bottom of the tower, watching the live broadcast of Lin Xiu vs. Yi. It's Yi, the second-year student on the top 100 list. When they saw the warrior going against Lin Xiu, the people around began exclaiming in shock. There were more than 2 people in the second year of the Sacred Region Academy. All of them were elites. but those who were on the top 100 list were extremely strong. It seems that this freshman just entered the 20th floor. What a pity. I thought there would really be a record-breaking freshman who could break through to the 21st floor in one fell swoop. Seeing the live broadcast, some people could not help but sigh regretfully. Rank 3 vs. Rank 5. This was nothing suspenseful at all. If he can win this time, he'll eat the floor. The man wearing the goggles sneered at this moment. Kixing a guy has also reached the 20th floor at the same time. On the other side, a man rushed to Juo Kixing's side and said, "Painting. Is he from our class?" One Juo Kixing was tapping the keyboard at this moment, searching for some information. "No, he's not." The man shook his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Judging from your expression, is he from class 2?" Juo Kixing said lightly. When he was on the 20th floor, that second-year guy was indeed very powerful. He went all out and almost won, which made him feel a bit unfortunate. "He's from class 10. Class 10. Hearing his words, Juo Kixing's gaze changed. Of course. He also noticed that in the Sacred Region Academy, classes were assigned according to their strength. According to reason, the combat strength of the students in class 10 should be relatively weak, but how could this person reach the 20th floor? Although luck played a part as well, one couldn't rely on luck to ascend this tower of tournament. That's interesting. The corners of Juo Kixing's mouth raised slightly and he tapped on the keyboard. Soon, he opened the live broadcast of the Tower of Tournament. Lin Ziyu was still fighting Yuyi at this time, but his speed seemed very slow in Yuyi's eyes, and he appeared to be playing a game, catching all his attacks easily. Was this the difference between a rank 5 warrior and him? He's really strong. Lin Ziyu didn't have any fear at this time. Instead, he got more and more courageous. Awe of the Phoenix. The current Awe of the Phoenix was only the strength of a silver skill. Lin Ziyu had been focused on training his physical strength recently and somewhat disregarded the practice of skills. Awe of the Phoenix was a skill card that could improve in rank and it had now become a gold skill. After the battle, he must find an opportunity to continue practicing. What skill is this? Yi saw Lin Ziyu's spear volley in the air and flaming birds flew out all of a sudden. Is this some kind of spear art? Those watching the live broadcast were taken aback by Lin Ziyu's skill. Some of the students who used spears were astonished. Yi frowned. He also felt that the temperature of these flaming birds seemed to be extremely high. If he got hit accidentally, they would probably burn his clothes off. Just when he dodged, these flaming birds seemed to be tracking their target and they followed him closely. What the pupils in Yuyi's eyes constricted and he couldn't use his strength. His body skills were activated and he dodged instantly. Bang bang bang. A series of flaming birds hit the stone slab on the arena, making a crashing sound. This guy was really fast when he's serious. But Lin Ziyu stared at Yuyi, who was constantly dodging the flaming birds he released. In the next moment, the pupils in his eyes constricted slightly. Found it. Torrential storm of rose flowers. Lin Ziyu rushed to the corner in front as soon as he exerted force on his legs. Without any hesitation, he used the skill directly. The spear suddenly appeared like a black dragon, turning into many shadows. Why did he attack there? For the students who watched the match looked at Lin Ziyu's movements and were puzzled. But then, a shocking scene happened. When Yi evaded the last flaming bird attack, his figure flashed and he reached the area where Lin Ziyu had attacked. The tip of the spear was about to pierce his body. Yuyi's eyes widened and his reaction ability was extremely terrifying. At this moment, he swiftly resisted with a long sword. Dang dang dang. Even so, one of Lin Ziyu's attacks still managed to pierce a hole through his shirt, cutting his shoulder. A trace of blood flowed out in an instant. Get out! Yuyi was furious at this moment. He didn't expect that he would be injured and bleeding. And Lin Ziyu was merely a rank 3 warrior. Enraged, the sore strength in his body suddenly surged and a huge impact made Lin Ziyu's body fly out. Boom! Lin Ziyu's body fell heavily at the back of the arena and he almost fell off. PFF. After receiving the impact just now, Lin Ziyu also felt a tightness in his chest and there was a sweetness in his throat as a mouthful of blood came out. I'm not mistaken. Right. He just hit Yuyi. The students below watching the live broadcast on the big screen, couldn't help but open their mouths in disbelief. Yi, the rank 5 warrior at his peak, was actually injured. He was even stabbed by a rank 3 warrior. How did you do it? Yi said with a gloomy expression at this time. Looking at Lin Xiu, who was standing up slowly, the tingling sensation from his shoulder made it clear that it was real. A rank 5 warrior was actually stabbed by a rank 3 warrior. Disgraceful. This was disgraceful. Part 2 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.